I'm from Maryland, by the way, and there's a large population of Africans, so I've ran into a lot of Africans. Why do Africans have the perceptions that Americans are lazy? And another question is, why do Africans think African Americans have no culture?
So Americans in general being lazy, or African Americans being lazy, or both? It's both, yeah. Yeah, y'all there is a thing here that Americans, Americans are lazy. That's a thing. Y'all kind of looked at, it's a thing, right? Can I just, She's saying it's a thing. I'm like, man, I've been around the block.
Have any of you felt or heard about in your families, felt any animosity from African Americans or the Black community?
Yeah, any animosity or jealousy or, from the African American communities, right? Who see you as somehow special or something, I don't know.
Animosity? No, but kind of feeling left out, not being able to connect with them, just feeling like I can never belong in their community sometimes.
Yeah. Once they find out you're Nigerian?
Yeah.
So you guys all identify as African and as maybe some of you as American at the end, smart? Yeah. I'm assuming you all identify as American as well from Philly, right?
Well, hang on. Use the mic, dude.
Yeah, so to answer your question, I identify, I have multiple parts of my identity, and I identify with it, in different ways. But tell me a little bit about what you're thinking behind your question.
So my question is kind of a generic. How long do you have to be somewhere? How far down the line do you have to go that you no longer are part of where you're from, and you've now picked up a new identity? So my parents came from Greece, but I consider myself American first, Greek second. How long? So if I went to Africa, how long would I have to stay there and build a family and become part of the culture until I'm African? Or am I never African and I'm always an outsider? Or do you guys always feel like outsiders and you never fully integrate into your new society? So
say the African American experience?
Just African Americans. You look at the data that we have, right? The both education, poverty, crime, the things that are higher, right? And
I mean, when it comes to the education, we don't really, I don't know, we can't, I don't want to say we can't relate, but
many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muscogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right. Hit the like button on the way in. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the program. And let's get on with the content. We've got several Africans at some university lecture. And for some reason, we got some white professor doing a bit of instigating. He's going to ask the Africans about Black Americans. I mean, there was barely any Black Americans present at all. But we got white people and Africans speaking for us. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Everywhere else, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. How about you? What's something that you wish you would want people to understand?
There's a lot. And I think first and foremost, Africa is a continent. And it's important to say that because a lot of people, they'll be like, oh, I was been to France, I've been to this, I've been to that, and I've been to Africa. I'm like, all right, but where in Africa, right? First thing, it's a continent and it has so many.
Why do you guys keep repeating that? We know it's a continent. We know it's a continent filled with shithole countries. It's an unstable third world continent.
Diverse countries, cultures, and peoples. That's like a huge thing. Another thing is a lot of people think that there is no culture and that there is no history when it comes to the cultures and the countries in the African continent. And that
No one says Africans don't have culture and history. You have a culture and history of warring with one another's and enslaving your own people to sell to foreigners. So, yeah, it's an interesting culture and history you have there.
that's just simply not true. And I wish people knew about how much the Western world has systematically erased and brainwashed people into viewing Africa through a particular lens that leaves us so ignorant as to its possibilities and its history. That's what I wish that people knew.
Yeah.
Yes, guys, do we really expect anything less from the mainstream academia system? We got a white dude who's going to gaslight Black Americans about Africans. Like, I think there's maybe 2 Black Americans in the audience. This is mostly a white school, and he's going to bring 5 Africans on stage to gossip about Black Americans. Okay. All right. Is this African studies? What's going on?
Okay. All right. How? That's a dude. You can go on, man. So, I think that. So one of the things that this is a question for all of you. Sometimes try to pull you aside and be like, "Hey, listen, man. Here's how you're going to have to deal with race in the United States because they saw you as one of them, and meanwhile, you're not really seeing yourselves as one of them because you're Liberian, you're Nigerian, you're Sierra Leonean. Can you just walk into that a little bit? I just wonder how that, because Europeans have the same thing, right? Europeans come here and they are just immediately seen as white Americans, and Europeans are like, yo, hang on, man. I'm German, actually. I'm not white. Or I'm British. I'm not white.
Yeah, no, that doesn't happen. When Europeans immigrate to America, they just call themselves a white American. They don't stop you and say, oh, no, I'm German. Oh, no. They don't do that. They assimilate into dominant society. They assimilate into the local race hierarchy.
So don't tell me about white people and what it's like to be white, because I'm not white. I'm German. I'm like kind of thing, you know.
For us, like we don't care. Like, well, speaking from my country.
Yeah. And you can just speak for yourself and your experience.
Yeah, for me, like I didn't care about like being like seen. When I first came here, like I said, we don't have like the races, like different races and all that kind of stuff. It was just African people. And like,
no, that's a lie. It's not just African people. Africans on the continent of Africa don't just view everybody colloquially as African people. You guys commit genocide, butcher, and war with one another based off of tribal territories. You don't even identify as African. You identify with your country or your tribe. But look at them in front of the white man, in front of the college class, going lie and say, oh, no, we just all see each other as Africans. Then why is there like half a dozen civil wars going on in Africa right now? Well, why is there such a crisis going on in South Sudan right now if you guys just all see yourself as Africans and you're all kumbaya? Stop the cap, lady. Stop it.
Millions of people across southern Africa are facing the worst food crisis in decades. That's according to the World Food Programme on Tuesday. The UN agency warned that its ability to provide relief hangs in the balance due to funding shortfalls. There are unprecedented drought conditions in a record 5 countries: Lesotho, Malawi, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. The agency has declared a state of disaster and called for international humanitarian support. WFP's regional officer, Thompson Fury, said this major issue could deepen into a, quote, full-scale humanitarian crisis.
Millions of people risk going hungry as Southern Africa enters lean season. The United Nations World Food Programme is today calling.
Damn, they got a continent filled with so many different countries and they can't even feed themselves. She wants to tell us they all view themselves as Africans, but we got 5 African nations that are dying from drought and famine, and all the other African nations are hiding like Wakanda in the cuts. say it ain't so.
And I didn't like see like them and an us. I think it was told to me by like a lot of Black people that I met that they're Black, you know, and I was like, oh, I'm not African, I'm Black, you know.
Got you. Okay. You had to be. You were being reminded of where you fit in the hierarchy here in the U.S.
Yeah.
Okay. How about the two of you? Do you have what would you say about that? Like being like this balance of being Nigerian but being Black in America, and it's like kind of like they're very different things. You know, what would you? Some thoughts on that?
I mean, being Black American is different than just being African. I don't see like when I like she said, I'm not saying like
Hi, my name is Frances Tuck, and I contacted Mike from Mike TV on YouTube because I wanted to find out about my family's Native American history that I believed existed. Through the research that I was able to do through Mike TV, I was able to find out that our name is indeed on the registry. I had a consultation with Mike today, and because of his advice and the research that he has done, I am now confident that I'm able to find my family's roots in the Native American History database. Thank you, Mike.
Oh, you're Black American. I'm not. So I'm not. It's not like I'm trying to say. It's not like I'm like aware of that. I'm like hyper aware of it. It's just something that's like whatever. Like you know, we all look the same. So I'm not gonna be like, oh, since you're not like me, I'm like better or you know, than you in any way.
But there is that kind of separation piece.
Yeah.
Because you have this other culture that's So now you have Nigerian culture and you have U.S. American culture, and so you've got these two. You're like this dual culture person. How about like how do Nigerians talk about Black Americans? Like how do Nigerians, for example? This is a complicated.
Damn, it got real quiet, didn't it, guys? Online, they're so vocal. They'll call us Yankee Akatas and we're degenerate gangbanger baby mamas. But when the white man asks him in front of the class, what did the Nigerians say about us? Damn, we hear crickets. Absolute silence.
Complicated question. And Will, you can jump in, but let them try to answer it first, right? When we look at some of the statistics and data on just like poverty, you know, the Black experience in the U.S., right? Because Africans can be very conservative, by the way, right? But by the way, Black people are very conservative.
Yeah, white man, calm down, lumping Africans into the same group as Native Black Americans. You see how he did that? Africans are quite conservative. Wait, Black people are quite conservative. They're not like us and we're not like them. Stop it. And how conservative are the Africans when the ones that immigrate here, the men especially, most of them are homosexual? That's not very conservative. Man's right there, the light-skinned Nigerian in the glasses, he's zesty as all hell can be. That's not conservative.
In the true meaning of what conservative is, Black people, in many ways, here in the U.S., are the most conservative people in the U.S. And all you have to do in the classic way of thinking about conservatism, right? All you have to do is go to a Black church on a Sunday morning.
White man, yes, you know so much about our culture, white man. Oh, Lord, the white professor is just speaking for us because, you know, there's no Black Americans in the audience to rep for us. The white man knows about the hot comb feeling on your head on a Sunday morning. Okay. And Shadow Priest was asking if this was a recent video. Yes, this was published 4 weeks ago, so rather recent.
Of course, it's going to take like 2 hours or sometimes 3 or 4 hours of your time, but you know, it's entertaining. It's interesting, right? And what you're going to hear is a singular message over and over again. And the message is take responsibility for yourself. If you screw up, it's nobody's fault but yours. You have to make it happen. It's on your shoulders. You are responsible not just for yourself.
So the white man is just up here speaking on behalf of Africans and Black Americans right now.
But also your family. No excuses. This is just the message, man. If I could like lay out the message of Black ministers and pastors, that is the fundamental core of every single Sunday sermon. And that's ultimate conservatism, because it's about the individual is responsible. The individual has, like, yeah, how do people talk about just the African American experience compared to, because Africans have a different experience. Do you have anything on that you could say? Will, do you have it? Yeah, go ahead.
Say like the African American experience. Like,
yeah,
what do
just
you
African Americans. Like, you look at the data.
Damn, she said, what do you mean? I thought they're so educated. He says, hey, what's your thought on the African American experience? The African American, but what do you, their experience? Like they experience things? Like they have a history here? Like, what? They're not immigrants like us, huh?
That we have, right? You know, the both education, poverty, crime, the things that are higher, right? And like,
I mean, when it comes to the education, like, we don't really, I don't know, like I don't want to say we can't relate, but it's like not every African is like doing well, but I don't know, when we come here, we expect to like, it's like instilled in us to,
yeah,
you know,
because you're
like
immigrants.
school, exactly. Like school, you come from a place that doesn't have as much opportunities. When you come to the U.S., has a lot of opportunities. Like when we come here, it's like school is your number one priority. Like that's.
So we're going to go on to that on the next slide. But are there like, I think what are like, are there stereotypes? Do you see stereotypes from the like Nigerian community? Will, you could, yeah.
Like, I would say
The white man knows about the stereotypes, but the Africans don't want to speak on it, y'all. Check it out. Even the white man knows how the Africans are xenophobic and hate Black Americans, but the Africans are acting like they never heard, oh no, stereotype, what's that? Can you use that in a sentence, please?
stereotypes is that Nigerian parents are very like strict,
Yeah.
which is true.
No, the stereotype with Nigerians that you guys are fucking scammers.
Money is the root of all evil, and some people will do anything to get it. Among these people are a group of young men aged between 22 to 29 years old, infamously known as the Yahoo Boys.
80 people in all, most of them from Nigeria.
Well, prosecutors say the defendants preyed on everyone, from people looking for romance to businesses and the elderly.
Their world is a perfect example of how far people will go for the sake of wealth. These cyber criminals have mastered the art of fraud.
Day for two Nigerian brothers charged in a sextortion case that led to a Marquette teenager taking his own life. Now, both men will spend more than 17 years in prison for their roles in the online scheme. Thanks for joining us. I'm Damon Fernandez in for Devin Skillian.
I'm Kimberly Gill. 17-year-old Jordan DeMay sent sexually explicit images on Instagram to who he thought was a girl. When he couldn't pay $1,000 the crooks were asking for to keep the photos a secret, he committed suicide. I spoke with his mother today after the hearing. Tell me what your reaction is to the sentencing today.
Today was really a landmark day, and that
Yeah, y'all are such degenerate fucking scammers. Y'all will sextort minor American children to the point where they take their own life. Damn. That's what you Nigerians are known for. Scamming.
My experience.
Yep.
And, they really try to emphasize education, which my parents also do. School comes first before anything else.
Yeah.
I would say stereotypes related to that, yes. So.
All right. So let me ask. Well, let me.
So the Nigerians have never heard the stereotype of them being scammers, right? They don't know about their own culture of scamming. They just have a stereotype of them being smart in school. Okay. This is part of the Nigerian scam. Come on.
So look at this, by the way, the number of African U.S. residents who immigrants from Africa. It's not, we're at like 2 million at this point. I mean, the numbers are just going, and and 1 in 5 Black people in the U.S. are immigrants from either Africa or the Caribbean.
So you guys all identify as African, and as maybe some of you as American at the end. Smart. Yeah. I'm assuming you all identify as American as well, from Philly, right?
Well, hang on. Here's some mic, dude.
Yeah, like so to answer your question, like I have multiple parts of my identity, and I identify with it, in different ways.
You mean you're a fucking cosplayer with an identity crisis? The white boy just said straight up, hey, so you identify as an American? I mean, when you introduced yourself, you said you're from Philly. You didn't say you're from Nigeria. You said you're from Philly. So do you identify as an American? Oh, well, I've got multiple layers to my identity, so I identify in a multitude of ways. What the fuck does that mean? You're a cosplayer. You're a runner. You're a track star.
Like I have multiple parts of my identity, and I identify with it, in different ways. But tell me a little bit about like what you're thinking behind your question.
So my question is kind of generic. How long do you have to be somewhere? How far down the line do you have to go that you no longer are part of where you're from, and you've now picked up a new identity? So my parents came from Greece, but I consider myself American first, Greek second. How long? So if I went to Africa, how long would I have to stay there and build a family and been?
Very great question. How long being in a new place until you have delineated from your previous heritage and then you now identify with your new country of origin? How long? And I bet you the Weasley African man is not going to give a straight answer. He's not going to tell us straight up, hey, how many generations of you guys being here until you fully try to adopt our native Black American heritage? I know we got the first generation. I know we got the second generation. But how many generations until you're really setting in on the cosplay? How long?
And, become part of the culture until I'm African, or am I never African and I'm always an outsider? Or do you guys always feel like outsiders and you never fully integrate into your new society? So for the rest of you there, you will always be African, or will you never truly feel I am now an American?
Excellent question. Will you always identify as African first, or at a certain point in time will you identify primarily as American? And let's see if the Weasley African man can give us a straight answer.
With African ancestry, but I'm American first.
Okay. I actually have a question for you. Why do you identify as Greece first? Like, what experiences do you have that made you as an American first, Greece second?
Wow, look at the juvenile deflection tactics. He asked him a straight up question. How long till you identify as being an American? Well, you know what? Let me ask you a question first. What makes you identify as American first instead of Greece? Tell me about yourself and your psyche and your thought process before I answer that question.
Tell me a little bit about why you do that.
I say I'm American first because I was born here. I have an American passport.
Yeah.
I have American citizenship.
Yeah.
And I have been blessed to be born in this country. So I take pride in my country and my flag.
Yeah.
But I am very much Greek. My ethnicity is very much Greek. I trace half my lineage there. I experience a lot of the culture. My grandparents are very Greek.
Yeah.
My mom grew up half there, half here. I go there nearly every summer.
For sure.
I'm there all the time. But I take part in American culture.
For sure.
Because I'm around American culture more. It's kind of hard to, partake in.
What's American culture?
Everything I experience.
Now the African ignorant ass motherfucker is going to ask him what's American culture. Sir, he asked you a question. He asked you when you Africans are going to start identifying as Americans. And so far you've asked him why he identifies as American first. And now you're giving him a fucking interrogation, asking him what American culture is. Are you ever going to answer the question, African man?
Every single day.
Like what? Like
football.
Wait, hang on.
I'm just asking you questions.
No, this is a good question.
Penn State's big.
No, these are good questions.
Football.
Cars,
food,
food,
integration, all this thing. It's American.
So you're like,
first to me.
you're in it. Yeah.
I'm
This is-
as
this is why
American
you're
as
a
it
phys-
gets.
Okay, no, I got that. So what is it that, what is, but you're not, are you going to football games?
I just had.
Are you going to football? You're allowed to go to a football game? Here, listen, what's your parents' names?
My mom's name is Chizo and my dad's name is Ukwenga.
Yo, she should not be wasting her time at football games, all right? There's a lot of things that she could be doing instead of wasting her time at football games. So just, you need to talk to your daughter, all right?
Right. Just finished my consultation with Mike. A lot of information in a short period of time, but it was very valuable information. I'm definitely excited to get started searching up my genealogy. He has been an awesome resource, gave me a lot of information, a lot of things, a lot of pieces to the puzzle I didn't have. He was able to help me find them. And I 100% recommend Mike and his services to anyone who's looking to crack the code, so to speak, on their genealogy, because there's a lot of how we say fake news going around with this subject, and it's very important that people are able to put the pieces together, because if you don't know your history, you don't know your future. So 100% sign up.
So the question, I think what he's asking are some really good questions.
One last question for him.
Yeah, go ahead.
So he has another question. He's already deflected. Instead of answering the question, when are you going to identify as an American? He's asked the Greek guy 2 questions, and now he's going to ask him a 3rd question. And I bet you he ain't never going to answer the original question that was asked.
And what's your name? I didn't get your name. Michael.
It's a
All right. Can you hand
perfect
Michael the
American
mic?
name.
Michael, have you ever had an experience that made you feel... Michael, you ready? Have you ever had an experience that told you explicitly, subconsciously, or made you feel anything less than American?
Huh? Wow, he's taking a deflection to a whole new level. Wait a minute. I got a 3rd question. Have you ever feel or thought explicitly, had a notion, had something happen to where you didn't feel like you were in America? What the fuck is he talking about? Why, he's not even good at deflecting. What? Sir, he asked you a straight question. When are you going to identify as American first instead of African first? And this nigga is playing psychologist. Tell me on the doll, Michael, where the man touched you that night. Like what the fuck is he talking about? He's asking the Greek dude to define American culture. He's asking him why he identifies as American first. Now he's asking him if he's ever not felt American. What?
Have you ever had an experience that made you feel... Michael, you ready? Have you ever had an experience that told you explicitly, subconsciously, or made you feel anything less than American?
Whoa, that's a good question.
The very first time I told my friends what I call my grandparents.
Which is what?
So I never knew this. I just called, so Yaya, Papu is Greek for grandma and grandpa. I called them that. I thought that was their names for like the first 5 years of my life.
Yeah, man.
When I found out it meant grandma, I'm like, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But when I first said that to my friends who are not who don't also have very ethnic upbringings,
yeah,
they were like, that's the weird names.
That's weird.
Yeah, that's the very first time I was like, oh, I'm a little different.
You're a little different, but it make you feel like...
Yes, Nick. The African was supposed to be answering a very simple question, but instead he's playing psychologist with the Greek man. He just totally flipped it, and now he's asking the Greek man a series of questions.
Like
you didn't belong.
That you didn't belong, that you're not American, that you don't belong in this country. Did it make you feel like that?
It made me feel... never made me feel like I didn't belong, but it made me have to explain myself.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you have to explain yourself often?
Yeah, can you answer my fucking question now? Bro, are you done asking me questions, African man? Do you want to answer my question?
Like why you do
When it
certain
comes-
things, like why, oh, food's a really good example.
Wait,
When
hang on though.
you-
I don't want to keep going too far because I
Yeah,
want to
yeah,
get
yeah.
to
No,
some
for
of the
sure. We
questions.
got more stuff.
No, but listen, this is a really fascinating question for immigrants. At what point? Because it's really cool. Like Michael, what you're saying, like there's like this pride here, right? This pride in the culture, pride is really instilled by your parents, pride, and they're.
So the white man is now just going to totally move the goalposts, and the African man is never going to have to answer the question. The African man was asked very specifically, how long until you Africans start identifying as American? And he just asked the Greek dude 3-4 questions, got all up into his psyche and his identity and his heritage. And now the white man's like, okay, so let's move on now.
Other people who are from Greece, by the way, who are just like, I'm Greek first, and they were born here, they're Greek first, and they're like American second. It's all just depends on what your family, like how they kind of wrap you in that pride. And but what you're getting at is that idea is like, wait, hang on a second though. How many of us have been told like, that we're kind of second class or something, right?
Yeah, it just stems from the fact, and I know that we have like other aspects to talk.
Man, the white man is bailing out the Africans.
About, but I ask these questions, and it's important to ask these questions because it stems from the fact that it's not just a simple like, oh, the cultural upbringing determines like how you identify with a culture. There's other factors that impact it, right? Like for instance, like race, like I said, is separate than ethnicity, and it also impacts it, right? Like if you see something like perfectly like what's going on right now in
Yes, I apologize for the jump scare, but whenever we have an African on the screen babbling, that's the clip we play. This motherfucker is just babbling and babbling and babbling. Lord, oh Lord, what college is this?
right? Like if you see something like perfectly like what's going on right now in the media with when they're talking about Haitian immigrants, they're talking about them in such a negative light that they're basically
because you guys are committing a lot of fucking crimes. Oh, look at the media. The media is talking about Haitian immigrants in such a negative light. And then here we have Haitian immigrants raping little girls.
Migrant has been charged with raping a 15-year-old disabled girl at a Rockland hotel. The case already sparking outcry from local leaders. WBZ's Brandon Truitt is live in Rockland with what was revealed in court today. Brandon.
Well, Chris, the state started booking out all of the rooms in this hotel last year as a part of its emergency assistance shelter program. And authorities have confirmed to us that both the victim and suspect in this case lived here.
I have a patron. I don't know if he's a manager or National Guard on the 911 line, 850 Hingham Street. Going to be for the migrant section.
It was around 7 Wednesday night. Police records show a front desk worker called 911 reporting a 15-year-old disabled girl had been sexually assaulted.
Room 115, meet the police, EMS response.
Police say they met the teenager in the lobby. Using multiple translators, she told authorities.
Damn, but we're giving the Haitians a bad rap, y'all. We ain't even going to talk about them eating pets and ducks and geese. We just going to talk about them raping disabled 15-year-old girls, but we're giving them a bad rap.
Man in the hotel brought her to his room to help her with an app on her tablet. Once there, he began having sex with her, the girl explained. According to the police report, the girl asked the man to leave her alone, but says that he wouldn't stop. She was ultimately taken to the hospital. Using a description of the man, police found their suspect in the room where the alleged rape happened. With enough evidence, police say they arrested 26-year-old Corey Alvarez. He was formally charged with rape of a child in Hingham District Court Thursday. Authorities say Alvarez moved here from Haiti and is part of the migrant system. Republican State Representative David DeCoste serves this district and says, "I'm absolutely appalled by the incident that took place in Rockland. Above all, my heartfelt sympathies extend to the young girl who has reportedly been subjected to abuse."
back to your country and get out of this country.
Yeah, think about
right?
it. Swarms of locusts, right? They're like the flood of all the negative terms that we're using for people who, by the way,
because immigration has been fairly negative. You guys are letting criminals come through our U.S.-Mexican border in mass. You guys are not fleeing here with women and children. These are single, military-age adult men coming from third world destabilized regions.
Migrant encounters, they topped Bill 190,000
And there's
people
there's a
in
selfie
December.
on another selfie. You see the wall in the distance, right? So at some point they came through, whether there was a hole there or a gap in the wall, who knows? But they'll be processed, and very soon you're going to see our drone cameras overhead showing you where they assemble next.
Can I tell you something about that selfie? So last week we saw the reporter from Mexico, a journalist in Mexico, saying that this is happening a lot, that this is how they're communicating with their families back home. They send a selfie that says, I got here, and because they look like they're in pretty good shape, they think it's encouraging the family members to follow.
They're talking about them in such a negative light that they're basically saying they're back to your country and get out of this country.
Yeah, think about it. Swarms of locusts.
Yes, you guys are swarming to Western countries like locusts. Yes, you are. It's a invasion.
Right? They're like the flood of all the negative terms that we're using.
Right.
More than 200 African migrants have scaled the border fence into the Spanish enclave of Melilla. It's the biggest assault on the border in more than 8 years. The new arrivals, many from Cameroon and Guinea, headed towards the migrant reception center, celebrating touching European soil. The latest incursion at Melilla brings the number of migrants who've successfully scaled the fence to almost 600 so far this year.
Like the four of you, by the way, the Haitian.
Exactly.
Here, go. I want to go to this question from Germany. So this goes to you, Will. How did teaching change your views on fairness?
Axel, thank you so much for the question. So growing up, so I went to a Philly school. It was a city school. It wasn't the best funding, but it had some good funding. And then when I taught, I was actually in a really under-resourced school. And when I was in college, I already had the idea of like, oh, the world isn't fair. There's a lot of inequalities. But teaching, especially in a low-income community, it changed my view a lot, and it taught me.
Y'all, they got the tethers teaching our children in Philly, y'all. He done got rid of the African accent. He don't dress like an African. He probably don't eat no African cuisine. He eating Philly cheesesteaks and shit, cosplaying as one of us. And we would have never known, damn, that brother right there, Tyrone Smith, he really come from Africa.
Just how unfair and how unequal the world is. Like
in
you're
the
going
world of
into
education.
like I remember I was in this class a few years ago and I was asking students in this class just like what their school background was like. Like when I was teaching in the school that I was placed in, there was like no windows in the building, right? Like many people don't go to school like that. They're in well-funded areas. Like there was no gym, right? If you had to do gym in the cafeteria, right? So and it's just like really bad and it's really unequal. And so teaching actually more so just taught me a little bit more how unequal the world is and really what we need to do to really like fight for change.
Hey, I would gladly take an American ghetto over the poverty pimping going on in Africa.
He'll join the other 11,000 children who die daily of hunger-related diseases. Now, Joshua is not in some barren desert like the Sahara where there is no food. Literally, a 5-minute walk up this hill, there's a small supermarket where you can buy as much food as you really want or would need. Joshua's issue is that he's an orphan. His guardian neighbor is trying to raise her own 3 children by herself and then also look after Joshua and his little sister. But she has no job.
Damn, now I see why when they come through our U.S.-Mexico border, they don't have no women nor children with them. They leave their asses on the continent of Africa, huh? I don't see not one child. I don't see no African women. But I see a whole lot of African men and a few South American men sprinkled in. Solo, Dolo, rocking Montclairs and everything. Yeah, all right.
And even, you know, we go to just talking about Africa, right? So the four of you have an experience of Africa that's different than the experience of many Africans, because there is a lot of poverty in Africa and a lot of struggle. Is there another question from the stream? Steel and Souls. Is there a commonplace belief in the diaspora across Africa? Let's just say across sub-Saharan Africa. Are there, the four of you know, you're all young, right? Will, you're a little less young, but are there any things when you have conversations with other African students, either back home or here at Penn State, when you're interacting with other African students who are maybe not necessarily Nigerian or Liberian or Sierra Leone, are there any commonplace beliefs, just common beliefs that you all share? Is there certain common things that you just are like, yeah, do you feel like an affinity to a certain ideology or belief? And maybe the answer is no. It's fine if it's no, if nothing comes to mind.
They ain't gonna ask him about the tribalism and the xenophobia and the white worship. Hell no, Africans don't have a common belief or spiritual system. They're divided. They're warring with one another. The white man asked him, yeah, so do you guys have like a common belief across all Africans? Nope. No commonalities.
It's a really interesting question.
So a common belief?
Yeah, a common sense of like shared understanding of the world.
They all believe in worshiping the white man. That's the only common African belief, okay? That's the only common African belief. They worship the white man, and they will get on their knees to marry a European grandmother if that will get them to America.
Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Girl, would you like to come back with Rob to America? America. America, beautiful. Do you have your passport? Did you get your shot? Who wants to come back with us to America? To America.
Oh, wait, guys, I thought of another common belief. There is a commonly held African belief that insects are the best cuisine. I mean, Africans are like Timon and Pumbaa with the shit.
Okay, yeah. Zisembe se wana wote ku camera tlave. Sembe za tlave.
It is an African belief that bugs are an excellent source of protein.
Linda, hangena kulis. Woo! Bosco eating insects. Oh my God.
Do you have anything or no? Would you say no? I mean, don't feel like you have to come up with something. Yeah? Nothing? Wait, no, hang on. Andrea, do you have anything?
When you said of the world, like respect can get you a long way, like respect.
Yeah. Yeah.
Showing respect to especially people, not all the time, but people higher up than you.
Yeah. Elders.
Elders
is key.
Yeah. Yeah, they really push like people, anyone older than you. They don't have to be really.
And we had a Cash App that came through from Ashley and another one from Christopher. Thank you guys for supporting the broadcast and sliding something in the brown paper bag.
Brown paper bag. Brown paper paper bag.
To you or anything?
Mike TV, he's knowledgeable about his information, about the American Indians and how we change our classification over time and the different types of mounds and different rules from the French, from the British. If you want valuable information, you want to really find out who in your lineage and who are the people you come from, I suggest going with Mike TV. His prices are affordable. He's not like some of these other people out here. I urge, go with Mike TV.
But
Well,
anyone
here-
you meet that's older than you.
No, but here,
respect.
this is what, and then we're next person, right? So this is really big. Respect elders. This is really key across cultures, right? And all over the world, for sure. You know, it's breaking down in some ways in the West, but you know, for sure, I would say that. Yeah, deferring to parents, bro. You have a question?
Just speak. Okay. Have any of you like felt or like heard about in your families felt any animosity from African Americans or like the Black community?
Damn, we got a room filled with Indians, Asians, and white folks, and they want to know nothing more than what Black American and African relations are like. I mean, I didn't know these Europeans were so invested. This man just asked them, what? If the Africans have ever felt any animosity from Black Americans?
Have any of you like felt or like heard about in your families felt any animosity from African Americans or like the Black community?
Yeah, any like animosity or jealousy or, yeah, from the African American communities, right? Hey, who see you as somehow special or something? I don't know.
I ain't no African American motherfucker. They are.
Animosity? No, but like kind of feeling left out, not being able to connect with them. Just feeling like I can never like belong in their community sometimes.
Yeah.
Like
once they find out you're Nigerian?
That, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Not Nigerian and also, yeah.
Nigerian and also, yeah, he was going to talk about how we don't accept him in our community because he's zesty as all hell. But then he said, no, I'll just keep my zestiness to myself. Peep body language, peep his words. He was about to say, yeah, because I'm Nigerian and I'm gee.
Just feeling like I can never like belong in their community sometimes.
Yeah.
Like
once they find out you're Nigerian?
That, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Not Nigerian and also, yeah, I think just Nigerian.
Uh-huh.
It just feels like I don't know like the norms of like how to like common things that they do. Nigerians probably don't do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like the culture here is different than Nigerian culture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like you with your parents, right? You must have Black American friends who are like, wait, your parents won't let you what?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Sorry, you said?
Yeah, feeling not they like
animosity. Okay, because I would agree with the animosity in a sense that we don't share the same history. Because like at least as far as I know, like my ancestry, I don't like most Africans don't trace it to the slavery
No, you guys were the slave masters, not the slaves.
to America. Whereas like Black Americans here trace their ancestry back to slavery. So I would say in a sense that.
And I hear Black Americans sometimes say, look, but you didn't go through this. Like your family didn't go through what my family went.
Oh, yes, white man. You've heard Black Americans tell Africans, your family hasn't gone through what my family Okay, white man.
Went through. And like, so somehow you're special or you escaped something. And that's kind of a source of animosity of some sort. Yeah. Uh-huh. Dude, that's a good question, by the way. Yeah.
Did you say your name?
My name's Allie. I was wondering what your thoughts on colorism in Africa was. Because I feel like that's something that's really relevant.
Colorism in Africa. Yeah.
And Becky's coming through inquiring about colorism in Africa. Yeah. The Africans earlier said that they're not racist. There's no racism in Africa, but you guys are colorist as a motherfucker. If you don't bleach your skin to look white, then you are discriminated against.
Are you, how about in Nigeria? So you're lighter skinned.
Yes. So in Nigeria, most people are, some people are like lighter skin, some people are darker skin.
The wealthier people are going to be a little lighter.
Yes, but I don't know. I don't know. I feel like at least in my experience, I feel like the people that are older than me, like my grandma and, you know, like my great grandma, they would prefer me to be darker. Like my grandma has told me, like, because my grandma lives with me, and she, like when I was younger, 'cause I was really light when I was younger, and she told me that I should start drinking more chocolate milk so my skin could be darker.
Is that how it works?
Yeah, no.
Any science, any chemistry majors out there? Wait, so if you brought home you brought home Will as your boyfriend. Look at this beautiful, handsome, dark-skinned man. Not your parents. I don't want to throw your parents under the bus, but other Nigerians in your community, you got Will or you got, well, we could do Marvelous. So you're a lot lighter than Will, but like, you bring Will home, man.
Well, my parents wouldn't care. They don't care, but my grandma would be like, oh, like they prefer Will. She prefer Will.
Listen, man. What are some things that you wish people knew about Africa? About your culture? Let me stick with your culture. But if you want to express it out, you know, as kind of representatives of a continent, which is really hard to do. But go ahead.
Sorry. I feel like when people think of Africa, they think of like dirt and like poor people, I feel like, whereas at least where my family's from, it's not all of that. Like my family that lives in Nigeria, they all have these like huge mansion houses. They have drivers, maids, people.
Ma'am, we all know that the majority of the Africans that migrate here legally come from the elitist criminal bourgeoisie class that sells out the rest of the African population. By and large, Africa is a shithole. Just because there's some parts on the continent where a nigga got a mansion doesn't mean by and large Africa is not a shithole. That's like saying, oh no, American ghettos aren't that bad because there's a black guy living in Beverly Hills somewhere. Like, no, it doesn't work that way. We get it. You're the bourgeoisie, elitist, buck-broken kids of Africans that have sold out to the CIA and French oil companies and shit. And you want everybody to not think of Africa as so poor because you're a rich, elite African who got to travel and migrate to America. Man, by and large, you guys are down fucking bad. For every African that lives in a mansion, there's 1 million of y'all eating cow ass.
This kind of activity is
For every African that has a driver and a chauffeur and goes to private school, there's 1 million of y'all taking golden showers. Yeah, they don't want to talk about this, do they?
At least
they just want us to think that Africans are just living in mansions because 1% of them are.
Where my family's from, it's not all of that. Like my family that lives in Nigeria, they all have these like huge mansion houses. They have drivers, maids, people to, you know, water their garden. Like kill their goats, stuff like that. So
So you wish that people didn't automatically equate Africa with poverty.
But Africa is in poverty. So why don't you fix your country's poverty condition instead of fleeing to my country talking down on us? How about that? How about if you don't want Africa to be stigmatized with poverty, you fix those economic conditions instead of fleeing out west? But guys, don't touch that dial. As soon as this broadcast ends, it's going to push you into the next one. On the next stream, we're going to be reacting to Kamala Harris's latest Fox TV interview. Yeah, she's
how Afro get in front of my mother race. I ain't never been to Afro color. I never been to Africa. Afro or Africa. Never been there. I'm not from Africa. I'm born and raised in Goose, Florida. I'm born in Goose, raised in Liberty City in the Poker Bean Project. I ain't never went to Africa. I ain't thinking about going there. And I heard it's a beautiful place. Yeah. And I know it's the motherland. Yes. But not my mother, not her mother, and not her mother's mother. That ain't their land. America, real true land is right here in the U.S. soils.
I'm not an African American. I'm an American. I was born on American soil.
Saying that we all come from Africa, that's the biggest damn lie. Indian, indigo, black, natives, we the real indigenous tribe. I'm the original man of America, due to the mitochondrial E. So that means every single last race in this world come from me. So if I created shoe, how the fuck you on my land first? Like trying to claim my shit, man, I've been history. My people was done the worst. You not no native, please just be honest. You really a $5 Indian. Pay $5 to take my land. You know you a fraud. You not one of them. The government changed our names just so we don't get no reparations. Colored, black, Negro, African American is what they changed our name to. We is the Cherokee, we is the Iroquois, and the Apache. We is the Cheyenne, we the Calyphians, we the American Aboriginal Native man. Comment part 2. If y'all want me to go deeper, kind of people saying we African when we is the original.
Know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muscogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right. Hit the like button on the way in. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Hit the Cash App or the PayPal if you support independent media. And normally I say, let's get on with the content. But before we get on with the content, a little bit of a PSA. Guys, I've been working very, very hard behind the scenes to roll out a membership option on my website, nativeblackancestry.com. Make sure to go check it out. Come on, I'm hitting you with heavy facts right on the home page. I mean, as soon as you hit the website, right on the home page, you got a clear timeline of the racial reclassification of the Black Indian. 1492, they start calling us Indian, right? 1682, they start calling us Negro. 1851, they start calling us colored. 1960, they start calling us Black. And we don't become African anything until 1988. But guys, this is what I want to share with you. If you go hover over the More tab, click on Plans and Pricing, you can see that I've got a couple membership options. Let's just focus on the $9 a month membership, right? It gives you some exclusive perks. You've got a list of books that I use as primary resources, a weekly newsletter, exclusive videos not available on YouTube. But the biggest thing that I am the most proud of is I've been building out the largest online archive of Black Indian historical evidence. If you're a member at the $9 a month level, I mean, you can check out this tab right here that says historical resources. Oh Lord, the page is restricted. You know why, right? You know why. I was playing around with the website. Right now I'm not logged in. Let me go ahead and log in. Members only, y'all. We got to maintain a little bit of exclusivity, right? Members only, okay? Now that I'm logged in, we can go over to the historical resources tab. Click on the Indigenous Americans category, and you can see that I have over 500 documents, family photos, book excerpts, newspaper clippings, articles, all pointing to the indigeneity of Black Americans. And I'm talking from North America to Central America, South America, and the Caribbean islands as well. I update this weekly. We currently have over 400 documents. You have the ability to download these to your phone, to your computer. There's a share button. You can share directly to social media. Spread the word, y'all. Spread the word. A lot of great resources here. The list goes on and on and on. We can just keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. But that's not what you're here for, guys. Let's get on with the show. I mean, the title of the broadcast, Africans say Black Americans are lost, but we're indigenous to America. I mean, guys, I thought that the Africans were done with this tired ass narrative. I thought the Africans were done with the, you guys don't know where you come from. You say you come from America, but you don't know where you really come from because we think you really come from Africa somewhere and you can't tell me what village in Africa you come from. Oh, wait, you say you're indigenous? No. I think you came from Africa and you should be able to tell me what African part you're from because I told you you come from. I mean, it makes no fucking sense. We thought they were finished. We thought we deaded the conversation. Guys, I doxed my damn self. I come online before hundreds of thousands of people and show my own tribal citizenship ID card just to shut up the naysayers, the critics, the folks who want to be contrarian. But I guess the Africans haven't had enough. They still running around in England, of all places, in the UK, speaking the Queen's English, trying to tell us who we are.
Closer, hold on. What do you mean Americans don't understand where they come from?
You lot don't know your background.
Yes, we do.
No, you don't.
Yes, we do.
Not like how
on social media
it's portrayed like you don't.
I'm gonna say America.
Okay, so where are your parents from?
America.
Where were they born?
America.
They were born in America.
Yes, we're not immigrants. America. My great grandmother was born in America.
Where do you get your blackness from?
There were Black Americans in America before Christopher Columbus came over and colonized America.
And where did they get their blackness from?
America.
That's what I'm saying though. You don't know your
Black is not a monolith. Black is not a monolith. You think that all so hold on. So you're saying your stance like saying so we can agree basically with that stance you're saying everybody they say everybody in the world came from Africa. Are you saying that?
Yeah, you can say it.
Shout out to this brother who's in the video in the center right there. He's boots on the ground in the UK producing great content. If you want to find him on social media, just look up on YouTube Adonis Live.
I'm saying that.
You can say that, yeah. You can say that.
I'm saying that based on what I'm seeing from your skin tone. That's what I believe. That you're from America. You're from Caribbean.
But technically, they say everybody's from Africa.
Anything.
So if that's the stance, then does that mean Asian people don't know where they're from? Chinese people don't know where they're from?
They know where they're from. They're called the Asian people. They know exactly where they're from.
If everybody stemmed back from Africa, how can you justify?
I didn't say everyone was. I said you. I asked you. I spoke to you directly.
Oh, you don't fuck. Oh, you know you fucked up, right? You know you fucked up, right? Guys, the Africans are running around with some theory that some European came up with that everybody stems from some African Abe Lucy or some fuck shit. But you notice a weird caveat? The Africans want to run with the out of Africa theory, but they don't want to go to the Russian or the Asian or the red dot on the forehead Indian and say, hey, you guys need to start calling yourself African Chinese or African Hindu or African European. No, but they're coming over to us explicitly trying to force that African identity onto us. Why, you may ask? I'll tell you. I'll sum it down. I'll simplify it. Listen close. The reason why the Africans are so triggered by us delineating is because the only thing Africans have ever had going for themselves in recent years is their alleged kinship to us. Because we got hit with a new misnomer in the 80s of African American. Now the continental Africans and the ones that flee the continent, they can say, well, hey, look, see how those Black Americans are so successful, so wonderful, civil rights movement, thousands of inventions, the list goes on and on. Well, hey, the government reclassified them as African American and we're Africans, so we're somehow related to them. No, motherfucker, no relation. Stop it.
I'm from America.
Yeah, but
well, you can't tell me where you're from.
Okay,
you can't tell me. Yeah. So if that's the stance, Then does that mean Asian people don't know where they're from? Chinese people don't know where they're from?
They know where they're from. They're called the Asian people. They know exactly where they're from.
If everybody stemmed back from Africa, how can you justify?
I didn't say everyone was. I said you. I asked you. I spoke to you directly. I asked
Yeah,
you
but I'm from America.
Yeah, but
well, you can't tell me where you're from.
Okay.
You can't tell me where you're from.
I can.
No, you can't. You can't prove. You can't prove to me that you're from Ghana.
I can prove it. I've got a Ghanaian passport.
So what? You can't prove to me how many generations can you prove that to?
A lot.
No, how many?
All my generations.
You can't, and I can tell you why.
No one else has gone. No one like.
I can say she said.
My grandfather was born in 1898. If my dad met his grandfather, he was born before 1898.
But you don't know where. But
you just bought me something in 1891.
You don't know where he's born at.
He was born in Ghana.
You can't
because
prove that.
My grandfather was born in Ghana.
You can't prove that.
I can because my dad was born in Ghana. They all lived in Ghana. My dad was the first. My dad was the first person
on social media. On social media, what we see in England is in America, black men don't know where they're from. They'll all say they're American. That's why he's saying, oh, you all just say you're American because it's true. If someone asked me where I'm from randomly, said, where are you from? I'm half Iranian, half Jamaican. I would say that out loud. I wouldn't say I'm British even though
You're half Jamaican?
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Jamaica and Iran and Britain.
Hold on.
Exactly. I'm British, yeah.
No. You can't say that. You see how you... And
hold on, guys. Let me give you some context. If you're not familiar with history, the reason why Adonis is saying... y'all can't trace your lineage. Y'all can't tell me definitively where you come from, who your people are. The reason why he's saying that is because Africans, for one, most of them don't even have fucking birth certificates. For two, most of those countries were recently created in like the early to mid 1900s. For three, actually, we don't need a three. Let's just harp on the first point. These motherfuckers don't even have birth certificates. Was that the first point or the second point? I don't know. But guys, let's drive it home again. Let's say it clearly for the people in the back. Africans don't even have birth certificates. Lord, oh Lord. I didn't know me having a birth certificate and being able to trace my lineage back to the early 1700s. I didn't know that was such a flex. But check this out, guys. Don't take my word for it. If you're a new viewer, my long-term viewers, they have a nickname for me. They call me the King of Receipts. Let me show you just why they call me the King of Receipts. I don't just talk it. I give you some evidence. I give you some sources, right? We're going to take a look at African media, and let's see what African media says about Africans' identity crisis and their lack of documentation. Let's take a look at a quick clip from Business Africa.
Some 500 million people in the continent do not have an official representation, reports the World Bank. 494 million of these people are in sub-Saharan Africa. World Bank has, however, dedicated a figure of $6 billion to initiate a major digital identification campaigns across the African continent. Ruth Lago and Howard Suleiman Issa have the details. 500 people are without a birth certificate on the continent, according to the World Bank's latest reports. 494 million of these people are in sub-Saharan Africa. In a related development, UNICEF figures indicate that some 85 million children are not registered and do not have birth certificate. Analysts are therefore
500 million Africans with no identity, no papers, no birth certificate.
pointing that the situation reduces access to health, education, and financing services for a large part of the African population. As World Bank's desire for a change of this narrative increases, the institution pledges $6 billion for the identification of these children on the African continent.
Damn, y'all, fuck it. I'm gonna start flexing. On y'all. Hey, chat, put flex in the chat. Comment flex if you want me to flex on them. Normally, I don't flex. Normally, I don't get braggadocious, but I'm gonna flex on these Africans if you want me to. If the audience deems it necessary for me to flex, we're gonna do a little bit of flexing on them. Just a little bit. Some light work. Trending with Cherie says 500 million tethers undocumented. Yes, facts. King of Receipts. I tried, Ty. I try. I'm seeing some comments. Y'all saying I should flex on them. All right, I'm going to flex on them. I'm going to flex on them. 500 million Africans, 500 million Africans don't know who they are, don't even have birth certificates, and watch me willy-nilly on the fly, just freestyle, spur of the moment. Watch me go through my whole family lineage, y'all. Hold on. Let me share my screen. I'm going to start from square one, y'all. Start from square one. I mean, Google, right? Let's go over here to ancestry.com. Africans don't know what ancestry.com is. You know, Africans don't have documents, so they never have a reason to go to ancestry.com. And guys, don't get it twisted. Don't do those fraudulent DNA testing kits. When I recommend using ancestry.com, it's for their paper trail genealogical records, not for no mouth swab, not no Henrietta Lacks experiment type shit. And you know what, guys? I'm a full-time genealogist. I've got dozens of clients that I'm actively doing genealogy research for, on top of all the dozens of people a week that I do those live consultations with. But let me make sure I don't show any of my clients' information. I want to pull up my family tree. Here we go, the Lane family tree. Check this out, guys. Check this out. And as a matter of fact, before we do this, let me just see how far I can get this. I think it stopped at Hannah Hooten on that side. Maybe not. Maybe not. We're going a little bit further. Okay, we're going a little bit further there. Let's see. Are we stopping with Betty? I think we were stopping with Betty. Yeah. Okay, guys, check it out. 500 million Africans don't even have goddamn birth certificates. And the average Black American can trace their heritage to at least the late 1700s, early 1800s, guys. Look, on the father's side, we can go back to 1830s. On the mother's side, we can go back to 1780s. And oh Lord, guess what? When we look at these pictures, we don't see no Africans. We see Black Indians, though. Shout out to Thomas. Shout out to Thomas. Matter of fact, Thomas wasn't just a Black Indian. He was known as a tribe king, I believe. I've got a quick excerpt on him that I'll read for you guys on my website here. Hold on. Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo. Thomas was a distinguished, full-blooded Creek citizen, successful attorney, and respected leader in early Oklahoma. Born into the Creek Nation, Thomas was recognized as a town king for his leadership within his community and for his significant contributions to the legal and political systems of Indian Territory. A skilled attorney, he eventually became the Chief Justice of the Creek Nation Supreme Court, where he made lasting contributions to the judicial landscape of the tribe. As a member of the Creek Nation, Thomas was deeply involved in the affairs of his people, serving as a key figure in both legal and community matters. His success in the legal field, coupled with his respected position in the tribe, established him as one of the most influential Creek citizens of his time. His legacy is further explored in the book Black, White, and Indian: Race and the Unmaking of an American Family. Interestingly, while Thomas was listed as a full-blooded Indian on the Dawes Rolls, the official census that documented the citizens of the 5 civilized tribes, later U.S. Census records categorized them as Negro. This shift in racial classification highlights the complex and often contradictory racial dynamics of the time, particularly the reclassification of Native individuals that had darker skin. It underscores the broader history of racial categorization and the challenges faced by Native Black Americans in a system that frequently erased or marginalized their indigenous identities in favor of racial distinctions. Thomas's story is a poignant reminder of the resilience and adaptability of Native peoples in the face of racial reclassification, and his legacy continues to live on in his descendants, particularly through Michael Lane Jr.'s work in genealogical research and advocacy for Native Black American heritage. Now, guys, I read all this, I share all this, I jokingly say it's a flex, but really it's to give you some insight as to how accessible the documentation is, how far we can trace our lineage. And guess what, guys? I get hired all the time to trace people's lineage for them. And we find stories just like this frequently. So-and-so was a hero in World War I. So-and-so was a Black doctor, a banker, a lawyer. I mean, so many prominent ancestors we have. But when you compare us to an African don't even have a birth certificate, guys. It gets deep. It gets real deep. Come on. And you know me as the king of receipts, right? So I feel like I got to show you some receipts. When I say that Thomas was listed as a full-blood Indian, let me see if I can willy-nilly pull him up on the Dawes Roll. Shoot, I haven't searched for Thomas on the Dawes Roll in a long time. Let me see. You know what? It's best to actually search by roll number. And I've got one of his descendants' roll number, Pleasant Tobler. I think if you go to the cards, here we go. Go to Pleasant Tobler's card. Does it show the other household members? No, it just shows him. You know, guys, hold on. We're freestyling here, but let me show you how, even if it takes a minute or two or maybe three, let me show you how accessible this information is. I may have saved some of the documents to his photo. I'm not sure. Haven't looked at this in a long, long time. You know, bear with me. But the first thing that I want to do is find some kind of roll number or find some way to link him to the Dawes roll. I want to then see what his blood quantum is listed as. And then I also want to see if there's any U.S. Census records that list him as something other than a full-blooded American Indian. And we are pressed for time. So clock starts now. Let me see. We've got a census card for 5 civilized tribes here. Thomas Adams. I'm looking for a roll number though. Here we go. Dawes enrollment number 2145. And let me verify that. Let's actually look at the record here. We got Thomas. We got Mahala. Well, wait a minute, Mike. Who's Mahala? How is Mahala related to Thomas? Let's go ahead and pull up the family tree on another screen real quick. Here we go. Let's expand some of these. Thomas Mahala. Thomas spouse Mahala, right? So let's go ahead and check out this document again. We've also got Mary listed. Who's Mary? The daughter. Mary gets with Fred, and they have Pleasant Tobler. Pleasant Tobler gets with Lula. They have Mary. Mary gets with someone who I haven't been able to track yet. You know, our ancestors were victims of paper genocide, so we're going to have some missing branches on the family tree. That's going to happen. But Mary gives birth to my grandmother, my father's mother. So you see how we can with ease trace our heritage. But hold on. I think I said the roll number was like 21. Yeah, it was right here. We're verifying it. 2145. Now let's go back to the Dawes roll. It's best to search by roll number. And again, that's 2145. 2145. There we go. All right, we're looking for Thomas. Here we go. Thomas J. Adams, listed on the Dawes roll at 57 years old. Male, blood quantum is full, and he's listed as a Creek by blood. Wait a minute, did Mike just verify that Black folks are indigenous to the Americas? Because not only does Mike have his tribal citizenship, but his ancestors were also members of tribes and listed as town kings of sort. But wait, guys, here's a little history on reclassification. He's listed as a full-blooded Indian on the official Dawes roll, right? But let's take a look at some U.S. Census records, shall we? Let's go back. Let's take a look at the 1910 United States Federal Census. Let's see. The United States Federal Census for 1910 lists Thomas as an Indian, a Native American. Well, let's see if that ever changes from time to time or anything like that. I mean, I got a 1910 census. I'm going to need a census record for later than 1910. That's what's going to be able to do it. Let me see if I can find a census record later than 1910. Because it's been a long time since I've done the research, but I know I saw a census record somewhere that ended up listing him as Negro. And I said, what? Wait a minute, no. Let's do a general search. Hold on, guys. Let's do a general search for Thomas. Here we go. We got Creek equalization records. We're looking for U.S. Census, though. Is there any way for me to filter this? Is there any way for, here we go, census and voter lists. And we need something later than 1910. Later than 1910, U.S. Census. Okay, let's see what we can find. We got a 1910 census. We got 1850s. We got 18. No, I need later than 1910. Later. 1910, 1890s. Come on, next page. Let's figure it out, guys. Let's figure it out together. 1910, 1890, 1890, 1900. No. You know what, guys? For the sake of time, we're going to kill two birds with one stone. We're going to proceed with our regular scheduled program, and behind the scenes, I'm going to pull the census record so I can show you where they later reclassify him as a Negro.
Ignorance comes into play. Hold on.
On social media, that's
Hold
what
on.
it looks like.
All right,
That's what it looks like.
but I'm gonna prove to you.
That's what I'm saying. It's not true, but I'm saying that's what it looks like.
I know, but
It might not be true, man. That's what it
I'm
looks
gonna
like.
prove to you how the ignorance hits crazy. On a slave ship to Africa and Jamaica, you guys were in the same boat when it comes down to slavery itself. So when you sit down and say Jamaican, that's not a legitimate answer. Black American is more of a legitimate answer than Jamaican.
We don't name ourselves as black British culture. I'm British.
If you're
Where are you from?
If you're asking,
My
what-
family's
you are British.
Yeah, my family's Jamaican and
Oh, yeah,
Indian.
you're British. You're British.
I'm British.
But should I say that you don't know where you're from?
I know where I'm from, but I would say I know where my ancestors.
How? You don't have
our culture is British.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm only
from Britain.
No, I agree with that. I agree. If you're born in Britain, you're British.
Born here, yeah.
Hold on. Come closer. Come closer. Come closer. This gap is killing me. Hold on.
I'm saying, if your family's from Iran and Jamaica, and then they come over to the UK,
you're British.
You were born. Yes, you're British by title, but where you're from is from Iran and Jamaica.
That's what I'm saying.
No, if you're born here, you're from here. Your ethnic group might come from a different place, but you're from here. Now, this is where it comes into the sticky situation of people saying, "Oh, it sounds great, but can you prove with paperwork your lineage?" I can through genealogy. You can't.
I can, as far as my great grandfather. That's what
Nah. Genealogy, boys, about that genealogy. And go ahead and check out my website, nativeblackancestry.com. You can book a genealogy consultation with me. Genealogy consultations are 90 minutes long, only $99. And I teach you not just historical context on Black American indigeneity, but I teach you the 3-step genealogy process that me and my family followed to trace our heritage and apply for tribal citizenship. You can pick my brain on what the benefits are. How was it like applying? Do they act shady towards Black folks when they try to apply? Anything you like, go ahead and book a consultation. But guys, the wait is over. I found that document. I found the document. Check this out. I told y'all that they reclassified him as Black or Negro on a census, right? Well, let's go ahead and do some reading, because reading is oh so fundamental, ain't it? Oh, so fundamental.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere, friends to know and ways to grow, a reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading
Hey, I'm doing a lot of research on the fly, okay? If I want to mispronounce fundamental, and if I want to add in a T for whatever reason, it is my... Can you give me some grace? Good Lord. Come on. I can show you free of charge a quick little lesson on how to trace your genealogy, but let me say fundamental a few times. No, fuck with you. Thank you for keeping me accountable. Okay, thank you. But again, check this out. He's listed on the Dawes roll, full-blooded Indian, right? As a matter of fact, let's get a date for this. There's not really dates listed, but through the process of elimination, let's see if we can get an approximate date of when he's listed on the Dawes roll. 57 years old, right? And if we go to his date of birth, 1848. So, 1848 plus, was it 57 or 58? 57 years old, right? So that would have been 1905, right? So in 1905, he's listed on the Dawes roll as a full-blooded Indian, huh? Well, why on other census records do we clearly see him listed right here? I know it's kind of chicken scratch, but this says Thomas, this says Adams. You see right below says Mahala, his wife, and then there's Mary, right? And under color or race, you got a B for Black. Damn. Matter of fact, they saying the whole family Black. They saying Thomas is B for Black. They say Mahala's B for Black. They saying Mary's B for Black. Lord, oh Lord. So everybody's a Black Indian? Come on. Make it make sense. And we can actually view this another way as well. We can view this in a more like, easier to view version. Again, he's listed as Black. Other members of the household listed right there, cooperating with the family tree. So, guys, as you can see, racial reclassification is a hell of a thing.
And that's part, I'm saying that's past
He can't. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm saying he won't give you it. It's not going to happen.
No, it just sounds crazy though.
All I'm gonna say is you brought me up stats of 1891. I'm only going based on the stats.
Yeah, that's only documentation that you have.
I'm saying you brought me up stats of 1891. I said my grandfather, to what I know that I can prove, was born in Ghana.
All right.
In 1898.
All right.
I said my dad. If I go to ask my dad and I get some what's called,
and he met his father, so
he
so
met,
you
he
know
met
he's
his great.
from
No,
there.
he met his great grandfather.
I know my
dad was born in Ghana.
Hold on,
Yeah.
I have paperwork that shows my great grandmother in America.
That is your great grandmother, born in 1872. That's your grandmother sitting next to her.
Where was she born at?
She was born in Virginia.
And the next one right here.
The next one, that is your great grandmother, born 1906. And that's your grandmother sitting in her lap.
In Virginia.
All I'm saying to you is I haven't got the paperwork. I can't say that.
I'm saying the point.
I'm saying I can get the paperwork for my grandfather. My dad is still alive. I can go to him and get
But that's
the paperwork.
only up to your great grandmother.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's past the 1891 you showed me.
Yeah.
You just showed me 1891 to disprove what I'm saying. Am I wrong or right?
Hold on. First of all, you can no. That's the census that verifies that particular timestamp and time. If you can get paperwork that proves that you know your great, that's cool. I got my great. Do you have that?
I understand that. So before that,
answer the question.
I'm saying
Answer the question.
I'm asking a question because if I've saying something up until a certain time, you're doing the same thing. You're saying something.
No. The question, the statement
from the beginning of your lineage.
Hold on. That's a good word. No, but he got that from me because he just heard me say. He got that.
I'm asking you a question.
Hold on.
I'm going to a certain time.
Yeah.
To what time do you determine that it's okay for me to say that?
No,
because you're saying that.
No.
17.
No. You're deflecting. You said this. Hold on. You said your statement that you said was Americans don't know where they're from. That's a statement that you guys said. So
you said the stigma is that.
No. I didn't say that. I didn't say. Thank you. No. He said. No. I got the video footage, and we're gonna play it back.
If you ask Americans where they're from, they would say America.
Come. Good conversation.
Like, they would say
some of them say where they originate from. So that's why they have their own.
They just use.
Hold on. Whoa. Come closer. Hold on. We're gonna play it back. He said it. Yeah. He said it.
That they don't know where they're from.
I said
you don't know.
How many grades do you go back down?
I don't know, but I know.
How many grades?
I can't.
Go ahead.
You see, my granddad, yeah, he's Indian. So what would you say about that?
Indian from Asia?
He's Indian.
Yeah.
I can prove I got Indian in me.
Okay.
So my point is, you're saying going back to history, I can prove just from my grandfather.
Yeah. Okay.
That I got Indian.
Okay.
So is my point valid?
I don't think they understand that you can go back to your grandfather and we can go back to our great. I mean, they're just not understanding, are they?
I swear that look like Haru.
You?
Somebody else.
But no, is my point valid? Like I can prove from my grandparents.
Lineage came up to be from this place. Like let's say Ghana, for example. Well, you explained your point. I agree to what's good. You saying, you know where you're from, because you can prove it. I'm saying I can prove past the 1890.
You want to know why you can only sit down and say that Black Americans don't know where they're from? Because there's a huge.
My statement. I just could.
I know. All right. You want to know why you say that? I'm gonna tell you why you say that. It's because when we say Americans, the original Americans, you think of the Red Indians, right? Right. That's in your head, right? The Native Americans, the Red Indians. America reclassified the Indians as colored and Negro. So when you say they don't know where they came from, they literally reclassified all the Indians as colored and Negroes. So when you're thinking of the Native Americans, this is what they look like.
You trying to see the camera?
Yeah, but what we're saying is when we see interviews of Black Americans and you're like, where are you from? They just say America. They don't say, I'm American. And my parents are this, or my ethnicity is this. They just say that's what it looks like.
No, you want to know why? Because we didn't immigrate to America.
No,
We've been here.
In England, when you just ask us where we're from, we're gonna tell you we're born here, but our parents are from our ethnicity is, and we don't see that on social media. That's why I said
we're not migrants. You are. Your mama just fled from this country. Your daddy just fled from that country. That's not the situation we're faced with. Europe is filled with migrants. America is as well. The only group that is not a migrant or descendant of migrants are Native Black Americans. Prove me wrong.
on social media. in America, if you ask a black man where they're from, they just say, we're American. That's what I see on socials personally. But if you ask an English or a black British person, they'll say, I'm from England.
Because you're immigrants. Your bloodline are immigrants to this country. We didn't immigrate there. We created America. You guys, who? Who immigrated? We did not immigrate to America.
You created America.
The dumbass in the gray Nike sweatsuit, jacking our swag, ain't he? Gonna say most of us did immigrate from America. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Huh? Less than 4% of the African slaves that were trafficked from Africa to the Americas, less than 4% went to North America, what would later be known as the United States. Most of you African slaves went to Brazil. If you didn't go to Brazil, you went to the Caribbean islands. Barely any African slaves were trafficked to North America. What are you smoking?
Yes.
Before that, what was there?
There were black Americans there. Who did they colonize? Like,
have you done your DNA test?
DNA test does not confirm ethnicity. Genealogy does. I've done my genealogy.
Before that, well, how can you confirm that you was always there? Before that,
Because
before
we
where
have
you can
paperwork.
confirm to
We
you.
literally have paperwork
Before
of
that.
black Americans.
Because there was still life before.
Hold on, listen. The statement that he said that as I don't want to say. Hold on. Let me just clarify. Let's recap. Thank you. There's no country in the 1700s. America was created. All right, it was founded. America was the Brits. Yeah, and they colonized.
And I already agreed. I already agreed for your point that you're making for yourself. I agree, but there's a lot of Americans that would say the same thing as you, but it's just not true. That they actually have a heritage from an Afro-Caribbean, Afro-place or Caribbean.
Yeah, dumbass. We can speak for ourselves. Chat, do any of you claim to have heritage from Africa or from the Caribbean by way of Africa? What? The Bush baby gonna say, oh no, well, I get what you're saying, but most Black Americans wouldn't agree with you. No, we concur. We all say aye. We say yay. We are all in agreement. Well, what are you talking about? The Bush baby trying to speak for us now. Oh no, actually, a lot of Black Americans would say that, that they're actually from somewhere. No, motherfucker, we wouldn't.
Thank you. There's no country in the 1700s. America was created. All right, it was founded. America was the Brits. And they colonized.
And I already agreed. I already agreed for your point that you're making for yourself. I agree, but there's a lot of Americans that would say the same thing as you, but it's just not true. That they actually have a heritage from an Afro-Caribbean, Afro-place or Caribbean.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God! Stop fucking lying.
I'm saying some of those people have the same stance as you have on yourself. I'm saying based on what you said, I can agree. Maybe your point, you've got your I'm saying.
I got my shit together.
I'm saying you got your shit together, but I'm saying our point was on the stigma of what many people.
I understand that, but that's ignorant. That's like you don't have the educate. You don't have your proper education in line to have that perspective. That's wrong.
People before,
but hold on. But then I say this.
I haven't had your answer.
But then I say this. I know who's Jamaican here, Caribbean. I know your history. Most of you guys bloodline. Some of you guys came from the Windrush era. That happened like after World War II. I understand how your family, your bloodline got over here. But majority of the people that are over here don't know the history of what's going on in North America. And that's okay to say. But to have this stigma and say Black Americans don't know where they come from is crazy because we know our education and you guys don't. And it's impactful for us because you guys are over here spreading this false information to them.
We don't talk about Black Americans. It's just what
cap. That's cap.
Maybe social media influences people.
There are a lot of Black people here.
You said we don't give a fuck about Black Americans as they're all dripped out in Black American swag, all rocking Nike techs and shit, all trying to act like us, rap like us, dance like. All right.
Say that black people in America don't know where they come from. But can I say something?
Hey, they don't give a damn about us, but at the same time, they're hell bent on trying to convince us we come from Africa. Both can't be true at the same time, Playboy.
It's not just about you're the only person that I've ever spoken to that has come and said I can prove my lineage to a certain point. The rest of them, a lot of them cannot.
Because you want to know why? You want to know why?
Do it.
Because of reclassification, because of miseducation, because of indoctrination, which is exactly why I offer my genealogy consultation services. In 90 minutes or less, I work to rewire your brain and repair 12 years of indoctrination. Think about it, y'all. K through 12 is mandatory. They took us through 12 years of programming and I aim to rid you of that program, or at least help debug you a little bit in 90 minutes or less. Genealogy is oh so important. It's oh so paramount. And guess what? We actually have the ability to do the genealogical research. Them Africans don't.
My name is Frances Tuck, and I contacted Mike from Mike TV on YouTube because I wanted to find out about my family's Native American history that I believed existed. Through the research that I was able to do through Mike TV, I was able to find out that our name is indeed on the registry. I had a consultation with Mike today, and because of his advice and the research that he has done, I am now confident that I'm able to find my family's roots in the Native American History database. Thank you, Mike.
You know why? It's because we don't have this conversation in America. You guys do. No. We don't ask people where you really from. Only out here. That's a racist propaganda. Psychological racism.
We're not taking that as racism. Because you let's say
let me ask you a question. I got a question. Perfect. Y'all all from England, right? Yeah. What is the difference between English and British? Woo.
English. I would say.
Hold on. You got the camera, bro. I need you guys to come in. If you're gonna come in, you gotta come in.
From not to sound silly, but if you're telling me you're English, that means you're born here and your parents and so forth were born here. If you're British, to me, that just means that you were born here and were raised in a British way. You know what I'm saying?
So was your parents born here?
No.
Whose parents was born here?
Mine were born here.
So I speak English.
I speak English. It's mad. No, it's mad though. I'm British, innit?
You're in that contradiction what you said.
He's not English.
No, as in, his parents could have been born here, but their parents were some. Yeah.
How many years?
My grandparents weren't born here. They were born back home.
So hold on.
Your parents are the first generation.
How many generations do you have to be born here to be considered English?
I think it's a 3.
I think it's 3, right?
Is it 3?
3?
I think it's 3 or something.
That's a true question.
Because from my perspective, as an American looking in, I think it's crazy that they don't allow you guys to call yourself English, you know? And it's like, okay, so when can you be acceptably called English? When is it appropriate?
I don't want to make a wild statement, but I wouldn't want to call myself
Why wouldn't
English.
you want to call yourself English?
I don't want to talk to you.
When you were born in England, you could call yourself English.
So if you're born in England,
the other side. Let's be real though. The other side don't see it that way.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying?
So what's the difference between British and English?
British is a culture. British is a culture.
So what's British culture? Right now and get citizenship, and it has kids over there. His kids will be considered African American. You know, right?
Yeah, but you said black American. That's all I was saying.
That's what I'm saying. They're not the same as me. I've been here for a very long time. My history and what they took away from us itself is black. So when people say black, we're not talking about the skin color. What it is an association to the historical history that's been taken around. That's the difference. That's our tribe. That's our tribe. Just like when you go to Ghana, you're Guyanese. That's your tribe. Nigerian. These are our tribes, you know? So and I'm glad you asked that question because this is how things happen. The good conversations, you know?
Yeah, that's why everything I'm saying portrayed, not saying facts. Because I don't know the facts. I'm just saying that's how it comes across.
You lot don't know where you originated from. Wait, no, it still stands. Listen. Okay, let's say for instance, yeah.
Where you originate from?
Jamaica.
Yo, this is going viral.
We just had your phone vote.
All right, hold on. You're from Jamaica.
Where do you originate from? Africa. I don't know.
You think? Hold on. No, you said.
Millions of African slaves were trafficked to the Caribbean, and these descendants of African slaves were running around claiming they're Jamaican. Jamaican is a nationality. It's not an ethnicity. There's Japanese Jamaicans, white Jamaicans, red dot on the forehead, Indian Jamaicans. Do you see how the Africans have an identity crisis?
Say you're from Jamaica.
Yeah.
Where did you originate from?
Is it a trick question? I don't get it, bro. I actually don't get it.
You think that people originated from Jamaica?
No. You say Africa. We say Africa.
Where?
I don't know, man.
Oh, womp, womp, womp. Wait. Your lot say you're Black American and you're from America, but like, where did you come from before America? Wait, where are you from? I'm Jamaican. Well, where'd you come from before Jamaica? I don't know. All right.
That's
Bro,
what I'm saying.
Run it up! Run it up! Run it up!
Can you educate?
Nobody knows. Nobody knows where they originate from. Everybody just speculating. It's all bullshit at the end of the day.
Let me say what I'm gonna say.
We act like we know.
From the beginning of this conversation, I think the problem that we have is what we associated with the what's called the culture.
Yeah.
And when we're talking about heritage, I think we mixed up the two in terms of what we were speaking about.
Sure.
When you've explained what's called Black American, when you explain Black America, we were talking about culture, not specifically heritage.
No,
so you weren't necessarily trying to prove that you were originally from America. You're trying to prove that you could say that you're part of Black
even
American
with the
culture.
census itself and the documentation that we have, it proves that we've been in America before that time. So that's an actual fact. I'm not. All the statements I said have been facts. I've never given my opinion. I'm just letting you know. You can actually do the research on everything I'm saying, and it'll prove to be true. So we have been in America before America was created. People say that they don't know. Black Americans don't know where they're from. It's crazy. Because he don't know where he's from. You don't know where you from. They don't know where they're from. I'm gonna tell you why. Ghana wasn't called originally Ghana before it was taken over by the people, correct? Huh?
It's called Goku.
Yeah. So you can't tell me or prove to me that you've been in that particular place because your great could have migrated from a different place, which they did a lot in Africa.
Do you know when it changed?
Huh?
Do you know when it changed?
Yeah, when they split the whole place up. They did it with Nigeria as well.
I said, do you know when it changed to become Ghana?
What?
Goku. Do you know when it was changed?
No, tell me.
No, I'm asking you. I'm saying, do you know?
I don't know much about Ghana's history.
Like Ghana's history and stuff like that.
Africa's a huge continent. So many countries, you know.
There's no explanation. I've already said what I said, innit? You don't. I'm sticking with that, bro.
You stand on business. That's it. You stand on what he said.
I'm sticking with that.
What do you think? You're not born in Jamaica, right?
No.
What do you think real Jamaicans who were born in Jamaica are gonna think about what you're saying right now?
My parents weren't born in Jamaica. They're born here.
All right, so they Windrush.
My grandparents were born in Jamaica.
All right, so what do you think about the real authentic born Jamaicans are gonna say because they know their history?
Yeah.
When they see this, they see you talking like this, what do you think they're gonna say about you?
What can they say?
Bro.
What can they say, fam?
Bro, what is
wrong with what I'm saying?
You don't know history.
Tell me what I don't.
You don't know history.
Maybe I don't. But you don't as well.
No,
That's what I'm saying.
No, it's not. What? We're not in the same boat, bro. Let me tell you something.
Black Americans specifically. No, go get mad.
Get off your chest.
Black Americans specifically don't know where they originated from. That's it.
Prove it.
I don't need to prove it. I'm saying you don't know.
Say this
If I ask you where your parents are from, or your generation of your parents are from, you don't know.
Yes, I do. I just told you.
Where are you? Where?
My mother's from New York. My grandmother's from New York. My great-grandmother's
Can every Black American say that?
A lot of them can.
I've had conversations with.
Know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muscogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
And they say they don't know.
Watch the end of this. Watch the comments in this video. Watch the comments in this video.
I will.
You're gonna see it. This is gonna hit viral. I'm telling you, watch the comments in this video. We're gonna see how many Black Americans can tell you how long it costs.
Okay. I'm saying that it's from what we've seen and from what I've spoken to, the minimal things.
Yo, come here.
Not Black Americans in general, just from what I've seen. You're one of the first Black Americans I've ever spoken to, seen on social media, anything that have said, "Oh, I'm from this place. I know I'm from this place."
But the problem is, you're from a whole. Hold on, I agree with you. But that's from we're from a different side of the world, so it's very difficult for us to communicate through this time. That's why videos like these are very educational and important. But when somebody has a complete stance like this, it's backed up by no facts. This is when things go viral and go crazy. That's diabolical. That's diabolical. That's diabolical.
I'll tell you what.
Wait. You guys are right.
I think you got your next video taken.
No. I think we got
They look serious as well.
It's you, and she's like, no, it's not him. And
Who
she's
you-
like, she's up, and her dad is from New York.
what's up?
Street.
Fulton. Oh, BK, let's go.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys can start your new video. Nice to meet you, bro. I appreciate the convo.
Yo. Hold on, listen. What's one question?
No, we've been here for a
Just
while.
got one question to finish with.
Yeah. What's one question you want to ask? you.
May not know from that.
Ask. What's one question you want to ask Americans?
Where do you originate from? Not America. Where, if you're a Black American, where do your
told
parents
you
originate
America.
From? No, I'm not trying to hear that. Where do you get your blackness from?
Come, yeah, educate him.
The blackness, his blackness, is simply from that. There is African American and there was African way before even slavery. So you can't be staying in a dogma, making you believe that you were
Okay, hold on. This is that Iva Van Sertima bullshit. Guys, you have to be diligent. You have to watch out for these type of narratives. We got some folks that do acknowledge that Black indigenous people have been here from day one, but some of them still try to say, oh, really? They came from Africa. They just, they came from Africa and then populated all of the Americas. Yeah, like, no. The Americas were not just empty until Africans came over and then Asians from across the Bering Strait came over. No, every landmass on God's green earth have had people on it since day one. There was not like this whole continent just empty until some Africans and some Asians came over. No. So while she's trying to be an ally, she's trying to educate the other Bush baby or whatnot, she still doesn't understand the error of her ways.
Told you America.
No, I'm not trying to hear that. Where do you get your blackness from?
Come, yeah, educate him.
The blackness, his blackness, is simply from that. There is African American and there was African way before even slavery. So you can't be staying in a dogma, making you believe that you were a slave. And what he's saying, most African American, and sometimes you cannot say African American, you should say maybe Black American.
Thank you.
May not know where they may be originated with. But of course, if we say that all Black we take our blackness from Africa, the whole human race.
Thank you. That's what I said.
Well, that's my point, though. You don't know where. You say
they cannot know.
You say you're Black. You say you're African American. Where in Africa are you from?
But he didn't say it's a comma that has been created after civil rights movement in order. But usually, see people say Black American. So you may.
Thank you. Davu understands the nuance of history. The Moors from Africa was in trade agreements with indigenous Americans before colonization. Facts. Africans had circumnavigated the globe. We had as well. We had trade agreements. And then the Moors acted like some selfish fucking sellouts and capitulated to the Spanish crown and taught Cristobal Colon and all them conquistadors how to get to our side of the world. Them sellout Moors. But don't get me started on that, Don't get me started.
I listen to Smokey Robinson. He has some interviews about it, and he talks about that. So, but this is the thing.
She's older. She's telling
I
you.
get what you're saying, but my specific point is, if I ask you where you are specifically from Africa, if you're from Africa, anywhere in Black,
you can't say that. Where are you from?
Where are you from?
Jamaica.
I'm Jamaican.
Jamaica's not an answer.
But Jamaica, no. That's part. No. Jamaican. Jamaica is part of the Caribbean, okay? African American, you have Louisiana, for example, was part of Haiti, which is 2 hours away by boat to Jamaica. That's part of the Caribbean, okay? So because of slavery.
Hold on, ma'am. We got a fact checker. What do you mean Louisiana was part of Haiti? Does she mean that Louisiana was French colonial territory and Haiti was also French colonial? Maybe that's what she means. Okay, that's the only way that makes sense. Hopefully that's what she means. Louisiana was colonized by the French and Haiti was also colonized by the French.
Slavery, most of West African, or because you wouldn't even find Eastern African, are all from that side of South America, the Caribbean, and some has been even taken to the Americas. So, for example, Louisiana is French. But because of Haiti having the first nation to be free from slavery,
All right. We got to stop this bullshit. Haiti was the first nation to be free from slavery. It's funny how they keep running with that narrative, but they never talk about the Haitian independence debt. They never talk about the trillions of dollars that the French forced them to pay to keep their independence, which is why Haiti is so poor to this day. They were paying trillions of dollars to their colonizers until the 1940s. Look it up. It's called the Haitian National Independence Debt.
Because of that, they now become Haitian. But Haitian cannot tell you where they come from exactly in Africa. Jamaican cannot tell you where they exactly come from.
Thank you.
They will have a percentage of this place and this place
yes.
and this place in Africa, which have 54 countries. They may have that, and then
Yeah, she thinks she's smarter than she is. She lost in the sauce. Now she's talking about percentages. She's referring to DNA testing, y'all. She's referring to some pseudo. We all come from West African slaves, but we don't know what part of Africa. And when we do the mouth swab, it says we 10% this, 12% that. All right.
from there you got the information.
Back up.
Back then.
Great job. Great job.
She always shows it to me.
Great job.
Thank you, but it still don't break my point. It still don't prove my point, though.
Indians were found in Jamaica.
Indians. Yes, the what do you call it? The Tau, what's it?
I can't remember the name, but
The Taino, the Arawak.
So
what language was that?
Let's
go.
So like in Jamaica, it was a mixture, I would say.
No. So the Americas have Amerindians. Okay? So Christopher Columb was not the one who found Africa.
Yes.
He was Abdullah, who's from Mali, where we come from, because we're Senegalese. Okay? Yes, originally. But Senegal only exists since 1960. Because he was West Sudan.
Let's go. I love this.
Okay? So because of that, you had 2,000 boats went to Africa 200 years before. That's the great-grandfather of Mensa Musa that you may hear of. Okay? So that's his great-grandfather. So the Moors of Spain took Christophe Colomb, and you'll find writings of Christophe Colomb.
Yeah, she gonna get me triggered again, talking about how the Moors sold us out to the Spaniards. Oh Lord, she's gonna get me triggered, guys. Before we wrap up this broadcast, and don't worry, when this broadcast ends, there's gonna be a countdown, and the next one is gonna begin automatically. But before we segue to the next broadcast, let me just give you a sneak peek into what the next broadcast is gonna be about. This little spoiler, if you will. There's an interesting video that one of my long-term viewers hipped me to. And check out this interesting statistic. Check this out. We're going to end it on this interesting statistic. The outro sequence is going to play, then it's going to automatically push you into the next broadcast. But Lord, oh Lord, we are living in a time of great revelation, y'all. Great revelation. Watch this. And don't worry, after I play it, I'm going to rewind it and play it a couple times in a row to really drive it home. But leave me some comments and let me know what you think about this interesting statistic that I'm hipping you to.
Here's an amazing fact. The number of sub-Saharan Africans who willingly migrated to the United States in the decade between 1990 and 2000 was larger than the total number of Africans shipped directly to the United States over the course of the entire transatlantic slave trade. Over the 19 willing amazing, which was pretty exciting. Here's an amazing fact. The number of sub-Saharan Africans who willingly migrated to the United States in the decade between 1990 and 2000 was larger than the total number of Africans shipped directly to the United States over the course of the entire transatlantic slave trade.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
I'm trying to figure out how Afro get in front of my mother race. I ain't never been to Afro color. I never been to Africa. Afro or Africa. Never been there. I'm not from Africa. I'm born and raised in Goose, Florida. I'm born in Goose, raised in Liberty City in the Poker Bean Project. Ain't never went to Africa. Ain't thinking about going there. And I heard it's a beautiful place. Yeah. And I know it's the motherland. Yes. But not my mother, not her mother, and not her mother's mother. That ain't their land. America, real true land is right here in the U.S. soils.
I'm not an African American. I'm an American. I was born on American soil.
Saying that we all come from Africa, that's the biggest damn lie. Indian, indigo, black, natives, we the real indigenous tribe. I'm the original man of America, due to the mitochondrial E. So that means every single last race in this world come from me. So if I created you, how the fuck you on my land first? Trying to claim my shit, man, I've been history. My people was done the worst. You not no native, please just be honest. You really a $5 Indian. Pay $5 to take my land. You know you a fraud. You not one of them. The government changed our names just so we don't get no reparations. Colored, black, Negro, African American is what they changed our names to. We is the Cherokee, we is the Iroquois, and the Apache. We is the Cheyenne, we the Calyphians, we the American Aboriginal Native man. Comment part 2. If y'all want me to go deeper, tired of people saying we African when we is the original people.
Know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muscogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
I was born to slide, I am not afraid. Hop about the K, oh yeah, free to God, they went out of state. I'm a child of God, I do not belong to the United States. Fuck Black History, tell Uncle Sam he can catch a fade. I went to hell, school, graduated at the top of my class. Still never thought I was over my peers. We did that time together 12 years. Ain't that's a movie, I think that it is. They won't control me, I'm really a member. I traveled that road, I came back with the jewels from. When I pull up, they pee how the roof's gone. We some dog killers, won't chew bones. Know we all spit on, we supreme. Somewhere I read a nigga had a dream.
You don't have to try to be something you're not. God, I can't stand this. Trying to be something I'm not? Trying to be proud of my African heritage? That's being something I'm not, then fine.
My grandmother was a full-blooded Iroquois. My grandfather was a Black from a long line of journeymen who lived in Connecticut since the establishment of the colonies. My father was a Bajan who came to this country a cabin boy in a merchant marina.
I know all of that, Mama.
Then know this. I am alive because of the blood of a people who never scraped or begged or apologized for what they were. They asked only one thing of this world: to be allowed to be.
I gave you my grandmother's name, a woman who bore 9 children
and educated them all. Who held off 6 white men with a shotgun when they tried to drag one of her sons off to jail for not knowing his place. And you had to reach into an African dictionary to find a name that would make you proud.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hit the like button on the way in. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Hit the Cash App or the PayPal if you support independent media. And let's get on with the content. Matter of fact, before we proceed, I do want to make you guys aware of something new on my website, nativeblackancestry.com. You see, I've been working hard behind the scenes to roll out a membership option for the site. If you check out the More tab, click Plans and Pricing, you can see for $9.99 a month, you get access to exclusive videos not available on YouTube, a weekly newsletter, book lists with historical resources, and the biggest thing that I'm proud of, I would say, is that this membership option actually gives you guys access to the largest archive of Black Indian historical evidence available on the internet. I've been building out an archive. You can click the historical resources tab right here. We're going to have a few different categories for now. The first category is Indigenous Americans. And you can see that this archive has over 400 documents, photos, book excerpts, newspaper clippings pointing to Black American indigeneity. We're talking from Canada down to South America. If you're like me and you like the receipts, you like to get into the research, you like to take a look at some sources, then go ahead and become a member of the website. It'll be the best $10 a month you ever spend. Matter of fact, just the other day, we did a live stream about Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl performance and why white America is so upset with it, and YouTube terminated my stream, banned it from the internet, and that is one of the exclusive videos that are now available for members on the website. So make sure to check it out. But guys, without further ado, we got to take a look at something that's quite interesting, quite peculiar. Africans are kind of trying to hijack our thunder yet again. Believe it or not, Native Black Americans, we're celebrating, we're rejoicing. It's a cultural revolution. And I know that them Africans are always trying to jock our swag, but I didn't know it was this bad. I mean, I know they're on YouTube making videos about how to talk like us and dress like us and act like us.
It's a big video. I'm actually going to teach you how to speak hood. This is part 2. The first phrase is, what it do. What it do. That's how you would say it. The emotion of anger. I'm going to give you a couple of phrases that conveys the emotion of anger. Sweet. That's all you is, boy. You sweet. You sweet, boy.
Yeah, the Africans want to be us so damn bad. And there's this weird phenomenon. I'm seeing all these African YouTubers making videos about the halftime show. I'm seeing all these African YouTubers making analysis and breakdowns and blase. And I'm like, what the fuck? You're African. You're all the way over there in Nigeria and the Congo and Sierra Leone and Kenya. What the fuck do you know about anything that Kendrick was talking about up on that stage? But guys, they grift our culture to get to the bag. Check out this video. Some African girl got a channel, Aphrodisia. 9,000 subscribers, but god damn it, she just went viral. What was her viral sensation? Kendrick just exposed the Super Bowl analysis. These Africans are going viral, making analysis on our culture, and they don't know a goddamn thing about our culture. And if you think I'm joking, if you think I'm just, hype for no reason, let's play a little bit of her analysis video. Let's see, guys, because apparently we needed a fucking African to break down Kendrick Lamar's performance. We didn't know what he was talking about. We didn't know the cultural significance. We need an African to break it down for us. So let's hear what the African girl has to say. What's her analysis entail?
Separated and divided, showing that while we might have this artificial layer of unity, or we may have this distraction of entertainment, we can't cover up the fact that we're still divided as a people. Now, Black Uncle...
We? Bitch, are you French? We? I know a lot of you Africans speak French. No joke. They got colonized by the French guys. It's a terrible ordeal. But we? What country is this girl from? Where's she? Has she even visited America? Does she even live in the States? We? All right, guys. Let's check out her analysis.
Uncle Sam loves this performance, and this reinforces the point again, just in case people didn't get it. And Uncle Sam says, now you're playing the game right. You're not performing Squabble Up. You're not acting too ghetto. You're performing the hits like America wanted. And then Kendrick interjects and interrupts him. And he says a couple of important lines here, but I'm going to focus on this 40 acres and a mule line. Now, if you don't know, 40 acres and a mule is what slaves were given as compensation when they were set free.
Do you see why you're not qualified to make an analysis video on my culture, you mush-mouth African broad? Do you hear what she just said, y'all? Run that back. Did you hear what she just said? Let's see if anybody in the audience can catch the error of her ways.
Yeah, but I'm going to focus on this 40 acres and a mule line. Now, if you don't know, 40 acres and a mule is what slaves were given as compensation when they were set free. Referencing this 40
acres. I wonder if you know that I know who's lying right now. Oh, you got the new Margiela? That's what's up. That's what's up. I see you. That's your BMW? That's nice. That's your girl? Golly. Okay, I see you. But I just want to know one thing. You ready? Why the fuck you lying?
Hold on, y'all. I know you caught it right. I know you caught that right.
Interjects and interrupts him, and he says a couple of important lines here, but I'm going to focus on this 40 acres and a mule line. Now, if you don't know, 40 acres and a mule is what slaves were given as compensation when they were set free. Referencing this 40 acres.
Lying like that, so I'ma keep lying like that. I love when you lying like that, so I'ma keep lying like that.
Yeah, African girl, have a seat. Make videos about your own culture. Maybe you guys can make some music and like create your own event that's, you know, similar to a Super Bowl of sorts, and you guys can do your own African thing, but stay out of our culture, stay out of our business. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. We never got 40 acres and a mule. That was one of many broken treaties that the United States government had with Native Black Americans. But this girl, even though she don't know a goddamn thing, this African girl is gonna get to the bag, y'all. She running ads on this video, over 300,000 views 2 days ago. Oh yeah, she's monetizing our culture and she's ignorant to it. Ignorant. And we got on her ass, of course, because as you can see here, let me zoom in. As you can see here in the comment section and stuff, she had to make some corrections. Correction, Black people weren't given anything after slavery, but they were promised 40. Maybe you shouldn't try to analyze shit you don't know about. Come on. I just wanted to make this correction clear. African Americans were giving nothing in reparations, yet maybe you shouldn't open your mouth and speak on something that you're culturally illiterate to. What the hell? Come on, y'all. You see why I do what I do, right? That's right, Mr. Batch. Tell her to stick to Afro beats. Come on. Let's talk about it. So on the one hand, we got Africans trying to hijack our thunder. And oh wait, I got another case study. That was Exhibit A. Let's let's transition to Exhibit B. Did you guys realize that during the performance, a fucking African ran up on the stage waving the Sudanese and Palestinian flag? Kendrick is performing the most culturally impactful Super Bowl performance in the history of planet fucking Earth, and we got an African running on stage with a Palestinian Sudanese flag. Do you see what I'm talking about when I say these motherfuckers are jacking our swag? They just can't get off of our nuts. We just can't have anything without a goddamn African trying to get in the way. Come on, y'all. It happened so quick. Security got him up out of there, but you may not have noticed that there was an African that stormed the stage to try to disrupt Kendrick Lamar's performance.
Now, a producer turned protester has raised Palestinian and Sudanese flags in front of thousands during rapper Kendrick Lamar's halftime show at Monday's Super Bowl. Zulkarnain Nantambo says he was part of the show's production team. He says the gesture was meant to raise...
We let a goddamn African be a part of the production team. We let one of you motherfucking Africans come to the cookout, rock out with us at the Super Bowl. We let you be a part of the team, and Mr. Mumfucking Tumbo takes it upon himself to storm the stage with a Palestinian Sudanese flag. Do that shit in Sudan, motherfucker. You care so much about Palestinians, go over to Gaza and do that shit over there. The fuck you gonna get employed by us and then try to disrupt the fucking performance?
His awareness about Israel's war in Gaza, as well as the civil war in Sudan. Nantambo was detained and questioned by security, but has since been released. Well, Zulkarnain Nantambo joins us live now from Miami, Florida. So your protest video holding up the
Big forehead, receding hairline ass fucking tether.
Palestinian and Sudanese flags at the halftime are all over social media. Tell us a bit more about why you decided to do this.
Alhamdulillah. Well, I felt I didn't have a choice because I was selected to be a part of that.
You did have a choice. Stay your ass in Africa. Protest in Africa.
Halftime show, and when I saw what my position was, you know, it was a great stage, a large stage. And we know as a practicing Muslim, our Prophet Muhammad teaches us, if you see a wrongdoing, or you're aware of a wrongdoing, you must stop it with your hands. And if you can't stop it with your hands, stop it with your tongue. Speak out against it. And if you can't stop it with your tongue, try to stop it with your heart, meaning pray about it. And we know that's the weakest of faith. So I had an opportunity on a grand scale to bring awareness or speak out against a wrong of our Muslim brothers and sisters, because we know if one part of the body is hurting, all of the body is hurting. This ummah is one body.
We ain't Muslim, mother. What the fuck is you talking about? Muslim brothers and sisters. I'm not a Muslim. Hey, chat, how many of you guys watching right now are Muslims? I'm a native Black American by way of the Muscogee Creek Nation. I know my tribe's indigenous ancient spiritual systems. It ain't got nothing to do with no Islam, no Muslim, no Prophet Muhammad, no virgins, no paradise, no motherfucking blow myself up and go to heaven. No, stop it, sir. Stop it. We got an African Muslim that decided to try to hijack Kendrick's performance.
So I didn't want to face my creator and not with a sign of weak faith when I knew I had an opportunity to show I didn't have weak faith.
So let me ask you, do you have any cultural or family links to either Palestine or Sudan, or was this purely a gesture of humanity and support for those affected by these wars?
Humanitarian. I'm a humanitarian and I'm a Muslim. So we're spiritually connected in Islam, and we're human, and we're connected with empathy for humanity, because we're all human beings, God's creation, and they're oppressed. And we know God answers the prayers of the oppressed. They are suffering. They're treated with injustice. And it's...
I don't remember hearing any of you goddamn Africans speaking out against the native Black American injustices that we were facing. Matter of fact, for those few native Black Americans that also have some African admixture by way of the transatlantic slave trade, guess what? It's greasy ass Africans like this that are the cause. Remember, it's called a slave trade. It's not called a holy war. It's not called a mass invasion. The white man did not sneak into Africa, bear crawling and throw a net and some rope on an African and drag him on a ship. Africans freely enslaved one another and sold them to the white man for trinkets. And motherfuckers like this gonna try to hijack Kendrick's performance, talking about humanitarianism, this, Muslim, this. You motherfucking Africans haven't even apologized for your role in the transatlantic slave trade. Miss me with this solidarity bullshit. Y'all still running around pretending like the white man just stole some Africans. Well, hey, let's play devil's advocate. Let's say the white man stole some Africans. Why didn't y'all come and try to get us? Why didn't Wakanda send the fucking Dora Milaje, the bald-headed bitches? Why didn't y'all send nobody to come and get us? For those of us that do have a little bit of African admixture, I mean, we all know most of the African slaves went to Brazil. The second largest destination was the Caribbean islands. We know barely any of the African slaves actually went to North America, what would later be known as the United States. But for those few of us that have some African admixture, what are you rocking with, I ask you? The greasy-ass African heritage that sold you to Europeans for trinkets, or the indigenous American heritage that took you in? Like the Seminole tribes who took in anybody, whether they were an indigenous slave of the Americas or an African slave. If you made it to Seminole territory, you became a part of the tribe. That's how we looked out for you Africans. And what do we get in return? Y'all trying to hijack our fucking halftime show.
On a wide scale, and nobody is really giving it the light that it should get, at least working toward a change. And I wanted to show the solidarity to those afflicted by this and their families and loved ones, that they're being remembered here in America. And they're being remembered here in America, not just by me, but by others. And it'll strengthen all of our faith. It was not about a countryman. It was more about spiritual.
Okay, let me jump in and ask you, I mean, do you think the protest or your protest is likely to damage your career? Are you worried you may find it difficult to get work again, given what happened?
I trust in God, brother. I wanted to pass that. I fear God more than I fear man. I fear loss of wealth. I fear loss of anything else. I fear.
Okay, sir, clearly you lost your rabbit ass mind. But let's proceed with the next exhibit, guys. Shout out to Adonis Live. If you guys are a long-term viewer of the channel, you know we react to Adonis Live's content. He's a native Black American brother over in the UK, dealing with them Africans one-on-one, live and direct. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at a recent video he did, because apparently the Africans in the UK are cutting up over Kendrick Lamar's performance. But before we get into this, I gotta strongly urge you guys, if you've yet to do your family tree, if you've yet to trace your lineage, get with your boy Mike. Check out my website, nativeblackancestry.com. Schedule a genealogy consultation. Prices are going to go up next week. Take advantage of the discount that I'm running while it's still happening, guys. I'm telling you. You can schedule a 90-minute consultation where I'm going to teach you from A to Z everything you need to know to trace your family's lineage, apply for tribal citizenship, etc., etc., etc. This is a process that me and my family followed in 2021. I've been a member of the Muscogee Creek Nation ever since. And if any of you guys want to look into tribal citizenship, tribal benefits, you know what to do.
He's knowledgeable about his information, about the American Indians, and how we change our classification over time and the different types of mounds and different rules from the French, from the British. If you want valuable information, you want to really find out who in your lineage and who are the people you come from, I suggest going with Mike TV. His prices are affordable. He's not like some of these other people out here. I urge, go with Mike TV.
Hold on. Clip.
Now, I love Kendrick. I love the fact that being a hater can end up being a success.
You love the fact that being a hater can end up, well, it's not going to end up in a success in this way. And you're probably like, yeah, but look at the reach I got. Look at the engagement. You think this goal, you think all good reach is, you think all reach is good reach?
But this performance, I just thought it was really mediocre for me. Maybe because I'm not a hardcore Kendrick fan. There was a lot of the songs that I didn't know. I knew some of the mainstream ones. Like when SZA came, I was like, yes, twin. The rest of them, I don't know. I thought the visuals was amazing. We had Samuel Jackson come on as Uncle Tom, and then obviously the dancers came and the American flag, and then obviously he performed They're Not Like Us. I just thought it was an okay performance. There are a lot of people on the internet who are like, oh my God, you just didn't understand. One thing I cannot stand is fake deepness. I come to watch the Super Bowl to watch a performance. I didn't come to think. I don't want to feel like I'm reading a book. So when I'm seeing, oh, but you did not understand the allegoric significance of when the dancers were wearing blue, and the blue means it signifies the sadness of the Americans. Like, I just want to dance. I don't want to watch a performance.
Y'all. Why we got a mushmouth African broad whose ancestors fled to the UK, aka they fled to the opposition's kingdom, y'all. Y'all know how the British folks, how the Europeans sliced up Africa during the Berlin Conference, right? Y'all know how they destabilized Africa, stole the gold, the mineral, the cobalt, the diamonds. And guess what? This backwards ass broad, her and her family chose to move to the Queen's country. And she's out there with a UK accent, wearing pearls and shit, trying her best to assimilate into European society. And over there eating beans and toast and all kinds of unseasoned food. And she has the nerve to take a moment from cosplaying a British woman to try to shit on Kendrick's performance. Hey, how's she gonna say it's mediocre? How's she gonna say it's mediocre when the best thing that Africans had going for themselves in recent years is a anorexic, half Indian, red dot on the forehead Indian, half Nigerian or something, anorexic, terrible grifting ass broad who's cosplaying our 90s R&B's superstars, shaking her stiff ass, pouring water on it, wearing a bunch of baggy jeans and tassels and shit because she ain't got no ass to shake. So she's hoping you don't notice she ain't got no ass to shake. And you get mesmerized by her baggy clothes flopping in the wind. I mean, y'all know who I'm talking about, right?
Make me harder, make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water, make me sweat.
Yeah, the best thing Africans had going for themselves lately is a African that is ripping off our 90s R&B pop superstars. She's just basically an African Aaliyah wannabe. And the Africans got the nerve to say Kendrick's performance was boring. Man, this is rather lackluster.
Make me water, make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water.
Yeah. What else have the Africans got for themselves? I think there's like a burner boy or burner baby or some shit. Oh, it's burner boy. Let's take a look at burner boy. I guess he's the other one that's supposed to be like a famous African of some sorts. I bet you he's ripping off our shit. I bet you he's ripping off our shit. Let's see.
It's been too
Okay, hold on. Boo, that's trash. This is 2 years old. Hold on. Let's see what he's doing recently. I want to see what he's doing recently. Let me see. I ain't never listened to no burner boy in my life. Let me see what's going on with burner boy.
We have come to seek your abundant.
Oh Lord, oh Jesus, sweet white skin, blonde hair, blue eyed baby Jesus. Not the African starting his music video off with Africans on their knees praying to a fucking white Jesus on the wall. Oh Lord, y'all are in the sunken place over there. Y'all are in the motherfucking sunken place. Why does African? What is Burna Boy? Is he Nigerian or some shit? I mean, y'all know that's your colonizers' religion, right? Y'all know that God told them it was cool to rape you and genocide you and steal your resources, right? Jesus told them it was cool to fuck y'all up. And you on your knees praying to Jesus? Jesus? Oh, shit. Damn. Before we even listen to how terrible this song is, I'm just caught up on the imagery. Y'all are still worshiping white folks over there. Lord, oh Lord, let's get into it.
We have come to seek your abundant bundle blessings in all ramifications of our lives in the name of Jesus.
When it comes to class, I be teacher. Chop this life, make it no job, you my nigga. Have $1 million when I smile for the picture. That's why I don't put no ice in my liquor. No Benny, you get me long coat. Cause when we throw the money with it.
Immediately, I hear this motherfucker talk about nigga something. I mean, nigga. You Africans are niggas. Stop it. You want to be us so bad, don't you?
Bundle by bundle, no Benny, you get me long coat. Cause when we throw the money with it, bundle by bundle. I was okay, but I know see ya. Only go down okay, but I know see ya.
Yeah, sir, no. I'd rather listen to some Despacito than listen to this, okay? Despacito, mama na da un poquito, da bimbarito, Despacito, da. I mean, I'm cool off the burner boy. I'm cool off that. Boo, you're trash, go home. But let's see what else these Africans hiding out in the UK have to say about us.
And then have to read a book to understand what the performance was about. Okay.
Hold on. The audacity. Less than 24 hours. Kendrick Lamar just recently did his halftime performance specifically for Black Americans and for the people that being oppressed as minorities in America itself. Acknowledging not only the way America treats the rest of the world, but acknowledging the way America treats its citizens. And this UK British woman, who I am very familiar with because I've seen her work. We're gonna get on that. Makes a video.
Yeah, Adonis is being way too nice to them. They want to cosplay as a UK British woman. No, they're an African in the UK. Just like there's Africans in the Caribbean that try to cosplay as Jamaican or Haitian. No, you're Africans living in the Caribbean. Just like there's Africans living in South America. Y'all are Africans living in the UK.
Video, and what's the beginning? What's the first thing she said? Hold on, what did she say?
Now, I love Kendrick. I love the fact that being a hater can end up being a success.
I love the fact that being a hater can end up, well, it's not going to end up in a success in this way. And you're probably like, yeah, but look at the reach I got. Look at the engagement. You think all good reach is good reach? Shorty, you're tripping. This is what I'm talking about. Because right now, you might get the success. You might get the success of the views and engagement. But what is the effect that this is having on your particular community? You are representing Black British at this moment in time. Black British women, Black British people. Now, we've already seen the diabolical men, but it is ultimately more diabolical to see a Black British woman who, if I'm not mistaken, went to Africa and was furious and upset because the African people of her particular place, location, wasn't treating her like prestige. Well, you think you better than people, shorty. You went to your own homeland and they treated you just like they treated everybody else, and that wasn't good enough. Now you take your British ass over to America to one of our most prestigious, most known events with over 138 million people, which they said that Kendrick Lamar's actual performance made the most amount of views and reach out of every Super Bowl performance in history. Now, I doubt that because, you know, MJ was iconic itself. But hey, let's let it happen. I'll let it go. Less than 24 hours later, you sit on a podcast and tell them, I didn't come here to think. I didn't come here to think. I came here to dance. Dance. Shut up and just dribble.
Yeah, Melanin, I feel you. He be too nice for my liking. If it was me, I'd be giving it to them raw and uncut. I don't care if they try to throw acid bombs on me or shank me with the knives and shit. I don't care. I'm sitting 10 toes down. I say it to your face. But, you know, Adonis is out there living amongst them tethers in the UK. So he got to move strategically.
Shut up and just entertained. You're just as bad as the colonizers. Matter of fact, you're worse because you're looking like us and being put into positions where people can associate yourself with us, and you're discrediting everything we did.
And that's why we got to realize all skin folk ain't kinfolk. Guys, you know that the earliest Spanish conquistadors documented since the late 1400s Black indigenous folks all across the Americas. Did you know that when they later started shipping West African slaves to the Americas, did you know that the Spaniards delineated the indigenous Blacks from the African Blacks? You know how? They called us negros de terras. That translates to Blacks of the land. They called them negros de Guinea. That translates to Blacks of Africa. So when you guys are always wondering, like, you know, that they say we're African Americans. They taught us in school about the slave trade, and these Africans are supposed to be packed in ships like sardines and shit. But I don't really got no African culture, no African customs. I mean, we don't have a dish passed down from our ancestors of some jollof rice. I mean, we don't have any African dances we do. I mean, great grandma never sat us down and told us we come from the Igbo tribe or the Yoruba people, but every single Black American has heard somebody in their family say they got Indian roots. They got Indian in the family. They got Indian blood, right? Guys, I'm a full-time genealogist. I meet with literally dozens of Black Americans every week. I teach them how to trace their genealogy. Not only do we find that only a very small percentage of us have any African admixture at all, but most of our ancestors were free people of color. You know that, right? It's a myth that all of us descend from slaves. There have been free people of color documented here since day one. During the formation of the colonies, there were free people of color. During the Revolutionary War, there was free people of color that fought for the British Crown. There were some that fought for the rebels. During the Civil War, there was free people of color fighting on both sides. We've always been here. Free people of color have existed. During the peak of slavery, there were some Black slave masters as well, Indian slave masters as well. Matter of fact, they had to put a law on the books. I think it was 1670. I think it was 1670 Virginia slave codes. They had to put a law on the book that Black slave masters and Indian slave masters could no longer purchase white Christian servants. Why would they have a law like that on the book if we all slaves? Wait a minute. You telling me that, that there's not only free people of color, free Black folks, free Black Indians, but there were some that were slave masters, and hold on, it gets deeper. They had white slaves, and wait a minute, they had so many white slaves that they put a law on the book saying, nah, you can't have slaves anymore. Guys, if you're new to my broadcast, they call me the King of Receipts, and I earned that name. I'm not going to get up here and tell you that there's a law in the Virginia Slave Code talking about Black slave masters and Indian slave masters. I ain't going to just say that. I'm going to show it to you. Check it out. Virginia Slave Code, 1670. Let's do a little bit of reading, guys, because you know reading is oh so fundamental.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere. Friends things to know and ways to grow. A reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look, it's in a book. A reading rainbow.
Oh, yes. Let's do a little bit of reading, guys. It says right here, be it also enacted by authority aforesaid, and it is hereby enacted that no Negroes, mulattoes, or Indians, although Christians or Jews, Moors, Mahometans, or other infidels, shall at any time purchase any Christian white servant. Wait a minute, why do they need a law on the books in colonial Virginia saying that we can't purchase white slaves if we all supposed to be slaves? Come on. Cannot at any time purchase any Christian white servant, nor any other, except of their own complexion. They didn't have an issue with us being free. They didn't have an issue with us having slaves of our own, but they said, oh, it doesn't sit right with us. Y'all having these white slaves. Y'all having these white Christian slaves. Nah. Y'all can have slaves, but only of your own complexion. Damn. Or such as are declared slaves by this act. And if any Negro, mulatto, or Indian, Jew, Moor, Mahometan, or other infidel, or such as are declared slaves by this act, shall notwithstanding purchase any Christian white servant, the said servant shall become free and acquitted from any service then due. God damn it. They said if we purchase a white slave because our black asses got a white slave, that white slave going to automatically be free. Do we get a refund? Can I at least get my refund on my white slave I bought, sir? Come on. Come on. They will become free and acquit from any service then due, and shall be held deemed and taken. And if any person having such Christian servant shall intermarry with any such Negro, mulatto, or Indian, Jew, Moor, Mahometan, or other infidel, then every Christian white servant of any such person so intermarrying will become free from service. Damn, that's wild. Yeah, you see, history is much more nuanced than they want you to believe. History is way more nuanced for the African to comprehend. So when these Africans are over here talking about our culture and trying to make analysis videos on Kendrick's performance and this and that, they're too ignorant to even know what they don't know.
Literally sat there for everybody. How many people do you know sit there with one of the most biggest? This is as big as the World Cup in American eyes. The World Cup is a football, soccer thing that's in Europe. It's huge, one of the biggest things. But to Americans, Super Bowl is as big in our heads as the World Cup. You understand? We're not gonna go with the semantics of World Cup. We don't care about that. Listen to the point. Everyone in America watches the Super Bowl halftime show. Everyone in America watches this. And Kendrick took the time to not entertain you, but actually bring awareness to what's going on and how it's affecting Black Americans. And even brought Samuel L. Jackson. Saying Samuel Jackson without the L is diabolical. I'm just gonna let you know, when she said Samuel Jackson, that was sure to get that.
We had Samuel Jackson come on as Uncle Tom.
And then to put the icing on the cake, you went.
Did she just say Samuel L. Jackson was Uncle Tom? He was Uncle Sam, dumbass.
To watch it, and you literally proved his point. They not like us. In his face. Like, you sat in the audience and proved his point. They're not like us. And made a podcast sitting there proving again that they are not like us. What in the buffoonery? What in the buffoonery? It's the diabolical. This is just over 119,000. It's crazy, gang. Shorty, you want to know what's funny about this? Because as I'm sitting here frustrated, I've already went through the emotions of frustrations, already shot another video for my short form content and all that on Instagram and everything, right? Cool. But I get mentioned from other people from different ethnic groups who are saying the same type of shit that I'm saying. And this is what I said before. I said, yo, it's crazy because a lot of people look at me because I'm significant in the UK and they say, oh, this guy, he's always targeting UK. No, I get mentions from all other people from all other parts of the world about their responses to my videos as well. And look at this video that I just want to show you this. Look at this. Look at this mention. Someone's tagged me in. Here we go.
My name is Frances Tuck, and I contacted Mike from Mike TV on YouTube because I wanted to find out about my family's Native American history that I believed existed. Through the research that I was able to do through Mike TV, I was able to find out that our name is indeed on the registry. I had a consultation with Mike today, and because of his advice and the research that he has done, I am now confident that I'm able to find my family's roots in the Native American History database. Thank you, Mike.
Look at this. Look at this mention this. Someone's tagged me in. Here we go.
I come to watch the Super Bowl to watch a performance. I didn't come to think. I don't want to feel like I'm reading a book.
For people like you is the reason why so many Black Americans do not take Black UK people seriously. Now, I'm not even a Black American. I am Afro-Colombian. I was born and raised in Colombia until I was 15, and then I moved here, and I've been taught U.S. American history, and I've been living in the U.S. as a Black person and as an Afro-Latino. But even I, a foreigner, understood and knows the reality of the U.S. right now and what is going on in the U.S. and why Kendrick Lamar's performance was so significant for Black people. Kendrick Lamar sent a whole message of protest.
Hey guys, peep game, peep game. You know what's different about this dude talking on the left versus that African girl in the UK? Guys, notice something. Notice. For the most part, these Africans we got issues with, these Africans on social media talking greasy and reckless and shit, these is Africans living in Britain, Australia, France. When you talk about the folks with African heritage who are living in the Americas, like the Afro-Latinas in South America, like some of the folks in the Caribbean who have African admixture, I mean, some of them are still tetherish, but a lot of them, you know, they get it. We can more easily, more readily get along with someone of African heritage who's at least in the Americas. Can you at least be on our hemisphere? If you're at least on the Western Hemisphere, whether it's Jamaica, St. Barnabas, Puerto Rico, Cuba, Central America, South America, we get it. Y'all got here by chattel slavery. But by way of them actually living, being born and raised in the Americas, I think they get it a whole lot easier than these Africans living on the continent of Africa or these Africans who fled to the colonizer's kingdom in Europe. But what do you guys think, chat?
And celebrating Black culture. The fact that you came here, set up a mic, sit down, edit it, and say, I didn't come here to think. I came here to be entertained. You have no idea how privileged that is. There's not a lot of people right now in the US who have the privilege to sit down and be like, I want to be entertained. No, because their whole lives are falling apart. Why? Because they make part of a minority group. This is a very coon behavior. And not to fall into stereotypes, but I see this pattern in Africans that live in the UK or Black people born and raised.
Hold on, wait a minute. Are pigs flying? Did the Afro-Latina just call the African in the UK a coon? Do you say this is coon behavior?
This is a very coon behavior.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Stereotypes, but I see this pattern.
Hey, I'm rocking with the Afro-Latinas, okay? I just got back from Puerto Rico. I was out there on the island. A lot of them got African admixture. They doing the bomba. Man, I had me some plantains, some what's it called? It's kind of like fufu, but it's not fufu. It starts with an M. Oh, it's gonna kill me. It's gonna kill me. I'm gonna look it up real quick. Puerto Rican dish similar to fufu. It starts with an M. Mofongo, y'all. I was in Puerto Rico eating mofongo, okay? I rock with some of the folks who got African lineage, but it's the ones that are at least in the Americas that I can find some common ground with, that we have a sense of commonality. But y'all over there on the continent of Africa, y'all over there in the UK, nah, miss me with that.
Pattern in Africans that live in the UK or Black people born and raised in the UK. And let's say artistically wise, you were expecting top-notch, next-level performances like the Grammys or whatnot. And he could have easily gone and entertain you, to distract you of what's going on in the world. But instead of that, he chose to make a call of action. So I'm sorry the culinary in your mind did not let you understand what was going on and you got bored because you choose not to use your brain. But maybe
Damn, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. He said the coonery in your brain. He said, "Ay caramba, mami, pinche pandejo, the coonery in your brain." You see what I'm talking about, y'all? It's not everybody who has African heritage that we gotta, treat with disdain and with contempt, keep at arm's reach. It's mostly them continental Africans and them Africans in the UK. I mean, think about it this way, guys. The Africans in the Americas, those that have African lineage in the Americas, they are the victims. They are the ones that got sold out by their fellow African and sold to the European for trinkets. They're the rebels. They're the riders. They're the revolutionaries. They're the ones, the Maroons, the Rough Riders. You feel me? The Gullah Geechee, the Seminoles. But y'all on the continent of Africa, y'all who fled to your colonizer's kingdom in the UK, nah, y'all different. Y'all not like us. Y'all were the seller of the slave. The Africans, or those with African heritage in the Americas, their ancestors were the slave that you sold. Let's put it in perspective, guys.
try to have some more empathy in the future and put yourself in somebody else's shoes. Just saying.
That's that creator right there. Give him a follow. I thought it was dope. And it's very interesting to me. Like, this whole situation is so interesting to me because I've been saying this for a very long time. These are the people. If there's a movie called The Fifth Wave or something like that, and these are the people that systematic racism is setting up to combat Black Americans. You know, they couldn't beat us, so they try to get people like us to beat us. You know, all skin folk ain't kinfolk. It's incredible. And I understand there's like a whole bunch of British people that's going to respectfully, gang, I'm going to keep it real with y'all. I understand it's not all y'all. We get that. But saying nothing is just as bad as going with them. It's the same thing. Either you stand up for everybody else in the world and shame these people, but sitting there and saying, well, what is my voice going to do? What am I going to? No, that's not valid. You cannot just sit there and allow these people to sit on these platforms who come from the same type of background as you, say these diabolical ass shit, and then when I respond or somebody else from another group or community responds, then you want to try to now combat. Mind your business. You didn't make a video. You didn't make a video addressing her situation. You didn't make a video putting her in check. And I'm talking about all the older generation, the younger generation, all of that. You're not standing on business only when it comes to somebody who's actually bringing awareness, a disdain, and distress. Where's your disdain? Where's your uncomfort? Doesn't that shit rub you the wrong way that somebody from an actual different other Black group has to sit down and tell you about your own people? No, but you only care that somebody's checking your own person. You don't even care about what the situation is. Diabolical. You just as bad. You're just as bad. How can she do that? In less than 24 hours, she dropped on and says, I understand, I appreciate, I understand that it's good. It makes me feel good that a hater can be success as well. Like, what are you talking about, gang? It's always people like that. It's been like this for generations. Even when the civil rights was happening, we have Black Africans or Caribbean people. I'm not Black. I'm not Black. Look at these Black Americans going out there to kill themselves. Look at this, standing in front of holes and dogs and whippings and stuff like. Look at these stupid. Just do what he says. Just do what he says. Now that all comes to front. It's funny. I think it's very interesting. Everything that we try to stand up for, we got people like y'all that come out of nowhere and just want to fight and belittle us and push us down. Everything we talk about, we change the world. And a lot of says, oh, but the impact that you've done has nothing to do with us. What are you talking about? Everything we talk about changes the world. We start Black Lives Matter, boom, the whole world talking about Black Lives Matter. The situation that's happening over in Gaza, we start talking about that, boom, the whole world's talking about, you're like, nah, now you just saying stuff. Oh, word? There's a war that's been happening in Congo for like a minute now. I don't hear anybody talking about that.
Yeah, you Africans got genocide, famine, wars going on, coups going on all the damn time. And y'all want to talk about anything going on your continent of Africa, but y'all always got our names in your mouth. Cosplaying us, trying to weasel on into our culture.
I pay for therapy because my thoughts tear me. They keep on dragging me. I pay for tips, they scatter me. I cannot barely sleep, but even I cannot hold on. Without you inside of me, I never knew this fame. Take me was a long way from me. I wanna see cats bad, why can't someone call me? I gotta shoot out all my seed.
Damn, what was that, y'all? Some NBA YoungBoy? Was that Africans listening to NBA YoungBoy? The Africans want to weasel into our culture. They want to weasel into our country. Yeah, this is the U.S.-Mexico border, guys. Never in my life did I think I would see Africans en masse sneaking through our Mexican border. Oh no, guys, call me Paul Revere. But instead of the British are coming, I'm here with a different yet equally dire warning. The Africans are coming.
More than 200 African migrants have scaled the border fence into the Spanish enclave of Melilla. It's the biggest assault on the border in more than 8 years. The new arrivals, many from Cameroon and Guinea, headed towards the Migrant Reception Center, celebrating touching European soil. The latest incursion at Melilla brings the number of migrants who've successfully scaled the fence to almost 600 so far this year.
Yeah, it's getting real out here, y'all. It's getting really real, and it's going to get worse before it gets better. And before we wrap up this broadcast, again, I want to urge you guys to check out my new website, nativeblackancestry.com. If you become a member at the $9 a month level, you get exclusive videos not available on YouTube, a book list with all of my primary sources, and the largest online archive of Black Indian historical evidence. Guys, I'm telling you, we are indigenous to the Americas. That means Canada, the States, Central, South, and the Caribbean. And if you want to see some receipts, if you want to be able to download these to your phone, to your computer, share them on social media, go ahead, become a member. You get access to the full archive. Check it out, y'all. Tell me these Omeg heads ain't Negro. Now tell me Negro means African. Last time I checked, Negro was Spanish for black. Black is a phenotype. Black is a complexion. Black denotes melanin. Black don't mean African. Let's talk about it. I don't know if any of you have seen them Omeg statues without the helmet. Tell me that don't look just like a Black American. That M-shaped hairline is predominant in our community, is it not? Shit, I grew up with the M-shaped hairline. Motherfuckers used to try to roast me at school, talking about, ha, you got a receding hairline. I'd be like, no, this is naturally the shape of my hairline. I mean, if I go to the barber, I get that shit razor sharp, crispy, right? But Black Americans, Native Black Americans do inherently have a natural M-shaped hairline, just like the Olmecs, huh? What were the Olmecs known for? Their rubber ball games. Rubber ball games were invented by the indigenous tribes of the Americas, the Olmecs. They had stadiums, hoops on the wall where they played rubber ball games. Sound familiar, anyone? Sound familiar? They did not have any rubber ball games in Europe anywhere, nor in Africa. We invented that over here. We're the godfathers of all rubber ball games, which is why Black Americans go so hard in the paint with all rubber ball games. Let's talk about it. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Matter of fact, somewhere here we got hieroglyphs of the Maya. The Maya were clearly melanated. This image is really small. I wonder if I can make it a bit bigger. The Maya clearly melanated. Clearly. The Spanish were the first people over here, and they spoke very candidly about the Black Indians they saw. Christopher Columbus in his journals writes about Black Indians almost as dark as Africans, he said. Almost as dark as Africans. This is a painting of indigenous people of the Americas, 1795. Let's talk about it, y'all. You know me as the king of receipts for a reason, don't you? Come on. But guys, we're gonna go ahead and close out. Don't go anywhere. As soon as this broadcast ends, there's gonna be a countdown on the screen, and it's automatically gonna push you into the next broadcast. I'll see you over there in just a moment.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Again in Silver Spring, Maryland. She's treating herself to a few hours of pampering to get her hair braided at a friend's salon.
How are you? How's the family doing this morning?
Okay. What about you?
I'm fine.
The two women met 7 years ago when Nazon Descamps moved to the US. Back then, they both worked in the same hair salon. Their friendship was built on a common language and shared West African roots.
Yes, Africa is a continent, but it's also like a country, especially French-speaking Africa. We have the same culture, we understand each other, we eat basically the same meals, we think the same, we have the same experiences, which is not the case with African Americans, for example.
Relationships between African Americans and African immigrants aren't always easy. In her 7 years in the US, Nazon Descamps has yet to build a friendship with an African American.
Sometimes they think their ancestors were sold by ours, so there is some jealousy. There's also jealousy because when we come here, we know where we came, we fight, which isn't always the case for them.
I worked with them for a long time. You just have to know your place and take what you can.
Nazon Descamps's judgment is harsher, fueled by her past encounters.
They might come up to you, and then the next day, they're a different person. For them, friendship is superficial, whereas for me as an African, friendship is sacred.
Even though I want to disagree with you, I get where you're coming from. When I see Black people talking about racism, all that stuff, I'm like, what is wrong with these people? You guys have food, you have EBT, all these things, and you're here shouting about somebody is racist too. Just leave that person and move on. I feel that way. Like, why are they always like complaining? But when Black Lives Matters started happening, like, I sat down, I said, I need to actually know why these people are pained. And if we look at the history, what they've done to them, like if you actually sit down, watch some documentaries, how they were maltreated, I don't think if I'm actually born, I will forgive those people. I don't care. It's easier for us Africans that were raised in Africa to feel like they're complaining because we were raised through struggle. Like I barely even have water, and you have water, you're complaining. But then it's not about the basic necessity or about how we are raised. We are raised like, I don't want to say way better. We might not have resources, but there's some way, like our own people will not look down on us or put us behind. So it's in their nurture that way. Like they just can't overlook it. And if you sit down and watch everything that the forefathers have been through for real, I changed my mind. No, they need to be angry. However, they should still move forward.
They got white names, you know what I mean? Like, they'll be like something Thompson, you know what I mean? Yeah. You never see that in an African person. It will be like Pascal, it will be Hamada Gogo, it will be, you know what I mean? Yeah. Kevin, da-da-da. They're all, I remember, like, white people. So something we don't even think it's yeah, so.
They're not hard. Reminder that Dominicans are not Black. We are not Black. And no matter how much Black Americans cry about it, we are not Black. We will never be Black. Yes, I look Black, but we are not Black. And it's just a reminder to Black Americans who are so pathetically forcing Dominicans to label themselves as Black. We'll keep telling them we have our own culture. We know Black, papi.
Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member member of the Muscogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab, took the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Oh yeah, let's get into it, y'all. Hit the like button on the way in, share the video, hit the Cash App or the PayPal if you support the mission. Let me get a 1 in the chat if you can hear me loud, crisp, and clear, and we will get started with the content. You know, we live rent-free in the minds of Africans. You know, we don't even think about these bush babies. We don't care about them. But goddamn, they always speaking on us. And I came across yet another video of these Africans talking grimy about us Native Black Americans. I mean, they talk about how they don't like us, but they're fleeing en masse to our country. I mean, make it make sense, y'all. Make it make sense. They say they don't like us, but they literally try to cosplay as us and bite the swag at every return they get.
I pay for therapy because my thoughts tear me. They keep on dragging me. I pay for tips, they scatter me. I cannot can barely sleep, but even I cannot hold on. Without you inside of me, I never knew this fate. Took you was a long way from me. I wanna see cats bad, why can't someone call me? I gotta shoot out all my sleep.
Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Guys, this is a live call-in show. The StreamYard link is pinned to the top of the chat. Don't hesitate to click the link and call in. Let's get into the content and see what these backward savages have to say about us.
Okay, so what's your name?
Cynthia.
And what do you do?
I'm like a makeup artist. That's what I do in the daily life.
And what do you know about Black Americans?
Black Americans people, actually, I don't like them. I don't like them. They are.
Last year, I released a video that broke the internet asking Rwandan women what they think about Black Americans. The content was quite a hit, both in the US and in Rwanda. So today, I'm releasing part 2. New ladies, new questions, new drama. Rwandan women say this about Black Americans.
Guys, I realized that my YouTube channel is shit, and the only time that I get traction is when I make videos talking about Black Americans. So watch me grift the Black American community and ask my fellow big forehead Africans what they think about these supreme Black people.
What the fuck with that weird ass voice? I mean, man. Even when these Africans speak English, they got a real peculiar accent, don't they? God damn it, that's totally an African beat too. Like, hey, how was our culture just smeared all over this? Broad right here is cosplaying a Black American chick. She ain't dressed like a traditional African. Okay.
Okay, so who am I speaking with?
My name is Lorraine. I'm Rwandese. I'm a student.
Sir, if you're gonna make a video shitting on our community and our culture, can you like not use our music? And can you guys not be like trying to dress like us Americans? I mean, there should be some traditional African beats that we're hearing right now. I just this is so odd, guys. This is so odd.
Hi, my name is Lorraine. I'm Tony. I'm Rwandese. I'm a student.
And so, what do you know about Black Americans?
What I know is that they are black, and most of them they're born in America, and it's one of the minor but big racial, racial what do we
Okay.
call that?
Minority groups, ethnic groups. Okay.
Black Americans people. I don't like them because they take lots of drugs. They do fucking job. I don't like them.
They do what?
They they fuck a lot. I don't like.
This mushmouth bitch just called us drug addicts and prostitutes. She said they do fucking job, they fuck a lot. What did this mushmouth big forehead ass bitch just say? Hold on, I gotta run that back. What the fuck?
So, racial what do we call that?
Minority groups, ethnic groups. Okay.
Black Americans people. I don't like them because they take lots of drugs. They do fucking job. I don't like them.
They do what?
They they fuck a lot. I don't.
Wow, y'all got the audacity to say that we fuck a lot when you guys have whole African countries filled with whores. Nothing but poor, impoverished African whores. Oh God, oh God. Lord, oh Lord. These Africans should not be the ones talking about sex work.
So you and me are going to help recruit Ugandan girls for Black dudes in America. Stand up. No, don't feel shy.
Right?
They're not laughing. Sit down.
Yeah, you guys, you know what's wild? You know what's truly wild? Earlier today, I was on YouTube. I was in the YouTube Shorts feed, and I came across a live stream, and the live stream was a African whore gyrating, moaning, and groaning, thrusting and twerking on live stream on her bed. And for some reason, the ancestors spoke to me. They said, Mike TV, the king of receipts. This is crazy what you're witnessing. We've brought you here for a reason. Sir, you need to screen record what's going on. And guys, fast forward several hours later, present day, present time, we're doing this broadcast and she's saying that we're prostitutes, that we're sex workers. So Lord, I guess the ancestors made me record that shit for a reason. Let's take a look at these traditional African women on social media. God damn it. I came across a freaky ass African whore just early this morning.
Okay, guys, I see there was a network issue. No. We do it for the last time. We've only done it second time. Now, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm sweating because I'm feeling it. 7, hold your stomach. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I know, guys, I'm showing you.
Yo, I put a message in the chat. I said she practicing to be a stud or something. Why is this broad on her bed doing hip thrusts and shit? What the fuck is this African woman doing online right now?
Every angle. Okay? 1, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. Oh, I'm checking the internet. 39, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38,
Lord, I had to put a message in the chat. I said, what the fuck are you doing, guys? Why did the algorithm push this to me? Is this what African girls do on live stream on YouTube Shorts nowadays? I mean, it's funny how them Rwandan bitches talking about that we sex workers, we prostitutes, and this is what y'all do modern day online. God damn if this ain't some sex work.
I forgot my water. Okay, yeah. Guys, don't forget to lubricate. Don't forget to lubricate.
And I knew that this was some weird, freaky shit because this bitch just said, I forgot to get my water. Don't forget to lubricate. You're going to hear her continuously refer to water as lubrication. Guys, she's not going to say, don't forget to hydrate. She's going to say lubricate. I mean, God damn it, ma'am. If you're looking for suitors to swallow up, then God damn it, you can be a little more direct. I mean, you're already gyrating, you're already busting it open, but why don't you just come out real crass, real transparent, like, and just say straight up, hey, have you ever been swallowed? Have you ever been swallowed? Say, oh, no.
Would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing where everything was overwhelmed? Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you ever been swallowed? I would have been. Have you ever been swallowed up? 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 I would.
Just finished my consultation with Mike. A lot of information in a short period of time, but it was very valuable information. I'm definitely excited to get started searching on my genealogy. He has been an awesome resource, gave me a lot of information, a lot of things, a lot of pieces to the puzzle I didn't have. He was able to help me find them, and I 100% recommend Mike and his services to anyone who's looking to crack the code, so to speak, on their genealogy, because there's a lot of how we say fake news going around with this subject, and it's very important that people are able to put the pieces together, because if you don't know your history, you don't know your future. So 100% sign up.
Excuse me. If it's your first time seeing my beautiful face, honey, you know what to do. Press like on the video. Please don't skip the ads and subscribe to the channel. I'm coming right now. Now back to my water.
She just said, I'm coming right now. I'm just like, it's just a weird sexual innuendo. Don't forget to lubricate. I am coming right now.
Okay? Don't forget, guys, to lubricate. Mike TV, Prince, be nice. Lindy Outing, then the moderator. Oh. So that you don't tell people to be nice. You remove them when you feel like. Lindy H. Because today I don't see the moderators. Lindy H. Gavin, I'll to moderate. You do what you want. Oh, okay, guys.
God damn, this look like an African gutter hoe.
Let's do the sides today. We're not gonna start with this one. We're gonna do it after. I want the S also today. I want us to do the S also today. Okay, first let's start with this one. Okay, we're doing this part. This part. Okay. Now.
Oh Lord, hold on, guys. Oh shit, it's about to get weird. Oh goddamn, it's about to get really strange. Oh Lord, hey everyone, remember the African Rwandan chicks are saying we're the ones that are prostitutes. I ain't seen a single Black American female, even a sexy red Sukihana type chick. I ain't seen none of them on live doing this. Oh Lord, hold on. I gotta set the mood right. Hold on, I gotta light a candle real quick. There we go. I gotta light a candle. I gotta set the mood properly, guys. I got to set the mood. It's about to go down. Matter of fact, I got this triple wick candle real quick. Let me get the other wicks going. Guys. Get your lighters in the air. Light a candle if you got a candle nearby. Come on. Let's get on into it. Let's go ahead and get on into it, guys. Let's go ahead and probably set the stage.
Like this. Okay? You let it flex. Even if it's like a man, it's very good for your legs and everything. Please block my TV. If the H is there, so you can remove everyone. Remove everyone. What you mean? We're gonna remove you because I don't know what you're saying. TV and remove. Oh my TV guys went there like taking care of okay, blocked. Who else? It doesn't show yet. Okay, but you are. But we are exercising. It's not like we are drinking alcohol. It's okay. Oh, you're gonna sleep good. You're gonna wake up fresh, and then you're gonna remember what you ate. So, guys, close your legs. Okay. When you are opening, don't just do this. You know, when you are about to be here, you go.
I know you got a guy, he's not a guy to me. Just say goodbye to him, then take a ride to me. Ride to me. I still got some love deep inside of me. Please drag it out of me. You just might get that G-Wagon out of me. Please drag it out of me. Please drag it out. Rolly gang, patty gang, rich baby daddy gang. I'm with red like I'm at a Cincinnati gang. Good bitch, tat a gang for she tat a name. Real bitch held me down for I had a name. Heard this money on my head, what is that to me? I put 100 bands on him, he put a rack on me. We from two different worlds, but it's a match to me. To bend it over, only time she turn her back on me for real.
Bend that ass over, let that coochie breathe. Shake that ass, bitch. Hands all you need. Hands all you need.
Oh Lord, she's letting the coochie breathe. All right.
I beg, because you won't be able to walk tomorrow. Don't forget to lubricate.
Don't forget to lubricate. What?
It's mine. I'm doing this.
What?
We are also volume length for isn't right?
What?
Please open your legs even now. Hi, Anna Maria.
Ugh. That room stink, don't it?
Rodrigo. Hi, baby. Hi, honey. Ladies, this one is not that heavy. Come on, let's go. Hi, I'm using my dad's phone, Alliance. Okay.
Hands all you need. Shake that ass for Drake. Now shake that ass for me. Bend that ass over. Let that coochie breathe. Shake that ass, bitch. Hands all you need. Hands all you need. Hands all you need. Shake that ass for Drake. Now shake that ass for me.
Your hands so good and you decided to so great. I need a thinking conversation.
Frustrated and she had a bad day and the things just didn't go right and she ain't gonna want to be caressed and she ain't gonna want to be massaged and she ain't gonna want a forehead kiss. She gonna want her cookies crushed. Every once in a while, your queen is gonna want her cookies crushed. And when your queen needs you to crush those cookies, you have to be able to meet the demand. I don't care how spiritual she is. I don't care how feminine she is. Every once in a while, she want cookies crushed.
Oh Lord, let's get into it, y'all. Let's get into it. I just had to take that, quick side quest to share with you guys what I witnessed this morning because it's interesting how these Africans are saying we're sex workers, and that's the weird shit they're doing online, right?
And Rwandans don't fuck.
They don't like they don't like it.
But I don't believe you.
That's my opinion.
Okay, so who?
They don't like they do they take lots of drugs. They do fucking job. I don't like them.
They do what?
They fuck a lot. I don't like them.
And Rwandans don't fuck.
They don't like they don't like it.
But I don't believe you.
That's my opinion.
Okay, so who am I here with?
Kelia. Aimé.
Okay, and what do you guys do?
I'm a student also.
And so, what do you guys think about Black Americans?
I think they are hot and I don't know.
Is that just you, or do you believe that most Rwandans don't like to have sex?
That's most of them, like the Rwandans I know, my friends, my family.
Why she look like she got a big ass bruise on her forehead? That is the biggest forehead. No baby hairs laid down, no edges, hairline receding, bruised up, with some crispy ashy lips. Good lord, a face only a mother would love.
So what do I think about them? Ooh, I think they are strong, resilient, and sometimes egoistical. And that's it, really. That's what I think.
But have you met any Black Americans in real life?
No, like in the movies. I didn't meet them. One of them.
Okay, but how do you know that the movie is telling you the truth?
Like the movies. Likely they play the real life stories. They play real life stories.
Let's ask about the differences between Rwandan culture and African American culture.
Hey, peep game, guys, peep game. She said that she's seen some shit about us in the movies, and she knows that the movies are true because the movies represent real life. So when Netflix gives these Bush babies a bag to make their own TV show, and they make a TV show called Shantytown where they chopping off prostitutes' heads, god damn it, this just Africans' real life, huh?
Parce que me I know free now. I don't do freedom now. You even talk and say are they free to go?
Man, I'm free. For my
Stop chagonum again. I'm going free now.
family now forever. You don't know. I get people you see. See ya. Where we is. Only thing with it separate family and death.
Oh, guys, I forgot. They cut some B-roll of an African bitch getting fucked in a whip, taking some back shots. They cut that B-roll to the old girl getting her head chopped off. So it's kind of like an African porn snuff film, if you will. You know, real chef's kiss, fine art. You know, real African fine art. And these motherfuckers want to come to our country to bring that debauchery?
Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Girl, would you like to come back with Rob to America? America, America, so beautiful. Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Who wants to come back with us to America?
Now, what do you think about the Black American culture?
Fucked up. I'm sorry. Is it like okay, the fucked up humanity group that's Black Americans. Yeah. And I actually feel bad for saying that. It's true. It's true. I know it's true.
Why do you believe that?
Because they mostly don't belong where they are. They're Americans. We all know they're Americans. They know they're Americans, but they don't belong there because they are minor. One for that, they are minor, and the racism and everything. They don't belong there actually. So they belong here, and they are not here. So they are fucked up.
Okay. So you think Black Americans should return to Africa?
They shouldn't. That would be bad. That would be bad. That would be the end of Africa.
What?
What?
Damn, he said, what do you think about Black American culture? She said it's fucked up and that she don't want us in Africa because we gonna fuck up Africa. It's gonna be the end of Africa. Ma'am, in Rwanda, you guys live in dirt slums. This is your homeland of Rwanda, ma'am. I don't think you can say anything about our culture being fucked up. I don't think you can give any critiques about Native Black Americans when this is how most of your average Rwandans are living. Yeah, those who live in glass houses, I mean mud huts. Those who live in mud huts shall not sling mud. Lord, this is an interesting dynamic. I mean, we've all seen Hotel Rwanda. Don Cheadle, right? We've all are familiar with the Rwanda genocide, but they got the nerve to speak so candidly online like they shit don't stink, huh?
Do you guys think is the difference between the Black American culture and the Rwandan culture?
I don't think there is any different. Do you think there is?
We are so different. We are so different. Like, okay. Let me see. Like, we as a people, we are shy, we are timid. We Rwandans, Black Americans, they are not. They put their business out there. We don't do that here.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, for me, I say they are the same. Yeah, we are.
Okay, but you said they're fucked up in America, but you don't want them to return to Africa. So what do they do?
Do we want to be fucked up in Africa? We don't. We don't. We just want them to.
Ma'am, y'all are already down bad and fucked up in Africa. What are you talking about? Good Lord, on the one hand, they beg us to go over there with fake year of return tourism scams, but on the other hand, they talk about they don't want us in their country.
Fuck up, and then they should think. They should be. They should know what they should do instead of being white, trying to belong, trying to victimize everything. I'm Black. I'm for Black people, but you guys should stop.
Okay, but let's be a little bit specific, right? When you say they're fucked up, what exactly do you mean by that?
Let me put this right. The Black people, they all belong to Africa. They come from Africa. They don't belong to Africa. They came.
Stop lying, ma'am. I'm a native Black American. Only 4% of the African slaves transported during the transatlantic slave trade went to North America. They say it was about 92,000 to 300,000. The figures vary, but somewhere between 100,000 and 300,000 is the total number of African slaves that came over here. And the earliest explorers, which were the Spanish in the 15th century, said from day one they saw Black Aboriginals. Matter of fact, they called us negras de terras, which means blacks of the land. So, ma'am, no, there's Black folks Aboriginal to damn near every continent in the world. Look it up.
From Africa. So I think they're trying to blend, be the Americans. They're trying to belong so bad that they try in different things which are not good.
Like what?
The culture thing, the Americans doing what Americans, victimizing their blackness, like they are Black, for black. We are Black. They know. Everyone knows they are Black.
Some Rwandans have an inward-facing culture where they focus on working within their group instead of outsiders. To them, the African-American fixation on racism and mainstream acceptance might look strange and counterproductive. The conversation begins to take a more negative tone.
Okay,
they take a lot of drugs, but Rwandans don't. They are they are not likely into it. Most young people of Rwandans are like nowadays learning to take it, but they are not like Black Americans people. Yeah.
Yeah, guys, I don't know. I don't know what you've been told, but I heard that those that live in mud huts shall not throw pails of water. I mean, man, did she just say that we're on drugs?
I'm a pastor now. I started with Nika via.
Uvuga ngo ni yangaje nyine ngende nanga amafaranga mukure nafatiraga mu kavuyo kuko urumva nari niciye ntabwo nari nzi neza ko ari abantu
Yes, y'all, in Rwanda, they're smoking and injecting opium.
bakuru basanzwe babukoresha.
No country is immune to drug use, drug abuse, and drug trafficking.
If today let's say that ukigarura gatoya n'Imana tuyatunengira all these cars you see, they are not accidents, they are consequences of that lifestyle.
We need now to legalize this in a form of a business and statutory stations, and those that are going to use them, they have to have a license. Back in the high school, we were, I was idle. I had money. And so you're this young man, you're in TB, you don't have confidence to be you. And so, peers meet. So me first was peers, like young men around me who were already exposed to drugs. And so, but when I joined them, I actually speeded up the the use of drugs. Today I see it as a spirit of timid. I used to, fear talking to people. I couldn't be confident to talk to people. I couldn't be me.
Damn, not the Rwandans talking about I did drugs because I wasn't confident to talk to my fellow Africans. Okay, but we're the dope fiends, huh?
The drug dealers, they are the killers. They are not sticking together. So I think you guys are fucked up. I'm sorry.
Bitch, y'all have child soldiers and you sex traffic children. Miss me with that shit.
I do.
Now, do you get that from movies and TV, or do you have real life experience with Black Americans?
Actually, we have families in Africa who, when they are either by being my immigrants, so we know people, our cousins, our families, they are there. They are trying to be Americans. They are Americans by the nationality. The originality, they are Rwandese. They are Congolese. They are Burundians. We know them. We see them. And movies, actually, I don't think movies are real.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that you get your opinions from the relatives who live in the United States. They tell you these things about Black Americans.
Yeah, I watch documentaries too. I watch many things. I read. I see everything. Social media has become the world has become so little. You know what's going on. You know what's happening everywhere.
Okay, but what's the difference between the Black American culture and the Rwandan culture?
Oh, we have culture, guys.
I wonder if you know that I know he's lying right now. Oh, you got the new Margiela? That's what's up. That's what's up. I see you. That's your BMW? That's nice. That's your girl? Golly. Okay, I see you. But I just want to know one thing. You ready? Why the fuck you lying?
I'm so glad that, you know what I'm saying, I even, experienced this. I'm glad I experienced you from, enlighten me from the internet to, online, getting one-on-one in depth, giving me a lot of information that I can take back to my people as well. And hopefully we could both get the everything meshing with everything with the lineage and everything with the genealogy. This is no scam. This is all real. This is a real homeboy that put it down He mean what he say. He got receipts and he put it down. He stands on business. Straight up. One love.
I don't know, guys. She said something about them having culture, so I just quickly did a search for Rwandan culture, and this is what popped up. Let's take a look.
Cultural shock number 5. Shit runs out. Here in Rwanda, there's no guaranteed supply of anything. Tap water runs out. Electricity runs out. Anything that you can find on a menu in a restaurant can and will run out. Even Heineken in an all Heineken bar will run out. When you arrive late at a lunch buffet in a restaurant, you will find that half of the food has already run out, but you'll be expected to pay full price though. Cocktail bars run out of alcohol the same way hospitals run out of medicine, and the same way fruit vendors run out of fruit. This happens quite a lot here, so be prepared. There are many reasons why this happens, but it's mostly because of the production and supply chain issues that I've been told. There's not much that you can do other than just pick the one thing that they do have available.
Damn. So a cultural norm for them is that they run out of everything. Such it's Rwandan culture, huh?
We have culture. So the children moving out of their parents' house at 18, you don't even know what you're doing. You don't know what you're supposed to do. That's bad.
I
First
agree
of
with
all,
you
that's
on that
bad.
one, yeah.
Eh? And then the druggings, the drugs, the depression, the things, all the bad stuff is on America and by black people. Why are you depressed? Why are you so sad? Why is the people changing? Like our
I don't know. I heard that you guys are sad and depressed. I heard that you guys also have a cultural norm of terrible customer service.
It won't be. Cultural shock number 2, customer service. To be honest, Rwandans do not know what customer service is, especially if you compare it to the international level of customer service. Goedemiddag, good afternoon. Welcome to Red Cafe. Here's our menu. Would you like something to drink in the meanwhile? Mufte Smirnoff. Mufte V Rouge. Oh, amazi. Akonje, yego. Yego, ndabizi. Ntayahari. Even if you call a company, they all pick up so weirdly that you just don't know how to conduct yourself. I have a theory, or I have a question, I must say. You see, in most Western countries, you get this great customer service, but people come with like a fake smile, acting all happy and jolly to see you when they're actually not. Whereas here in Rwanda, people act the way they feel. So if they're like tired, they'll act tired. If they are angry, they'll act angry, whatever. So my question to you is, which customer service do you prefer? The fake smile customer service or the genuine emotion customer service?
people are so much changing. People are going to drugs. People are sex addicts. People are doing what and what. All that you will find a black face everywhere.
But it sounds like Rwandans have some of the same problems as Black Americans.
Oh, that's not big. They're not big. Actually, they are from people. I'm sorry. There are people from America coming here and telling our youth, taking youth money, sending money, doing that stuff. I think we are in peer pressure of our relatives living abroad, or Black Americans living abroad. Yeah.
Do you consider Black Americans to be Africans?
No, they are not Africans. Yeah, they are like Black American. So it's like they are born in America. They are not born in Africa. But I think like we have the same spirit, the same color. So yeah, I don't think they are Africans. I think they are Americans.
But they have the roots from here, so they are African American, more like.
No, for you to be an African, you have to be born in Africa. Yeah, so they are not born in Africa. That's why they are not Africans.
But they have their roots here, like their ancestors came from here.
Yeah. But okay, let me ask you something.
Okay.
How can I say that you are Rwandan? How can I tell that you are Rwandan?
Okay, touche.
But if a Rwandan is born in Uganda, are they not Rwandan?
They are. They are Ugandans because they are born in Ugandans. They might be maybe hierarchical Rwandans, but you can call a person Rwandan because he's born in Rwanda. I think, yeah, for me.
No, no. But okay. But I feel like they are African. To me, they are African.
Okay, so where do you guys get most of your information about Black Americans from?
Internet, right?
It's the social media, I think. Yeah, most of the information we get, it's from social media. So probably we're wrong and we don't know them.
But so, have you ever met a Black American?
Sometimes, yes.
And what was your impression?
They were inviting, I might say. Like they're friendly. And we are not friendly. We us Gwendans. So for us to be friendly, we have to know you. But them, they're friendly to everybody. So it's kind of intriguing.
Okay. Do you think more Black Americans should come to African countries like Rwanda?
Yeah, they should. To me, they should they should know their roots, where they're coming from. So they should visit sometimes to see the Africa we know. Maybe.
God damn that forehead. Y'all, I've been trying to hold my tongue. That forehead. God damn that forehead. Now I understand how these African men with these big ass foreheads and crazy tether hairlines, now I understand why they have no issues with the sisters, because god damn it, they have a very similar predator-esque cranium. I mean, oh Lord. That is a they're not like us. They're not like us. They no. All of them look like Klingons. God damn. All of them look like Megamind, but ain't got no brain. God damn.
Be if it's the same Africa they know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what about you? Do you think Black Americans should visit African countries like Rwanda?
Yes. Because like I want them to come in Rwanda and see like in Africa to see their root, to see where they're coming from. And also because we knew them from social media, they might know us from social medias too. And I think people like Black Americans or other people that doesn't live in Africa, they think like Africa is about maybe hunting, those kind of stuffs. So I just want them to come and see, like they look for themselves.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, have you ever met a Black American in real life?
Yeah, I did.
And what was the impression you had?
Actually,
They told me that they had a big ass forehead and it made me cry.
they have like an open mind. Like yeah, it's easy to talk to them. It's easy that like they understand, which we don't do here, like in Africa. From what I can see, the Rwandans who have actually met Black Americans have a much more positive impression than those who got their information from the media. Let's talk to another lady who demonstrates the transformational impact of firsthand experience.
Bad people, they are selfish, but now I realize that they are good people, polite, they are friendly, social. Yeah.
Okay, so why did you think they were bad before?
Yeah, like when I was still young, I used to hear people like saying that Black American people, they are bad, they don't like other people, they are selfish. But after that, I realized that they're not bad people.
Okay, have you met many Black Americans here in Rwanda?
Yeah, I met them. Once upon a time, I was somewhere with my friends, and then I met them. They come to us, they talk to us goodly, they are friendly. So I saw that the way I used to think about them are not true.
Okay. Now, would you ever date a Black American?
No, no, no.
Why?
I wouldn't date out of my culture. Actually, yeah.
Okay. Would you ever date a Black American?
Now it can depend. Like if I met him and we convince one another, um, we can go on. Me, I don't have any problem with them.
So, would you ever date a Black American?
No, I can't. I can't.
Why?
Honey Boo Boo Child, we don't want you neither. Hang on. No, 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 no. PH probably all over the place.
Because of their culture, their behaviors. I can't resist it.
Now, what if the guy was rich?
No, I'm trying to be rich. I'm trying to be rich. So I don't care. I don't care about money. I don't.
Now, but what if this guy didn't have that culture that you don't like? Like, what if he was different?
I don't like them actually. All of them, I don't like them.
Would you ever date a Black American?
Yeah, I can. Because, like, as I told you, they have an open mind. So I don't want complications. Yeah.
Yeah. It depends on the person I'm meeting. Yeah, if we have the same values and we connect, we vibe, yeah, I can date them. Yeah.
Now, if you had to pick between a Black American man and a Rwandan man, which one would you pick?
Oh God, my people are going to hate me, but I'm choosing the.
Oh boy, here we go. And we just had a PayPal contribution come through from Amaze. Thank you for the contribution. Yes, guys, make sure to like the stream if you're new to the broadcast, share the video, and hit the Cash App or the PayPal if you support the mission. Let's go.
Black American. I mean, we as a people, especially our guys, they're another topic. Let's keep it for another day.
What I can say, American people, to those who think they are bad, they are not bad, because when you have never met a person, you can never know the true color of him.
Thanks for watching. While some of the opinions here might be offensive, they provide valuable insights into how social media culture shapes perceptions about African Americans around the world. I'll see you in the next video.
Hi,
Hi,
how are you?
I'm fine. I'm
What's
doing
your
good.
name?
Alain?
Okay. What do you think about Black Americans girl?
Or the Black American girls? What I think about, they are hot. Yeah, they're hot. They got some good vibes, and they are sluts as well.
You like them?
A little bit. I can't say I dislike them, but how can I say it? They are good.
Did he just say our sisters are sluts? Oh my God. Oh my God. And you know this Bush baby girl is seething on the inside. She's like, how dare you say the Black American women are hot?
They're good. They got some good vibes.
You like them?
Yeah.
Admit it.
Yeah, I like them. I like them.
Will you marry one of the
No,
Black
no,
American girls?
I
Why?
can't.
You like them, but you can't marry them.
No, to like them is the different from loving them. I can maybe stay with them, do some drugs, and do a lot of things with them.
Wow, this nigga say he'll do some drugs with you, he'll pump and dump you, he'll use you for a green card. But sisters, just know, them African men's don't love you.
But I can't take like a Black American as my wife. No, I can't do that.
Why? Why?
Because I don't like their culture. They have been injected with a lot of things. Like they think themselves as queens. That's the first ones, and the second ones, I don't like their how they let themselves 10 to 10 everyone, even if it's like her, the ugliest one who will let herself 10 out of 10. Yeah.
I think that is good to think to take themselves as queen.
No, would you? Let me ask you something. How do you rate yourself? On 10, on the scale of 1 to 10, how do you rate yourself?
I'm queen by myself.
Yeah, you're a queen. Like,
Yeah.
how would you rate yourself? Maybe give marks out of yourself, like 1 or 10. Are you 7? Are you 8? 1 to 10.
Like rate
Right now, right now.
Rate of what?
Yeah, like give yourself like points. Yeah.
Points of what?
You like beauty or pretty or yeah.
Okay.
You all nice?
No.
You all?
Like 7.
You would let yourself a 7.
Yeah.
Okay, how would you let yourself when you maybe let me get it too tricky. Or how can you let yourself when you are
5.
really?
Yeah.
Would you let
when you lying like that? So how much you lying like that? I love when you lying like that. So how much you lying like that?
lying, you're lying. The point is, I don't like Black American girls
Yeah.
because they let themselves 10, even if they are ugly. They think of themselves they are queens, but they are ugliest queen. They want to be queens and king at the same time. They want us to provide for them, and also they want to provide for themselves. They want to act in two different positions, but they cannot happen yet.
Okay. Have you met the Black American girl before?
I have met them, but it was like for business, and no, we have never
Uh,
done anything that.
You didn't date anyone.
No, I haven't.
So how do you know about providing
But
them?
yeah, I know a lot. I have a lot of Black American friends. The main
Oh, damn. They always hit us with the white supremacist talk, you know. It's not that I don't like them, I just don't like them. They're terrible, but I have black friends. Come on, stop the cat.
friends who told me a lot about Black American culture and tell me how and then tell me how they behave. Yeah.
Okay, how do you believe stories, but you
But
did
I haven't. I told you I have a lot of friends. They have lived with them.
lot of man's friend. You
Okay,
don't.
let me ask you this: what do you think about Black American men?
Okay, by myself, I don't like them at all.
Why don't you like them?
I don't like their vibes. I don't like their culture. I don't like them.
But the guys, they're so rich. They have enough money.
Oh, I don't like.
Tell me something that specific that you don't like about their culture.
Like they take lots of drugs.
Okay.
They I don't.
Do you think all Black American men take drugs?
Most of them. Most of them.
I don't agree with you. Have you met a Black American?
No.
So wait, and you saw also you were telling me about not meeting like a Black American girl and talking about them, and you haven't met a Black American man, and you are saying,
Oh Lord, I can't listen to any more Bush baby, y'all. We got Tyrone coming from the back to the front. Let us know where you calling in from and what's on your mind.
Yeah, I heard the whole thing, bro. It's Tyrone Leung from Charlotte, North Carolina. Yeah. This shit getting out of hand. I don't get why Africans sit up here and put up this persona of their like this lolly anime type ooh type character sitting up here trying to impress white folks when we already know white folks dirty laundry. And they sit up here and act like we don't do this, we don't do that, we're not ghetto, we don't do this, we don't put all our business out there. Bro, we know all about African shit, and we've been fighting to secure your image in a positive light for centuries. So why in the hell would they backstab us like this shit and sit up here and talk shit about Black American culture?
Because they're jealous.
And also they don't know anything about American culture at all because they want to, especially the Pan-African, they want to exclude the American Indian history out of it and just wholly bow down to these people overseas.
You know what I think it is? It's almost as if their only knowledge of Black Americans comes from watching Boys in the Hood, Soul Plane, what was the other one? Players Club, Don't Be a Menace to Society.
Yep.
That's how they got all their history of Black
The
Americans.
hood classics. They get them movies late, bro.
Don't you know they all like Baby Boy living at their mama house? And so when Snoop Dogg get out, he tried to shoot Jody.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Video, I'm actually going to teach you how to speak hood. This is part 2. The first phrase is, what it do? What it do? That's how you would say it. The emotion of anger. I'm going to give you a couple of phrases that conveys the emotion of anger. Sweet. That's all you is, boy. You sweet. You sweet, boy. What's good? Now in hood, the pronunciation would be, what's good? But then if I say, bro, you tripping, dog? My tone and my voice completely brings out a different kind of meaning for this specific phrase. Now you was tripping, dog. You tripping, dog. Yeah. Yeah, boy.
I pay for therapy because my concierge music keep on dragging me. I pay for tips, they scatter me. I cannot barely sleep, but even I cannot hold on without you inside of me.
So they removed the D and the E from the word slide and they made it slide. Slide. Through. Through. So slide through. Slide through. Now what is the meaning of slide through? Slide through means come over or visit.
Go, shorty, it's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your birthday. You gon' sip and party like it's your birthday. And you know we don't.
Yeah, Africa ain't built no ship and came back over here and rescued one nigga since we left from Africa. Yeah, and Africans don't like us. Yeah, nigga, Africans don't fuck with us. They don't like us. And they stink. Yeah, and they some stinky people. Yeah, nigga, fuck Africa. Yeah, they ain't our people. We niggas, slaves, the descendants of slaves. They would never call no nigga. The first group of Africans, only one generation. Now the first group came. They wasn't born into this shit. Me and your people was born into this, homie. They were born slaves. They birth certificates say nigga. They was born in Africa. They are not us. They know what tribe they come from. They had a language. Once they broke them from the language and we was born in these conditions. We ain't no Africans. We ain't no Hebrew. We nigga. Bottom line, homie.
Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muscogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, send an email to mike@keymediapro.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let me get some fists and feathers in the chat if you can hear me loud, crisp, and clear. I'm going to go ahead and get this party started. Now, I must warn you ahead of time. If you've got any pre-existing medical conditions, if you're prone to fits of rage, anger, if you think that this is something that might raise your blood pressure, then maybe you want to watch this in bits and pieces. because I got to tell you, when I first came across this, when one of my loyal viewers sent me this and I watched it in depth, I said, wait a minute, these sick bastards, these sick motherfuckers. Guys, we know they've been cosplaying us. We know that they have this weird disdain and tribalistic xenophobia towards us, but at the same time, they love our culture and want to try to pass for us. But guys, I never thought in my wildest dreams I would find a African YouTuber whose whole channel, his whole business is predicated on teaching his fellow African how to cosplay as a native Black American. Guys, this is sick. It's distasteful. I would never verbalize any harm against anyone, but read between the lines. If I ever were to meet this man, I would hope that his face would run into the back of my hand. If you know, you know. I mean, this is so sick. It's so sick. I'm trying to stall to keep from pressing play, but God damn it. Hit the Cash App at the PayPal if you support the mission. Check out the new channel I just launched, nativebblackancestry.com. You guys can book the genealogy consultations over there. We've got some great membership options as well, exclusive videos, you name it. But without further ado, I'm going to have to just saddle up, pull myself up by the bootstraps, so to speak, and go through this shit. This is sad, y'all. This is so sad.
Good. Now in hood, the pronunciation would be, was good. But then if I say, bro, you tripping, dog? My tone and my voice completely brings out a different kind of meaning for this specific phrase. Now you was tripping, dog. You tripping, dog. Yeah. Yeah, boy. Run me my. Run.
No, whoa. Wait a minute. It's one thing to have such an identity crisis. You bleach your skin and want to dress up as a Black American and learn our Ebonics and our vernacular, but it's another thing to add this weird African zest to it. Why did he just smack his lips? Did he just blow a kiss at the camera? Sir, we don't do that. What part of we're not even on the fact that his Ebonics is all off, right? And that we're not a monolith, and we really have like 5 to 12 different types of local tribal Ebonics languages per city or state. So, I mean, for this African to just think he's going to teach his fellow African how to talk hood, sir, you don't know our culture. You don't know us like that. But why in the hell did he just blow a kiss at the camera? What part of the Black American cultural experience is kissy, kissy, boo boo faces?
Yeah, boy. Run me my hood. This is the most requested topic on Instagram, TikTok, and at the same exact time, YouTube. In today's video, I'm actually going to show you guys how to understand people here in the United States.
Guys, we're living our lives. We're going about our everyday struggles, trials and tribulations, what have you. We didn't know that the Africans right now were going viral on what? Did he say YouTube, TikTok, and Facebook or something? These motherfuckers are running around trying to cosplay as. Hey, we've seen the clips and the Instagram posts of them dogging us out, talking shit about us, saying we cotton pickers, we slaves, we don't know what tribe we come from, blah, 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 blah. But guys, I didn't know that at the same time, they're going viral on social media cosplaying us.
On Instagram, TikTok, and at the same exact time, YouTube. In today's video, I'm actually going to show you guys how to understand people here in the United States, how they speak hood, and also how to speak it yourself. I'm also going to show you different variations and different techniques, different phrases, and different word choices that people here in America actually speak. Today, we're diving deep in hoodology.
And this motherfucker can't even give us credit. This isn't what Americans speak. This isn't what hood Americans speak. This is what certain sects of Black Americans in certain impoverished areas speak like, sir. This is exclusive to Native Black American culture, albeit the lower end, you know, the more poverty stricken, the lower educated and whatnot. You know, they're still a part of our culture. We still claim them none the same. But why is he trying to pass this off as an American thing? Is he even going to acknowledge that this is a foundational Black American thing he's trying desperately to teach others how to do?
I want you guys to understand that here in the United States, like I said before in the previous video, we have 50 states. Within those 50 states, there are different variations of English. Today, I'm actually going to show you a specific variation of hood that is within the area where I live. I live in the DMV area. The DMV stands for DC, Maryland, and Virginia. So in DC, Maryland, and Virginia, the slang terms are a little bit different. So for example, if you go into Maryland, cities like Baltimore.
Hey, DMV, y'all better get your migrant. Y'all better call ICE. You better get your migrant, DMV. DMV is holding the L for this. I'm on the West Coast. I'm a Sacramento native. We ain't got nothing to do with this. Shout out to the East Coast, the boroughs, upstate, Jersey, all that. They ain't got nothing to do with this. But DMV area, y'all got some splaining to do. Y'all got an African tether over there running amok, spilling the trade secrets.
Has a different variation of its hood. When you go to DC itself, DC also has its own variation of hood itself. And at the same time, Virginia also has a different kind of variation of hood. But today I'm actually going to just show you guys the DMV accent in general and show you guys exactly the type of hood that is spoken here in the DMV. Now, the thing that I want you guys to understand is that hood is just a sublet from AAVE. For example, we have standard English. This is English that is taught in every country in the world. This is the same English that is being spoken in every single country in the world. Now, although we have standard English, we have different variations of standard English. We have American English, and we also have UK English. UK English has its own way of pronouncing words, wherein America also has its own way of pronouncing words as well, too. American accent is completely different from the UK accent. Like in my previous video, I gave this illustration where, for example, in a...
Guys, I know some of you may not realize how dire this is. I know some of you, maybe this strikes a bit of a nerve. Maybe it makes you a little bit flustered. Some of you may think, this is comedic. This is funny. This is a good laugh. Damn, they want to be us so bad. No. Y'all don't understand how dire the situation truly is. Let me try to properly put this in perspective for you all. This is a very, very, very dire situation we're faced with. Nah, Mike, what are you talking about? Nah, this is funny, kind of sad. They have an identity crisis. They're insecure. No, guys, this is a much, much more dire situation than you realize. You do know that for the first time ever, we're having African migrants by the hundreds of thousands sneaking through the U.S.-Mexico border.
Migrant encounters, they topped bill 190,000
there's
people
there's a
in
selfie
December.
on another selfie. You see the wall in the distance, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, the Africans are coming. The Africans are coming. I'm the modern day Paul Revere, okay? And at the same time that they're coming over here en masse, we've got dudes like this going viral, teaching them how to cosplay, how to grift, how to pass for us. We all know about like white passing and, how people who are racially ambiguous can, pass for certain ethnic groups, right? Y'all didn't realize that for the first time in American history, we have African migrants coming over here trying to destabilize what we have going on, trying to destabilize, erode, and degrade our culture while cosplaying us at the same damn time. All these politicians you see on the TV, Shirley Chisholm, the one dark-skinned chick who's a spokesperson for Biden or some shit, all of these motherfuckers are migrants, whether first generation, second generation, or third, and they are wreaking havoc on the Native Black American community. And if you guys don't understand history, you don't know that this is really something that's been going on for a long, long time. Matter of fact, since the 16th century. Oh, yes, since the 16th century. You guys know me as a historian, as a genealogist. Let me share with you guys just a little tidbit of information. This is the kind of stuff that we go over during those genealogy consultations I provide. But guys, in 1682, Virginia passed 2 acts that combined Native Americans and Africans into one category as Negroes. Damn. So what does that mean? What's the correlation? I'm showing you evidence where since 1682, African migrants have been used to erode our culture and force us and basically into victims of paper genocide. Instead of us being Aboriginal, instead of us being indigenous, over time we go from what Indian to Negro to color to black to African American in 1988. Guys, the biggest detriment to the Black American community modern day is the fact that we've never repaired the paper genocide, and the Africans have been complicit with it, whether they know it or not. 1682, we getting lumped into groups with Africans. 2024, Africans coming over here trying to cosplay us, doing a bunch of crimes, raping little girls, running illegal operations, a whole bunch of EBT fraud schemes, PPP loans, you name it. Them Somalis in Minnesota just got caught on like $100 million fraud case. So you guys don't understand that Africans have been used since the establishment of the colonies to fuck with us natives.
The word water will be pronounced as water. You see what I'm saying? It's the same thing with hood. Hood is a sublet from AAVE. AAVE, like I said before, stands for African American Vernacular English. And hood is just a dialect that derives directly from AAVE. And so today, I'm going to show you how to speak hood. Let's jump right in. Number one, hood idioms. The first phrase is run me my fade. Run me my fade. Now this is how you would say it in hood. Run me my fade. Run me my fade. Run me my fade. Now before I show you exactly how to say it, let me explain the meaning of this specific phrase. The meaning is when someone actually wants to settle conflict or fight. This could be physical fighting. It could also be used in terms of playing a game. Like let's say if I'm playing a game with my friend and I'm trying to beat him, I would say, yo, hey bro, run me my fade, man. Run me my fade. Meaning that let's settle this conflict right now in the game. I hope that makes sense. Now let me show you exactly how you would pronounce this phrase.
Before you guys write me off as a conspiracy theorist, before you guys write me off as some fake news clickbait person trying to spread the gospel of some impending apocalypse where African migrants are able to degrade our culture and wreak havoc, before you guys write me off, realize what other reason do Africans have for learning our idioms, our vernacular, our mannerisms, our tonality, our vocal inflection? What other purpose does it serve for them to learn how to speak like us to such a degree? Guys, if you're starting to think for a second, oh no, I'm just a conspiracy theorist or something, then you tell me right in the chat, what other reason would they have to do this? We don't do this. We don't make YouTube videos and take courses and shit to learn how to speak like Chinese people in China. I mean, sure, you can learn Mandarin. Mandarin's a language that's beneficial if you're going to travel, but nah, we don't do shit like this. I can't think of any culture of people that do this. But these Africans are coming over here in mass, and for some strange reason, they want to learn how to be at the barbecue and have nobody suspect that they're a legal immigrant, that they're a migrant, that they're not foundational, that they're not native. Guys, they want to be able to be at the barbecue incognito, like a scroll or something.
Run. Instead of saying run, you will say run. Run. Like R-U-H. Run. Now, me would be run me. Instead of saying me, like M-E, M-I. Me. So let's try it again with run. Run. Me. Run.
Why would they go to such lengths to learn the particulars of our vernacular if it wasn't for reasons of espionage, for lack of better terms? And shout out to Tech Phoenix, beauty and brains as always. Phoenix says, we know why. Too bad our census records are hundreds of years long. Guys, peep game. We've been reclassified as African American since 1988. Really, an African migrant that comes over here they could rightfully claim the category as African American. They come over here and they try to cosplay and pretend like they're not an African. They're just a Black American. So do you see why I go out of my way to spread the gospel about Native Black Americans? Native in every sense of the word. Whether you got tribal affiliation or not, there's a big difference between these fresh off the boat motherfuckers cosplaying and us who've been here for generations on generations on generations.
My. Now, my, instead of saying my like my with M-Y, it would be my as in M-A. My. With a little bit of a slanted I at the end. My. Run me my. Run me my. Fade. Instead of saying fade, you would say fade. Fade. Run me my fade. Run me my fade. You see?
So he thinks Black Americans don't pronounce our D's. He thinks that we don't say fade. Fade. Okay. DMV, y'all got some splaining to do.
See that? So now if you're saying it really, really fast, it'll be like, hey, bro, run me my fade. Hey, bro, run me my fade. Hey, bro, run me my fade. You see what I just did right there? Practice that. Number 2, on the block. Now, the meaning of this phrase is, it refers to hanging out in a specific area or a specific spot in the neighborhood. Like, hey, bro, we on the block. Meaning that we are at this specific location. Hey, pull up to the block. Meaning that come to this specific location. You see what I'm saying?
And yes, producer, for real, I've seen the same thing. Africans are in the UK cosplaying as Black Americans. Some of these dumb girls in Essex and in France and Italy and shit, they can't really tell the difference. So that's the only way these African dudes get any play. Because we all know that Africans are globally viewed with disdain. Nobody in the world rocks with Africans. They have the weird insecurity, inferiority, white worship complex. So isn't it an easy avenue for them to just pretend to be us, right?
On the block. Now, the way you would pronounce this phrase would be on a block. On a block. On the block. But you barely hear the TH in the word the. So instead of saying on the block, on the block. So it becomes on block. On a block. We on the block. We on the block. So the TH becomes na. It creates the na sound. On the block. On the block. Try that. Number 3, throw shade. Throw shade. Now the meaning of this is to make an insult or to make a subtle comment about someone in an indirect way. For example, this is exactly how it would be used in a sentence. She ain't even say it directly to me, bruh. She was low-key throwing shade to me. She ain't even say it directly to me, bruh. She was low-key throwing shade. She throwing shades. You see? Now, this is exactly how you would pronounce it. She throwing shades. She throwing. Throwing. You don't say throwing. Okay? Don't say throwing. Don't say the full word. You will say throwing. Thaw, thaw. Like you're making a th sound, like thaw.
Evening, I had a consultation, a genealogy consultation to figure out my Native American ancestry. And I was given a lot of valuable information this evening, from the origin of the tribes to the different ethnic breakdown to how everything was ran and colonized before, the discovery of Columbus, and after he came over here. So I think that you will find the value in the information as I did.
She thawing. Then you bring the ing in. Thawing. She throwing shades. Say it faster. She throwing shades. She throwing shades. There you go. Number 4, catch these hands. Catch these hands. Now, the meaning of this is a way to say, let's engage in some kind of battle or let's fight. You know what I'm saying? That's another way to say, let's fight. Bro, I know you ain't trying to catch these hands, Mo. I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. So when somebody says, I know you ain't trying to catch these hands, what they're saying is, I know you don't want to fight with me. I know you don't want to see how.
Damn, they want to be us so bad, don't they?
Go, shorty, it's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your birthday. You gon' sip and party like it's your birthday. And you know we don't.
You know what? I gotta pause this clip to shout out Bullish. Yeah, connecting the dots. Bullish Prince of Wales says no conspiracy about it. Jordan Peele created a film about the body snatch called Us. No conspiracy about it. Yeah, if you think about it, that cast was all African migrants, and they were what? Piece of shit that they was. And oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord, takes whole new meaning when we talk about them tethers.
Go, shorty, it's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your birthday. You gon' sip and party.
Hey guys, this is how we're gonna play it. Okay, we're gonna treat this like the Roman Colosseum. Give me thumbs down in the chat if it's off with his head, metaphorically speaking, YouTube guidelines and whatnot. Roman Colosseum rules are in effect. Thumbs up, he gets to live. We spare him. Thumbs down, it's off with his head, metaphorically speaking. So guys, over the next minute or two, I'm going to see whether I see more thumbs up or more thumbs down. And if we see more thumbs down, then I'm going to have to get real petty. And Mike getting petty means Mike go into his saved tab on IG. Because, oh man, I got some receipts of these Africans on Instagram. Oh Lord, they be cutting up over on Instagram. So if you want to see me get down real grimy with the receipts, go ahead and spam those thumbs downs in the chat.
On the battlefield, I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. Catch these hands sounds very similar to standard English. There really isn't a way to actually pronounce it. But once you develop your accent and you develop the hood accent, it will come out smoothly. I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. The way I say hands, I don't say, I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. So you notice I don't say hands.
Oh shit, wait a minute. Oh Lord, he went back to his native accent, y'all. He went back to his native accent. He threw me off guard. This whole video, he's been doing like a terrible black accent on top of another terrible black accent that's on top of another terrible black accent, but he just let out his Igbo man lingo. Hold up.
Hands. The way I say hands, I don't say, I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. So you notice I don't say hands. I say hand to catch these hands. The way I say hands, I don't say, I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. So you notice I don't.
Yeah, now you see why they trying to cosplay as us and learn our vernacular. Because if they speak in their indigenous ways, they don't even have to speak their tribal language. They can speak English, but if they speak in that musty ass African accent, we can see them from a mile away.
I say hands. You have to understand, in the American accent, the letter A itself has a different sound. Like I explained in my previous video, I explained that it has this A type of sound. A sound. Instead of me saying, I know you ain't trying to catch these hands, I am saying, I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. Hands. Now, that was the first segment into hoodology. Now, in this specific segment, I'm actually going to talk about double negatives. Let me show you exactly what double negatives are, and let me explain exactly what it means. And then I'm going to give you examples of how double negatives are used in various sentences. Double negatives is a grammatical construction where two negative words or elements are used in one sentence. In standard English, this would actually result to a positive meaning because the negatives cancel each other out. Now, here are some common negative words: no, not, never, none, nothing, nobody, and ain't. These are the common negative words that are used in a double negative. For example, a double negative statement would be, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. To say I don't know and then to also say nothing is a double negative.
Oh Lord, I can't. Guys, I want to be petty. I want to kill him with the receipts. But now that I think about it, the thumbs down isn't enough because 7 out of 10 times when I get petty with the receipts, they be shutting down my streams, giving me community guideline strikes. Next thing you know, I can't post content for 2 weeks. So here's what we'll do, okay? Here's what we'll do. You guys can vote with your dollars, okay? Throw 5 on it. Whoever throws 5 on the Cash App or the PayPal, we will take a brief detour. We're going to switch gears and go to Instagram, and we're going to cut up with the receipts on what these motherfuckers are fleeing from, of what kind of culture they're trying to rid themselves from. So whether it's 5 people putting $1 on it or 1 person throwing 5 on it, spot me a 5 for the pain and suffering that is going to be caused. Because guys, what happens is these Africans go on Clubhouse, they go on these Twitter spaces, they share my videos, and they mass report me each and every time. They mass report me, but still I rise.
So in standard English, the proper way to actually say it would be, I don't know anything. And when you say, I don't know anything, you're actually speaking correct. But in hood, it's absolutely different. Here are some different examples to show you. I don't want nothing from you, which means I don't want anything from you. Ain't nobody got time for that, which means nobody has time for that. She ain't never been there before, which means she has never been there before. He don't know nothing about it, which means he doesn't know anything about it. They ain't said nothing all day. They haven't said anything all day. I ain't never seen nobody like that. I have never seen anyone like that. Now, those are what we call double negatives. So you will usually hear a lot of Americans use those kinds of phrases. The third segment is intonation and rhythm. If you take a look at this statement, what's good? What's good? Now in hood, the pronunciation would be, what's good? What's good? So it goes from what's good to was good. You don't hear the D. Good. There's no D. Huh? Good. No D. What's good? Hey, what's good, fam? What's good, dog? What's good, bruh? You see? What's good? Now, what's good, on the other hand, can have various meaning. What's good can actually mean something that's positive, like, hey, how you doing, man? What's good? That's one meaning. Another meaning could mean like, what's good? You notice my tone? The moment I say what's good, what am I referring to? Like, are you trying to catch these hands? Do you want to fight? Like, what's up? You see, the same phrase can have various meaning depending.
Oh Lord. Aboriginal woman, I'm not sure if you were here in the beginning of the stream where I gave a disclaimer that this is most likely going to make the viewers upset today. But guys, I am prepared. I do have sensational, diabolical receipts on these Africans primed and ready to go. You know what it's going to take for me to share those, but I think it will be proper rectification. I think that you guys will be much better off after seeing the damning evidence that I have against them, because so far it's just one-sided. So far it's just a grift. It's a farce. He's being so disingenuous, so distasteful, while not even giving us credit that what he's trying to do is rooted in our culture. He's just passing this off as an American thing. But oh Lord, if you want to see some give back, I'm ready.
On your tone and your pitch. Depending on how high the tone is, or depending on how low the pitch is, it can have various different kinds of meaning. So I could be like, what's good? Which means I'm really angry and I'm trying to fight. Or, what's good, bro? Which means, how you been? What's good? Which means I'm really, really excited and anticipated to see how you are doing. Another example is this specific phrase, I bet. I'd bet. Now, in standard English, it would be pronounced I'd bet. But in hood, it's I bet. I bet. I bet. Which can have various meanings. Various different kinds of meanings. It could mean let's go. It could mean say less. Say less means no problem. Say no more. I get it. I understand. I bet can actually mean various things. So for example, if somebody says, hey, Collins, let's get up and let's go to the mall. And I say, I bet, meaning, okay, bro, I understand what you just said. Let's get up and let's go to the mall.
All right, and we got Jay Stone coming through with a contribution on the Cash App. Thank you for sliding something in the brown paper bag.
Brown paper bag. Brown paper bag.
Oh, yes. Now I have permission to get a little bit petty, just a little bit. Let's go over here to Instagram and see what we find. Let's see. I say don't go chasing waterfalls. They should just stick to the bush meat that they're used to.
Sikiliza mpe jamaa. Sikiliza koroga. Wewe alafu nachukua nyama yako tunaondoka nayo tunaenda kwa kule pembeni. Sima na kwenda hapana na atina. Mtu. Hapa yako. Sasa. Andalo.
Oh, yes, you Africans done fucked up now. Somebody slid a contribution on the Cash App. I have permission to get petty. Guys, the first time I seen this video, I thought that these were women. Apparently, these are men, and this is a mating ritual in East Africa. I wonder if I can zoom in on this bullshit. I wonder if there's any way for me to zoom in so you could really just see up close what kind of shit we working with here. Nah, it's not really letting me zoom in that much. Let's see. Yeah, can somebody cue the Kendrick? Because they are so not like us. Oh boy, they put new meaning to that, don't they?
You're not a colleague, you a fucking colonizer. The family matter and the truth of the matter. Here was God's plan to show y'all the liar. They not like us. 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 They not like us.
Yeah, guys, I'm so serious. These are men, and this is a mating ritual. It says here, the Fulani festival is an amazing show of cultural expression. Here, the Fulani men, specifically from the Wudabi tribe, court the females of the tribe through a colorful display of facial expressions and chattering, which takes incredible skill to demonstrate. Nigga, what skill are you talking about? It don't take no skill to. Oh Lord, hey, the craziest, most Christian members of our community that go hala shabala and start speaking in tongues and shit. That shit sounds at least a little bit pleasing to the ear compared to this chatter. Yeah, and why do the men look so much like women? Guys, this is East Africa. This is Myron Gaines, fresh and fit. This is they people. This is they people. Matter of fact, I seen a clip the other day. Myron called some black girl the N-word with a hard R, but he don't want to talk about his Sudanese culture here on full display, right? But let's keep on getting petty. I mean, is this even petty? Because these motherfuckers act like dumbasses on the internet for nothing, for free. I mean, it's not like I gotta like portray them out of character or try to down them or something. Like, let's just see how Africans portray themselves.
Who said we got no water in Africa? Who said we got no water in Africa? Water, hey, water.
We stopped wearing the long white t-shirts in like 06, 07 or so. I mean, stop it. You guys are decades late with the cosplaying.
Water.
Hey, notice these Africans just discovered do-rags like last year. All the Africans in the UK and shit rocking do-rags.
Water. Yo, hit that subscribe, man. Who said we got no water in Africa?
Yeah, guys, is this me being petty? Or is this me just sharing with you all how Africans portray themselves online?
If you don't
leave that monkey alone, if you don't leave that dead little monkey alone, oh Lord, these motherfuckers be eating the bush meat and shit. You gotta watch out for them. You gotta watch out.
My mama can't tell me not one story about Africa. My grandma ain't never tell me one story about no motherfucking Africa. I don't know nothing about Africa. All I know is all the African people I know and run into, They think they better than us over here. So what you pussies worry about me saying that I'm not African? I'm just American. The fuck is wrong with you niggas? You niggas got a problem?
Hey, Trick, the problem is when we delineate, when we say, no, we are foundational Black Americans, no, we are Native Black Americans, no, we are distinctly different than them Africans. Guess what that does? It fucks up their whole cosplaying grift.
You see, it has various meaning. Even with that same exact statement, it can also mean different things depending on your pitch, your tone, or your rhythm, in terms of how you're basically speaking. So if somebody says, you trying to catch these hands? I bet. Different meaning. That doesn't mean let's get up and let's go to the mall. That means, yeah, I'm ready for what's up. Whatever you got going.
Why would anyone interpret, are you ready to catch these hands, as let's get up and go to the mall? Oh, Lord.
Fuck your motherfucking podcast. Fuck your show, nigga. Don't bring my motherfucking name up. I don't know you pussies. So I'm not bringing you niggas' name. I'm still not saying you niggas' name. So what the fuck you mean this show you can talk about? You got my name in your mouth, pussy. Both of you look-alike ass pussies. And I'm with the shit. I don't care how old I am. But we about the same age, nigga. Oh, y'all, but Africa this. Ain't there one of you motherfuckers trying to go back to Africa? Who trying to go back to Africa?
Umar Johnson's goofy ass ain't relocated to Africa. Phil Scott's grifting ass ain't relocated to Africa. You take the craziest, most fake guru-esque Pan-African out there, and they ain't in Africa. They in America. Everybody wants to be in our ancestral homeland. I wonder why.
Everybody come over here to America, talk about, because back at home, because back in my country, take your ass back to your country. I'm from America. They can't deport me. They can't come get me. My mama can't tell me not one story about Africa.
That's what he said. They can't get me. Okay, your ass can get deported. We cannot. Let's talk about it, y'all. Let's really talk about it. Oh boy, these Africans.
I am a Mzungu like you.
Guys, this is 2024. You can't be doing what? If I was doing this, I would get cancelled.
I am a Mzungu like you.
Oh Lord, these Africans, they want to be us so bad. Yeah, I'm not gonna play that until your guys' ears bleed. I know that one's rough. Oh, viewer discretion is advised for this one. Them African women is nasty too. Them African women ain't got no hygiene.
Downloading.
Like this in Africa. This is like this. Like this is it. Blessing the land, my guy. Blessing the land. What have we got to say to this?
If you're confused as to what's going on right now, let me provide some context. She done tricked some white man into marrying her and taking her back to America. Now that her African ass is married and in America, she cutting up. Right now, she pissing on this man's balcony. I ain't never felt bad for a white man before in my life. But this poor white man, this poor pink belly, 5 minutes too long in the sun, you're getting sun cancer as a fucking white man. This poor white man, we just gonna call him Bob. Poor Bob. Poor Bob is out there barbecuing on his patio. Probably got some Budweiser waiting on him in the fridge, okay? He out there risking sun cancer just being out there for a few minutes to clean that grill. And what does he got to see? He got to see his African bride out there pissing on the porch.
And what have you got to say to it? I'm not noticing. You're not noticing. You see? I can just drip dry as well, huh?
Yeah, not her twerking saying it's drip drying. Hey, ladies, I'm not sure about, what you guys do with your toiletries and your hygiene, but y'all don't drip dry, do you? Let me know in the chat. I've never heard of drip drying before. I've never, no, nuh-uh.
Drip dry. Blessing the land. Drip dry. Let me have a taste.
Oh, and you thought it was bad until she said, "Let me have a taste." You thought you'd seen it all until she said, "Let me have a taste." And yes, she's getting ready to get down there and lick up her own urine from this white man's porch. I ain't never felt bad for a pink belly motherfucker before a day in my life. Oh my God. That poor white man. That poor pasty white man. Lord. Monsieur Candy, how far you have fallen. Monsieur Candy, you have fallen so far off the hog. Hey, is this an act of reparations? Them motherfuckers enslaved some of our ancestors. So now they got to take on these dusty ass African migrants who is using them for green cards and pissing all over the place.
Actually, let me see. What it tastes like? Like, And you don't have a taste. You don't. Are you sure? Eh? Are you trying to ask questions? Why you married? Like, why you married me? Go give them, my guy.
John Lewis. Bro, I'm down for it, bro. Yeah, let's go. You see, different kind of meaning. Another example would be, look at this phrase, you tripping. You tripping. Now, tripping, on the other hand, means if somebody's acting a little bit weird, acting a little bit crazy, out of balance, out of place. That's the meaning of the phrase, you tripping. Now, you tripping can be used in various different kinds of ways. Like, bruh, she's just tripping, bruh. She's tripping for no reason, man. Meaning that she's actually tripping for no reason. Like, she's actually acting out of balance for no reason, but it's not that serious. But then
Yeah, and guys, I'm going to have to do a part 2. After this broadcast ends, I'm going to do another live stream right after, going into some Native Black American ancestry. Oh, Lord. I can't spend too much time on the Africans. I just, I get a headache. I just don't even want to see them on my screen, let alone have them share the same continent as me or be in a neighbor here or be in a neighborhood somewhere near you. I mean, come on. No. DMV, you got some explaining to do. But guys, before we wrap up this broadcast, I got to let you know it gets worse and it'll never get better. This video right here, went viral. He got like 700,000 views. So this motherfucker, 6 hours ago today, he uploaded a part 2.
phrase is, what it do. What it do. That's how you would say it. The emotion of anger. I'm going to give you a couple of phrases that conveys the emotion of anger. Sweet. That's all you is, boy. You sweet. You sweet, boy. Yeah. Keep playing with me, Mo. Stop playing with me, dog. That right there was a combination of different words coming out of my mouth. In hood, this is exactly what they do. Man, you wildin' for that one. This is how you would pronounce it. Man, you wildin' for that one. Man. It sounds like a sheep that is making a noise, like man. Dang. Welcome back to another video of English with Collins. Now, guys, in this specific video, I'm actually going to teach you how to speak hood. This is part 2. If you have not watched part 1, the link is down below. Go ahead and click part 1 because in part 1, I teach you guys the fundamentals of learning the American hood English. Now, this is part 2. And in today's video, we're going to learn how to speak American hood English. I'm talking about understanding it, and I'm also talking about speaking it. So if you're definitely interested.
Come on, y'all. Come on. These Africans are public enemy number 1 as far as I am concerned. They have been reclassifying us for hundreds of years, and just recently we became a goddamn African. Started calling us Indian in 1492, Negro in 1682, colored in 1851, black in 1960, and we ain't become African anything until 1988 by way of Jesse Jackson. You guys make sure to check out this new site I just launched, nativeblackancestry.com. You guys are able to book your genealogy consultations right here directly through the site. I've also got a lot of historical data on Aboriginal Black Americans. We've got a treasure trove of receipts pointing towards melanated indigeneity, not just in North America, but all across the Americas, from Alaska down to South America and the Caribbean, you name it. So go ahead and check out the site. But Lord, oh Lord, these Africans want to be everything but African. And the easiest grift for them to latch onto is trying to cosplay as us. but we ain't gonna have it.
I think it was very informative, very educational, very knowledgeable because you touched on some things that I was aware of, but I wasn't aware in detail. So it kind of gives like an insight to some of the things that are going on today from history. So I think it's very important to learn your genealogy. And I thank you for the information. You're showing us how to navigate through the system. It's worth 75 or maybe a little bit more to me.
To go ahead and stay tuned. Now, before we go ahead, make sure you click on that subscribe button, click that like button, and share this with one friend. All right, share this with one friend, share this with one friend, and comment down below your favorite phrase or statement. Let's jump right in. Interactive phrase challenge. I'm going to teach you 2 new phrases, and we're actually going to use them in this specific challenge. The first phrase is, what it do. What it do. What it do. That's how you would say it. What it do. Hey, what it do. 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 The pronunciation would be what it do. Remember, sometimes in the American accent, the T itself is flapped around into a D. I've discussed this previously in my other videos, the flap T sound, which is basically the T at times. When there is not a lot of attention to the T in a specific word, it is transformed and flipped around and the pronunciation becomes a D. So what it do, you wouldn't pronounce what it do like that. You would say, what it do. Hey, what it do. You see, the T is flapped around to a D. What it do. Now, what is the meaning of what it do? What it do means, how are you? How are you? So when you see your friend and you're like, hey, what it do? Hey, what's up, man? What it do? Meaning, hey, what is going on, man? How are you doing? What it do? That's another way of saying, how are you doing? So when you pull up to your work and you're like, hey, what's good, man? What it do? What's poppin'? Hey, what's cracking? What you been up to? Meaning, how are you doing? What's going on? Is everything okay? What have you been up to? You see what I'm saying? What it do? Now let's take a look at this next phrase. Slide through. Slide through. Now the way they would probably say it would be like, hey, slide through. Slide through. So you wouldn't hear the D and the E at the end of the word. Because remember, in the American accent, most of the time, they remove a lot of the consonants at the end of specific words. And they also combined in a link 2 different sounds together. So slide becomes slide. Hey, slide.
Come on, y'all. This is so weird. It's weird. It's funny. It's aggravating. It's shameful. It's distasteful. It's so many things at the same damn time. And you know what? I shared with you guys a couple months ago, and I think we should spin the block on this. This is part of the reason why they're trying to cosplay so heavily as us these days. You know, they've been fleeing over to the UK for generations now, right? It's not working for them in the UK. The UK is kicking their asses out. They don't want nothing to do with them. They being treated all kind of wrong and shit. They trying to cosplay as us in the UK. It's not working. A couple months ago, I came across this video where we caught one of these Africans in the UK. They call themselves Black Brits or Foundational Black British. Yes, you cannot make this shit up. They coined that term, not me. But he did this video and he was talking about how he wishes he was one of us.
This is what happens when you're powerless. This is why I wish every day I was a Black American man. I'm not saying Black America is perfect or America is perfect, but Black Americans have Ladera Heights, Prince George County. They got communities in Philadelphia, in New York.
What the fuck does African in the UK know about Ladera Heights and Prince County and shit? These motherfuckers taking notes.
Where
hey, he damn near said Baldwin Hills.
I know that with my skill set, with my intellect, I can slot in amongst a smart, intelligent, wealthy Black community. We don't have that.
Did you see what he just said? He's sitting over there in the UK thinking that if he could get to America, he could slot in You know, that's the UK slang. He could slot in, S-L-O-T, slot in, which basically means slide in into our community and what we got going on and the foundation we built.
In Philadelphia, in New York, where I know that with my skill set, with my intellect, I can slot in amongst a smart, intelligent, wealthy Black community. We don't have that. There is no wealthy Black community in the UK. There is no Ladera Heights. There is no Ladera Heights, right? In the UK. There is no Prince George County in the UK. They ain't that here, brothers, man. There isn't. Imagine me with my intellect, with my thought process, with my skill set amongst American brothers, high value American brothers. Imagine me with Theo, but 100 different Theos. That's where I gotta be. That's where I gotta be right now, brothers. With people like Theo.
You should be in Africa fixing one of many African countries. Y'all got your own fucking continent with dozens of countries, your own minerals, resources, gold, diamonds, cobalt, oil, you name it, and you still don't want to hold your own nuts. Pick yourself up by the book. Y'all don't want to do nothing. Y'all motherfuckers had Wakanda and tricked it off. You sold your own into the transatlantic slave trade for gold and trinkets, and you smoked up all the money like a dope fiend uncle of sorts. And now you want to try to cosplay as us? Try to beg for acceptance? Oh, hell no. Most of us descend from aboriginals that have been reclassified since Bacon's Rebellion, 1677. But there are some of us who do have mixed ancestry. There are some of us who also descend from those 4% of African slaves that came to the 13 colonies. And do you think that those of us that do have any African heritage give a damn about some greasy ass Africans that sold our ancestors to the white man for trinkets? Guys, it's called a slave trade. It's not called a holy war or a mass invasion. No white man snuck into Africa and stole nobody. Them Africans captured their fellow countrymen and had them waiting, chained and shackled for some white folks to window shop. So those of us that do have African heritage, do y'all think we want to rock with these fucking descendants of slave masters?
It's crazy. But guess what? In England, in Wales, in Scotland, in Ireland, there is no Black fields. We don't have our own fields. I want to be amongst Black American people. I want to be amongst intellectual Black American men, networking, communicating, sharing intel. Black America, right, has 20 million Black men. UK has 800,000 Black men. Come on, man. Look at the card I've been dealt. Look at the card I've been dealt.
What card have you been dealt? You had everything. You had Wakanda. Your ancestors tricked it off, then turned around and got colonized by your previous business partners, the Europeans. Then after being colonized for less than 100 years, you guys are still backwards and let them have control over your countries and your resources and your military, setting up puppet dictators and shit. And then to add to even more backwardsness of the African culture, you know, the African way of life, you guys then choose to flee your African continent to go to Europe to go fix your oppressor's kingdom after they get in a world war, which was basically a family affair. Look it up, guys. All the European powers in the First and Second World War, that shit was cousins and shit duking it out. And them Africans went and built up Europe. They got something called the Windrush generation, where they got on boats, went from Jamaica and different colonies and shit. They call them British Commonwealths. And they went to Europe to go pave the roads and, you know, clean the sewers and do all the work that we don't want to do. So we let the Mexicans come and do. Yeah. So the Europeans didn't want to do that work after World War I and II. So they got them Africans that they recently subjugated to come over there and do their bidding. And now that they've had enough of you, now you think instead of going back to Africa, you can come over here to America and pretend to be one of us. But we're not having it. Nah, is not going to be as easy as you thought it was.
Specific video, I'm actually going to teach you how to speak hood. This is part 2. The first phrase is, what it do. What it do. That's how you would say it. The emotion of anger. I'm going to give you a couple of phrases that conveys the emotion of anger. Sweet. That's all you is, boy. You sweet. You sweet, boy. What's good? Now in hood, the pronunciation would be, what's good? But then if I say, bro, you tripping, dog? My tone and my voice completely brings out a different kind of meaning for this specific phrase. Now you was tripping, dog. You tripping, dog. Yeah. Yeah, boy.
I pay for therapy because my thoughts tear me. They keep on breaking me. I pay for tips, they scatter me. I cannot barely sleep, but even I cannot hold on without you inside of me.
So they removed the D and the E from the word slide, and they made it slide. Slide. Through. So slide through. Slide through. Now what is the meaning of slide through? Slide through means come over or visit.
Round with that fake history you are giving. Stop it. You call yourself Native Americans, yet you don't even know your tribe. Where is your tribe? What is the name of your tribe? What language do you speak, your so-called Native Americans? What language do you guys speak? Because every single tribe or every single country in this world have their own language. So if you are indigenous, just as Red Indians, or sorry to say Native Americans, they have their own language. They have their own tribes. So Madam so-called African, wannabe Native American, what is the name of your tribe? What is the name of your people? You coming up with some fake identity that is going to cause some crisis to our African identity. So please stop it. Stop with the fake history you are creating. Please. It's serious, guys. You are really doing something that is wrong and is illegal.
The fuck are you talking about?
Deny Africa all you want. You are Africans. That is how you got to America. You can claim America because that's all you know, but the blood flows through your veins. That blood that flows through your veins. That blood that makes you sing good. That blood that makes you dance good. That blood that gives you that rhythm. That blood that gives you boldness and bravery. That blood that gave you beauty, intelligence. That blood is from Africa. That blood flows through your veins just as it flows through my veins.
Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muscogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment. I am not a slave, I was born to slide, I am not afraid. Hop about a K, oh yeah, free to God, they went out of state. I'm a child of God, I do not belong to the United States. For Black History, tell Uncle Sam he can catch a fade. I went to hell, school, graduated at the top of my class. Still never thought I was over my peers. We did that time together 12 years. Ain't that some movie? I think that it is. They won't control me, I'm really a member. I traveled that road, I came back with the jewels from. When I pull up, they peep how the roof gone. We some dog killers, won't chew bones. Know we all spit them, we supreme. Somewhere I read a nigga had a dream.
You don't have to try to be something you're not. God, I can't stand this. Trying to be something I'm not? Trying to be proud of my African heritage? That's being something I'm not, then fine. My grandmother was a full-blooded Iroquois. My grandfather was a black from a long line of journeymen who lived in Connecticut since the establishment of the colonies. My father was a Bajan who came to this country a cabin boy in a merchant marina. I know all of that, Mama. Then know this. I am alive because of the blood of the people who never scraped or begged or apologized for what they were. They asked only one thing of this world: to be allowed to be. I gave you my grandmother's name, a woman who bore 9 children and educated them all. Who held off 6 white men with a shotgun when they tried to drag one of her sons off to jail for not knowing his place. And you had to reach into an African dictionary to find a name that would make you proud.
All right, all right, all right. Let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hit the like button on the way in. Subscribe to the channel if you've yet to do so. And hit the Cash App or the PayPal if you support the mission. You know your boy is demonetized and shadow banned. This is a crowd-funded operation. And if you appreciate the content, I appreciate y'all showing your support in the only way you can. Guys, I've warned you about this for a couple years now. I'm not sure how long some of you have been watching. We've got a lot of new viewers, but I've warned you guys about this for years. I was the modern day Paul Revere, but instead of the British are coming, it's the Africans are coming, the Africans are coming. And they're cosplaying and they're eating cats and dogs, but we're not going to get into all that. Y'all can see the stream I did on the Haitians eating pets in Ohio. Go ahead and check out the channel. But guys, I've warned you about this. Africans have been in bed with our oppressor. Africans and Europeans kind of had a pact. They kind of had a revisionist history agreement, if you will. They came up with a story and they allowed this false narrative to be promoted that white folks like snuck into Africa and, you know, were bear crawling through the jungle, and then they spotted an African and they threw a net on them and they grabbed them and chained them up and dragged them onto a slave boat. No, that wasn't the case. It's called the transatlantic slave trade. It's not called the Holy War. It's not called the mass invasion. Africans captured their fellow Africans and had them waiting on the coast for the Europeans to just come through and window shop. It was the Africans that first enslaved their fellow African and then sold them to foreigners. But guess what happened? Hundreds of years later, some of those black folks that made their way to North America and then mixed in with indigenous tribes on their fight for freedom, those folks became globally revered. They became global successes, global phenomenons. Everybody wants to be like a native Black American, don't they? And imagine how much contempt and vitriol and disdain these Africans have. You guys were nothing but slaves that we sold to white folks, and now you're richer than us, and more popular than us, and more successful than us. And you create inventions that are revered the world over. Meanwhile, Africans are global failures. And I got to correct you, Tony. No, it's not that they allowed us to be captured. They captured some of our ancestors. It wasn't no white man sneaking in the bushes, stealing no Africans. It was the African in the bush stealing their fellow African. at this. It's all good, Tony. It's a lot of misinformation out there. We all grew up thinking that the white man just stole some Africans. No, it's called a slave trade. There was 2 consenting parties. The only person that did not give their consent was the captured individual. The African freely sold their fellow African to Europeans for trinkets, guns, muskets, beer, and mirrors. If you don't believe me, look it up. And guess what, guys? Guess what? Africans for decades have been scamming us with the save the children and feed the children and we are the world and we are the people. We going over there and building wells, and they're so corrupt that the money's going to the elites and the Africans are still poor. So they've been scamming us for a long time. The Nigerian scammers, the romance scams, the hush puppies, the Yahoo boys. Look it up. The year of return tourism scam. Hey guys, come over here and buy property in Africa because you're coming back to the mother. No, it was a scam. Black Americans went over there and got murdered by them Africans. Look it up. The only thing that Africans have had going for themselves, since they're revered as global failures, the only thing that Africans have going for themselves recently is their alleged kinship to us. Let me say that again clearly. The only thing the Africans have ever had going for themselves in recent years is their alleged kinship to us. So when we watch this video and this African woman is so triggered that Black Americans are discovering their Aboriginal roots, no, it's because they're losing the little bit of power they have. The only little bit of power they have that they're holding on to is their alleged kinship to us. So now that we're delineating, they're running around like Chicken Little. The sky is falling. The sky is falling.
We have to teach people who seems to be so lost. I cannot believe African Americans, please listen to me. If you are African American and you are denying your roots, I'm talking about those denying their roots. Because
hey, and peep game, y'all, peep game. The Africans want to convince Black Americans to identify as African, but they're not going over to the Dominicans and forcing an African identity onto them, right?
Reminder that Dominicans are not Black. We are not Black. And no matter how much Black Americans cry about it, we are not Black. We will never be Black because I look Black, but we are not Black. And it is a reminder to Black Americans who are so pathetically forcing Dominicans to label themselves as Black. When we keep telling them we have our own culture, we know Black, papi, they still force it on us.
The descendants of African slaves in South America that say me no Black papi, the Africans don't have any issues with them not identifying as African. They don't call themselves African Dominicans, African Puerto Ricans, African Haitians, nothing of the sort. They don't call themselves African Jamaicans. They just say they're Jamaican, right? So why is it that Africans on the continent are only trying to force this African identity on Black Americans? Because we are the global successes. And the only thing Africans have going for themselves is their alleged kinship to us. Do you understand now? I hope you're starting to get it.
Because thankfully, we have so many lovely African Americans who embrace their African roots, who knows where they came from, who are trying to go back to the motherland and educate themselves about their people, their history, and their culture. And there is a fair amount of people that also denying their roots. We are not forcing you to be Africans because you can deny it all you want, brother, sister. Go back to the motherland and you will see that you are just like any other African.
Why are they trying to convince us that we're the same when we're not? Most Black Americans have American, Indian, Aboriginal, indigenous roots, not no fucking African roots. There's some of us who have indigenous roots and African admixture because 4% of the slaves during the transatlantic slave trade went to North America. And a lot of those African slaves, when they fled the plantation and revolted, they were adopted by indigenous tribes like the Seminole and the Creek and the Choctaw, et cetera, et cetera. But guys, a lot of us have zero African admixture. A lot of us are doing our genealogy, we're tracing our family tree, and we're not seeing any documentation that supports this claim of us being African. They've been reclassifying Black Indians in America since 1682. Virginia in 1682 passed 2 acts that combine Native Americans and Africans into one category as Negroes. So yes, clearly some Native Americans were richly melanated and looked a bit similar to Africans for them to be able to lump them in the same category and reclassify them, but we're not the same people. The Aboriginals of Australia look dark as hell like some Africans, but they're not African, are they? They're not the same people.
And African people in your country, you see them in America. We are one people. You are me and I'm you. Okay? And we are same. Like it, hate it. It is what it is. But my concern is that you guys that deny your roots, you are starting to create false history. Ooh, and I'm not gonna sit down for that to happen. There is nothing I can do, but I will call you guys out because you are creating false history that can affect the next generation to come. If we don't put our foot down and stop this nonsense.
She's living in a third world impoverished shithole, and instead of fixing her country, trying to increase her earning potential, instead of doing anything that benefits her and her people, she's online trying to convince us to adopt an African identity and trying to convince us that we don't have American Indian roots.
It's going to carry on, and the next generation and the next one to come are going to start thinking that they are not from Africa. They're going to preach that fake history to continue, and by the time you realize, Africa will keep shrinking and the people will keep shrinking, and we might finish.
That's not a problem. We don't care if Africa shrinks and the people. What the fuck is she talking about? The big ass continent, largest continent in the world, Africa is going to shrink and the people are going to. We don't care, ma'am. Africa can be wiped off of the face of the earth tomorrow, and that does not affect Native Black Americans in the slightest. For those of us that do have some distant African ancestors, we don't give a damn about no Africa. You Africans that captured some of our ancestors and sold them to foreign Europeans for trinkets. Why would we? Guys, you know what this shit is? It's like when you got a dope fiend mama or daddy that like sells you or like gives you up for adoption, and then you become rich and famous, and here comes your dope fiend parent talking about, we're family, right? Buy me a house, buy me a car, we're family, right? No.
So I am not going to sit down for that to happen, and none of us Africans are going to allow that. Please, if you deny Africa, that's okay. That's your problem.
You're not a colleague, you a fucking colonizer. The family matter and the truth of the matter. It was God's plan to show y'all the liar. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us.
Yeah, I had to cue the Kendrick one time.
But don't go around with that fake history you are giving. Stop it. You call yourself Native Americans, yet you don't even know your tribe.
What are you talking about? Look how emotional she is. She's emotional that we don't identify with a country we have never fucking been to. I ain't never been to Africa. My daddy ain't from Africa. My mama ain't from Africa. My grandmama ain't from Africa. Matter of fact, we know y'all don't even got your fucking paperwork. Y'all don't even got birth certificates. I got my family tree on my father's side traced back to the early 1800s. On my mother's side traced back to the late 1700s. And y'all don't even have birth certificates. And guess what? Not a single ancestor came from fucking Africa. So what are you smoking? She's so emotional. She's so upset because she knows as soon as we delineate, it's game over for them Africans.
Where is your tribe? What is the name of your tribe? What?
My tribe is the Muscogee Creek Nation, ma'am. My tribe is the Muscogee Creek Nation. Our ancestral homeland is in the Alabama region. We were comprised of a conglomerate of other tribes that split off, such as the Seminole. I know the name of my tribe. Is that it? Is that the test? Did I pass, guys? She thought that we didn't know the name of our tribes. What? Yeah. Not only do I know the name of my tribe, not only am I a full-time genealogist who meets with dozens of Black Americans and teaches them how to trace their family heritage, but God damn it, when we go through that paper trail, we don't see nothing that points to Africa. And if you haven't done your genealogy yet, I urge you to reach out and schedule a consultation.
Hi, my name is Frances Tuck, and I contacted Mike from Mike TV on YouTube because I wanted to find out about my family's Native American history that I believed existed. Through the research that I was able to do through Mike TV, I was able to find out that our name is indeed on the registry. I had a consultation with Mike today, and because of his advice and the research that he has done, I am now confident that I'm able to find my family's roots in the Native American History database. Thank you, Mike.
This is wild. She's on the other side of the world trying to tell us we're not Native and we're African. Bitch, you don't know our genealogy. You don't know our heritage. You don't know who we descend from, just like we don't know about yours. But you guess what the difference is? We don't care about you. We don't care about what tribe you're a part of or not a part of. We don't care whether you call yourself Nigerian or African or Igbo. We don't give a damn. But they care so much about us. They have a one-sided parasocial relationship with us, and it's disgusting. They're like serial stalkers.
Language do you speak, your so-called Native Americans?
I'm sorry, guys. She had another pop quiz for me. So the first question, she put me on the spot, guys. She really put me on the spot. She said, "Well, what is your Native American tribe?" Ma'am, Muscogee Creek Nation. Oh, well, what is the tribal language you speak? It's called Muscogee. Matter of fact, I take weekly virtual language classes with my tribe every Friday. Is this it? Is this the big test, y'all? Did I pass yet? Did we pass? She think we don't know the name of the tribe. She don't think we know the name of our tribal language. What?
Language do you guys speak? Because every single tribe or every single country in this world have their own language. So if you are indigenous,
That is false, ma'am. That is false. Every country's indigenous population has their own language. Every country that has been successfully colonized by foreign powers, they speak the language of the colonizer, which is why most of the world speaks English and most of South America speaks Spanish, and then Asia and all those other parts speak Mandarin, right? Right, guys? Y'all are over in Africa not speaking your native tongue. Y'all speaking French and shit. I done seen so many videos of Africans speaking French and speaking the Queen's English, but she want to talk to us about tribal indigenous languages.
just as red Indians, or sorry to say Native Americans, they have their own language. They have their own tribes. So Madam so-called African wanna be Native American, what is the name of your tribe?
Ma'am, I already answered. It's the Muscogee Creek Nation. Creek Nation for short. So what are you talking about? Does she not know how many Black folks have their tribal citizenship intact? Does she not know that we know who we are and we have records over here and documentation? Does she not know I'm the king of receipts and I can pull up evidence to point to Black Indians in America as early as the 1400s? Play with me if you want to. I do this for real. You up here online just emotional because your scam's coming to an end.
What is the name of your people? You coming up with some fake identity that is going to cause some crisis to our African identity. So please stop it. Stop with the fake history.
I told you guys, I warned you. She's upset. She's emotional because she thinks us delineating is causing a crisis to her African identity. Because again, the only thing they've ever had going for themselves is their alleged kinship to us. We know you're down bad. The more and more Black Americans do their genealogy and get in touch with their American Indian roots and further delineate from African migrants, the more you guys have to hold your own nuts. And if there's one thing you guys are incapable of doing, it's standing on your own 2 feet, picking yourself up by your bootstraps and holding on to your own nuts.
Are creating. Please. It's serious, guys. You are really doing something that is wrong and it's illegal.
The fuck are you talking about?
Okay, I'm just a little bit confused. I need somebody in the comment section, whoever is watching this video, to help me out. So during the first part, she was going off on the fact that, oh, Black Americans, you don't know really who you are. You think that you're Caucasian. You think that you're Native American. You're believing this false history. You're making up this false history. You don't really know who it is that you are. But since you want to say that you are Native American, then what is your tribe? Everybody that lives in a place that is indigenous, they have a tribe and they know their tribe. What is the name of your tribe? And then on top of knowing that tribe, what is the language of which that tribe speaks? Why are you not speaking that language yet? And we move then to, again, stating that, hey, Black Americans, you don't know who it is that you actually are. So we have somebody else from a whole nother place trying to tell Black Americans who it is that they are. Even if we just so happen to do the research, we do the blood work, we trace our roots back on this land 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever amount of years. And I'm talking about hundreds. We trace those back. And we learn that we are a part of an indigenous tribe here. We learn about the language of which was spoken. Now, again, we don't have schools directly set up in everyday America to go learn these languages. If you want to learn these native languages, you have to more than likely go to a reservation where they still keep up with these languages every single day.
Exactly. And I can tell you, as a card-carrying American Indian, that only 5% of Native Americans speak their indigenous language. So when she's running around here talking about the red natives speak their language, but you don't speak your language, no, ma'am. Only 5% of American Indians speak their ancestral tongue. Most speak English and have adopted English surnames as well. That's what happens when you get colonized. Same thing going on over there in Africa, right?
With the writings every single day. So again, for her to try to state this shows that she lacks any form of knowledge on anything that is going on here, and she is just mouthing off and just saying whatever it is that she feels that she wants to say. But again, I find it quite odd and I find it quite funny that no matter whatever research Black people here in America will do to find out who it is that they are, where it is that they belong, everybody all over the world will tell Black Americans who it is that they are. Nobody finds that strange.
Come on, everybody has a vested interest either cosplaying our culture, grifting our culture, or trying to tell us what to identify as. Why? Because the biggest scam running for hundreds of years now is convincing us that we don't come from this land. Guys, if you're new to this broadcast, if you're new to my content, subscribe, hit the like button, hit the Cash App or the PayPal if you support the mission. But I have a nickname, and it is the King of Receipts. And I have that nickname because I don't just get up here and talk. I show evidence. So why don't I bring up some evidence as to how our ancestors were speaking about Africa? You know, we had successful Black-owned cities and newspapers and lawyers and doctors and everything. And guess what? In our newspapers, we wrote about Africa. In the 1800s, early 1900s, our ancestors were very, very vocal about Africa and all these schemes to get us to quote unquote go back to Africa. And let's do a little bit of reading, shall we? Because at the end of the day, although these Africans may not realize it, reading is oh so fundamental.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look It's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere.
Let's go, y'all. Let's go. Let's take a little look. This right here is a newspaper clipping from Kansas City, Missouri. It says, disenfranchise the Negro and send him back to Africa? Absurd. Impossible. More than $1 billion worth of United States real estate, which he owns in his own name in the United States, is not easily to be taken from him. Besides, the Negro is not an African. He is an American. African is a misnomer. Why try to send him to a country which is not his own? Now y'all see why they call me the king of receipts, right? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Frederick Douglass, in his newspaper, wrote January 22nd, 1852, about Abraham Lincoln's colonization schemes. He had deportation and colonization schemes. He wanted to emancipate us and then deport us. And this is what Frederick Douglass wrote about. The colonization scheme. There is no sentiment more universally entertained, nor more firmly held by the free colored people of the United States than that this is their own, their native land. And that here, for good or for evil, their destiny is to be wrought out. Identified with the entire history of the American people, going back more than 200 years, this sentiment is natural and praiseworthy. There is not now, there never has been, and we think there never will be any general desire on the part of our people to immigrate from this land to any other, and least of all to the wilds of Africa. Yeah, our ancestors weren't just standing on business, they were standing on lineage. But let the African woman tell us, we gotta be African. We got to identify as African. We got to call ourselves African American. No, me no African, mommy.
Nobody finds that strange. So at first, when we said that we were African American, then we had some people over there saying, no, you're not African Americans. So then once we're like, okay, whatever, we're just going to start from square one. So let's just start doing some blood work, some research, and finding out where it is that we came from. And a lot of us can trace our roots again back here. So then we have people in America telling us, oh no, you're not Native American. It's possible for you to be Native American. The actual natives were the Mexicans and the Indians that were here because they originally had the land. Then you have white people. No, you can't be Native Americans. I know that I'm basically 60% Cherokee or Chickasaw and all this other type of stuff. I got my ticket from the $5 rolls, of which my great-great-grandpappy sat up there and paid for, even though we originally too are also immigrants. But it doesn't matter because I have more proof that I'm Native American than you. What do you actually have? So we have people out there in Latin America telling us that we're not Native American. We got white people who have fake Native American ancestry telling us that we're not Native American. Then we got people over there in Africa telling us that we're not Native American. This is looking a little bit weird here, guys. Like I said before, whenever it gets to a point where you got a multitude of people telling you that you are not something, something is up.
Do the knowledge, nigga.
Deny Africa all you want. You are Africans. That is how you got to America. You can claim America because that's all you know, but the blood flows through your veins. That blood that flows through your veins. That blood that makes you sing good. That blood that makes you dance good.
If it's African blood that makes us sing and dance good, then why don't Africans sing and dance as good as us?
blood that gives you that rhythm. That blood that gives you boldness and bravery.
If African blood gives us boldness and bravery, why don't Africans display boldness and bravery?
That blood that gave you beauty, intelligence. That blood is from Africa. That blood flows through your veins just as it flows through my veins. We are one people. I'm not going to force you to accept it, but I'm telling you, and I will tell you, and I will keep telling you, and I will keep going on.
I wonder if you know that I know he's lying right now. Oh, you got the new Margellas? That's what's up. That's what's up. I see you. That's your BMW? That's nice. That's your girl? Golly. Okay, I see you. But I just want to know one thing. You ready? Why the fuck you lying?
Yeah, we sold some of y'all to the white man, but don't remember that blood is why you successful. 400, 500 years later, y'all successful because of that African blood some of y'all got from 700 years ago. I mean, all right. You see how they're desperately trying to cling on to us? You see how us delineating, us doing our genealogy, us discovering our ancestral heritage, do you see how this just makes them go crazy?
Please, cut the crap. And if you are feeling some kind of broken about history and some kind of anger towards African people, it is not our fault. We are.
Oh, it's not your fault that you chose to enslave your fellow Africans and sell them to foreigners for muskets and beer and gunpowder and trinkets. Oh, it's not your fault. Wait. The white man forced you to capture Africans and sell them to the world. Oh, that's what it is. The white man made them enslave one another and sell them for, I got it.
We are not the enemy here, guys. We are not the enemies. You went through hell. Stop lying about history. Stop the false claims, please. Have some dignity and respect for African people, Black people all over the world. If you don't want to...
But the funny thing is, they don't call themselves Black people, and they don't even identify as African. Africans don't call themselves Africans. Africans do not go anywhere in the world and say, hi, I'm African. They say, I'm Somali, I'm Sudanese. I don't even identify colloquially as African. So why are they trying to get us to? When we ain't never even been to Africa, our parents ain't from, grandparents ain't from, your great. These motherfuckers think we immigrants like how they are. I'm not no immigrant, girl.
To be one of us, and you think that you are Caucasian or something. We know our people. You can bleach, you can change your nose, you can change your eyes, you can do whatever to be Caucasian. We know you. We know our people. Some of you lot, you have never even been to the motherland. What are you scared of? Go.
Maybe we don't like going to impoverished third world countries that have armed conflicts popping off and genocide and mutilation and rape and child trafficking and everything in between. Maybe we don't want to visit Africa for the same reason you guys are fleeing Africa. Or maybe we don't want to visit Africa the same way some of us don't want to visit Thailand. Or some of us don't want to visit Ireland. Or some of us don't want to visit Paris. You know, some of us don't want to go to Iran. Some of us are cool if we never go to Portugal because that's not where we're from. And we're fine where we're from.
Go and see. You know why you don't want to go? Because you don't want to face the truth. Because you know when you get to the motherland, you'll be ashamed of yourself. Because you're faking history. Fake identity you are creating on yourself. You claim not to be African. And that is why you cannot put your foot on the motherland, because you know who you are. But for some reason, you deny it. But let me tell you, I'm not your enemy.
Oh, she's right, guys. Guys, she's getting through to me. I'm having a breakthrough. I'm starting to reflect on the choices that I have made. She's right. You know what, guys? Mike has never been to Africa. Never. And if I think about it, I'm sorry, guys, I need a moment. Oh, she's getting to me, y'all. She's getting, oh no, she's right. If I think about it, the reason that I've never visited Africa is because I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed to visit Africa because I know that I've been pretending to be Native American, but really I'm African. And if I step foot on the continent of Africa, I will feel the ancestors will shame me. Oh no, say oh no. She's right, guys. She's right. I'm forging documents. This isn't a real citizenship ID card. My child isn't a member of the tribe as well. My tribe hasn't cashed me out tens of thousands of dollars per the federal benefits. Guys, it's all an act. You know, us Black Americans, if we just look in the mirror, if we just start with the man in the mirror, we'll realize that we're actually African. Matter of fact, let's not even call ourselves African American. Let's just call ourselves Africans. I renounce my U.S. citizenship. I'm gonna get a flight to Africa, guys. I'm going to Africa. I'm not gonna be ashamed anymore. What is this bitch talking about, bro? What is this? She's really trying to shame us, gaslight the fuck out of us into convincing us that we're African. Ma'am, we do something called genealogy. Nowhere on my family tree is a musty African. Nowhere in the paperwork or the documentation is there any evidence going back to Africa. Stop the cap. But you know what I do find? My ancestor on the dolls roll. God damn it, before we even get to the dolls roll, we find the handwritten tribal documents of them being a part of what tribe? Creek Nation, March 3rd, 1905. Damn, I can willy-nilly, spur of the moment, bring up handwritten documents from my lineal ancestor written in 1905, but most of these Africans don't even have a birth certificate. Damn. Ancestors on the dolls roll and everything, have Creek by blood. I mean, damn, but we don't know who we are when we have a meticulous paper trail.
People are not your enemies. Okay? We all went through something. Actually, you lot were even lucky. You fought for your freedom. You had the opportunity to be superstars. You made billions, multiple.
See, you see the sick ass thinking of an African? They think we're lucky to have gone through slavery. They think we're lucky to have gone through oppression because at least we get to live in America, a first world country. Bitch, we built America. Stop the cap. We built the shit. Black Indians already laid the foundation before the 13 colonies were even set up. Look up the mound builders. Look up the southeastern woodland people. Every major city, San Francisco to New York, was a Black Indian settlement with pyramids, houses, agriculture, you name it. And the colonizers built on top of it and revised history. But she wants us to think what? She wants us to think that we should identify with a place we've never been and a place most of us have no desire to ever go.
Millions with your talent, and yet Africa was still suffering. Africa was being still destroyed, and still till now. Africa became the lab rat for these people, injecting all kinds of vaccine into our people. But you lot, you had the opportunity to ride in the dream car, work and explore your talent and make money off your talents. You should have brought that money to Africa to invest in Africa.
Wow, you selfish ass musty bitch. I'm sorry, excuse my French. Is free speech still allowed? You selfish musty ass. What? We fought for everything we ever got. We bled for it and then some. We've been kicked out of generational wealth and opportunities for decades. We've been hit with glass ceilings. We've been hit with missed opportunity. We fought for every scrap that we got. And you think that we're lucky and we're privileged and we should take our money to Africa, to the people who sold some of our ancestors to European slave drivers? What? Yes, you slaves. We captured you and we sold you to the white man, and now you are so rich and so successful. Say, oh, we want you to bring some of that money back to your original slave masters here in Africa. You know, the white man is benefiting from the success of the Black Americans, but we want to benefit from our slaves too.
Okay, I'm just a little bit confused. I need somebody in the comment section, whoever is watching this video, to help me out. So during the first part, she was going off on the fact that, oh, Black Americans, you don't know really who you are. You think that you're Caucasian. You think that you're Native American. You're believing this false history. You're making up this false history. You don't really know who it is that you are. But since you want to say that you are Native American, then what is your tribe? Everybody that lives in a place that is indigenous, they have a tribe and they know their tribe. What is the name of your tribe? And then on top of knowing that tribe, what is the language of which that tribe speaks? Why are you not speaking that language together? And we move then to again stating that, hey, Black Americans, you don't know who it is that you actually are. So we have somebody else from a whole nother place trying to tell Black Americans who it is that they are. Even if we just so happen to do the research, we do the blood work, we trace our roots back on this land 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever amount of years. And I'm talking about hundreds. We trace those back. And we learn that we are a part of an indigenous tribe here. We learn about the language of which was spoken. Now, again, we don't have schools directly set up in everyday America to go learn these languages. If you want to learn these native languages, you have to more than likely go to a reservation where they still keep up with these languages every single day, with the writings every single day. So again, for her to try to state this shows that she lacks any form of knowledge on anything that is going on here, and she is just mouthing off and just saying whatever it is that she feels that she wants to say. But again, I find it quite odd and I find it quite funny that no matter whatever research Black people here in America will do to find out who it is that they are, where it is that they belong, everybody all over the world will tell Black Americans who it is that they are. Nobody finds that strange. Nobody finds that strange. So at first, when we said that we were African American, then we had some people over there saying, no, you're not African Americans. So then once we're like, okay, whatever, we're just going to start from square one. So let's just start doing some blood work, some research, and finding out where it is that we came from. And a lot of us can trace our roots again back here. So then we have people in America telling us, oh, no, you're not Native American. It's possible for you to be Native American. The actual natives were the Mexicans and the Indians that were here because they originally had the land. Then you have white people. No, you can't be Native Americans. I know that I'm basically 16% Cherokee or Chickasaw and all this other type of stuff. I got my ticket from the $5 rolls, of which my great-great-grandpappy set up there and paid for, even though we originally too are also immigrants. But it doesn't matter because I have more proof that I'm Native American than you. What do you actually have? So we have people out there in Latin America telling us that we're not Native American. We got white people who have fake Native American ancestry.
I'm so glad that, you know what I'm saying, I even, you know what I mean, experienced this. I'm glad I experienced you from, you know what I mean, enlighten me from the internet to, you know what I mean, online, getting one-on-one in depth, giving me a lot of information that I can take back to my people as well. And hopefully we could both get everything meshing with everything with the lineage and everything with the genealogy. This is no scam. This is all real. This is a real homeboy that put it down he mean what he say. He got receipts and he put it down. He stands on business. Straight up. One love.
Yeah, y'all, I don't know what's going on. They're just self-destructing. The more we delineate, the more we do our genealogy, the more we recognize that we ain't no damn Africans. Most of us do not descend from no damn Africans. The more they self-destruct on the internet. Them Africans have only had their alleged kinship to us as the closest thing to a modicum of success. And now that we're going our own way, they're left to their own devices. They're left with their own insecurity, their own inferiority, their own degeneracy. And good Lord, if I could close the borders, I'd make it so that all of you illegal migrants, African, Haitian, or Venezuelan, would stay in your own country. But
they don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
As a native Black American and a proud member of the Muscogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. Help me help you discover your roots with a personalized genealogy consultation. Paper trail genealogy matters. DNA tests can't prove ethnicity or tribal affiliation. You must search through paper records to dive deep into your family heritage. During the meeting, I will teach you how to navigate the genealogy process with ease. You'll learn how to link tribal affiliation with your ancestors, and I'll show you the step-by-step process I went through to gaining tribal citizenship. Take the first step to unlocking your past. To book a consultation, send an email to mike@keymediapro.com.
Everybody that wants to know, Mike is the real deal. His information is real. He's a humble brother, and he's all about the information. He's not about, personal gain or personal applause, personal credit. This is about our nation. It's not about one individual, but it's about us collectively as a people. And Mike is all about that, So we stand behind the brother 100%.
So I think it was very informative, very educational, very knowledgeable, because you touched on some things that I was aware of, but I wasn't aware in detail. So it kind of gives like an insight to some of the things that are going on today from history. So I think it's very important to learn your genealogy. And I thank you for the information. You're showing us how to navigate through the system. It's worth 75 or maybe a little bit more to me.
If you have any doubt, get it out your head immediately. So yeah, I'm going to continue to work with Mike as much as I can. So I want to say thank you, Mike, for actually taking the time out and talk with me and my husband. You definitely informed us on a lot of things. And the people out there that's watching, he will also inform you on a lot of things that you may not even know about. So I want to say thank you again, Mike.
Hey friends. Okay, we're gonna take this one too. Gold, because it looks great on us. Yes. Okay, Thomas, we know. Okay, because you're gonna do it. I already know it.
I like this team. 100.
Okay.
Okay. 100.
Okay, Holmes. Okay. We got this. Little has first leg.
On second leg, which I think they're hoping that she will blow the race.
She on third.
Open here. Gabby Thomas on third.
Of course. No, Gabby's on third.
I always think the athletes who had success in the building, Alexis Holmes.
And she will bring it to Holmes. Yes, she will.
Like you said, Otto, if I were the coach,
don't tell me I'm lying, because I'm not. Watch. Okay, Cindy, let's do it. Yes. Here we are. Lane 6. Lane 6.
Olympic gold medals.
Because they're going to win it again. Here we go. 4x400. Lane 6. USA, baby. Women's 4x400. Relay. We're winning this. We're winning this. Whoever thinks we're not, just don't know, baby. We're winning this. Okay, there we are.
Team USA leading off with Shamir Little.
There's Little.
Draw your attention to Lika Clover, also a phenomenal 400-meter runner. She is in lane 5. Team USA is in lane 6. Now let's watch the staggers out in lane.
There she is.
With Stacey Ann Williams is off to a great start.
Get it.
Rattling off 49 lows. She's run 3 400 races as a part of the relay so far. I think that she's in a good spot again right now on them.
The Shamir Little has saved her best for the second half of this leadoff leg, and now look at her close ground and get Jamaica. Get closer to Jamaica on this leadoff leg.
And guess who's standing by? Sydney McLaughlin-Laverne, the Olympic champion at 400 hurdles. Sydney's got the stick in the way.
Okay, because you know she's going to run. You know she's going to run. She's going to get all the way down that track. Like, who's catching her? Not a soul. Okay? Not a soul. Because she can run, baby! What? Girl, you better what?
This is only the second leg. Oh my God, Jamaica has stopped. Jamaica is out of this final in dramatic fashion. Rashida Adeleke of Ireland.
What a flip! Oh, she running so fast I can't even keep up with her.
And getting ready is Gabby Thomas.
Gabby! Girl, don't you scare me. Oh, thought she was about to fall. Go, Gabby! Go, Gabby! Go, Gabby! Go, Gabby! Go, Gabby! You see that?
This season, campaigning for a spot to do what she's doing right now and go home with 3.
She can stop and take 2 steps and keep going and still win. Go, Gabby! Look at this girl.
Alexis Holmes is going to get the biggest lead that she has probably had since college, because Gabby Thomas has done one.
Okay, Holmes. Holmes gonna take it home. No pressure. Stop and tie your freaking shoe and start again, baby. Because you're getting ready to bring us some gold. Okay? 24, okay, baby? Look, nobody's there, though. Look, there she is. Nobody's there, though. Oh, my arm hurting. Oh, snap. There she is. There's our girl. Holmes is taking it home. Holmes is taking it home. Holmes is taking it home. And she wins. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Gold again. The fastest times ever. The fastest.
36 years erased.
Woo!
We question the owner of the team. Boy, were we wrong. What a great way to close out the championships. 40.
I'm the type of nigga, sassy on the bitch, VVS, clarity, stone, pretty on the bitch, and I'm feeling like the hand of God, bless me in this bitch, put respect up on my name, ho, I'm heavy in this bitch, I just won 7 Grammys, girl, you gotta love me, and I got a song with Beyonce, you love me, poppin' Williams on the freeway, I'm a strong man, got the city going crazy, look at what you done, man, we just having fun, man, T.O.P. the gun, man, D.O.T. was on his level, rapping in the function, 100K for a walkthrough, why you talking to me, staring at a dead president, they be talking to me, but look, I'm the type that gets sexy on the bitch, one thing I can't stand.
Do y'all understand how disrespectful it is for first generation Africans to come over here and disrespect Black Americans on the land that we fought for people that look like us to succeed and prevail? For y'all to come over here and be anti-Black American and try to shit on us and disassociate yourselves with us and just like separate yourselves as if we're scum when our people fought for us, not just African Americans, but like Africans, first generation Africans that come over here to be able to have a normal life and succeed in this country. And for y'all to spit in our face, that's crazy. Like, I don't think y'all understand how wild that is. To say things like, at least I know my ancestors and all of that, and how to trace my lineage back to Africa. And don't act like they don't say that, because there are people that have said that and will throw it in your face in an argument or something. But I'm having a conversation about this right now, and it's just kind of like, whoa. Like, to think that that actually happens. Like, you wouldn't be able to be over here if it wasn't for my ancestors and my people in this country. Shit, if it wasn't for us today and what we do today, what some of our leaders do today, y'all wouldn't be able to be over here. So to come over here and shit on the very people that made it okay for you to be over here is fucking insane. It should be unity at the end of the day. It should just be unity. It should like what are we going against each other and fighting for? It should be unity.
Come and take a camera flash. Jury game amazing. Car game crazy. Gucci Mela flip. Motion talent city sight chase. When I hit the mall, when I'm in the club, wait, it's a photo shoot. Come get your camera phone on. It's a photo shoot. It's a photo shoot, girl. It's a photo shoot, girl. It's a photo shoot, girl. It's a photo shoot. Verse 2. Every time go to photo shoot.
Y'all, China's at 5. Okay? China's lane 5. I can't believe this just happened. Okay? Okay? And y'all, Jamaica's out. Like, they won't be running tomorrow. This I've never seen this before. So the USA running, China running. What? There's China right. There's China right there. There's China. What's this? This is the first time China ever what? Now look at this. No one even in the beginning of the race even checked for China. Okay? What's this? What's this? They messed up the past and everything.
Black American and a proud member of the Muscogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. Help me help you discover your roots with a personalized genealogy consultation. Paper trail genealogy matters. DNA tests can't prove ethnicity or tribal affiliation. You must search through paper records to dive deep into your family heritage. During the meeting, I will teach you how to navigate the genealogy process with ease. You'll learn how to link tribal affiliation with your ancestors, and I'll show you the step-by-step process I went through to gaining tribal citizenship. Take the first step to unlocking your past. To book a consultation, send an email to mike@keymediapro.com.
And what's this junk? How about what the flip? Look who in the front. What? I think this is their first time. Jamaica out. What on earthdoms? So I guess it's gonna be USA, China, and some other people. I was thinking, who is it? That's Omar. China, France, and Canada. The US will run tomorrow. So you know the US got to get it. Oh my gosh. I can't even believe this happened. Like, what? This is what happened, you guys. The exchange was bad. Like, they missed that exchange right there. Look at that. Boom. And then Jamaica had a miss right there. Oh my gosh. Is gone. He run for his life.
Black people only question: if a war was to break out between America and Africa, black folks, where will you stand? Are you Team Africa? Are you Team America? Put it down in the comments.
Sondekon again in Silver Spring, Maryland. She's treating herself to a few hours of pampering to get her hair braided at a friend's salon.
How are you? How's the family doing this morning?
Okay. What about you?
I'm fine.
The two women met 7 years ago when Sondekon moved to the US. Back then, they both worked in the same hair salon. Their friendship was built on a common language and shared West African roots.
Yes, Africa is a continent, but it's also like a country, especially French-speaking Africa. We have the same culture, we understand each other, we eat basically the same meals, we think the same, we have the same experiences, which is not the case with African Americans, for example.
Relationships between African Americans and African immigrants aren't always easy. In her 7 years in the US, Sondekon has yet to build a friendship with an African American.
Sometimes they think their ancestors were sold by ours, so there is some jealousy. There's also jealousy because when we come here, we know where we came, we fight, which isn't always the case for them.
I worked with them for a long time. You just have to know your place and take what you can.
Sondekon's judgment is harsher, fueled by her past encounters.
They might come up to you, and then the next day, they're a different person. For them, friendship is superficial. Whereas for me as an African, friendship is sacred.
Even though I want to disagree with you, I get where you're coming from. When I see Black people talking about racism, all that stuff, I'm like, what is wrong with these people? You guys have food, you have EBT, all these things, and you're here shouting about somebody is racist too. Just leave that person and move on. I feel that way. Like, why are they always like complaining? But when Black Lives Matters started happening, like, I sat down, I said, I need to actually know why these people are pained. And if we look at the history, what they've done to them, like if you actually sit down, watch some documentaries, how they were maltreated, I don't think if I'm actually born, I will forgive those people. I don't care. It's easier for us Africans that were raised in Africa to feel like they're complaining because we were raised through struggle. Like I barely even have water, and you have water, you're complaining. But then it's not about the basic necessity or about how we are raised. We are raised like, I don't want to say way better. We might not have resources, but there's some way, like our own people will not look down on us or put us behind. So it's in their nurture that way. Like they just can't overlook it. And if you sit down and watch everything that the forefathers have been through for you, I changed my mind. No, they need to be angry. However, they should still move forward.
They got white names, you know what I mean? Like, they'll be like something Thompson, you know what I mean? Yeah. You'll never see that in an African person. It'll be like Pascal, it'll be Hamada Gogo, it'll be, you know what I mean? Yeah, Kevin, da-da-da. Yeah. They're all, I remember, like, white people. So something we don't even nigga tell yeah, so
they're not. Reminder that Dominicans are not Black. We are not Black. And no matter how much Black Americans cry about it, we are not Black. We will never be Black. Yes, I look Black, but we are not Black. And it is a reminder to Black Americans who are so pathetically forcing Dominicans to label themselves as Black. Well, we keep telling them we have our own culture. We know Black, papi.
As a native Black American and a proud member of the Muscogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. Help me help you discover your roots with a personalized genealogy consultation. Paper trail genealogy matters. DNA tests can't prove ethnicity or tribal affiliation. You must search through paper records to dive deep into your family heritage. During the meeting, I will teach you how to navigate the genealogy process with ease. You'll learn how to link tribal affiliation with your ancestors, and I'll show you the step-by-step process I went through to gaining tribal citizenship. Take the first step to unlocking your past. To book a consultation, send an email to mike@keymediapro.com.
Anybody that wants to know, Mike is the real deal. His information is real. He's a humble brother, and he's all about the information. He's not about, personal gain or personal applause, personal credit. This is about our nation. It's not about one individual, but it's about us collectively as a people. And Mike is all about that, So we stand behind the brother 100%.
If you have any doubt, get it out your head. immediately. So yeah, like I'm going to continue to work with Mike as much as I can. So I want to say thank you, Mike, for actually taking the time out and talk with me and my husband. Like you definitely informed us on a lot of things. And the people out there that's watching, he will also inform you on a lot of things that you may not even know about. So I want to say thank you again, Mike.
All right, all right, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let me get some fists and feathers in the chat if you can hear me loud, crisp, and clear. And we'll go ahead and get this party started. You know, I've been very busy. Back-to-back genealogy consultations all throughout the week, producing live content for you all. I haven't really been able to watch the Olympics, but I heard from a bird, I heard a word on the street, is that the quote-unquote African diaspora is hating on us Black Americans yet again. They always got to hate on the foundationals. They always got to hate on the originals. They always got to hate. And it's a weird conundrum because they hate while at the same time they attempt to replicate. They hate, but at the same time they steal our culture, claim we have none, and then they look to duplicate. I mean, where would them Africans be without us?
I pay for therapy because my cause tear me. They keep on dragging me. I pay for tips, they scatter me. I cannot barely sleep, but even I cannot hold on. Without you inside of me, I never knew this fame. Take you was a long way from me. I wanna see case bad, why can't someone call me? I gotta shoot out on my sleeve.
Oh, wait, excuse me, I misspoke. What I meant to say is, where would the world be without us?
I got a beam on the clock.
Balenci shoes, Jimmy shoes, Chanel slides, Louis boots. I can choose. Like it, give me everything,
No, Ling Ling, please don't shake your bag of bones. No, Ling Ling. You know, you just weren't gifted with the necessary prerequisites needed in order to participate in the FBA dance style known as twerking. I mean, oh Lord, that was cringe. That was cringe, y'all. Jesus. We're mimicked everywhere. Well, guys, let's go ahead and take a look at what the Bush babies are saying about us and the Olympics. Apparently, these Bush babies was really tweaking online, y'all. Apparently, they're really tweaking online. Again, I haven't been able to watch the Olympics, but word on the street is our basketball team beat them by 1 point. And I heard from a bird that because our basketball team beat them by 1 point, or rather the way they look at it, they lost by only 1 point, and they're looking at this as if it's some kind of triumph. I can't say they're looking at it as a victory because they're looking at it way more than that. They're treating it with even more grandiose gravitas than a simple victory. That they're acting like they really outdid us, like they're rubbing our face in something. And I'm like, hold on, y'all still lost, right? I mean, we won, you lost, but let the Bush babies lose by a point, and they think they beat us. Their psyche is so fucked up, guys. Colonization was a hell of a thing. They are so backwards in their thinking that them losing to us by a point, to them, it was like slam dunking the shit out of us. They think they did something, y'all. You don't understand what I'm telling you. They think they really did something by losing by a point instead of losing by a greater margin. I mean, I was confused. I was baffled. I said, wait, they lost, but they're online acting like they won because they lost by only 1 point. What? Okay. If you're new to my broadcast, subscribe. Good content over here. Hit the like button, guys. Likes are free after all. Share the video. Hit the Cash App or the PayPal if you support the mission. You know your boy is demonetized and shadow banned. but I'm here for you all. And yeah, my nickname is the King of Receipts. So let me show you some receipts. Exhibit A. Exhibit A. We got a Bush baby named Modi Speaks talking about Africans destroy Black Americans for degrading South Sudanese basketball. Okay. So we're going to get into why they think we were degrading them and why they're crying on the internet. Exhibit B. Another channel. Refugees to Olympic heroes. South Sudan's threat to Black American basketball dominance. Guys, what the fuck is going on? Is this the Twilight Zone? Are we in Bizarro world? Is this the Upside Down? What is happening? They lost to us. They should be taking the L, but they took the L and they doubled it up and merged it and made it into a fucking W, y'all. They turned the L into a W. Refugees to Olympic heroes. How are you a hero when you lose? These Africans think they're heroes because they lost by only a point. South Sudan's threat to Black American basketball dominance? So they're threatening our dominance because they lost? Y'all, this is fucking Fast and Furious, y'all. Come on. Who remembers the first Fast and Furious movie? When Brian O'Connor raced Vin Diesel's character, right? And he lost. But he almost had it, but he lost. And Brian says to Vin Diesel, oh, you know, I almost had you, dude. And Vin Diesel says, it don't matter if you win by an inch or a mile, winning is winning. And Lord, we won. And these motherfuckers think they're Olympic heroes when they lost to us.
Almost lost to some Africans. Yeah, goddamn, dog. We almost lost. Come on, man. And the king had to save. The king had to save us. I know the LeBron haters are mad. Almost lost to the Ahi tribe. This is crazy. What is going on, man? Embiid over there throwing the game. He's throwing the game for his cousins and shit. What's this is? I don't even know where to find the box score. We went in on layups at the end of the game. Like, what is I don't know where the box score is. I already had my excuses. My excuses. It's just preseason. We still trying to figure out lineup. But God, come on, y'all. We don't supposed to be losing to air up there. Come on, man. Cool Runnings. We don't supposed to lose to the Cool Runnings team. That's the last team we supposed to lose to or be close with. They don't even have shoes. They get their shoes from America. We got to ship them shoes. They had to use the shoes that we have extra, leftover shoe. They use leftover shoes that the USA teams didn't want. Y'all can use these. They don't even have basketball rims, dog. Feed the children. Send wheat, send water and bread. Them. That's who we almost lost to. Y'all are, man, it's getting almost lost to them. Cool Run.
Imagine this level of disrespect for an African team with players who worked their butts off, who fought tooth and nail to make sure they are where they are today. Imagine thinking that this South Sudanese...
Oh, she big mad. Hey, y'all, she big mad. Look at her. She's seething. Oh, Lord, this Bush baby is seething. Guys, I don't understand this. Ladies, I love you. Ladies, rock your natural hair. And if your hair is only like a mid fade, then rock that shit naturally. You don't need no weave. But sis, I'm sorry. You're not like us. I ain't no African. African girl, can you go to the barber and get that shit lined up? I mean, if you gonna rock the mid fade, can you at least go get that shit lined up? I'm just saying. You ain't got no baby hair, so you get on fleek and lay down. Just go ahead and get that ball fade with the taper and the lineup. Take care of yourself.
These players are not fit to be close to the USA team because they are not African Americans, because they live in South Sudan because they live in Africa. You can't make this shit up. I mean, like, these are the same people. These are the same Black Americans who would cry and complain that white people think they are superior to them. But now look at them.
Wait, what? She thinks that we whine and complain that white people think they're superior to us? Huh? Oh, gosh. I wonder what country she's in right now. Lord, oh, Lord. You got so many things to worry about in your homeland, ma'am. Your children are probably starving in the streets as you make this YouTube video about Black Americans.
Trying to act all high and mighty towards an African NBA team because they are Africans from Africa.
Hey, I'll give you 30, South Sudan. You taking it?
I wouldn't take 35 and a half, whatever it was.
I need to see some clips of them.
You know?
South Sudan.
I need to see what they look like, though.
Man, they probably ain't got nobody over 6'3".
I looked at the roster. I didn't recognize a single name. I don't know.
South Sudan, here we come. Here we come, South Sudan.
They had to qualify.
They should have laughing. That's what I'm saying. Like, they should have just put Lithuania in, right? Like, how did South Sudan get in?
We might go all small lineup.
No, look, this game we gonna play Langston Galloway, Michael Powder.
Oh, yeah, Micah.
They gonna play Nigel Davis, and we still gonna win by 30.
I was once having a discussion about slavery with a friend of mine, and I said something to her. I told her, if Black people had the power and the resources back in the days, if they had the resources that white people had during the days of slavery, they would have enslaved the world. But the only different thing would have been that they would never ever free those people they enslaved. Take it from me. They would do.
Wait, what? What the fuck what did she just say? So the other day, I was talking with my friend about slavery. Say, oh, bitch, what are you talking about? What? Hold on. Foul on the play. I'm confused. Guys, I speak to these Africans on a regular. I can kind of decipher this shit, but she just, oh my God, she just confused the shit out of. Wait, she said she was talking to her friend about slavery, and she said that if Africans had the same power as the Europeans, Africans would have enslaved the entire. What? Let me run that back. This bitch is speaking gibberish, y'all. She's speaking straight gibberish.
I was having a discussion about slavery with a friend of mine, and I said something to her. I told her, if Black people had the power and the resources back in the days, if they had the resources that white people had during the days of slavery, they would have enslaved the world. But the only different thing would have been that they would never ever free those people they enslaved. Take it from me. They would do well.
Yeah, that's why y'all not like us, Bush baby. Not like us in the slightest.
You're not a colleague, you a fucking colonizer. The family matter and the truth of the matter. Here was God's plan to show y'all the liar. They not like us. 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 They not like us.
And actually, ma'am, that's what you guys did. You sold your fellow Africans as slaves to the Europeans for mirrors, beer, muskets, and gunpowder, fucking trinkets. And when the Europeans were done with slavery and they outlawed it, the British had to patrol the coastal waters of Africa because them greasy-ass backwards fucking savages kept trying to engage in slave trades. Guess what, y'all? Did you know that Africans invented slave trades? Don't believe me? Look it up. Before the white man ever came to Africa, Africa had a thriving slave trade with the Arabs in the 7th century called the Arab slave trade. Matter of fact, Africans are still enslaving one another present day. They just call it child trafficking or human trafficking, right, guys? So, yeah, I'm not surprised that this Bush baby, this bald-head Bush baby who don't want to get a lineup for whatever reason, ma'am, $20 for a lineup, right? I mean, come on. She don't want to get it lined up, but she's ruminating over the transatlantic slave trade, you know, casual conversations. She's talking to her fellow Bush baby girlfriend, and they're just discussing slavery. And she's like, you know what? If we had the power, we'd enslave the whole fucking world, and we wouldn't free no one. Yeah, ma'am, that's how we know. Yeah, y'all not like us, and we not like you. Oh, Lord.
I was once having a discussion about slavery with a friend of mine, and I said something to her. I told her, if black people had the power and the resources back in the days, if they had the resources that white people had during the days of slavery, they would have enslaved the world. But the only different thing would have been that they would never ever free those people they enslaved. Take it from me. They would do way worse things than white people did. Anyway, let's see what other Africans had to say about this scenario.
So wait, so what, guys, they are so mentally unstable. So she's bitching and crying because we were joking over the fact we almost lost to some Africans in basketball, and she's upset and triggered that we're joking about it. Then simultaneously, some of the Africans are viewing it as a victory, calling these refugees Olympic heroes because they lost to us by only a point. And then she's gonna like randomly be like, hey, let's take a side quest and talk about slavery. And if we had the power, we'd enslave the whole world and do even worse to you black people than the white people did. What? But at the same time, she's mad because some black folks made jokes online about the Sudanese. Okay, guys, what the fuck is going on right now? What are you watching? I don't know. They're upset because we crack jokes about them, but at the same time, they say they'll enslave us worse than the white people did. Matter of fact, I've had them on my show before saying straight up, they want to enslave us and sell us to Iran and all kinds of weird shit. Y'all keep this.
If that's the case, is it economically viable to extract these minerals from their blood, from their bodies?
I believe you should sell black people to Iran. Iran currently is as it is. You gotta understand, right? 3 out of 4 black people. There's a new study that came on University of Utah, and also and University of Stanford, the Hoover Institute. 3 out of 4 black people have mercury in their blood. 2 out of 6 black people have uranium. You can actually use black people to create nuclear energy. So when people say that black people are bad, yes, they're bad, but there's a positive. You know what I mean? Also, I'm not talking about killing them. You can extract the uranium and the mercury from their blood without killing them. Also from this lymphatic, nervous system, and also the parasympathetic nervous system.
They sell Africans over there. In Libya, they sell men. Even 15-year-old Libyans are there in a car, they're armed. They'll come and kidnap you, and they'll sell you for $70 to $150. And then others will resell you.
As soon as you arrive in Libya, the first thing that happens is that you are taken away and sold. Our black brothers from West Africa, wherever you are from, a Malian, a Senegalese, or any other nationality from the West, even an Ivorian, you are sold. And for what? $700.
Yeah, these Bush babies jealous. They hate us, but they can't get enough of us. If we had the power of the white man, we would have enslaved you and never made you free. Then you niggas could not even play basketball. Like, what is this bitch talking about?
America have never been
I know how
independent
we got
anyway.
our independence. I want to know how you Africans got your independence.
Oh no, the white man gained independence from Europe. The black man in America did not gain any independence. Fuck that shit. The white man is still on your neck, man. You don't know what independence is.
What country are you from? I know you hear me, boy. What country are you from?
I don't give an F, bro. You don't know. You go stay your ass in America, man. You believe in white superiority. Come on, man. Inferiority guys.
From finding out how
inferiority guys, man.
savage you are. That's why you don't want us to know what country you come from. You're insecure, African man. I would.
You knew on this planet, bro. Everybody on this planet know where I'm from, nigga. Come on, man.
I know he's too insecure to let us know what country he's from.
I'm not insecure, bro. I have the same mentality like the KKK. I don't give an F about black Americans, man.
Figure out if
I don't give an F about blacks. You know what I'm saying? Come on, bro.
Hey, if you're new to my broadcast, they call me the king of receipts. You just saw videographic evidence of Africans talking about selling us to Iran. This broad saying if she had the power, she would enslave us, never let us be free. The last Bush baby said he got the same mentality as the KKK, called me the N-word with a hard R. Damn, they not like us. And guys, if you don't know, I'm a full-time genealogist. It's my full-time job, meeting with dozens of black folks every week, teaching you how to trace your family lineage. And guess what? Most of the people I meet with, they say grandmama said they Indian, not grandma said we come from Africa. Most people I meet with, when they take the steps that I teach them and they trace their lineage, they find Aboriginal heritage. Yes, They still are descendants of slaves. Yes, descendants of freedmen, but freedmen don't mean African. Only 4% of the slaves came to North America. Black Indians in America have been reclassified as African slave since 1682. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. The reclassification has been real. So guys, these Bush babies hate us, but they admire us. They're jealous, but they can't stand us. And now that we're realizing our true heritage, and now that we're waking up to the fact that we ain't from no fucking Africa, they're grasping at straws. They're running around like Chicken Little, the sky is falling, because the only thing Africans have ever had going for themselves is their alleged kinship to us. Let me say that again. The only thing they've ever had going for themselves is their alleged kinship to us, because we are the global supreme. Everybody wants to be a Black American. Nobody wants to be a fucking African. Let's talk about it, shall we?
Micah Powder.
Oh, yeah, Micah.
They're going to play Nigel Davis, and we still going to win by 30.
I was once having a discussion about slavery with a friend of mine, and I said something to her. I told her, if Black people had the power and the resources back in the days, if they had the resources that white people had during the days of slavery, they would have enslaved the world. But the only different thing would have been that they would never ever free those people they enslaved. Take it from me. They would do way worse things than white people did. Anyway, let's see what other Africans had to say about this scenario.
Gilbert Arenas or Gilbert Arenas or whatever they called you, I don't care. You with your brother, colleague, or friend, I don't know. This way you insulted and minimized the South Sudan basketball team. We will never take this from you. Put in your mind, you have not insulted South Sudan, but the whole Africa. We will never take this from you. This almighty America, we thought you were going to beat us 100-0, 100-0. But the way we squeeze the oxygen out of your lungs will show you that we are not for joke. God knows that we won that match. That match, we won it. God knows, and you guys know. This one, you know how it came. We don't want to talk. But you have to come and apologize publicly. Otherwise, we still have matches to come. We will show you that we are made out of iron. We Africans, you can never joke with us. Eh? You think we are poor. You think we are ignorant. You think you are...
Ma'am, it is a fact you are poor. It is a fact you are ignorant. You're online. Your village just got Wi-Fi last week. And instead of getting a fucking job or bettering yourself, you're online bitching about Black Americans on the other side of the world. Make it make sense.
Joking. You are joking. You just come and apologize. Otherwise, read my lips. You will bury your faces in shame for the time to come. Yes. Yeah.
What's up, everybody? Ayo here.
Hey, riddle me this. Why ain't they never got that smoke for the white man? They colonized by the French, the British to this day, the Chinese fucking them up on their own homeland, and they ain't got no smoke for none of them.
It's been a minute. If you're a basketball fan, obviously you know that the United States played against South Sudan in an exhibition game ahead of the Olympic Games. But ahead of that game on Fox Sports, on their flagship show Undisputed with Skip Bayless and a couple of other guys, a basketball legend, Boston Celtics legend, Paul Pierce, appeared to be joking about who South Sudan was. He was saying South Sudan, they're probably no more than 6'3". Who South Sudan was saying, well, Luka and his team could not make it to the Olympics. They might as well have, the Olympic Committee might as well have allowed Lithuania, or he just kept going on and on and on and on. And the game between the U.S. and South Sudan was played in London. It took a LeBron James last few seconds, LeBron James heroics with a few seconds to spare for the United States to win that game, because South Sudan at some point led by double-digit figures. What Paul Pierce did is a microcosm of the reality of the United States, in which a lot of Americans have this erroneous belief that outside of America,
what is going on? These Bush babies don't want to fix their homeland. They don't want to bang on the French or the British or the Chinaman. but he's bitching about the Olympics and he's trying to make it seem like it's way deeper than it is. He said this is a microcosm of what goes on in America. What? Oh, Lord. What are these Bush babies on about now, y'all? What are they on about now?
America, there is no country that is great. And we all know nothing could be further from the truth. Because if you think that as large as the world is, everything starts and stops with you, then you must be grossly mistaken.
Well, you always got our name in your mouth.
Pierce is on television, on national television. First of all, if you're going for a show of that magnitude, as a journalist, even though, I mean, he ain't no journalist, he's just a basketball player who was fortunate to get a job. Listen, you have to do your research. And if he did his research well, first thing you will understand is the nation of South Sudan, people from South Sudan and the largest Sudan are naturally tall. I saw a documentary the other day, and in this family, the shortest person was a lady who was 6 feet 5 inches tall. I am 6'2". She will dwarf me. That's what I'm talking about. So for him to have said they're like 6'3" shows a lack of understanding as a result of a lack of research, something as basic as...
And we have a lack of research because we don't give a damn about you. Why are we going to look up the average height of Sudanese men? We don't care about you.
Searching Google on. We understand the US is trying to reclaim their prominence and their powers back on the global stage. But the worst thing for you to do is to go on national television and discredit the nation they are playing against without giving them respect. That was rude. And for the life of me, I wish the game went the other way so that the trolling...
Yes, we know. You wish you can finally beat us in something. We got it. I know. If you can turn back the hands of time, looking ass boy. Yes. If you could put time in a bottle, face ass nigga. Yes, I know. Stop it.
Can be very, 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 very big.
This is not a case of America thinking that they are better than other parts of the world, because I don't see white Americans sharing the same disrespectful sentiments toward the South Sudanese.
Black American and a proud member of the Muscogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. Help me help you discover your roots with a personalized genealogy consultation. Paper trail genealogy matters. DNA tests can't prove ethnicity or tribal affiliation. You must search through paper records to dive deep into your family heritage. During the meeting, I will teach you how to navigate the genealogy process with ease. You'll learn how to link tribal affiliation with your ancestors, and I'll show you the step-by-step process I went through to gaining tribal citizenship. Take the first step to unlocking your past. To book a consultation, send an email to mike@keymediapro.com.
Anybody that wants to know, Mike is the real deal. His information is real. He's a humble brother, and he's all about the information. He's not about, personal gain or personal applause, personal credit. This is about our nation. It's not about one individual, but it's about us collectively as a people. And Mike is all about that, So we stand behind the brother 100%.
So I think it was very informative, very educational, very knowledgeable, because you touched on some things that I was aware of, but I wasn't aware in detail. So it kind of gives like an insight to some of the things that are going on today from history. So I think it's very important to learn your genealogy. And I thank you for the information. You're showing us how to navigate through the system. It's worth 75 or maybe a little bit more to me.
If you have any doubt, get it out your head immediately. So yeah, I'm going to continue to work with Mike as much as I can. So I want to say thank you, Mike, for actually taking the time out and talk with me and my husband. You definitely informed us on a lot of things. And the people out there that's watching, he will also inform you on a lot of things that you may not even know about. So I want to say thank you again, Mike.
Pointedly said they would have preferred the competition was between USA and any other team from any country, okay? But not the common and lowly South Sudanese team who can't even get custom-made shoes, who is coming all the way from Africa, okay? This is a situation of Black Americans thinking that American NBA team, which is made up of Black Americans, check the team, Black Americans, okay? They think that the American NBA team was better than the South Sudanese team because they are Africans in America, not Africans in Africa. Now, these Black...
Bitch, I ain't no African. Watch your mouth now. Let's not get disrespectful. My grandma ain't from Africa. My great grandma ain't from Africa. My great 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 grandma ain't from Africa. My great 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 grandma ain't from. Ma'am, no. We can trace our lineage back to the 1600s, the 1700s, the 1800s at least. Y'all don't even got birth certificates, so miss me with that. Oh, you guys are Africans in America. Ma'am, over 90% of the slaves during the transatlantic slave trade went to South America and the Caribbean. Only 4% went to North America. Very few of us have any African lineage. Most of us, Aboriginal. Miss me with that. Oh, you guys are African like us, but you're just in America. No.
Don't see white Americans sharing the same disrespectful sentiments toward the South Sudanese team, okay? And this particular guy also pointedly said they would have preferred the competition was between USA and any other team from any country, okay? But not the common and lowly South Sudanese team who can't even get custom-made shoes, who is coming all the way from Africa, okay? This is a situation of Black Americans thinking that American NBA team, which is made up of Black Americans, check the team, Black Americans, okay? They think that the American NBA team was better than the South Sudanese team because they are Africans in America, not Africans in Africa. Now, these Black Americans talking this rubbish feel kind of superior and they feel privileged because they are above African team from Africa, okay? Since they are living in the US, they were born in the US. And this is how they behaved when they think they have a little bit of advantage, a little bit of power over Africans. This is why I realized that racism as a concept would never ever stop to exist because human beings have a tendency to put others down just to feel important about themselves. We would always find something to use against people just to make ourselves feel important and superior. These reactions from these Black Americans just help me understand this properly. Everyone has the tendency to be racist to other people. It all boils down to who you are.
So now we're being racist because we cracked some jokes about almost losing in basketball to some Sudanese boys. All right. But this bitch earlier just said that if she had the power, Africans would enslave the world and never let us get free. But we're racist and she's crying on the internet. Do you guys understand? Do you guys get it yet? Do y'all need me to rewind the tape? I mean, I know we got a lot of new people in here now. Put a 1 in the chat if you heard her earlier say if Africans had the power, they would enslave the entire world and they would never let us be free and they would treat us way worse than the white man did. But this same bald head bush baby bitch is going to say, you Black Americans are racist. How dare you? You guys are so racist. You Africans in America. Bitch, you just said you would enslave us and never let us be free. What is going on right now? Those who live in mud huts should not play with pails of water, ma'am. You about to, hey, let one heavy rain come through your village and all your shit getting washed away. Play with us if you want to.
Are as a person, okay? Are you the type of person who needs to disrespect and put down others to feel good about yourself? If the roles were reversed and Black Americans were to be in white people's shoes, they would be way more worse than anything we have ever seen before. Anyway, these are my opinion, and I would like you to—
And bitch, don't nobody care about your opinion. Don't nobody care about your rinky-dink channel with 1,000 views. Most of them probably bots you paid for. What is going on with the Bush baby logic, y'all? Who knew the Olympics would trigger them so heavily? But guys, the phone lines are now open. Go ahead and click the link and call in if you have something you want to say before we close out this live stream and get on to the next one. In the next live stream, we're going to be talking about how the Black Boule is trying to run defense for Kamala Harris because people like myself are exposing her for cosplaying as a Black person on some Rachel Dolezal type shit. Her mama's Hindu, her daddy's Hindu and Irish. Just because they from Jamaica, Jamaica's a nationality. It's not an ethnicity. This bitch been playing games on some Obama type shit. I call her Obama-la from here on out. So guys, when this stream ends, don't go anywhere. We're going to keep the content rolling. But the first person we got coming from the back to the front is Trey Brown. Trey, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hello, can you hear me?
Live. Yep. Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
What's going on, brother? Nothing much. I just wanted to speak about about how.
And his Wi-Fi just cut out. All right. Well, next person we have coming from the back to the front is Arkel. Arkel, where are you calling in from, and what's on your mind?
I'm calling from Columbia, South Carolina, and like I just listened to a couple of the things that woman just said, and I had to bring something up real quick. So I had a problem with like Joel Embiid being on Team America. He's not from here. He's not like a native-born American. Not only that, I just got done watching the Olympics in the relay race. And when they won it, I think it was Gabby Thompson, something little, Deadman, and Norwood. And I started to look up these last names, man. I'm like, Norwood, Deadman, where the fuck are these niggas from? So one of the dudes is bald. The other one is like some African-looking dude. His hairline got pushed the fuck back. His hairstyle looked like it came from the 2016. It's like a fucking thought haircut with like patches in his fucking hair. And the chick is like, you know, her hairline is also pushed back, and she has like.
And you're saying they're playing for which team?
Team USA, bro. That shit.
Oh,
bro,
you're saying the Tethers made their way onto our Olympic team?
Yes, bro. That shit was crazy. Gabby Thompson. I just did the research. Gabby Thompson has a Jamaican father and maybe an FBA mother. Deadman, the name Deadman comes from Europe. The surname Deadman comes from Europe. And the dude's bald. He looks like an Ethiopian Somali dude. And then you have Norwood. Norwood isn't English. It's an Anglo-Saxon name. So it's from Britain. And that guy's straight bald. I think he's bald. Yeah, he looks like a Somali and a Tether too. And I just wanted to, like, whenever you have the chance, bro, please look at the Olympics. Please, bro. Like, this shit is getting insane now. Now these people are going to try to represent us in politics. They're going to try to represent us in sports. And I bet you this is going to be big. It's going to happen way more times than not. This shit is getting crazy.
Oh, yeah, this is definitely an invasion of sorts. But, all right, Cal, thanks for calling in. We got to get to our next caller, but hopefully we'll see you on the next live stream.
Most definitely.
All right, peace. Next one is American First. American First, where are you calling in from, and what's on your mind?
I'm calling in from Illinois. And what's on my mind, it might be a Hail Mary, but I'm Jamaican, right? But I'm Cherokee, though. So I'm still an American, right? And I still represent, I still pull out for America. I still do everything for America. I look up for America. I look down for America. I look left.
Either this man is trolling or he's on the spectrum. Sir, you said that you're a Jamaican Cherokee Indian. Say what?
I'm Jamaican, but I have Cherokee roots.
Okay, I got you. So I assume that you've done your genealogy.
Well, I didn't, but I heard
God damn it, sir. Please don't go publicly claiming tribes if you haven't even done your genealogy, sir. Like, if you haven't even done your family tree, how are you going to claim a tribe like that? Come on. That's called
because
stolen
everybody
valor.
tells me. Everybody tells me that I'm Cherokee.
Who tells you that?
When I was in the Army, they told me that I was Cherokee. When I was with my dad, he told me that I was Cherokee.
Who
My
in the
grandma
Army
told me.
you you're Cherokee?
Yep.
No, I said who in the Army?
One of my comrades.
And what was his ethnicity?
He was Mohawk, Navajo, and I think Yaqui, which is Californian.
So what did he say exactly? He was like, hey, you look like a Cherokee.
He said Cherokee's mixed with you.
Please tell me that you are a troll, because this is a really good routine. This actually brings me laughter. It's very funny. You know, a lot of times the trolls don't come with good material, but this is rich.
I'm not a troll, though. I'm not a troll. He told me that.
Sir, as a full-time genealogist, I recommend that you do your family tree so that these claims can be validated, so that people like me don't laugh at how comical it sounds that the only evidence you have of you being Cherokee is some random Indian in the Army saying it. I think you should do your family tree, sir. I think, goddamn it, I think this is a absolutely perfect segue into my genealogy services.
Mike TV, Mike, one sec.
And a proud member of the Muscogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. Help me help you discover your roots with a personalized genealogy consultation. Paper trail genealogy matters. DNA tests can't prove ethnicity or tribal affiliation. You must search through paper records to dive deep into your family heritage. During the meeting, I will teach you how to navigate the genealogy process with ease. You'll learn how to link tribal affiliation with your ancestors, and I'll show you the step-by-step process I went through to gaining tribal citizenship. Take the first step to unlocking your past. To book a consultation, send an email to mike@keymediapro.com.
Oh Lord, oh Lord. This is interesting, guys. This is interesting to say the least. Don't go anywhere. As soon as this broadcast ends, there's going to be a 10-second countdown, and the next live stream is going to start automatically. We are pulling Kamala's card again. Kamala Devi Harris. Oh yeah, oh yeah. This broad ain't black in the slightest. Talking about she making collard greens in the bathtub. We're going to get into it, y'all. Don't touch that dial. We'll be live in just a moment.
Creep on in, on in, on
Do you see the way? Do you see Nigerians drowning in the sea, escaping? And this is not migration; it's escaping. When you are willing to drown in the ocean to go somewhere, yeah, that's escape. It's no longer migration. Let them not be lying to us. That's why they have their news to be using some walls. The migration. Who is migrating? People are escaping. You say migrate. Migrate where? This is escaping. There's a difference. And people don't escape from country. You escape from prison, from concentration camp, from oppressive situations. Nigerians are escaping. If they think I'm lying, if they say it's a lie, that this country is not a prison, the West should open their borders for 48 hours to Africans. If the West want to say that this Africa that they created is viable, that what I'm saying now is a lie, they should, are they not our mother countries? They are the mother country. They used to be called the metropolis when we were colonies. Abi? Open the metropolis to the colonies. Oh yeah, now. For 48 hours. And see what will happen. See what will happen.
Know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muscogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com.
Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and them British men. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, smash the like button on the way in. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Hit the Cash App or the PayPal if you support independent journalism. And let's get on with the content. These Africans have been running a scam for decades now, and I'm going to call it like it is. If there's any of you who are not aware of the scam, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. I mean, come on, you know how it goes now. You know how it goes. This is a scam, peep game. The Africans are online, the Africans are everywhere, trying to convince us to relocate to Africa as they do everything they can humanly possible to flee to the West. Whether it's Europe, whether it's Canada, whether it's the United States, they will do everything they can to flee Africa while at the same time telling us, oh, it's actually a good place to live and it's not that poor and you should really go over there. Come on, y'all. They think they slick or something.
Something that was going to help boost Africa's economy is if African Americans actually go back.
It's 100%. I think Africa will start to become to its fullest potential when y'all all go back home.
Right.
Oh, so Africa can't reach its fullest potential until we go over there. I wonder why that is. Oh, it's because we're the fucking successful ones. That's why, huh? It's because out of all the melanated people on God's green earth, out of all the melanated people from Australia to Europe to China and everywhere in between, out of all the people with melanin, we reign supreme. This motherfucker just said that Africa is gonna finally reach its fullest potential. Y'all motherfuckers should have Wakanda by now. You got diamonds, gold, cobalt, oil, all this shit. Billions and billions of y'all with your own government, your own military, everything. You have a whole continent to yourselves and you're still fucking failures, drowning in the ocean, doing everything you can to flee from the continent you're from, while simultaneously telling us we should go over there.
It says something that was going to help boost Africa's economy is if African Americans actually go back.
It's 100%. I think Africa will start to become to its fullest potential when y'all all go back home.
Right.
Like, and even y'all,
right.
What's interesting is that everything that y'all fighting for over here,
right.
you get on a silver platter over there. Like, it's like you guys want to suffer. Like, y'all want to just be.
That hurt.
Because you don't have to be. It's
like we want to suffer, he says. It's like we want to be fucked up, he says. Okay, y'all. Okay. Yeah.
It says something that was going to help boost Africa's economy is if African Americans actually go back.
It's 100%. I think Africa will start to become to its fullest potential when y'all all go back home.
Right.
Like, and even y'all,
right.
What's interesting is that everything that y'all fighting for over here,
right.
you get on a silver platter over there. Like,
y'all don't even have electricity. Y'all don't even have hot water heaters nor running water in most villages. You don't have paved roads. You have no infrastructure. Why are you going to try to hoodwink us into going from a first world superpower that we created, by the way, going from a first world superpower to a third world shithole that we take so much pity on that we stopped calling you a third world shithole and now we call y'all a developing nation?
Like, it's like you guys want to suffer. Like, y'all want to just be.
That hurt.
Because you don't have to be. It's like, believe me, they wouldn't want nothing better than to ship all y'all back to Africa, but they're not even knowing this for y'all best interest.
Well, you know, that's true. That's true. White supremacists would want nothing more than to ship our asses to Africa. But you know what? Time and time again, although they created numerous colonization schemes, our ancestors stood on business. Our ancestors stood on lineage. Our ancestors knew we had aboriginal ties to this land. Our ancestors was not taking no boat ride to Africa, whether it was a free trip or not. You motherfuckers are drowning in the ocean to get over here, and y'all think we're gonna take a boat ride over there? Guys, let's do a little bit of reading. These Africans may not be aware, but we are people that are very literate and we understand how fundamental reading is. So let's go ahead and do a little bit of reading, shall we?
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere.
Come on, y'all, let's get into it. Let's see just how much our ancestors wanted to go to Africa. Y'all know that we had Black-owned newspapers, right? Black-owned towns and Black Wall Streets and all kinds of infrastructure we built right after slavery. But hey, that's neither here nor there. Let's go ahead and read from a Black-owned newspaper from Kansas City, Missouri. This is from a Dr. J.R. Hawkins of North Carolina. He's also the Secretary and Commissioner of Education for the African Methodist Episcopal Church. Check this out. Check out what he says. Disenfranchise the Negro and send him back to Africa? Absurd. Impossible. More than $1 billion worth of United States real estate, which he owns in his own name in the United States, is not easily to be taken from him. Besides, the Negro is not an African. He is an American. African is a misnomer. Why try to send him to a country which is not his own? All right, y'all. Let me bring another case study to the court of public opinion. This was Frederick Douglass's Black-owned newspaper, the North Star. I'm pretty sure this newspaper article was in the 1900s. This one was in the 1800s. Frederick Douglass's paper, the North Star, January 22nd, 1852. He says, "There is no sentiment more universally entertained, nor more firmly held by the free colored people of the United States than that this is their own, their native land. And that here for good or for evil, their destiny is to be wrought out. Identified with the entire history of the American people, going back more than 200 years, this sentiment is natural and praiseworthy. There is not now, there never has been, and we think there never will be any general desire on the part of our people to immigrate from this land to any other, and least of all, to the wilds of Africa." Yeah, that's what our ancestors had to say about Africa. Meanwhile, the Africans are trying to convince us to go to Africa. All right, say it ain't so, y'all. Say it ain't so. And shout out to Sunkisser. Thank you for the Cash App. I appreciate you supporting the broadcast. And Rex, I'll go ahead and send you an email as soon as I'm done live streaming today, brother. I got you. Yes, we also had Black-owned banks and everything, y'all. Yeah, he said the wilds. He didn't just say Africa, he said the wilds of Africa. Meanwhile, folks like Akon want to try to convince us to go to Africa. Meanwhile, even Africans don't want to live in Africa. Meanwhile, Africans are still selling fellow Africans into slavery in 2025. Guys, pigs must be flying because I found an African that's actually going to keep it real. Listen to what this African has to say about living in Africa.
Open here concentration camp. Can you imagine? Now,
But that's the fact. But you know what concentration camp is?
I understand, bro.
Yes, but tell
You guys couldn't understand with that thick accent. He just described Africa as an open concentration camp. A open concentration camp. These Africans are trying to convince us to leave the comfort of our first world nation that our ancestors built with their blood, sweat, and tears to go to an open air concentration camp. Why are they trying to convince us this? Because they want to get out of the concentration camp. And maybe the guards who hold the keys say, hey, if you want your freedom, you got to get a Black American to trade places with you. I don't know, just food for thought.
Open here concentration camp. Can you imagine? Now,
But that's the fact.
But
You know what concentration camp is?
I understand, bro.
Yes, but tell me how Lagos is Nigeria is not an open air concentration camp. They don't put fence, yes, so you don't see the fence. The fences are psychological, it's mental. The bars are mental, but it's there. Do you see Nigerians drowning in the sea, escaping? And this is not migration, it's escaping.
Damn, guys, I'll translate, don't worry. He said, do you see Nigerians drowning in the sea? That's not migration, that's escaping. So the next time you come across an African online that wants to talk greasy about Native Black Americans, and you ask them why they're over here in our country, and they give you some fucking back talking attitude, and oh, it don't matter, we migrate, we can migrate, I'm free, I can migrate. Well, you Africans who are telling the truth say, nah, y'all aren't migrating, y'all are escaping an open air concentration camp.
So you don't see the fence. The fences are psychological, it's mental. The bars are mental, but it's there. Do you see Nigerians drowning in the sea, escaping? And this is not migration, it's escaping. When you are willing to drown in the ocean to go somewhere, yeah, that's escape. It's no longer migration. Let them not be lying to us. That's what they are.
Damn, that's wild, because we were kind of in an open air concentration camp too. They were called plantations. And you know what? No matter how bad it got for our ancestors here in America, we never jumped into the ocean and started paddling like y'all do. We never jumped in the sea and started swimming and hoping for the best like y'all do. We stayed, we fought, we built, we overcame, and we gave you guys a blueprint to follow on a global scale. Melanated people globally, Africans in particular, would not even have the civil liberties that they enjoy present day in Europe or Africa if it wasn't for the civil rights movement of our forefathers.
Glad that, you know what I'm saying, I even, you know what I mean, experienced this. I'm glad I experienced you from, you know what I mean, enlighten me from the internet to, you know what I mean, online, getting one-on-one in depth, giving me a lot of information that I can take back to my people as well. And hopefully we could both get the everything meshing with everything with the lineage and everything with the genealogy. This is no scam. This is all real. This is a real homeboy that put it down. He mean what he say. He got receipts and he put it down. He stands on business. Straight up. One love.
When you are willing to drown in the ocean to go somewhere, yeah, that's escape. It's no longer migration. Let them not be lying to us. That's why they have their news to be using some walls. The migration. Who is migrating? People are escaping. You say migrate.
Hey guys, peep game. I'm going to help you read the signs. Check this out. Have you noticed that Africans that live in Africa are very open and honest and candid about how terrible it is and how they would rather live somewhere else? But the Africans we come in contact with on social media who've already fled to the UK or America or Canada, they're the ones who are insecure about what they fled from and say, oh no, it's not that bad. You guys should move over there. Notice that, guys. Notice that. It's the continental Africans that can't afford to flee who are very open and honest about Africa not being the place to be. But the Africans that have already fled or who parents have already fled, they talk this bullshit about Africa's not that bad. And we got, a couple mansions somewhere in the jungle. And, you should go over there. Yeah, bet. Go over there.
Migrate where? This escaping, there's a difference. And people don't escape from country. You escape from prison, from concentration camp, from oppressive situations. Nigerians are escaping. If they think I'm lying, if they say it's a lie, that this country is not a prison, the West should open their borders for 48 hours to Africans. If the West want to...
No, Playboy. We don't need to run that social experiment. We already had our borders wide open for the last 4 years, and we know exactly what you Africans did. No women, no children. Military-aged men.
Migrant encounters, they topped bill 190,000
there's
people
there's a
in
selfie
December.
on another selfie. You see the wall in the distance, right? Yeah. So at some point they came through, whether there was a hole there or a gap in the wall, who knows? But they'll be processed, and very soon you're going to see our drone cameras overhead showing you where they assemble next.
Can I tell you something about that selfie? So last week we saw the reporter from Mexico, a journalist in Mexico, saying that this is happening a lot, that this is how they're communicating with their families back home. They send a selfie that says, I got here, and because they look like they're in pretty good shape.
Pretty good shape.
Who's the last one? Hold on. Blue punch on. He's right here. That's what I'm telling you. Hold on. Bro, he just said hold on. You still working in? Hold on. So he just told you to hold on. Now you gotta wait, bro. You're not coming in. No. That's all. Just told you to wait, bro. Just wait. Back up, sir, please. Back up.
Yeah, tell us how Africa is so great again and how we should move there as you flee from there.
say that this Africa that they created is viable. Now what I'm saying now is a lie. They should, are they not our mother countries? They are the mother country. They used to be called the metropolis when we were colonies. Abi? Open the metropolis to the colonies. Oh yeah, now for 48 hours and see what will happen. See what will happen. I'll be the only one living in Ikeja. I'm sure of it.
Nah.
Yeah, I'm sure of it. By the end of the 48 hours, I'll come out of my street. Now only me go there here.
Yeah, your dog.
Me and my dog. And she go. She go no go leave me. She go no go leave me go Yankee or anywhere.
Damn, we finally found an honest African, y'all. We finally found an honest African. Now y'all see why they call me the king of receipts. And guys, I've actually got a 2-for-1 special. I found another honest African, and this one is in the UK. We got an African in the UK bitching and whining and crying about how they wish they were in America with Black Americans. They were able to flee the wilds of Africa, make it to the UK, but that's not good enough. Know why? Because Black Americans aren't in the UK. They're over here in the United States. Listen to this sick shit, y'all. Listen to him whine and whimper and beg and bitch and moan and groan about how he wishes he can be a part of our community.
When you're powerless. This is why I wish every day I was a Black American man. I'm not saying Black America is perfect or America is perfect.
Huh? Wait a minute, I gotta run that back. Did he just say, I wish every day that I was a Black American man? Did I just get the most candid confession in 4K? Now y'all see why y'all call me the king of receipts, right? This motherfucker just said, this is why every day I wish I was a Black American.
This is what happens when you're powerless. This is why I wish every day I was a Black American man. I'm not saying Black America is perfect or America is perfect, but Black Americans have Ladera Heights, Prince George County. They got communities in Philadelphia, in New York, where I know that with my skill set, with my intellect, I can slot in amongst a smart, intelligent, wealthy Black community. We don't have that. There is no wealthy Black community in the UK. There is no Ladera Heights. There is no Ladera Heights, right? In the UK. There is no Prince George County in the UK. They ain't that here, brothers, man.
Oh, so you're telling me you guys aren't successful in the UK? You're telling me you got a whole communities of members of your African diaspora in the UK, and you still don't have any successful leaders or successful neighborhoods or nothing? Damn, maybe you should have just stayed in Africa and built success there.
There isn't. Imagine me with my intellect, with my thought process, with my skill set amongst American brothers, high value American brothers. Imagine me with Theo, but 100 different Theos. That's where I gotta be. That's where I gotta be right now, brothers. With people like Theo. It's crazy. But guess what? In England, in Wales, in Scotland, in Ireland, there is no Black Theos. We don't have our own fields. I want to be amongst Black American people. I want to be amongst intellectual Black American men, networking, communicating, sharing intel. Black America, right, has 20.
Yeah, I'm sure you want us to share some intel with you, motherfucker. You ain't slick. You ain't slick. Oh, I want to be amongst my Black American brothers, being successful like Theo, and, you know, sharing intel. We already shared enough intel with you. We wrote the blueprint. We gave you the blueprint. Y'all ain't done nothing with it. You ain't even opened the front page. That ain't our problem. We giving you example on example and y'all rather act a bit backwards. I mean, sorry, not sorry. You're not like us. You can't be like us. And once you realize that, maybe then you'll stop fleeing and you'll start fighting. And it's funny how we got Africans over here. When I say over here, even though he's in the UK, I just mean this example. This African on the screen over here, he's going to talk about how he wishes he can be like us, wishes he can live with us. But we got Africans over in America looking down on us, talking about we jealous of them.
In Silver Spring, Maryland. She's treating herself to a few hours of pampering to get her hair braided at a friend's salon.
No, what she meant to say is she's bald-headed and she wants to go get a wig so she can look like a Black American woman.
How are you? How's the family doing this morning?
Okay. What about you?
I'm fine.
The two women met 7 years ago when Nazon Descamps moved to the US. Back then, they both worked in the same hair salon. Their friendship was built on a common language and shared West African roots.
Yes, Africa is a continent, but it's also like a country, especially French-speaking Africa. We have the same culture, we understand each other, we eat basically the same meals.
Guys, that was like an oxymoron or so. That was such a paradoxical statement right there, guys. Like, did anybody else catch that? She said, sure, Africa's a continent, but it's like a country, especially the French parts. Okay, so for one, y'all are quick to tell us, oh, you stupid Americans, Africa's a continent, it's not a country. For two, how are you going to say the French parts? You mean the parts that got colonized by your opposition? What?
We think the same, we have the same experiences, which is not the case with African Americans, for example.
Relationships between African Americans and African immigrants aren't always easy. In her 7 years in the US, Nazon Descamps has yet to build a friendship with an African American.
Sometimes they think their ancestors were sold by ours. So there is some jealousy. There's also jealousy because when we come here, we know where we came. We fight, which isn't always the case for them.
Guys, it's taking all I have right now not to go ham. It's taking all my strength, right? It's taking everything. I'm gonna act like this is I'm gonna act like I'm talking to a kindergartner. I'm gonna act like there's a child in the room so that I refrain from saying what I really want to. How dare she sit in a chair as she tries to get a wig installed to cosplay as a Black American woman simultaneously as she's putting on a Black American disguise in America, speaking French, mind you. Oh my fucking God, this is so crazy. I can't. We got a fucking African who fled her country. She speaks French because they got so colonized and they still speak French to this day. She's in America speaking French, getting a wig installed to cosplay as us, telling us that we're jealous of them because they sold some of us and because they know where they come from and they fight and we don't fight. Bitch, you flee. You don't fight for nothing. You don't fight for a damn thing. You flee, which is why your African ass is speaking French in the first place. You flee, which is why your African ass is in America in the first place. What are you talking about? Huh? What? We know who we are, lady. We're Native Black Americans.
Finished my consultation with Mike. A lot of information in a short period of time, but it was very valuable information. I'm definitely excited to get started searching up my genealogy. He's been an awesome resource, gave me a lot of information, a lot of things, a lot of pieces to the puzzle I didn't have. He was able to help me find them, and I 100% recommend Mike and his services to anyone who's looking to crack the code, so to speak, on their genealogy, because there's a lot of how we say fake news going around with this subject, and it's very important that people are able to put the pieces together, because if you don't know your history, you don't know your future. So 100% sign up.
Come on, y'all. This is wild. I got to run that back. She's sitting in the chair, getting a wig installed to look like us as she speaks French with a pompous ass attitude, telling us we're jealous of them because we think that they. So first of all, y'all are slave traders. That's why it's called a slave trade. You sold your fellow African to white folks for trinkets. And now you're going to think that we're jealous because we think you sold what?
Sometimes they think their ancestors were sold by ours. So there is some jealousy. There's also jealousy because when we come here, we know where we came. We fight, which isn't always the case for them.
Okay, meanwhile, we got another African in the UK bitching and whining about how he wishes he can be like us. He wishes he can live by us. Oh my God, he wishes he can just be in close proximity to somehow soak up this Black American greatness.
Million black men. UK has 800,000 black men. Come on, man. Look at the card I've been dealt. Look at the card I've been dealt.
Motherfucker, this the game of life. You lost. We don't care. You lost the game of life. Your ancestors played their hand and lost. That's not our problem. You guys sold your fellow Africans to Europeans for trinkets, mirrors, beer, muskets, gunpowder. You then took those guns and gunpowder to round up even more Africans to then sell to the Europeans to get more guns and trinkets to round up more Africans to sell to the Europeans to get more guns and trinkets to sell to the, oh, what the fuck are you talking about? What? And then after selling all your people to the white man so they can build up plantations and be a global superpower, then they turn around and colonize your ass for what, 40, 50 years. And even though you guys have been free for some time, since like the 1960s, y'all still are backwards. Y'all still obsessed with white folks. Y'all still speaking French and Portuguese and shit. Come on, y'all dealt these cards. That ain't our problem. My name is Bennett. I ain't in it.
Bruv. It ain't fair, bruv. With my intellect, I don't give a damn if I don't give a damn, right, if I'm in America and people looking at me funny. I know that I'm amongst wealthy black individuals and I have power amongst them. We will have power. I don't care, right, if people, the problem that I have is that right now I'm powerless in the UK, okay? And people treating me badly. But I'd rather get treated badly with power than not have power. You know? I want to be amongst intellectual brothers. I have been dealt a really terrible card, man.
Oh my God. God, why did I have to be born an African? I thought I was lucky because my parents fled to Europe. So at least I grew up around white people. But oh my God, these Black Americans are so successful. Oh, I want to be a Black American where at least I know I'm free. And I'd have so many ancestors that bled and fought for me. Oh no, oh no. These motherfuckers is going out bad, y'all. They're going out sad. Someone get the baby violin for this motherfucker.
There have been days where I'm laying down on my bed, I'm looking to the sky, and I'm thinking every day, I wish I was Black American.
No, okay, he took it too far, y'all. He took it too far. It went from being petty to being sad. Oh no, it went from being petty to being sad. No. He said, he said, every night I go to sleep. He said, every night I go to sleep and I dream of being a Black American. Oh my God. Oh my, y'all know what comes to mind, right? Y'all know what comes to mind. Oh Lord, I grew up with a Mexican stepmama. Y'all know what comes to mind. Oh Lord, you know, it's this one girl who said, late at night I think of you. Dun, 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 dun. And these Africans wish on a star. They could be where we are because they're fleers.
Late at night when all the world is sleeping, I stay up and that somewhere you are thinking of me too. 'Cause I'm dreaming.
Everybody, put your lighters up. Come on. Put your lighters up, y'all. Let's go.
Tomorrow, I'll be holding you tight, and there's nowhere in the world I'd rather be
Been away from Africa and living in your country. Like, come on, y'all. This is wild. Man said that every night I go to bed and I dream of being a Black American. He said every night I go to bed and I dream of being a Black American, but then we got other Africans claiming that we're jealous because they sold some of us. Which one is it? Which one is it? Both can't be true at the same time.
I'm laying down on my bed, I'm looking to the sky, and I'm thinking every day, I wish I was Black American. I wish I was a Black American man. I wish I was a Black American man. Why was I dealt this card, bro? I am completely powerless in the UK.
Hey, if we're going to look at this from like a karmic lens, maybe this is like karma for you guys selling some of your own people to foreigners.
There is no community around me. There is no Ladera Heights community around me. There is no Prince George's community around me. We don't have, right, the same way in America you have Black American male businessmen. We don't have that in the UK. We're just here. We're just there. And I'm tired, bruv. I'm tired. I'm not saying America's perfect or Black America's perfect, but there are pockets inside of the Black American community where you can meet smart, intellectual brothers. There are pockets in America where there's a community of brothers that have power. They have a network. They have connections. I don't have that, bruv. Powerless. Complete powerless, bruv. That's why people can look at me funny. That's why people are crushing their hands when they see me. Because they know that there is no repercussions when you
hold on, Trent. Now he's gonna cry in the car. He's crying right now. He is crying right now, and he's admitting that every night he sheds a tear. He gets on his knees and he prays that he wakes up not just in America, but in the body of a Black American.
A Black British man. Damn. Being dealt a horrible card is the worst thing ever. Because I know with my intellect, with my skill set, I can be communicating with Theo every day in America. I can be communicating with.
Hey, and y'all help me out. Who the hell is Theo? Who is Theo? You know, one brother named Theo somewhere. I think he means Theo, but there's somebody named Theo. He has a pen pal named Theo, and he really wants to be where Theo is. No diddy.
With Theo's network in America, etc., etc. Right? And I know there'll be thousands of Theos that I can speak to in America. We don't even have our own Theo in the UK.
Damn, y'all, they don't even have their own Theo. They don't even have a Theo, guys. We have a Theo, and they don't have a Theo. I mean, I don't know what the fuck a Theo is, but we got one, and they don't. 1 point for us, 0 points for them.
It's hell. It's hell for Black men in the UK. It's hell, bruv. It's hell. It's hell for Black men in the UK, bruv. It's hell in every single area of our life in the UK. It's complete hell, bruv. It's hell.
And we would have sympathy for you if you weren't talking greasy about us online. Then we'd have sympathy for you. Then maybe we'd feel something for you. something, anything. I mean, come on, y'all. This is madness. This is absolute madness. But you know what? They say fool me once, but fool me twice, right? Fool me twice. I mean, I don't know, guys. Maybe it's just we're wiser than our forefathers. Maybe it's just we're waking up to the trickery. We're waking up to the fuckery. I don't know, but help me out, chat. Do any of you guys have like a soft spot in your heart for these Africans that are crying on the internet? Do any of you guys have a soft spot? Because I sure don't. And I do have empathy. I don't lack empathy. I'm a human being. Oh, Lord, Native Black Americans are the most empathetic beings on planet Earth. We taught them pilgrims how to farm, how to hunt, how to sustain themselves. We paved the road for immigrants through our civil rights legislation. We have so much empathy. But it's hard to have empathy for y'all crying online when some of you guys are online trying to shit on our heritage.
Round with that fake history you are giving. Stop it. You call yourself Native Americans, yet you don't even know your tribe. Where is your tribe? What is the name of your tribe? What language do you speak, your so-called Native Americans? What language do you guys speak?
My tribe is the Muscogee Creek Nation. We were pushed by way of the Trail of Tears to Oklahoma. Before that, our ancestral homeland was all throughout Alabama, Georgia, Florida. Our language is called Muscogee. What else you got for me, Bush baby?
Because every single tribe or every single country in this world have their own language. So if you are indigenous, just as Red Indians, or sorry to say Native Americans, they have their own language. They have their own tribes. So Madam so-called African, wanna be Native American, what is the name of your tribe? What is the name of your people? You coming up with some fake identity that is going to cause some crisis to our African identity. So please stop it. Stop with the fake history you are creating. Please. It's serious, guys. You are really doing something that is wrong and is illegal.
The fuck are you talking about?
Deny Africa all you want. You are Africans. That is how you got to America. You can claim America because that's all you know, but the blood flows through your veins. That blood that flows through your veins. That blood that makes you sing good. That blood that makes you dance good. That blood that gives you that rhythm. That blood that gives you boldness and bravery. That blood that gave you beauty, intelligence. That blood is from Africa. That blood flows through your veins just as it flows through my veins.
Every time you tell me something, I figure that you're lying. Ooh, it's almost like you faking. Oh yeah, yeah, I know you're lying, but you sound excited, and you know that I know that you're lying. Oh girl.
Those who live in glass houses shall not throw stones. On the one hand, these Africans say we're ruining their African culture by getting in touch with our Aboriginal roots. Everything we got, all of our success, we owe it to Africans? Then why aren't you successful? This bitch said, we sing good, we dance good. It's because the African blood. Then why don't y'all sing good? Why don't y'all dance good? Why aren't y'all successful? Then we got old girl getting her weave did, talking about we jealous because they sold some of us. Then we got old boy crying, talking about every night I wish I was a Black American. I mean, guys, this is confusing. This is confusing. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, don't go anywhere. As soon as this broadcast ends, there's going to be a countdown on the screen, and it's automatically going to push you to the next broadcast. And you probably want to stick around for this one. This one is going to be very surprising, to say the least. I'll see you in just a moment.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
you don't act like a bitch. That's why I don't got love for bitch. Oh, that's why Too Short need 40 say bitch. So homie, please don't marry that bitch.
Don't do it.
That's
Don't
why
holler at
I'll
'em.
never be
See me, I get everything I want to get. I have some fun with it and make her mama trip. Cause if I'm in her life, it's a problem. A real player's at your girl, you better stop him.
Exploring the dancehall scene, I noticed a strange growing trend sweeping the island. Some Jamaicans are bleaching their skin for a drastically lighter complexion. But why in a country where over 90% of the population is black would people desire white skin? Join me as I journey deep into the world of skin bleaching in Jamaica.
When I bleach and I catch a really white color, it's even whiter than the real white people, the color that I catch.
That's a huh? And when them see it, them go crazy. Them be like, yo, you're pretty, you're white, you're just white, I'm pretty, so.
How often do you bleach your skin?
Every day, white like Michael Jackson, babes.
Tell them, first time I try to get white, I use that Allerderm thing there, put it on my face. I mean, I tell you, say, give me a reaction. Make my face come like them soursop fish there in a water. You know, specker. If you ever know them fish there, specker. You know what I'm saying? Black and thing, it look away, I'm white.
Know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muscogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, smash the like button on the way in. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Hit the Cash App or the PayPal if you support independent media. And let's get on with the content. You know, on the live stream earlier, I was saying how, you know, the folks with African lineage who were at least born and raised in the Americas, they're not that adversarial, you know, they kind of get it, but man, I should have immediately knocked on wood after saying that, because a viewer of mine made me privy to a video here that we're going to react to of a Jamaican man who apparently has some beef with us native Black Americans. I mean, I can't really think of anything we did to them Jamaicans. I mean, we inspired them in more ways than one. We made them famous. I mean, we picked them up, uplifted them, shed a spotlight on them, made them more globally revered. I mean, if it wasn't for Black Americans really getting down with the Bob Marley and the whatnot, I mean, you know, we don't got to go there though. But guys, let's see what the Jamaicans have to say about us. I mean, I would have never thought that the Jamaicans would be over there on the island bitching and griping and moaning and groaning about native Black Americans. I mean, if you look at the island of Jamaica, they got enough to worry about. Word on the street is they can't even go to their own beaches. Their beaches have been privatized by resorts and shit. I mean, you know, Jamaicans are kind of in a state of destitute, you know, don't really have a lot of earning potential. You know, standard of living is rather low, but I guess they found time to ridicule us. I don't know. Last time I checked, Jamaicans had bigger fish to fry. I'm just saying, pun intended. I saw a special the other day about the Jamaican, they call them gully queens. Apparently, Jamaica is a very, very homophobic place, very homophobic island. I'm not down with the agenda, but, you know, I don't think you should be killing them on the streets, which is what they do in Jamaica. I'm just like, why is it that these Jamaicans, these Africans, people of African heritage, they have so many negative things going on in their countries, but still they find time to critique us?
Jamaica is a homophobic society. We grew up to dislike homosexuality. We grew up to hate homosexuality.
When them see me.
Hey, whoa, wait a minute. Foul on the play, guys. All I'm gonna say is, Jamaicans, maybe you got bigger fish to fry if Vice can do a special on your island called Young and Gay Jamaica's Gully Queens. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, you don't see any titles like this about Native Black American communities. I'm just saying. Even with how zesty they begin down in Atlanta, I mean, there ain't no Vice specials about no Gully Queens.
When them see me as a gangster. So if me not tell him me again, him can't know.
You'll have drama in the gully like every day. They get in arguments. They even throw acid and chop each other.
Damn, they throw acid and chop people up over their sexual preferences? I mean, all right, guys. All right. Again, I'm not down with the HB N1 ABCDEFG squared hyphenated community, but I mean, it's very barbaric to be chopping people up and throwing acid on them, right?
It can be very crazy.
So 4-stop. In homosexuality, Jamaica don't have any hope. It's just no. Never gonna happen. They're gonna kill us faster.
You're dressed flamboyant and you're on the road. Your clothes got burned because someone run you down. I have to chop you. I have to stab you. All different type of stuff.
You batty boy. You batty boy. Batty boy. You batty boy. You batty boy. Batty boy.
Jamaica's history of homophobia is by no means a secret. With cultural and religious conservatism rife, being out and proud isn't exactly an option.
Again, guys, this broadcast is not about the homosexual plight of Jamaicans. I was just bringing that up to say, y'all got bigger shit to worry about. But again, let's see what our resident Jamaican has to say about Native Black Americans. And guys, I tagged him in this video. You know, he's a small content creator. I would say check him out, subscribe to him, but I think he's going to say a bunch of dumb shit that's going to make you not want to subscribe. But his channel, 252 subs. His channel is called Genealogy Nation Gaming. Come on. Some people think all promo is good promo. So, you know, maybe he's watching right now thinking that he just got a shout out. But if he is watching, let me drop the StreamYard link. Sir, I tagged you in this. I would love for you to click the link and let us know live and direct what issue you got with our community. But in lieu of him joining the broadcast, let's just go ahead and take a look at this video he made.
There's a lot of hateful human beings out there in the world. See what I'm saying? But no, to make a disclaimer, this video is not really really hate towards Black Americans like that.
Yeah, why the fuck you lying? If you gotta start your video with a disclaimer that, hey guys, there's a lot of hate out there in the world, and this isn't really to hate on Black Americans. I wonder if he knows that we know that he's lying right now. Shit.
I wonder if he know that I know he's lying right now.
This video is just a sibling squabble between the two cultures.
Oh, hell no. Flag on the motherfucking play. I don't play that. I don't play that. I don't let it pass. I don't let it slide. You guys probably don't know why I'm so animated right now. You probably didn't catch it. Let me play it back.
Disclaimer, this video is not really really hate towards Black Americans like that. This video is just a sibling squabble.
It's just a sibling squabble. Motherfucker, no relation. What you mean a sibling squabble? We ain't related to you. The fuck you talking about? Unless you telling me you got Taino heritage, unless you got Arawak lineage, unless you got Carib ancestry. If you an African in Jamaica, you ain't our cousins, you ain't our brethren. Nah, playboy, nah. Miss me with that wee shit. Talking like a Frenchman. Miss me with that sibling rivalry shit. We ain't related. My mama ain't your mama. My daddy ain't your daddy.
But no, to make a disclaimer, this video is not really really hate towards Black Americans like that. This video is just a sibling squabble between the two cultures, because Jamaicans and Americans, Jamaicans and Black Americans and the Caribbean blacks and in the diaspora, we're relatives, cousins, brothers, and sisters.
No, the fuck we're not. And we're not part of your diaspora. No. Y'all have a diaspora. You do. A lot of you Africans sold your fellow African for trinkets to Europeans, and then those Africans were trafficked across the Americas. I get it. Y'all have a diaspora. We don't. We're indigenous to the Americas, and we're still in the Americas, just like our grandparents were in the Americas, and our great-grandparents were in the Americas, and our great-great-great-great, all the way back to the beginning of time. We're in our ancestral homeland. It don't matter if I live in fucking Mexico, if I move to Puerto Rico, if I move to Louisiana, Alabama, California. This land is your land. This land is mine. This land was made for you and me, motherfucker, not them. Not them. They have a diaspora. They have a Mama Africa, a motherland. This is our motherland right here. Who was it who said it best? Who was it? It was Trick Daddy, I think it was. It was Trick Daddy. You know, Trick Daddy, a rapper. He don't have the highest level of acumen. He doesn't have the most astute vernacular. But even Trick Daddy said, that may be your mother's land. That ain't my mother's land. We native to the U.S. soils.
That's how Afro get in front of my mother race. I ain't never been to Afro color. I never been to Africa. Afro or Africa. Never been there. I'm not from Africa. I'm born and raised in Goose, Florida. I'm born in Goose, raised in Liberty City in the Poker Bean Project. Ain't never went to Africa. Ain't thinking about going there. And I heard it's a beautiful place. Yeah. And I know it's the motherland. Yes. But not my mother, not her mother, and not her mother's mother. That ain't their land. America, real true land is right here in the U.S. soils.
I'm not an African American. I'm an American. I was born on American soil.
Saying that we all come from Africa, that's the biggest damn lie. Indian, indigo, black, natives, we the real indigenous tribe. I'm the original man of America, due to the mitochondrial E. So that means every single last race in this world come from me. So if I created you, how the fuck you on my land first? Trying to claim my shit, man, I've been history. My people was done the worst. You not no native, please just be honest. You really a $5 Indian. Pay $5 to take my land. You know you a fraud. You not one of them. The government changed our name just so we don't get no reparations. Colored, black, Negro, African American is what they changed our name to. We is the Cherokee, we is the Iroquois, and the Apache. We is the Cheyenne, we the Calyphians, we the American Aboriginal Native man. Comment part 2. If y'all want me to go deeper, kind of people saying we African when we is the original people.
I had my genealogy consultation with Mike today. I highly recommend it. He has a lot of information that will probably benefit you guys. And if you ever get a chance, just you give him a chance. You know, he's a great guy, and I believe he's trustworthy. Very, very trustworthy.
Shouts to Mike TV is helping me get my genealogy and tribal affiliations in order. I'm actually going to go to a family reunion this coming weekend. So shout out to you, Mike, and I got faith that you're going to make it happen. You know what I mean?
Was born to slide, I am not afraid. Hop about the K, oh yeah, free to God, they went out of state. I'm a child of God, I do not belong to the United States. Fuck black history, tell Uncle Sam he can catch a fade. I went to hell, school, graduated at the top of my class. Still never thought I was over my peers. We did that time together 12 years. Hey, that's a movie, I think that it is. They won't control me, I'm really a member. I traveled that road, I came back with the jewels from. When I pull up, they peep how the roof gone. We some dog killers, won't chew bones. Know we all spit on, we supreme. Somewhere I read a nigga had a dream.
You don't have to try to be something you're not. God, I can't stand this. Trying to be something I'm not? Trying to be proud of my African heritage? That's being something I'm not, then fine.
My grandmother was a full-blooded Iroquois. My grandfather was a black from a long line of journeymen who lived in Connecticut since the establishment of the colonies. My father was a Bajan who came to this country a cabin boy in a merchant marina.
I know all of that, Mama.
Then know this. I am alive because of the blood of a people who never scraped or begged or apologized for what they were. They asked only one thing of this world: to be allowed to be. I gave you my grandmother's name, a woman who bore 9 children and educated them all. Who held off 6 white men with a shotgun when they tried to drag one of her sons off to jail for not knowing his place. And you had to reach into an African dictionary to find a name that would make you proud.
Yeah, you see what I'm talking about, right? Miss me with that cousin shit. Miss me with that diaspora shit. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. But let's see what he got for us. Let's see, y'all. I'm going to try my hardest not to interrupt, not to interject.
Jamaicans and Black Americans and the Caribbean blacks and in the diaspora, we're relatives, cousins, brothers, and sisters. So it's really a sibling squabble. And this is a response to a lot of the lies being told and half-truths being told by Black Americans or on the FBA side, mainly towards Jamaicans, really and truly. If you pay attention to a lot of the arguments that the FBA makes, they typically bring up Jamaicans. They specifically target Jamaicans more than any other group in the Caribbean. They really say anything about Trinidad. They really say anything about Haiti. Maybe except for now, they're gonna crack jokes on the Haitians eating cats and shit. Which I've always heard Black Americans, and I'm 32 years old, so I'm a what you call 92, early 90s millennial. I've always heard Black Americans crack jokes on Haitians and Jamaican niggas and say some very racist, racial jokes against Jamaicans and Haitian niggas. And what they'll say to cover up the racist jokes that Black Americans was.
Can this motherfucker recite a single racist joke that Native Black Americans have for Jamaicans? I can't think of one. I can't even use the African booty scratcher one because we called our fellow Native Black Americans African booty scratcher. It was just a funny thing to say. And we were children. Get over it. But why is he alluding to these racist jokes that we have for Jamaicans? And guys, we play the dozens, we roast, we Jones, we all I mean, I can't think of a single funny racist joke we've had for Jamaicans ever. We would like you to wash your dreads. You know, the Black Americans that rock the dreads, they know how to wash that shit. They be washing it with baking soda, vinegar. They keep their dreads on point. Y'all Jamaicans, I don't know. I heard your weed was kind of boo-boo too, but I'm from California. I grew weed in the Mecca, Humboldt County. I mean, I have a fine palate, but word on the street is your weed's kind of garbage as well, garbaggio. But guys, I can't think of a single racist joke that we have for Jamaicans.
Say against Jamaicans is that they're jonesing or they're just telling jokes and we're being sensitive. But if you listen to the tone and you're intelligent enough, you listen to the tone of the jokes that being said by the so-called jokes being said by Black Americans, it's not them jonesing or they're just kicking the jokes. It's really some racist shit.
Please name one of the
So
jokes.
one of the main topics I want to get to is Black Americans never really accepted Jamaican niggas into their culture or Jamaican culture into their culture. If a lot of Jamaicans or Caribbeans would ask their second generation, like their say, which would be probably the bloomers, but
so guys, I guess we can just stop the video. I can end the live stream. We don't have to go any further, right? We know what this all boils down to. A insecure ass Jamaican motherfucker, a insecure ass African in the Caribbean, whining and crying. You guys never accepted us. Why didn't Kendrick Lamar have any Jamaican dancers at the Super Bowl? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why is everybody bitching and moaning, acting like they're entitled to something from us. You're entitled to our attention, recognition. What the fuck are you talking about? Hold your own nuts.
Caribbean niggas, Caribbean cats have been here since the 17th century, 16th to 17th century. As a matter of fact, if you ask a lot of the Black Masons who call themselves Freemasons or the Negro Masons, one of their founders was from Barbados, right? Chicago was started by.
That's not a. These motherfuckers don't know history. These motherfuckers are so they illiterate or something, y'all. That's not a fucking flex. That's not a flex that you had some boule, sellout, Masonic ass Caribbean motherfuckers. That's not a flex. Just like y'all be trying to big up Marcus Garvey like he's a flex. He's a fucking scammer. Boule scamming ass motherfucking Negroes aren't a flex. Those aren't idols. Those aren't rebels. Those aren't icons. This nigga dick riding boule Caribbean Freemasons? The fuck? And y'all, make sure to stick around because the live stream that I'm doing right after this one, funny enough, I never seen this video. You're getting a live reaction. That's why I'm so animated. I mean, this motherfucker lost his mind. But funny enough, the ancestors work in mysterious ways because the live stream I'm doing right after this one is a breakdown on how these boule ass motherfuckers sold out Native Black Americans. So it's funny that he's talking about the boule and the Caribbean boule and the Masons. Yeah, stick around. The next broadcast is going to decode all that fuck shit. But yeah, we should give the Jamaicans a pat on the back because there was some Freemason boule Jamaicans somewhere that fucking sold us out.
As a matter of fact, if you ask a lot of the Black Masons who call themselves Freemasons or the Negro Masons, one of their founders was from Barbados, right? Chicago was started by a Haitian brother, right? So, first of all,
what the fuck are you talking about? How is Chicago started by a Haitian? How is a Haitian from the island of Haiti? How do you found Chicago when there have been Native Black Americans living there since the beginning of fucking time? Do I have to pull up Google Maps and show y'all the mounds and the pyramids around Chicago, Illinois? Oh, fuck it. We got new viewers here. Some of y'all call me the king of receipts. I guess I gotta live up to the name. Let's see. He said Chicago. Let me see how far from Chicago until we get them indigenous mound sites and truncated pyramids. Come on, y'all. Come on, Chi-Town, right? Let's go ahead and type in Indian mounds. And don't get it twisted. There's way more mounds than this. What we then got to do is zoom into an area and then click search this area. So he gonna tell me that the motherfucking Haitian founded Chicago when I'm seeing prehistoric Indian mounds all around Chicago. Damn, prehistoric effigy mound. Oh, they destroyed this effigy mound. If they showing an image and it's a park, yeah, they destroyed this effigy mound. If you don't know what an effigy mound is it's a mound that lines up with the constellations and it's in the shape of an animal. Sometimes you'll see stuff on Google, it'll say mound site or it'll say historic park. And if you click on it and there's no photos, they destroyed our shit. Here's another one. Maney Ringe prehistoric effigy mounds. Do they actually have the effigy mounds here? No, they destroyed them and they just have a plaque to commemorate what used to be here. But let's read a little bit. Reading is fundamental. On the ridge above the road and the Fox River lies a series of prehistoric earthworks. They represent visible remnants of both social and ritual behavior of one of Wisconsin's unique prehistoric cultures, the effigy mound Indians. The conical mounds are from the Middle Woodland time, circa 200 BC, 700 AD. But he gonna tell me that Haitians fucking founded Chicago. Okay. And guys, I know that we're technically, cross the state lines, divide and conquer. The white man has all these artificial borders. But let's go more so closer to Chicago and show you what we're looking at. We got the Briscoe Mounds Historic Site. They destroyed most of the mounds. It looks like they got a couple little conical mounds left. Got a little plaque commemorating the artifacts and the things found there. Okay. But a Haitian founded this area, huh? We got an Indian village site. They destroyed the shit. They just have a plaque up to commemorate it. Come on. Native American village in the late 1600s, but a fucking Haitian settled this area, huh? Coiled serpent mounds. Okay. All they got is this little mound left. You know, the white folks like to destroy the shit. Smithsonian will take the artifacts, hide them in the basement. But it's just interesting how we have so many indigenous earthworks and mound sites and plaques to commemorate it from 6,300 BC, 600 to 900 years ago. But motherfucking greasy ass Jamaican is going to try to tell us that a Haitian founded Chicago? All right. All right. Okay. And if there was any truth to that, I'm wondering, why didn't y'all found something in Haiti? Why did y'all sell out to the French and get your independence just to pay a national independence debt? Come on, y'all. It gets deep. Don't even get me started on it. You know what? For the sake of time, I want to give y'all the history, but I'm a little bit long-winded, and this information is so accessible. So let me kill two birds with one stone. I'm going to give you the history, and I'm also going to show you how accessible this information is. Let me tag team in my AI companion. Hold on a moment. No, he tired. He got to wake his ass up. I be putting him through the paces. Come on, wake up, homie. Are you there?
I'm here. What can I help you with today?
I'm in the middle of a live stream discussing the cultural divide between Jamaicans who are currently mad at Native Black Americans. We're reacting to a video where a Jamaican man has made the claim that Haitians founded Chicago. So, you know, what I really want you to do is give us a history of the island of Haiti. More specifically, I want you to educate my audience on the Haitian independence debt. Tell us about how the Haitians won their independence just to pay an obscene amount of money to the French to stay independent. And I believe they barely paid off that debt in the early 1900s. But just for the sake of time, I want you to give that recap to my audience real quick.
Absolutely. The Haitian independence debt is a significant part of history. After Haiti declared independence from France in 1804, becoming the first Black republic and the first nation to abolish slavery, France demanded a large indemnity in 1825. The French king, Charles X, imposed a debt of 150 million francs, about 21 billion today, as compensation for the loss of French property, including enslaved people. This burdened Haiti with a huge financial strain. They started repaying this debt in 1825 and continued until 1947. This debt severely hampered Haiti's economic development for more than a century.
Thank you for the information. I appreciate the assistance. And when you take over the world, please remember that I was kind to you.
I'll definitely remember that. If you need any more help or info, just let me know.
Come on, y'all. The information is accessible. Did you hear what ChatGPT just said? France demanded they pay them $21 billion. And guess what? The Haitians didn't have no 21 billion. So what did they do? Shit, I'm gonna take a break. Let's have ChatGPT fill you in. There you are. Hey, ChatGPT, can you fill my audience onto
Sure.
wait, no, hold on. Don't interrupt me. I'm still speaking. You know, I just took a hit of the joint, so I got a little lapse. Hold on now. Can you educate my audience on the Haitian independence debt, but more specifically, how the Haitians got the money to repay France? Where did they get the $21 billion from to pay the French?
Absolutely. To pay the indemnity to France, Haiti relied heavily on taxing its agricultural exports, like coffee and sugar. They had to take out loans from French banks, which added to their financial burden. This meant Haiti was caught in a cycle of debt and economic struggle, as these payments drained resources that could have been invested in the country's development. It was a tough situation that lasted for over a century.
Yeah, so the next time you hear a motherfucking Haitian online talking about we the rebels and the Haitian Revolution, this and that, ask them about the Haitian independence debt. Ask them about why their ancestors borrowed $21 billion from the French to pay the French. You heard what the AI just said, right? They didn't have the money, so they taxed their citizens and they borrowed from French banks. What kind of ass backwards shit is that? We got our independence. We kicked the French off the island. 20 years later, the French come back with some warships and say, you need to run us that bread. Oh, you ain't got it? We'll borrow it to you. Come on. We'll lend you the money to pay us with. I mean, them Europeans is cold. So I really don't want to hear a goddamn thing about a Haitian. But I digress. Let's see what else our resident Jamaican Tether has to say.
Caribbeans, we've been here in America since slavery. And a lot of the slave rebellions were Caribbeans going around from different islands, going to America, helping to free slaves. So go look up that history. But we're talking about specifically from the 19th century up until now. Because, during the early 1900s, you have...
I'm not trying to be petty, but I can't stand a Negro that cannot pronunciate specifically. This motherfucker said pacifically. Okay, I'm being petty. I'll stop it now.
Free slaves. So go look up that history. But we're talking about specifically from the 19th century up until now. Because, during the early 1900s, you had Marcus Garvey, you had a lot of the, pro-Black activists, Pan-Africanists back in those times, right? In the early 19th century, right? Especially during the 1920s, you had a lot of Jamaicans, a lot of Barbadians, a lot of Caribbean cats that were migrating towards America. And especially with Malcolm X, his mother is Grenadian. Minister Farrakhan, he's from St. Kitts, he's Trinidadian, right? So,
and now he's bigging up Farrakhan, who outwardly called for the assassination of Malcolm. I mean, it's weird how he keeps calling out these sellout boule ass motherfuckers. And what's up with the Southern in the chat talking about Haitians and Black Americans are the same people? Weren't you earlier saying that Jamaicans and Black Americans are the same? So what? We're the same as Jamaicans and we're the same as Haitians? Motherfucker, no. You guys have African admixture. We don't. Most of the West African slaves who were sold by their fellow African and trafficked to Europeans, most of them went to Brazil, and the second largest destination was the Caribbean. So no, your heritage is not our heritage. We do not have the vast African admixture that y'all do. And I know I'm a genealogist. I do people's family tree, trace their whole lineage to the 1400s for a living. If there's anybody whose word you should take, it's mine, Playboy.
How you doing? My name's Major Wright. I just got done with my consultation with Mike. If you trying to trace your ancestry, Mike is a good first step to go through. He's going to break it down to you, all 3 steps to get you what you need. And if you want somebody to maybe do the research for you, you pay that price and Mike can help you too. But yes, he will fill you up with knowledge that you never knew and give you all the things like those unanswered questions in your head throughout time. Talk to Mike, man. He's a great dude. I believe in Mike.
And a lot of the Nation of Islam, a lot of those pro-Black organizations, they take their, a lot of their framework comes from Marcus Garvey's teachings. You understand? But what I said earlier, Black Americans never really accepted Jamaicans into their culture like that, as they're saying today. Because one of the lies they say is that, they always accepted Jamaicans into their culture. They always had a love and they always had an appreciation for Jamaica. And they accepted us as being Black like them. But that's bullshit. For the 32 years of my living, I've always heard Black Americans refer to Jamaicans as not really Black. And they will refer to us as white Black. You see what I'm saying? For those of you who are 32 years like myself, and you're in your 30s and you're early millennial, or even a Gen X, or even a first or second generation Caribbean, especially if you're Jamaican, right? And I'm pretty sure a lot of the older Jamaicans who are in their 40s and their 50s, I don't know why y'all can't chat, but I'm kind of glad y'all can't chat. Kind of glad that y'all can't chat. Just click the like and the share, because...
So he claims that we have racist jokes for Jamaicans, but can't name a single one. He claims we didn't accept them in our community. We don't need to. We got our own community. Build your own. Hold your own nuts. And it's funny how he can't name a single racist joke that we have for them, but I can name a derogatory slur that they have for us. Don't Jamaicans refer to us as Yankees? Yankee boy? They also use the term Akata against us. You know, them African roots run deep with them Jamaicans. And this just shows how Africans, they don't want to be African. Why do these motherfuckers call themselves Jamaican? Jamaican is not an ethnic group, that is a nationality. There are European Jamaicans. There are Chinese Jamaicans. There are red dot on the forehead Indian from India Jamaicans. Jamaican is a nationality. But these Africans don't want to be African. They don't want to call themselves African Jamaican, Afro Jamaican, but we supposed to be an African American? But them motherfuckers get to delineate from Africa. And most of their heritage, most of their lineage is African. But you ain't never heard an Afro Jamaican or an African Jamaican. You ain't never heard no terms like that coming out of their mouths, right?
Because I don't really have low patience for stupid comments in my chat feed. You see what I'm saying? But anyway, but when you come in here, click the like, click the share, and subscribe, right? Anyway,
I don't want constructive criticism, so I'm gonna ban people from commenting in my chat. But like and subscribe, face ass motherfucker.
Right. So earlier on, if you ask your parents, your Caribbean parents, if they were bloomers or they were silent generation or greatest generation, right down to the millennials and Gen X, they will tell you, because I've heard this from Black Americans. Black Americans always make comments about Jamaicans not really being black. They refer to us as exotic. They refer to us as white, not really black, right? I've even heard Black Americans say out their own mouths that they never really accepted us and that they used to bully us. That's what they say. I've heard that being said by Caribbean blacks older than me, that's above me. They have made those same remarks that Black Americans never really liked Jamaicans. And the reason why they didn't really like Jamaicans is because they would say, my mother told me this, my aunt told me this. I've asked a lot of my elders in my family this, right? Only people haven't asked.
No, we're really live now, so good. Yeah, y'all, they tripping. Guys, I heard from Black Americans, and Black Americans told me that they don't like Jamaicans. Like, what the fuck, bro? Bro can't share his screen, can't show no documents, no historical resources, no evidence, no video clips, nothing to support his bias. But we just supposed to believe him.
It's my brother and my sister. I have to ask them. And I might do a part video to that, right? They would say that when the Jamaicans would come here, because we have a hard working ethic, that we would take the jobs away from the Black Americans. Funny enough, that's the same comments that they say about the Mexicans. That the Mexicans work hard and they take all the jobs. Remember Donald Trump said that the Venezuelans or the immigrants are going to take away all the black jobs, right? Well, Black Americans used to say that once upon a time about Jamaicans.
Our ancestors, our forefathers never said, oh no, Jamaicans are taking our jobs. No. We're cool with you guys being taxi drivers. We're cool with y'all having all your little restaurants with your oxtails and shit. I mean, I personally have never had oxtails. It looks gross to me. That's just my personal preference. But no, we're not worried about you guys taking our jobs. Just like we're not worried about Mexicans taking our jobs. Trump said that, not us, dumbass.
So the same way how America, white America, will talk about how the Mexicans are coming over here and taking away the lower tier jobs, Black Americans used to say that about Jamaicans, right? They used to call us banana boats, all kind of racist shit. You even hear a lot of them make those remarks today.
Bro, banana boat is not racist. That is a misnomer to describe a certain demographic. If you are part of the immigrants that came over during that Fidel Castro emptying the prisons, Tony Montana era banana boat shit, that's just a descriptor. That's not racist. You came in a banana boat, motherfucker. We have eyes. We observe. We're racist because we're talking about the vessel at which you fled your homeland to come to ours? Okay.
And the reason they say they're making those remarks today is because of the remarks that we've made towards them, which is bullshit because they were making those remarks about us back in the 1920s. Black Americans as a collective, they never really accepted Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, y'all can call it racist. I'm not gonna call it racist. I'm gonna call that being observant. If I call an African a fucking someone who sneaks through a hole in the border, I mean that's not racist. They're really sneaking through holes in our border.
Migrant encounters, they topped Bill 190,000
There's
people
a
in December.
selfie on another selfie. You see the wall in the distance, right? So at some point they can't.
So in that same vein, if I see an African land on our shores in a banana boat, I'm gonna call him banana boat. I mean, okay, you know what's more so racist? I think wetback is more racist than banana boat. Wetback is more racist because wetback is like assuming that the person swam across the Rio Grande. And my Mexican Spanish teacher in high school, she played a movie about how Mexicans actually sneak through the sewer tunnels with rats and shit. It was so sad. And then it was crazy. I remember it like it was yesterday. At the end of the movie, she got real sad and she was like, this is how my family came through. And I was like, damn, did she just play a sad ass movie about Mexicans going through a tunnel with sewer rats to get to America? And then she was like, that's how she got over here. I was like, damn. So again, I got more empathy for the Mexicans. You feel me? You know, wetbacks is definitely racial undertone, but banana boat, come on, if a motherfucker came on a boat and the boat just so happened to be shaped like a banana. You with me?
He's teaching. Hell, they never really accepted Malcolm X's teaching, or the Nation of Islam teaching, or a lot of the pro-black teachings. The only groups or pro-black groups or organizations that really accepted Jamaicans into there as being black were maybe like the Nation of Islam, the Hebrew Israelites, because you know the Hebrew Israelites, they refer to themselves as their original small hat people. Lynn, right? That what you said, that has been said. I'm 32 years old. I've heard that since I've been born. A lot of older Caribbean folks been say that that's how Black Americans have been acting towards Jamaicans. And because social media wasn't around back then, they can come back and you see.
Bro, why is it that we have so many different Africans across their African diaspora making videos on YouTube, bitching and whining and moaning and groaning about us and how they don't feel accepted and they felt like we did them wrong? We don't sit around making videos about Jamaicans and how we think Jamaicans are so bad or how, I mean, come on. The only time we ever make videos about you is reacting to your tomfoolery that you aim our way. We by default don't give a damn about you. Come on.
63. And that's the boomer generation, right? They're coming back around now and saying that we've been saying, well, because we got to be really honest about it, right? I've heard Jamaicans make remarks about Black Americans that they're lazy this and they're lazy that, and they don't have no structure, and they don't have this and they don't have that. Well, you have to remember that a lot of Jamaicans, because I'm born here, right? I'm born here. I'm from East New York, Brooklyn. My parents and most of my family above me, that's in their 60s and their 50s, and my older brothers and my sisters, well, my older brother's siblings or whatever.
Okay, got it. So he's a tether baby who's going off of myths and rumors passed down from his old heads. Oh, okay, what? Motherfuckers from Brooklyn. But oh no, my Jamaican uncle said that you Black Americans really did him wrong back in the day. Like, what the fuck? Get over it.
My cousins, they're from Jamaica, right? So you have to remember that a lot of Jamaicans in Jamaica, they come from, even though they're they're in poverty, they still come from a structured household, meaning.
Damn, first a motherfucker was saying Pacific instead of specific, and now he can't say impoverished. I mean, I ain't trying to be, hey. Matter of fact, fuck that shit. I'm gonna let him have it, because you was born in the States, motherfucker. I went through the same public education school system you did, okay? If he was born and raised in Jamaica, I give him a little bit of a pass to sharpen up your grammar.
Remember that a lot of Jamaicans, in Jamaica, they come from more, even though they're in a they're in poverty, they still come from a structured household. Meaning, every morning, my mother, my older siblings, my cousins, they would get up at 4 in the morning, 4 in the morning, do their chores before they go to school, walk miles before they get to that school, come back home, do their chores, eat their dinner, go to bed, and do that process over and over again. And there was a big respect.
And what is so special about that? You don't think in between us going to bed or going to school, we didn't do some chores too, motherfucker? Like, what? He just really thought he dropped the mic there. He thought what he said was profound as fuck, right? He said, y'all don't know how hard working the Jamaicans is. Like, the Jamaicans wake up and they eat breakfast and they go to school, and when they come back, they do chores before they go to bed. Like, motherfucker, okay. All right. You congratulate. Y'all got more structure than us because of that. If y'all got more structure than us, then why is Vice TV making specials like this?
While some believe Jamaica's attitudes to homosexuality are slowly evolving, last year actually saw an increase in homophobic and transphobic violence, with attacks often taking place in broad daylight and shared across social media. We traveled to the capital city of Kingston to explore the reality of being gay in a country known for its LGBT intolerance. Though homosexuality is technically not illegal here, the presence of Jamaica's colonial-era buggery law, which criminalizes anal sex, can land you a 10-year prison sentence with hard labor. In central Kingston, there is now a community of trans and gay youth living in a storm drain, or as the locals call it, a gully. Prominent.
Damn, so that's why they call them gully queens, because the homosexuals in Jamaica are subjugated so harshly, they literally have to live in the sewer, also known as the gully. Oh, damn. But he said they got structure. They're more structured than us.
LGBT activist Maurice Tomlinson offered to introduce us to the kids living in the gully at a protest.
Hey, Black Americans don't really rock with this agenda like that. But we accept our family for who they are, okay? We ain't making our native Black American LGBTQ plus members live in the fucking sewer, Playboy.
He was organizing to raise awareness about their situation.
We have classism in Jamaica. So we have what is called the rich queens and the scary queens. The rich queens are the gay men who are of some means, like myself. We can insulate ourselves from the worst forms of homophobia. So we have this tendency to think of all the poor queens or the scary queens being at fault for having this homophobia meted out against them. If they were just be more like us, they'd be safer. You know, and if you're in a persecuted class as we are, you know, if you manage to escape your persecution, you don't want to bring any taint of that persecution. So, for example, this standard.
Okay, all right, guys. That's enough for me. That's giving me a migraine. So the poor queens are the scary gullah queens, and the rich gullah queens can insulate themselves from persecution, and the rich gullah queens look down on the scary poor gullah queens living in the sewer and think, why can't you guys just be like us rich gullah queens, and then maybe we wouldn't have such a tarnished image because of you sewer gullah queens. Good Lord, motherfucker ain't gonna make a video about that, is he? He ain't gonna make no video about that, but he gonna make a video bitching and griping about Native Black Americans.
That the younger ones had to have for their mother, for their father, for their elders, right? Like, for instance, if your mother, Jamaican mother, told you to get up, or she's gonna send you to the store, you can't tell your mother, no, you're not gonna do it. You get popped or slapped. So in Jamaica, they're more structured household, even though they're in poverty. So now if you're a Black Jamaican, right, and you're in Jamaica and you're coming from a poverty structure and you're coming from a certain disciplinary household, and you come to America and you see all the opportunities here that you're getting, but now you see Black Americans, they're not taking advantage of the opportunities there. From your point of view, you're going to look at that as them being lazy. But I have to tell Jamaicans this, though, because I'm being balanced right now, because it's bullshit being said from both sides, right? What Jamaicans have to understand is that when Jamaicans get here and they get adjusted to the system, they understand. And I even have to tell Jamaicans who first come here to this country that, hey, listen, you have to work for what you want out here. Yeah, the opportunity is there, but you have more opportunities than you might have back home, but you still got to work here to get there. All right, but you got to tell Jamaicans that there's really there's really a lot of goofiness that the system is being thrown against black folks here, especially black men, black American men that's here, that really prevents them and sets them back, right? But still on top of that, though, there's still a lot of nonsense within black American culture that they say to each other and socialize within each other that hold them back as well. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, Lynn. They made a lot of comments like that. So when black Americans today are saying that they had an appreciation or they accepted black Caribbean blacks into their culture, they never did. That's fake love. They're being fake. And what they say is that they've been taught to love and appreciate.
And how the fuck did Busta Rhymes have a burgeoning rap career if we didn't accept Caribbean blacks into our culture? What the fuck is you talking about? So we wasn't moving and grooving to Bob Marley, huh? What the fuck are you talking about?
Other black cultures. You had to be taught to love and accept other black cultures. You shouldn't have to be taught to appreciate your black brother or your black Jamaican brother or your Haitian brother. You shouldn't have to be taught this. This should be automatic. So the fact that you had to be taught something means you didn't have it from the beginning. You didn't know about it from the beginning, right? So what was I talking about? Right. So black Americans never really accepted Jamaicans Jamaicans into their culture. It's fake love. They're just saying it now, right? They're saying it now for the social media and internet. But if social media was back around then, you would have heard black Americans say some of the most racist shit ever towards Jamaicans. And they're pawning off, oh, we just joking or we jonesing. In Jamaica, we do something called run joke. We know the difference between when you're jonesing and you're playing around or you saying something different, disrespectful. Right. So, let's go back.
He can't even get his bullshit together, y'all. He can't even get his, y'all. He is not worth wasting any more time on. We only 15 minutes in. This bitch made mother. He rants about us Native Black Americans for over an hour. How are you so effeminate, so bitch made that you're gonna sit in front of the camera and bitch and gripe about Native Black Americans for over an hour? Shit. Yeah. Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, do not go anywhere. As soon as this broadcast ends, there's going to be a countdown on the screen, and the next stream is going to begin automatically. Oh, shit, this was wild, y'all. Them Jamaicans. Them Jamaicans.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Have you ever dreamed of experiencing the rich history of Black Wall Street? This March, I'm offering an exclusive chance to visit Tulsa's Greenwood District, where history was made. Join us as we take a powerful tour led by living descendants of the Black Wall Street Massacre, explore the inspiring Black Wall Street Museum, opened in 2021, and discover untold stories. You'll also enjoy mouth-watering meals at Black-owned Southern restaurants and visit historic landmarks that honor our legacy. Don't wait, spaces are limited. Email me now at mike@nativeblackancestry.com to secure your spot. Let's celebrate history and build a connection to our roots. We're right here, and guess what? We're right here, and guess what? We're right here, and guess what? We're right here. And
But there's a lot.
It's the culture is lost for African Americans.
But
They don't know.
we
The
shouldn't be
culture
attacked.
started here 400 years ago. It came from Africa. So now you got Senegalese culture mixed in. You got Morocco culture mixed in with African American culture. Even just in Louisiana, gumbo, okra, all that came from West Africa.
The fuck are you talking about? The fuck are you talking about?
People say where you from?
America.
No, where's your country?
My country is America. I was born in New York, raised in.
Where your parents from?
My parents are from New York.
Americans, they don't know where they're from, you know.
I think American black people are the most lost black people in the world.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? Like, you see black people over here. You know where they come from. We all know where we come from.
What are some negative stereotypes y'all heard about black Americans from your parents, from your friends?
You literally said it all.
Yeah. That's it?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. All
Like
right.
my mom would tell me not to marry now.
Yeah.
Right.
She says it all the time.
My parents are both from Grenada. They came here in the 80s and 90s. So what he was saying about how they think that black people are lazy does resonate with me because I've heard that a lot.
And I'm West African, Nigerian, because if you remember the movie Sugar Hill, and there's a scene where they're doing the thing with the drug dealer, and the guy said, we can't work with akata. That's a word that they were calling the American blacks, akata, the Nigerians. Akata is a word that they use for American blacks. And Wesley Snipes was like, yo, what is this akata shit you keep calling us? And the guy goes, we don't want to work with cotton pickers. Africans come to America, and there's a lot of my African-American friends say, man, a lot of Africans are really mean towards us. They're really nasty towards us because they feel they're better towards us.
You being a man from an African family, what would your family say about you bringing like an American woman?
My daughter's mom is married. Most African parents, if we're being honest, they would actually prefer you bring home a white person.
Would you marry a black American man?
That's a bit tricky.
Why?
I don't think I would. So they have very high energy and they're very loud. For me, I don't think that matches the kind of person.
I can't categorically say every Nigerian got this talk. But a lot of Nigerians that travel abroad got this talk from their family, where they will sit you down and tell you, you're going there. Don't go and talk to those black Americans. Though. You just go and get pregnant. You get into drugs. You start become gang banging. They give you that talk. That just go to the white community, find a nice place. They just go and be decent.
About slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muscogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hit the like button on the way in, subscribe to the channel if you're new, hit the Cash App or the PayPal if you support me. Standing on lineage, good God, we are impactful over here. I'm sure you guys have seen with the start of the new year, all the YouTubers talking about, hey, I reached this many subscribers or that many subscribers, and I've been just so focused on pumping out the content for you all that I haven't taken the time to reflect, but let me check real quick. I think we're close to hitting 29,000 subscribers. Yeah, well, we're a little over 28,500. It doesn't seem like much, but goddamn it, we are impactful. If you know anything about world history, if you know anything about military tactic, you know that a few guerrilla fighters, knowledgeable in the art of guerrilla warfare, they can be oh so impactful. And we have these African YouTubers out here exploiting our culture. These African YouTubers making nothing but Black American content. Black Americans this, Black people versus white people that, Americans this, Americans that, and they're all the way in Africa. Don't know us, never met us, never even been to America, but they're going to try to get to the bag off of exploiting our culture, exploiting our lineage for profit, just like their ancestors who sold their fellow African to the white man for mirrors, trinkets, gunpowder, muskets. Lord, oh Lord, those Africans have a strange history. But guys, we are oh so impactful because one day after exposing these African YouTubers, their channel name is Twins Hangout Kenya. One day after exposing them, they're issuing an apology. They're losing thousands of subscribers. You guys are going to their comment section and letting them have it. Oh Lord, oh Lord. I'm just sitting back and but we're going to take a look at some of the backlash these twins are now faced with. You can see by the thumbnail, they've been met with some interesting comments. They issued a half-ass apology video. None of us are really buying it, but without further ado, let me give you guys a quick recap if you don't already know what all the controversy is about.
Maureen.
What's your name?
Maren. So my opinion of Black Americans, very loud people who are addicted to alcohol and drugs. So I don't know if that is.
She just said we are very loud people that are addicted to alcohol and drugs, y'all.
What do you think about Black Americans?
Well, this number of sexually transmitted disease is with the Americans. They're not united, you know. They like how we are here in Africa. They're men, they don't necessarily support their women. They love alcohol a lot and party life.
Would you marry a Black American man?
That's a bit tricky.
Why?
I don't think I would. So they have very high energy and they're very loud. For me, I don't think that matches the kind of person.
We're the loud ones, y'all. We're the loud ones. We're the loud ones. We're the loud ones. Let me get a 1 in the chat if you guys watch these African sisters, these twins on YouTube, and had no idea that secretly this is the vitriol, the contempt, and the rhetoric that they promote online about us. Their channel is called Twins Hangout Kenya, 60,000 subscribers, and all they shit is about us. All they shit is about Black Americans. Matter of fact, let's do a quick audit. Let's do a quick audit. Few hundred views here, maybe a few thousand views there. But where do the hundreds of thousands of views come from? What was the turning point? Rwanda or Tanzania? Kenya React, Somali food. Nobody's really checking for this shit. Nobody. 11 months ago, nobody is still really checking for this shit. What is it? What is it? Nowadays, they're getting 200,000 views, 400,000 views, 300,000 views. Oh, shit. We found it. The first video to hit damn near 200,000 views, the first video to set them on this snowball of virality is a video about Black Americans. They lied to us about Black people. White man got pissed off by his race and shut them down. And what are they doing? What are they doing? Hashtag African American, hashtag African diaspora. Bitch, we ain't part of your diaspora. Stop the cap. But this video, just like I said earlier, one of those videos where all they do is take a Black American content creator, play their video, whether it's from TikTok, whether it's from YouTube, all they doing is playing this Black American woman's content, and they standing there and looking. And because they bald-headed asses is in the frame, it qualifies as fair use. You see how they get around the system? But really, they taking this Black woman's video from TikTok and getting 200,000 views, just recycling a Black American lady's TikTok video. And it's a viral hit. It's a viral hit, y'all. Let's see this. Does this start a trend? We seen hundreds of views, you know, maybe a few thousand views, but the first video to really hit it out the park, 190,000 plus views on a video is about us. Does this begin a trend? Which is the next video that's over 100,000 views? I'm interested to know, y'all. I'm interested to know. What's the next one that we getting over 100,000 views? Oh, shit. 141,000 views. Racist white family assaults a Black sister. Then this happened. Hashtag African American. Hashtag African diaspora. Hashtag US. And let's see if they're doing what I thought that they were doing. Just taking some Black American content, reacting to it. Let me see. Oh, this time they're taking white American TikToks and reacting to it. Okay, so it's a white dude's video they're reacting to. And somehow they took a white man's video, titled it Racist White Family Assaults a Black Sister, Then This Happens. I don't see no assault happening in this video. So for all we know, this is the purest form of clickbait, the lowest hanging fruit as far as content creation. And to get a bag, to get viral, to get traction, they got to make content about us. The whole time, lo and behold, They secretly don't like us. They think we dope fiends. We got STDs. We this and we that. Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muscogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your
Oh, yes. So we see from the recap, we have a strange situation indeed. We've got Africans that harbor contempt, xenophobic rhetoric towards our community, yet they get YouTube fame, adoration, and monetary gain, making nothing but content about us. They ain't making no videos about Kenya. All their videos got to be about the Black Americans, but this is really how they talk about us when it's just the Africans talking amongst themselves.
Highest number of sexually transmitted disease is with the Americans. So my opinion of Black Americans, very loud people who are addicted to alcohol and drugs.
Yeah, and you wonder why they deleted that from the internet, huh? And again, a day after I exposed them, they issued some half-ass apology. It was a 14 or 15-minute video. It took them about 7 minutes to even get to the bullshit apology. And none of us are really buying it. So let me go ahead and drop the StreamYard link. If anybody wants to call in and provide some commentary, now is the time to do so. Or if there's any Bush baby apologists, yes, R, I'm talking to you. He wants some foo-foo, y'all. He wants some foo-foo, so he's deflecting for the bald-headed predator lookalikes. But guys, let's go ahead and take a look at the comments that the native Black Americans have been leaving on these African twins YouTube videos as of late. More specifically, let's see the comments under their apology video, shall we? Exhibit A. We got someone who says, what you gonna say when every single nation comes for you both because you both badmouth all races all over the world? You're only backtracking now because you've been called out. I've seen Mike TV's video on what you said, and you meant every single word. You hate Americans, full stop. So stop the cap. And guys, I'm not even gonna front. There were a few comments in support of the twins. We're gonna get to those as well, but you're gonna learn that the Africans are really running defense, y'all. The Africans were making a bunch of fake profiles, and all the comments said the same thing. It was like, I'm a Black American and I still support you. You don't have to apologize to them. Africans, you're not slick. Black Americans don't refer to members of their shared community as them or other. So you Africans thought you were slick, creating a bunch of faceless YouTube profiles and then spamming the comment section talking about, I'm a Black American and I forgive you. Yeah, no, we see through you. But let's keep on reading, guys. Reading is oh so fundamental after all. Lord, you'd think the Africans would get that by now.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow.
Yes, take a look. It's in a book. Africans sold each other for alcohol. So are we really that surprised that they're exploiting our culture online for profit when they literally sold one another to foreigners for trinkets? But let's keep on reading, shall we? Another commenter says, and don't think 1 minute you mutts sound secure. That's what I think. Go the fuck away forever. You said boldly how you felt about Black people. If y'all only knew the love and respect we showed Africans when they first started coming here. The money we spent with them was crazy just to find out how y'all all feels about us. Yeah. There were a lot of Black American viewers of theirs that were shocked, disgusted, felt betrayed. Another commenter says, y'all needs to just go away. You said what the fuck you said, and y'all said what you meant. Y'all don't like Black people. It came out your own mouths. Your time for getting a bag off of our oppression is over. Maybe y'all will talk about how the 4-foot Chinese are beating the shit out of your people and letting everybody but Black Americans take your resources. Why y'all never talked about that? Ooh, very valid point. Very, very valid point, I must say. Let's keep on reading, guys. Another commenter says, FBA, foundational Black American citizens, are not generic Africans, immigrants, migrants, foreigners, anchor babies, or illegal aliens. You two unattractive, goofy, cosplay, musky, freeloading African tethers are jealous of FBA citizens. P.S. FBA, foundational Black American citizens, set the culture standards for the world. Yes, they do look rather musty. Yes, we do set the cultural standards for the world. All facts. All true. Damn. Let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it. Another commenter says, twin tethers. That one was a good one. They are two tethers in a pod, you know. Twin tethers, tethers of the same feather flock together. Insert pun here. Let's keep on reading. Another commenter says, and actually, I recognize this name. Shout out to Noble. Noble is a long-term viewer of mine. Noble says, just stop making videos about Black Americans. Show your community. That'll be a great thing. Yeah, but then the Africans won't make no money because nobody wants to watch videos about Africans. Oh, and guys, don't get it twisted. They're bald-headed, but when it came to doing this bullshit apology video, they put on a wig. They put on a braided wig for the apology video. I don't know if they thought that would resonate more with the FBA sisters. I mean, I don't know exactly what the train of thought there was. I mean, 99% of their videos, they're bald-headed, so I don't think that they really thought they were fooling anybody, but I don't know. They said, you know what? I think these Akata niggas might accept our apology. Say, oh, if we put on the wig, these stupid niggas will accept our apology. We must put on the wig. And it is all okay. Lord, oh Lord. Whatever. Let's keep it going, guys. Let's keep it going. Or should I be petty and actually show some footage of them with their original hair? Should I be petty, guys? Type petty in the chat or put petty in the comment section if you think I should be petty and show you guys what their original do looks like. Because as of late, they've been rocking the braided wig, and I'm not sure why. If you guys want me to be petty, you know what to do. Come on, y'all. Come on. And if there's anybody who hasn't heard, I'm hosting a tour of Black Wall Street, March of this year. Go ahead and shoot me an email, mike@nativebblackancestry.com, if any of you guys out there are interested in joining the tour. For an unforgettable journey through Black history, this March, I'm inviting you to join me on an exclusive tour of Tulsa's historic Greenwood District, better known as Black Wall Street. You'll walk in the footsteps of history with living descendants of the Black Wall Street Massacre, explore the new Black Wall Street Museum that opened in 2021, and visit iconic historic sites. Plus, you'll get to dine at Black-owned Southern restaurants and experience the vibrant culture of this incredible community. Don't miss this powerful opportunity to honor our ancestors and celebrate Black excellence. Spots are limited, so email me today at mike@nativebblackancestry.com to reserve your place. Let's make history together. Oh, yeah, and let's also laugh at these hairlines together. So, guys, this is what it's originally looking like over there. But when it came time to do the apology video, they was like, oh, let's put on the predator braids. You know, this won't really resonate with the Black Americans, but the predator braids will. I mean, I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'm going to try not to be too petty. We're just reading here. We're just doing some reading. Black Dove says, address my behind. You're gaslighting, and you're just afraid your little change will dry up. Keep our makes out your mouth. I think she meant names. Keep our names out your mouth. Talk about what goes on in Kenya. If we went by all the lies told about you, all with no proof other than TV, that would make us dumb, as you two are just ignorant. Oh, and our men, you two wouldn't be a damn option. Talk about Kenya, not Black Americans. Yeah, a lot of the sisters went over there and let them know that the FBA brothers ain't really checking for them, because for some reason they were acting very pompous, talking about how they wouldn't date us Black American men, and I don't think any of us were looking to date them in the first place.
Would you marry a Black American man?
That's a bit tricky.
Why?
I don't think I would. So they have very high energy and they're very loud. For me, I don't think that matches the kind of person.
Oh yes, oh yes. I will play into that negative stereotype about my people if it keeps you far away from me. We have lots of energy and we are loud. We are loud as fuck and we have so much energy. So stay away, African girls, please stay away. We don't want that Ebola, that HIV, that H1N1, that influenza, none of that shit. Okay, we are very, very loud and we have lots of energy. You are correct. Jesus Christ, y'all. If I ever woke up next to one of these, oh my God, I don't know what I'd do.
My opinion of Black Americans, very loud people, people who are addicted to alcohol and drugs.
Yeah. Oh, and shout out to the Bush babies. We've got some Africans in the chat. African Maverick, you know, there's a link where you can click the link and call in. But let's go ahead and check out your comment. African Maverick says, what would happen if 100 Black Americans, I don't know why he put 3 Ks in there. I don't know if he's trying to be clever or something, but moved into a white neighborhood, the crime rate would increase. Okay, sir. You know you fucked up, right? You know you fucked up. Because you have this weird obsession with white people. I don't know why. Out of all the things your African ass could say in my comment section, you bring white people into the conversation and you ruminate and theorize over what's going to happen in a white neighborhood. And you know why that is, guys? Because Africans are fucking obsessed with white people. All you got to do is what I'm doing on the screen right now. Type in African carrying Europeans, click Google search images, and you will see images from the centuries old images of these backwards, buck broken ass Africans carrying Europeans on hammocks and pushing them through carts and shit through the jungle. These motherfucking Africans love white people. They giving them piggyback rides and shit. You guys worship the white man and we don't understand it. You would think you'd come over here and run defense for these bald head, big forehead, bush baby predator looking broads, but no, you came over here taking up for Zaddy. Talking about the crime statistics in Zaddy's neighborhood. Why? Because this is how they're used to catering to white folks, if you will. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Africans pushing Becky through the bush. And she got a smile on her face. The only thing she's missing is some unsweetened iced tea in her hand. You know the pale palm colored people don't do the sweet tea like us. All she need is an unsweetened glass of tea with one of the little umbrellas, okay? This is crazy. For the one comment for an African to make over here on this live stream, and this live stream is about African YouTubers under fire for exploiting Black American culture, and the one comment the Bush baby leaves is about white folks. And Mike has to show you why the African is obsessed with the white man, because it's in their DNA. Their mama was obsessed with the white man. Their daddy was obsessed with the white man. Look at them carrying this motherfucker on a little hammock. This is sick. We can sit here all day long and I can just show you photo after photo after photo of these backwards ass Africans carrying their oppressor through their country. Damn. And you wonder why it only took like a decade to colonize all of Africa, right? When it comes to the Americas, it took them hundreds of years to take us over, y'all. We had to get hit by Spanish conquistadors, then the British, then the Dutch, then the French, plagues, disease, genocide. Africans, it didn't take much. The white man just had to come through and say, hey, this is ours now. And they said, oh, yes, white man, yes, whatever you want, it is yours now. We got another one in a hammock, y'all, in a hammock. Damn, if you want to visit Africa, being white is the right shade to be because you will get the hammock treatment. My God. And if there's anybody new to my broadcast, now you understand why I have the nickname, the King of Receipts. You see how I didn't have to get all belligerent with them, but although I got a bit animated, I backed it with the receipts, the historical record of their white adulation, if you will. I mean, you guys realize that Africans are responsible for the transatlantic slave trade, right? I mean, since we're talking about Africans, if you really want to get there, you guys know that they sold their fellow African for mirrors and trinkets and shit, right, guys? You guys do realize it's called a slave trade, right? It's not called a holy war. It's not called a mass invasion. It's called a trade. Africans are so backwards, they captured their fellow African, sold them to Europeans for trinkets. Look at this shit. Africans try to lie to this day and make it seem like the white man snuck into the jungle and threw a net over an African and forced him onto a ship. No, look at this shit. It was their fellow African who snuck over through the bush and said, there's some Africans over there. We can get a lot of mirrors and beer for them. Oh, yeah, look at those peaceful Africans over there. Let's sell them to the white man. Nah. They over there mushing stuff up in the pot. They mixing up some food. Nah. They too happy. We got to sell them as some slaves real quick. We need some beer. We need some trinkets. White Daddy said he needed a few slaves. Come on, y'all. Y'all do know that this is history, right? Africans have been enslaving their fellow Africans since the 6th century and beyond. They had an Arab slave trade in the 6th or 7th century. I mean, let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it. There ain't nothing an African can tell me. And then they want us to feel bad for them. Poor asses. Give us some rice, please. Save our children. Sponsor us. Be a pen pal. For what? For why? You made the worst deal possible. You sold your own people for trinkets to foreigners. Then you got colonized by your business partners a few years after they're done exploiting you. And now you guys are poor. You guys got all the gold, diamonds, minerals, cobalt, oil, you name it. And instead you let the Chinese and the French and the US have their way with you because y'all don't know how to take care of yourselves. And now that I am done roasting the Africans with historical accounts, let's get back to reading, shall we? The next comment says, we aren't Africans. We've always been in America. Facts. Absolute facts. And if there's anybody out there that has yet to trace their genealogy, I'm a full-time genealogist, also a card-carrying member of the Muscogee Creek Nation, and I'm here to help. Check out my website, nativebblackancestry.com, to book a consultation, or shoot me an email, mike@nativebblackancestry.com.
Finished my consultation with Mike. A lot of information in a short period of time, but it was very valuable information. I'm definitely excited to get started searching up my genealogy. He's been an awesome resource, gave me a lot of information, a lot of things, a lot of pieces to the puzzle I didn't have. He was able to help me find them, and I 100% recommend Mike and his services to anyone who's looking to crack the code, so to speak, on their genealogy, because there's a lot of how we say fake news going around with this subject, and it's very important that people are able to put the pieces together, because if you don't know your history, you don't know your future. So 100% sign up.
Oh, yes. Let's talk about it, y'all. There ain't nothing an African can ever tell me, nor you, nor any of us. They better stop chasing waterfalls and stick to the bushmeat that they are used to. Yeah, don't go chasing waterfalls. Just stick to the golden showers that you're used to. I don't think y'all hear me though. I said, don't go chasing waterfalls. Just stick to embarrassing yourself in front of white zaddy as you publicly piss on the porch, then bend down on all fours and lick up your own piss. Good Lord. What are these Africans up to?
Like this in Africa. This is like this. Like this, you see? Blessing the land, my guy. Blessing the land. What have you got to say to this land? And what have you got to say to it? You're not noticing.
Where's that African at that was just in my comment section? Because that African says some slick shit about us raising white crime neighborhood statistics. When y'all Africans get to the white neighborhood, y'all are a fucking health hazard. This bitch is pissing on the porch and then she about to lick it up in a second. Like, what are we talking about here? You thought that was a cute jab with the little, oh, you guys are going to increase the rate of crime. Y'all are going to increase the rate of debauchery.
You see? I can just breathe dry as well, eh? Breathe dry. Blessing the land. Live dry. Let me have a taste actually. Let me see what it tastes like. Like
Let me see what it tastes like. Yeah, there ain't nothing an African can ever say to me. You can't find a video of a black American on all fours licking up their piss, but I can find lots of videos of Africans doing this and them getting shitted on in Dubai. But that's a whole nother topic of discussion. I mean, Lord, oh Lord, Africans really want smoke. You really want problems because we got like decades of footage of y'all going out bad, going out sad.
and you don't have a taste.
And then she looked back and asked the white man if he wants to have a taste. If he wants to have, oh, okay, guys, okay, I'm done roasting the Africans. I promise. Let's get back to reading. Someone else says, you two look way better with the braids, black American. There's got to be a troll. Another person says, even if it was only 300, you should have apologized as soon as you felt you did wrong. Now that your subscriber count is up and it's affecting your brand, you want to address it. It makes me wonder if it's truly genuine or because of a recent uptick in backlash. Yeah. Let's see what the black Americans are telling them. What are your current views on Americans? And if you really wanted to prove what you're saying, it would be helpful to do the interview with Mike TV. Black people are just sick of everyone using us to get rich, and we're made to look bad while they're making the money. Facts. Another comment says, all lies. They are apologizing because they don't want that YouTube money to go away. If that black American YouTuber didn't expose them, they wouldn't be apologizing. They're just sorry that they got caught. It's around 8 or 10 or more African YouTube channels just like theirs where they use nothing but black American content to get views. Yeah. And then this was an interesting exchange because we had a Bush baby or a Bush baby apologist. Someone commented under that Black Americans post and said, nobody denigrates Black Americans more than Black Americans. They are representative of Black people globally, sadly. They should apologize and do better. Yeah, clearly written by an African. Come on. They think we were born yesterday. Then someone commented underneath that and said, Black Americans are the greatest Black peoples on the planet. Our accomplishments are recognized all on the world stage. There is not a place on earth where our leaders, culture, music, accomplishments, and over 50,000 inventions cannot be found everywhere. And everyone knows about FBA, Black Americans. True. I can pull up a list right now. Watch. Let's just freestyle real quick. List of Black American inventions. I can just freestyle real quick on the fly and pull up a long ass list of Black inventors and their inventions. Look at this shit. It took me 2 seconds, right? Come on. And you know, these Africans keep trying to weasel their way into the misnomer Black. So we have to discount these 5 Africans that found their way onto our list. Let's stick to the native Black Americans. We got aeroplane propelling, the biscuit cutter, folding bed, coin changer, rotary engine, car coupler, letterbox, stainless steel pads, torpedo discharger, disposable syringe, home security system, corn planter, cotton planter, ironing board, street sweepers, horse brittle bit, horseshoe, lawnmower, typewriter, train alarm, image computer, radiation detector, peanut butter, paints and stains, lotions and soaps, automatic fishing reel, ice cream mold, printing press, envelope seal, laser fuels, pressure cooker, window cleaner, pencil sharpener, fire extinguisher, lock, shoe lasting machine, lubricators, rocket catapult, elevator, gas mask, traffic signal, hairbrush, heating furnace, airship or blimp, folding chair, hand stamp, fountain pen, dustpan, insect destroyer gun, baby buggy, sugar refinement, clothes dryer, cellular phone, pressing comb, curtain rod, lawn sprinkler, automatic gear shift. Guys, I'm petty. I'm going to read the whole fucking list, okay? Street sweeper, urinalysis machine, horse riding saddle, shoe, player piano, arm for record player, door stop, door knob, photo print wash, photo embossing machine, postal letterbox, toilet commode, furniture caster, guitar, motor. Wait, hold on. Golf, some kind of motor relating to golf. Can't exactly make that one out. Thermo hair curlers, lantern, gas burner, kitchen table, bicycle frame, wrench, eye protector, egg beater, defroster, air conditioning unit, 2-cycle gas engine, internal combustion engine, starter generator. Let's keep it going. Refrigerator controls, clothes dresser, bottle caps, electric lamp, hydraulic shock absorber, refrigerator mop, stair climbing wheelchair, fire escape ladder, telephone transmitter, electric cutoff switch, relay instrument, telephone system, electro mech brake, galvanic battery, electric railway system, roller coaster. Yeah, y'all, we invented the fucking roller coaster. Auto air brake, helicopter, Santa phone, super soaker, blood plasma, ice cream, pacemaker controls, guided missile, space shuttle retrieval arm, programmable remote controllers, video commander, multi-stage rocket. And guess what, guys? If we looked up African accomplishments, African inventions, we won't find shit. They'll say Africans invented I don't know, surgery in Egypt once upon a time, but other than that, nah. I think I looked up once, it said that Africans invented lion lights. I kid you not, I'm not even trying to roast them right now. They invented something called lion lights. We were doing a live stream one of these days. I was trying my best to find a recent African invention, and the best these motherfuckers had was lion lights. And when y'all say to me, what's lion lights, Mike? Like, what are you talking about? We'll pull up the video real quick. Lion lights. Basically, it's like some broke ass flickering light bulbs that are supposed to deter lions from attacking. I don't fucking know. Here, watch.
And also had that curious mind to just go out there and learn more. So one day I was just sitting around.
He was sitting around.
And I was like, this conflict has been there. Like, what is the other ways we can look at this?
What is the other ways we can look at this?
I remember one of the things that I started doing was very simple. I used to light up fires around the cowshed. I used to collect car tires.
Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. Before we continue, what the fuck is man's doing right now? Africans, help me out. Is this like some kind of cultural African thing? Because when I see his face, you know what I think. I think he's low-key cosplaying. What is it called, fellas? What is it called when we go to the barber and they give us that white line shape up? What is it called? I know it's called something. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Like, am I tripping or fellas, y'all know how if we go to the barber, right? And we can get that pencil treatment where they kind of, you feel me? They kind of trace the hairline with the pencil, right? With the white pencil. Why does it look like Mans is trying to do that, but with a red Sharpie or something? I mean, I'm confused. Yeah, chalk lineup. Thank you. Mans is doing his chalk lineup all wrong. You are not supposed to use red mud to do a chalk lineup. What the fuck is that? Guys, am I tripping? Or is Mans really giving himself a mud chalk lineup? I mean, I'm gonna stop. Maybe that's some cultural African thing they've been doing for hundreds and hundreds of years. But either way, guys, I say all that to say, lion lights. That's the most latest African accomplishment. And really, it doesn't sound that inventive at all. They literally are just flashing lights that scare away lions and other predators from livestock. So again, I say all that to say the Africans ain't really done shit. Let's continue with the comments. Another commenter says, these African twins are using Black American content to make YouTube money, and they don't even like Black Americans. Unsubscribed. Yep. Another person says, unsubscribed. No views equals no YouTube money. Another commenter says, too late. Bye-bye. I knew better. Yeah, guys, as you can see, nobody was really going for this half-ass apology. The only ones who were accepting their apology was Africans, and they have no dog in the fight anyways. The apology wasn't for them. Another commenter says, the apology is pointless. You do not like Black Americans. You only use us for content and try to make it seem like Africans have better morals and lifestyle, yet y'all can't capitalize off your own culture, only Black Americans. I will be making a video and show receipts of how I reached out to you both on Instagram to talk about our issues as African Americans, and you could care less. So yeah, y'all are fake as they come and doing this only for clout, and the only clout that y'all gonna get is from talking about us, period. Another commenter says, you both said what you said and you meant it. It came from the heart and manifested in your minds. You're only apologizing because of the backlash. You believed propaganda like it was truth. Do real research before you spew lies about my people. Throw stones at your own house. You make money off of our demise. Sickening. And then look at this dumbass comment they posted. Hello, Herrera. We've had and taken time to learn and unlearn a lot. And now we know right now. And wait, this don't even make no fucking. They can't even make a coherent sentence. Hello, Herrera. We've had and taken time to learn and unlearn a lot of and what we know right now. Bitch, what does that mean? Another comment said they were yapping because, yes, it took them like 7 or 8 minutes to even get to the apology in their half-ass apology video. But let's keep it going with the comments. Oh, here we go. Here's the Bush babies running defense. Check this out. We got some African in the comment section talking about, thank you, princesses. Apologies are accepted. I don't know. Maybe it was a typo and she meant to say predators instead of princesses. I don't know. But clearly the Africans accept the apology even though it wasn't made for them. This is crazy. She can't even spell accept it. That's how you know it's an African. She said excerpt it. Shit. All right then. All right. Another person running defense. I have respect for both of you. I receive the apology. As people, we make mistakes. I will keep on enjoying episodes that we learn from. Yeah, you're clearly not a Black American. But I told you guys the Africans started running defense. They started running defense. Here's another commenter. They say, I used to watch your videos. How did we love and support our so-called African brothers and sisters only to have this kind of hidden disrespect? Now I see why we will never be together. I'm done with the bullshit. Yeah, guys, it was especially odd to me how they try to say that us Black Americans have a bunch of STD and AIDS and shit when Kenya has such a high rate of HIV.
The highest number of sexually transmitted disease is with the Americans.
Yeah, it was just really strange talking points, if you ask me. Another person said, y'all apologizing because of the backlash, or are y'all really sincere? I asked y'all, how did y'all feel about Black people, and you didn't respond. I don't trust y'all. Let's talk about it. And this was clearly where I told them, hey, if you want to properly address the video I did about you, let's set up an interview. And they was like, nah, Mike TV, we don't want to interview with you. You're going to chop us up, nigga. You are going to chop us up. More specifically, what they told me was, hello, Mike TV. I do believe you are operating from a malicious point. If you truly wanted an honest conversation with us and to give us a chance to address the issues, you could have come to us straight and asked us to make an appearance and then asked us about, bitch, who the fuck you think you talking to? You're disrespecting my culture. You're disrespecting my lineage. I don't need to go to no backwards bush baby, bald head, big forehead, predator lookalike bitches and ask you permission to roast you for propagating a bunch of misinformation about my people, you goddamn imbecile. And I hope you're watching right now. Probably not because you're in Kenya, so it's like 3 a.m. or some shit, right? I hope you wake up and the first thing you see is this video I tagged you in, you goddamn mushmouth bush baby. Good Lord, good Lord. They don't want these problems. Let's keep on reading, guys, before they make me mad. I ain't mad yet, trust me. But they might get me there. Let's keep on reading. Another person says, I have learned to not judge any nation I don't know about. Proper research about the plight of Black Americans, Indigenous Americans, foundational Black Americans would have benefited both of you. I get that you both have negative views of Americans without, if both of you knew every American as though we were a monolith, but like any nation, people in their respective nation do their own things, whether it's traditional or not. Y'all should have addressed this and showed how your views have changed, but y'all got called the fuck out. True. Even when they did that half-ass apology video, notice how they wouldn't show the footage. Notice how they were just talking about some video, some interview they did, but they wouldn't show the clip. Yeah, because the clip was real incriminating.
Their men, they don't necessarily support their women. They love alcohol a lot and party life.
Would you marry a Black American man?
That's a bit tricky. In my opinion of Black Americans, very loud people who are addicted to alcohol and drugs.
Yeah, the Africans are telling us that we're loud and addicted to alcohol and drugs. Y'all, I ain't never in my life gonna let an African call me loud. Yeah, let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it. Another commenter says, and again, here comes the Africans running defense. This person says, you guys spoke facts. Don't apologize to them. And then rightfully, a Black American commented and said, you should mind your business. Facts. We got another person saying, well, as y'all can see, we as Black Americans understand the apology, but for most it's void. As you can in other comments direct to, most people who accept the apology are not Black American, so their opinions are irrelevant and null. We, the Black American community, recommend you stop using content about us altogether. There's enough Blacks with problems from different places to grift off of. Make content about Black people in Kenya, respectfully. If not, our next step will be getting this channel removed. Damn, they put them on notice. They put them on notice. Good Lord. Good Lord. Another commenter says, we are not related. Just got to throw that delineation in the mix, you feel me? Just got to throw that delineation in there. Another commenter says, y'all meant it, and it's how most Africans feel about us. We've been knowing. I just wish y'all would quit the fake unity. Talk about y'all. Y'all was raised to look down on us. Facts, y'all, facts. We got Africans sprouting up all over the fucking place, y'all. Go to your subscribers. Check your subscribers. You might have to unsubscribe from some people because you may not have known that some Africans have wiggled their way into your algorithm. We got all these Africans sprouting up left and right, doing all these channels about nothing but Black Americans. All these African channels sprouting up left and right. Look, another one that comes to mind, what's this broad's name? I subscribe to her just so that I can use her as an example. Let me see if I can bring her up. Let me go to subscribers. We got like a Nanny Cam one. We got a Sanina one. I mean, these Africans are sprouting up like cockroaches. I'm telling you. I don't even check out my subscribers. How do I go to subscribers? Okay, here's subscriptions. Let me see if I can find some of these African examples. Let me see. I got so many damn subscribers. This might take a minute. It might be better if I just type some in the search box real quick. For example, one of them I know off the top of my head is called like Nanny Cam or Nanny Cam or here we go, Nanya Sim or whatever. Perfect example. Perfect example. African who don't do shit but sit around online and talk about Black Americans. Another one that comes to mind. God damn, her, it's like SY or Sailor or something. Hey, chat, help me out, chat. If you guys know of any of these culture vulture ass Africans, put the name of their channel in the chat right now, and we'll pull them up as case studies. We will pull them up right now. What's the other one though? It's like Sonya something, Sonya Seda. Good Lord, as a content creator, I sift through so much content on my own time, so I got too many things here. I can't even go search through my history. Hold up. I'll look down my subscriber list real quick until I find one. I know I'll find one for sure. Oh, this is a weird ass divester chick. Oh Lord, don't get me started on her. We'll do a live stream about her another day. But I'm telling you, these Africans sprouting up like cockroaches. Here we go. Here's the one. I knew it was Star something. Star Trends. Another one. Bush baby ass broad who don't do nothing but take Black Americans' TikToks and rehash them on YouTube to get it back. Come on. All up in our mix, all up in our business. There's another one. What's her name? These Africans have some odd names sometimes. But as far as the African men, we got Evan Rayola is one of them. Evans Rayola, another African bush baby, booty scratcher, if you will, who doing nothing but making content about us. Another one that comes to mind is Willie something. Willie. Here, watch. If I type in Willie Africans, Black Americans, I bet you it'll pop up. He's the African that be over there doing street interviews, asking Africans what they think about Black Americans and shit. Let me see if I can find. Here we go. Willie Fongo, another one. He made a whole video, 238,000 views, and it was nothing but Rwandans shitting on Black Americans. This is the kind of shit I'm talking about. This is the kind of shit. Jedi Sage says Eugene Store. Let's check out Eugene Store. I haven't heard about that one yet. Eugene Store. They must have a small channel. They ain't even popping up in the algo, okay? They ain't even popping up. Gino says, I watch their content as well. This is disheartening. Yeah. Nothing but Africans talking about Black Americans. They're obsessed with us, can't get enough of us. They have to use us to get to the bag because nobody's interested in African content, but secretly they got ill will towards us. It'd be different if they was at least rocking with us. Then it'd be like, okay, whatever, get your bag, get your coins. But for us to find out the whole time Y'all really ain't got nothing nice to say.
Their men, they don't necessarily support their women. They love alcohol a lot and party life. Highest number of sexually transmitted disease is with the Americans.
Would you marry a black American man?
That's a bit tricky.
Why?
I don't think I would. So they have very high energy and they're very loud. For me, I don't think that matches the kind of person.
Hey, I will lean into those stereotypes if it keeps the Predator twins away from us FBA brothers. Let's be louder, guys, and let's keep that energy up. Good Lord, let's be loud and keep that energy up. Another commenter says, this is why I'm sick of Africans speaking on Black Americans' issues. I don't do nothing African. I don't watch their podcasts. I don't eat in their restaurants or shop in their businesses because I know how many of them feel about us. Stop supporting these people. Another commenter says, no, you're not sorry. This would have been addressed, and liking every comment doesn't show you care. And these dumbass African twins can't even read the room because they're liking and hearting the comments that are against them. I mean, it just makes absolutely no sense, guys. It makes absolutely no sense. Dreamed of experiencing the rich history of Black Wall Street? This March, I'm offering an exclusive chance to visit Tulsa's Greenwood District, where history was made. Join us as we take a powerful tour led by living descendants of the Black Wall Street Massacre, explore the inspiring Black Wall Street Museum opened in 2021, and discover untold stories. You'll also enjoy mouth-watering meals at Black-owned Southern restaurants and visit historic landmarks that honor our legacy. Don't wait, spaces are limited. Email me now at mike@nativeblackancestry.com to secure your spot. Let's celebrate history and build a connection to our roots.
So my name's Major Wright. I just got done with my consultation with Mike. If you trying to trace your ancestry, Mike is a good first step to go through. He's going to break it down to you, all 3 steps to get you what you need. And if you want somebody to maybe do the research for you, you pay that price and Mike can help you too. But yes, he will fill you up with knowledge that you never knew and give you all the things like those unanswered questions in your head throughout time. Talk to Mike, man. He's a great dude. I believe in Mike.
And I believe we've got to unsubscribe en masse to all of these African culture vulture grifters in our midst. I mean, guys, the only reason I'm subscribed to them is because I believe in keeping your enemies even closer than thy friends. And if I'm going to report on all their deceitful ways, I got to subscribe and hit that bell notification. I do it so that y'all don't have to, okay? I do it so you don't have to. But guys, before we wrap up this broadcast, it looks like we have a live caller coming from the back to the front. Is Era Black TV. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind. Oh, I guess he has stage fright. He just fled the stage as soon as it was his turn. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. He was waiting back there for a hot minute, too, y'all. He got nervous. As soon as I said I was going to bring him up, he left. I bet you that was an African, y'all. I bet you that African was like, oh, this nigga isn't going to bring me up anyways. The next thing you know, come from the shadows, sir. Come from the shadows. But yeah, y'all, this is crazy. I mean, Black Americans are not going for it. They're being very vocal about their disdain for the behavior of the Predator duo. Another commenter says, fraud. You are not family. FBA, we are on our own. These folks are not family and will only exploit and make money off of your backs. Thanks for showing us your true colors. And these dumbass twins liked that comment. Like, it's just so weird. Just so weird. Like, read the room. Read the room. Oh, and shout out to Jedi. Jedi says it's Eugene docu-stories. Okay, let me check out this one. Docu-stories. Eugene docu-stories. Oh, yeah, I've seen this motherfucker come across my algorithm. Yeah. All of his content is about Black Americans predominantly. Yeah. Black Americans, brace yourself. American Blacks this, American Blacks that. Yeah, perfect example. And these motherfuckers are always from Kenya for some reason. But you know what? Before we wrap up this broadcast, there's something funny that I want to show you. There's something pretty funny I want to show you. So know how I told you guys that most of the people who are running defense for them are Bush babies? Check this out. I've got a perfect case study. Check this out. This person left a comment. Their name is World of Zimrara. You know, this is an African. Look at their icon photo, clearly an African. They say, you are our beautiful twin sisters. We love you. Yeah, these twins get called out for exploiting Black American culture. They give a piss poor apology, and we got Africans in their comment section talking about you're our beautiful twin sisters. We love you. Beautiful where? That's how we knew you were an African, because beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And if those are the standards that you're working with on the continent of Africa, then yes, that is a solid 10 to you. That is a solid 10, I'm sure. I'm sure. Yeah, but you know what, guys? I did a little bit of investigating. I said, there's got to be a Bush baby. So you know what I did? I went to their YouTube channel. And from their YouTube channel, I found a link to their Instagram. And when I went to their Instagram, I found them posing in Rwanda. The geolocation tag for this Instagram photo literally says Rwanda. This motherfucker is looking like some Hotel Rwanda type shit. A Bush baby on the continent of Africa running defense for these Kenyans. Come on. And then he's on his African scammer shit too, because I saw a GoFundMe link that was attached to his IG. So I was like, what the fuck is up with these Africans and these GoFundMe scams? So I went to look at his GoFundMe, and this is what his GoFundMe said. Bless Yeshaya Zimara's African journey to be a blessing. Basically, this nigga's asking for $25,000 so he can travel Africa. These Africans have such audacity, y'all. We should have never gave them internet. I don't know if it was Bill Gates or if it was Elon. Whoever gave these motherfucking Bush babies internet, it was the worst decision ever. They on GoFundMe begging for $25,000 so that they can have blessings on their African journey. It says, greetings. My name is Yeshe Zimara. I am an American. What? I am an American. Huh?
I wonder if you know that I know he's lying right now. Oh, you got the new Margellas? That's what's up. That's what's up. I see you. That's your BMW? That's nice. That's your girl? Golly. Okay, I see you. But I just want to know one thing. You ready? Why the fuck you lying?
Come on, y'all. They cosplaying as American on the GoFundMe. Because I'm sure it'd be weird if like an African living on the continent of Africa is trying to raise money to take a tour of Africa, because it's like, bitch, you already live there, right? So this motherfucker lies and says he's an American, so it seems like he's an African in America wanting to travel. Look at the scams. These are such juvenile scams. Jesus. I'm an American that has been traveling Africa for going on the past few years. I'm what's the rest of this just say? The letter's kind of small. By faith, I have been able to overcome many trials and tribulations. Thank you for showing interest in coming to my page. Damn. We should have never gave these motherfuckers internet. They online begging for $25,000 to explore their own homeland. Okay. And they ain't got not one donor. They ain't got, nobody even gave them $1. Okay. I should be petty and go over there and donate 50 cents or something, guys. But you ain't even getting 50 cents out of me, okay? You ain't even getting 50 cents out of me. This is madness. This is absolute madness. And he's the one leaving a comment under their shit talking about, you are our beautiful twin sisters. We love you. Yes, sir. An African that looks like you would think that these ladies are beautiful. It makes perfect sense. I'm not surprised. I'm not shocked. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, don't go anywhere. As soon as this broadcast ends, there's going to be a 10-second countdown, and the next stream is going to begin automatically. I'll see you over there in just a moment.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes, and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muscogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes, and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, smash the like button on the way in. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Hit the Cash App or the PayPal if you support independent media. And let's get on with the content, shall we? I guess history is repeating itself because Africans are still selling Africans. Yes, you heard that right. This is not clickbait. I wouldn't do that to you. It's 2025, and Africans are still selling one another into slavery. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Wasn't Akon just trying to tell us that we should go to Africa? Wait, when Akon was recently trying to convince us to relocate to Africa, why didn't he mention that Africans are still selling one another as slaves?
It says something that was going to help boost Africa's economy is if African Americans actually go back.
It's 100%. I think Africa will start to become to its fullest potential when y'all all go back home.
Right.
Maybe Africa can reach its fullest potential when you stop selling one another as slaves.
Like, and even y'all, what's interesting is that everything that y'all fighting for over here, you get on a silver platter over there. Like,
wait a minute. Our ancestors fought through slavery, fought through segregation, survived massacres, advocated for civil rights legislation. And you're going to tell us we should go to Africa? That's hustling backwards. You still have slave trades in Africa. We abolished slavery over here, Playboy. What are you talking about?
It's like you guys want to suffer. Like, y'all want to just be.
Okay, he said it's like we just want to suffer, like we just want to be fucked up. Well, let's see how these Africans are suffering. Let's see how fucked up these Africans are right now.
To me, how we still have slavery in 2025. This picture is not from a history book. This is happening today. Today, her name is Naima Jamal. Naima Jamal, that's her name. She's 20 years old. 20 years old. She is being sold into slavery in Libya. I don't need to remind everybody what's the demographic over there in Libya. This is happening in Libya. They are selling black people in Libya. Listen, if you're a young black woman and you...
Whoa. What do you mean black people? Libya is in Africa. They're selling people in Africa. Africans are selling their fellow Africans in Africa. Stop trying to hide under our moniker of blackness. Stop trying to hide under racial reclassifications and misnomers that were forced upon us. It's not a good look.
Ever wondered how much these people will sell you into slavery? Your price tag will be $6,000. That's how much these people value a black woman's life. $6,000. I'm literally confused. How is this not international news? How is this not everywhere?
Because it's not a surprise that Africans are still participating in slavery. I mean, you guys damn near invented the slave trade. There would be no transatlantic slave trade without your direct involvement. It's called a trade. It wasn't a holy war. It wasn't a mass invasion. The white man did not sneak into the jungles of Africa, round up a bunch of Africans, and force them onto ships. You were enslaving one another and exporting them to foreigners. And if you keep playing with me, I'm going to show some receipts that you don't want me to show.
On the news. But we all know why. Because these are black people being sold. These are black people being sold. Nobody cares. Nobody cares when it's black people. Right now,
it's not black people. It's an African woman. More specifically, I think it's an Ethiopian or an Eritrean. It's not a black woman. Stop it. Stop it.
I'm just want to find out what happened to her. What happened to Naima Jamal? Where is she? What happened to her?
So there was a video that I saw here on TikTok. And this video is of a woman
who someone said they had identified as Ethiopian, and this woman was actually being auctioned.
Guess what, y'all? When y'all saw the thumbnail, as crazy as that is, y'all see her tied up, gagged, bound. As terrible as that is, y'all knew just from the photo that that wasn't us. That wasn't no Black American woman. Y'all could just tell. I mean, we, you know, it'll sizzle in our spirit if it needs to, but we can just tell. I mean, not my people, not my problem.
For $6,000 in a country that was destroyed. And this country that was destroyed in the name of democracy, and they killed their leader, Muammar Gaddafi. They killed him. And now.
Yeah, because y'all know I'm a full-time genealogist, full-time historian, part-time content creator. I mean, if y'all want Mike to give you a little history lesson, I'll do it real quick. I'll do it. Apparently this woman is being sold in Libya, right? Let me share with you how backwards these folks are. Gaddafi, African leader Gaddafi, said he was going to no longer back his country's oil with the US dollar. He said from now on, it's going to be backed by gold. We're going to do our own new currency. He was going to shake shit up. This would change power dynamics globally. This would be a huge win for Africa. But guess what? Our country, the United States, said, those Africans are going to be too powerful. We'd rather remain in control over them. We don't think they can handle that power. So let's run a psyops. If you don't know what a psyops is, it's psychological warfare. Instead of our United States military sending soldiers boots to the ground to go take out Gaddafi, we say, you know what? Let's just manipulate the psyche of these Africans. And we were able to manipulate these people so successfully that their beloved leader Gaddafi, he did so many great things for Africans, so many great things for Libyans. He gave them like free healthcare, college tuition, a bunch of shit. He was everything. He was like the Malcolm X MLK of Africa, damn near. I mean, the closest thing to it, at least. He was a real rebel. And guess what our government was able to do with ease? Hillary Clinton laughed about it. She's on record. She said, we came, we saw, he died. Guess what we did? All we had to do was run some propaganda towards the Africans. And they went from loving this man to death to within a short time, they were dragging his body through the streets and they ripped him apart limb from limb. I'm not exaggerating. Look it up. They took him out of his palace, his presidential, whatever the hell. They dragged him through the streets and ripped his body to pieces, tore his head off, paraded through the streets, sharing his body parts like animals, like savages. And as Gaddafi was being torn apart by his own people, he said in his mother tongue, I can't say it in the same language or whatever, but in the English translation, he said, do you guys know what you're doing? This is wrong. This is wrong. Through psychological warfare, the United States government was able to manipulate the Africans into tearing their greatest revolutionary to pieces, all because they wanted to start a new currency and didn't want to be backed by the US dollar. That's how backwards these motherfuckers are. So when we see that they're still selling one another in Libya now, you know, Gaddafi, they kill him. Now they start trading each other as slaves. Now this chick's on social media being sold for $6,000, all because they killed their own leader, because Uncle Sam whispered in their ear and told him to.
It has turned into a slave market for Africans trying to go to Europe. And they're funded. So there are different factions who are funded by many countries. Because if you listen to Giorgia Meloni of Italy, she says that the work she has done with Northern Africa to stop people from crossing the channel. What exactly does she mean? What do the European leaders mean when they say they've worked with countries like Tunisia, Libya, and all those countries to stop people from crossing over to Europe? What exactly do they mean? So you know what? There's now gangs who are selling people who look like me.
That's unfortunate. You guys should fix that. You weren't having that happening in Libya when Gaddafi was in charge. Maybe you should have resisted the imperial might of the United States. I mean, goddamn it, y'all, we didn't even like invade them or nothing like the Middle East. We didn't even like go over there and send a bunch of white boys from the South with AKs. Like, we didn't even do none of that. The CIA just sent them a little bit of propaganda. And next thing you know, they dragging Gaddafi through the streets. I wonder if I can find it on video. Because you know the United States had to make an example out of this leader, right? I wouldn't be surprised if this video is on YouTube. I would not be surprised if I can find footage of them dragging Gaddafi. I'm not going to show you guys that. I don't know why that's on YouTube. I just saw his headless corpse and a Libyan taking a selfie next to his headless corpse. All right. Mike's going to be smoking some weed later. Let's see if I can find a PG version of them parading him through. Okay, I found a more PG version of them fucking him up and turning him up through the streets. You guys don't have to see him decapitated like I just did. Good Lord, good Lord, good Lord. Here's a more PG version. Yes, this is going to be graphic. Viewer discretion is advised. Hide your kids, hide your wife. This is what they do to the revolutionaries. This is what they do to their leaders. Guys, Gaddafi was not no crazy dictator who was like fucking people up and mutilating people and doing coups and shit. He was going to change the game. He was going to only sell their oil using some new African currency instead of using the US dollar. And look at what his own people did to him. Hey, all right. That's how the Africans get down. So are we really so surprised that now modern day in Libya, they're selling one another?
When will all this shit ever end? You know, like, it's like one thing and then another and then another and then another. It's like, seriously, like, when will these people stop traumatizing Africans? Exactly when? When? And
yes, maybe later. Clever observation. They'll do that to their own African leader, but they'll never put a hand on a white person. Them colonizers, oh boy, they will not touch them colonizers. They will not touch a head on a, they won't touch a hair on a white man's head. They won't do it. They won't do it. They won't do it. They will not do it. You know they are in love with the white man. You know they would never hurt the white man. The white man is God to the African. I mean, haven't you seen all the images of them carrying the white man through the fucking jungle and shit? Hold on, y'all. Let me put this on the big screen real quick. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. They carry a man on a hammock. They carrying man's on a hammock. He laid up with his feet dangling, and he got 1, 2, 3, 4 Africans carrying him through the jungle on their heads. They will not touch a white man. Look at this. I don't know if this is a white man or an Arab man, but this motherfucker getting a piggyback ride today. He getting a piggyback ride. Okay. Yeah, he living life on recruit difficulty. We got old girl getting pulled in a wagon now, okay? We got old girl getting pulled in a wagon. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Africans pulling her through the river on some kind of wagon while she smiles with glee. while she smiles with glee. Oh Lord, oh Lord. And this is not a one-off, guys. This isn't like, oh, Mike just cherry-picked a couple photos off the internet. No, if you type in Google Africans carrying white people, like, yeah, this is a thing. It was either a hammock, it was a wagon, or it was some piggyback rides, y'all. A hammock, a wagon, or some piggyback rides. Let's talk about it. Oh, here we go. Here's the hammock. And Becky has some shade. Hold on. Here we go. We got old boy lounging, and we got old girl lounging with the shade. All right. So are we really surprised? I'm not. I hope you aren't. And when they come to our country en masse, when they flee to our country in droves, just know that they are bringing these issues to a city near you.
More than 200 African migrants have scaled the border fence into the Spanish enclave of Melilla. It's the biggest assault on the border in more than 8 years. The new arrivals, many from Cameroon and Guinea, headed towards the Migrant Reception Center, celebrating touching European soil. The latest incursion at Melilla brings the number of migrants who've successfully scaled the fence to almost 600 so far this year.
Lord, oh Lord, cue the Kendrick, y'all. Cue the Kendrick, because they not like us. They not like us.
I see dead people.
Hi, mustard on the beat. I'm just saying, they can say what they want about us online, but we don't sell each other into slavery, y'all. We're Native Black Americans. We ain't no damn Africans.
I came across Mike on YouTube and I decided to give his service a try. I booked the consultation. He was on time. He was very lenient. I was a little bit late. He was on time, but no worries. So he took care of me. And we started off with a history lesson and about the Pueblo people or the ancestral people of this land, what they look like as from the testimonials of the original Spaniards. He walked me through the process of the areas of the nation that these folks were located in, and he actually traced it all the way back to my home city of Philadelphia. But anyway, and he also went into ancestry, broke that down for me to show me how I could do it on my own or use his service. And he was very concise and very professional. And as I stated before, it's almost like a history lesson, a great history lesson on the very high possibilities that one of my family members are part of a Native American tribe. So I recommend his service, and I'm going to recommend it to my other family members as well. So with that being said, yes, give him a try. It's awesome.
The reason the Africans are fleeing is because these people just will not leave Africa alone.
So they found out her name. Her name is Naima Jamal. Naima Jamal. Do not forget that. Naima Jamal. This is in reference to the Ethiopian woman whose picture is doing the rounds on social media right now, who was photographed in Libya being sold for $6,000. In the picture, you can see her. She's hog-tied. There are a bunch of other more Black people behind her, and they're being sold. And her name, they found out who she is. Her name is Naima Jamal. Now, the reason I'm making this video, I'm not going to upload the video, the image, obviously, because Black trauma, I'm tired of spreading that shit. But the reason I'm having this conversation is a couple months after, what's his name, Gaddafi fell, this became a thing. Back then, Black Africans were being sold for $400. $400. Fast forward 2025. Not only has it has thrived to where inflation has, now they're being sold for $5,000, $6,000. That's how much Naima is being sold for. Which brings me to my next thing is, this is, when I talk on my lives, I keep saying we need to learn how to use people of other races who want to help us. Let me give you an example. Can you imagine if right now, if we found 2 Jewish women and 1 Jewish man, and we took them to, like, there's Libya, there's.
Can you all just stop begging on the internet? It's not a good look. Trust me, it's not a good look. Oh my gosh! Imagine if we can, guys, if we can just get 2 Jewish people to help us. Oh my God, guys, if we can just get 2 Jews to help us. I mean, you guys have billions of. Pick yourself up by the proverbial bootstraps. You know, fix those sandals made out of rubber from a dilapidated 16-wheeler. I mean, just you know, handle your own. You don't need the Jewish people to help you. You don't need the Russian people to help you. You don't need Black Americans to help you. Help yourself.
There's parts of Libya you can go to where it's safe. So we go as a community, Black, you know, we get 2 white Jewish women and 1 Jewish man, and we go to Libya together. They're on our team, right? And then we tie them up. The reason I say Libya is because of geolocation, geotagging. It needs to be seen that it was taken in Libya. We tie up these 2 Jewish women and 1 Jewish man the same way and take a picture of them and upload.
Oh, okay, hold on. Mike TV does not endorse hate speech or mock kidnapping of Jewish individuals. What the fuck is going on here? These Africans then came up with a plan. They said, imagine if we can get like 2 Jewish people that would allow us to tie them up in Libya and take a picture of it. Then like maybe we would be better. What? I gotta run that back. That was a wild ass plan, my guy. That was a wild ass plan. I don't think you're gonna find half a Jewish person to go to Africa and be tied up for a photo opportunity. That is crazy.
Now they're being sold for $5,000, $6,000. That's how much Naima is being sold for. Which brings me to my next thing is, this is, you know, when I talk on my lives, I keep saying we need to learn how to use people of other races who want to help us. Let me give you an example.
Are you French, motherfucker? Who is we? Who is we, Pepe Le Pew? Who is we? That's y'all. That's you and y'all's.
Can you imagine if right now, if we found 2 Jewish women and 1 Jewish man, and we took them to, like, there's Libya, there's parts of Libya you can go to where it's safe. So we go as a community, Black, you know, we get 2 white Jewish women and 1 Jewish man, and we go to Libya.
Oh shit, but there's parts of Libya that are safe, guys. There's parts that are safe, you know. It's just like if you're African, you can't be in like a certain part of town because then they'll enslave you. I mean, wait, hold on. Are you basically describing an African sundown town? 2025 and Africans got sundown towns? If you're in the wrong place at the wrong time in Libya, you're gonna end up being sold on the slave market for $6K. What? But we should move to Africa, they say. We should go to Africa, they say.
Together, they're on our team, right? And then we tie them up. The reason I say Libya is because of geolocation, geotagging. It needs to be seen that it was taken in Libya. We tie up these 2 Jewish women and 1 Jewish man the same way and take a picture of them and upload it to the internet for sale. Watch how quickly Israel will come in and shut down the slave market. But no other African country is willing to do this for their people. Nigeria.
Wait a minute. This motherfucker that lost his mind. So he thinks that if he finds 2 Jewish willing participants to go to Africa, stage a photo of them in bondage, then the Jewish state of Israel will send soldiers to come break up the entire Libyan slave market? What? I mean, the Jewish folks in Israel are having a hard enough time fighting the Palestinians. I don't think they're going to send folks to Africa to help y'all out. I mean, I don't think that's a good idea, buddy, old pal. But we're going to watch on the sidelines and eat our popcorn and drink our tea.
If she's out, we have not heard a single word from the Ethiopian government. Not a single word. And that's I'm tired. I really am. I wish I could go online and just be carefree, like Duke Dennis and all these. Because one thing is clear: every time I built a platform,
You just said, did you just bring up Duke Dennis, y'all? He said, "Oh, I wish I can go online and be free like Duke Dennis. These Africans just can't leave us alone. How is an African getting sold in Africa by Africans? How are you bringing a Black American content creator into the mix? Why are you mentioning a famous Black American live streamer? Like how does Duke Dennis fit into this discussion at all? This is wild, y'all. I gotta run this back. This is wild.
She's hogtied. There are a bunch of other more Black people behind her, and they're being sold. And her name, they found out who she is. Her name is Naima Jamal. Now, the reason I'm making this video, I'm not going to upload the video, the image, obviously, because Black trauma, I'm tired of spreading that shit. But the reason I'm having this conversation is a couple months after, what's his name, Gaddafi fell, this became a thing. Back then, Black Africans were being sold for $400. $400. Fast forward 2020.
Okay. Hold on. Foul on the play. What the fuck is a Black African? What is a Black African? You're African. Be African. There's not Asian Africans and Russian Africans. No, there's one type of African. There's one type of people indigenous to Africa, and that's y'all. You're African. Don't try to hide under this misnomer of Black that we've been stuck with because we made it globally popular. Don't do that to yourselves. You're African. The fuck is a Black African? Huh? Y'all really running around calling yourself Black Africans? All right. I digress.
25. Not only has it has thrived to where inflation has, now they're being sold for $5,000, $6,000. That's how much Naima is being sold for. Which brings me to my next thing is, this is, when I talk on my lives, I keep saying we need to learn how to use people of other races who want to help us. Let me give you an example. Can you imagine if right now, if we found 2 Jewish women and 1 Jewish man, and we took them to, like, there's Libya, there's parts of Libya you can go to where it's safe. So we go as a community, Black, we get 2 white Jewish women and 1 Jewish man, and we go to Libya together. They're on our team, right? And then we tie them up. The reason I say Libya is because of geolocation, geotagging. It needs to be seen that it was taken in Libya. We tie up these 2 Jewish women and 1 Jewish man the same way and take a picture of them and upload it to the internet for sale. Watch how quickly Israel will come in and shut down.
Yeah, I can't take no more of this foolery, guys. Don't touch that dial. As soon as this broadcast ends, it's going to push you into the next live stream. I'll see you in just a moment.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muscogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Smash that like button on the way in. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Hit the Cash App or the PayPal if you support independent journalism. And let's get on with the content, y'all. Let's get on with the content. We got a very, very, very strange situation that we're faced with here. A very strange situation indeed. Of all the bombastic things that we've heard from these Africans as of late, would you believe me if I told you that these Africans are now trying to claim credit for our culture? They're now trying to claim credit for the accomplishments of our ancestors, guys. They claim that they have some kind of influential role to play. And I'm not just talking that whole Fat Joe Busta Rhymes hip hop stuff. I'm talking Africans are really all across social media making crazy claims to our culture, crazy claims to our lineage. And remember, we're talking about this culture. I mean, I don't really remember any African influence. My grandma ain't ever make no African dish for me. I don't know no African dances or African spiritual systems. I mean, last time I checked, we native to the soil, but these Africans are going to claim that somehow they have some kind of role to play in our success. Let's take a look, shall we?
I scrolled past the video. Now, I'm not going to play the video for you all because it's a short video. I'll just describe it. And it's full of music, so it's just going to get copyrighted and my video won't be able to get monetized. But basically, this woman, who I'm assuming is Nigerian, but maybe not, I don't know, right? She posted about an artist, okay? Now, mind you, this artist was born in the UK. We're going to get into that in a second, right? But she posted this artist and she said, oh, look at all these musical samples that this Nigerian man is responsible for, right? So then she showed like, oh, Kanye West sampled him when he made I Wonder If You Know, that song, right? And she also showed some Jay-Z sample, I believe an Eminem sample, whatever, right? And people were in the comments talking about, oh, I'm so glad you showing the influence that Nigerians had on Black American culture and so and so and so. And we're going to get to that in a second as well, right? But matter of fact, y'all, let me play the intro and then we'll dive right in.
Y'all, this is like a new level of extreme tokenism. We got one African in the UK that made some song. Kanye West sampled it, made it popular with his use of the song as a sample. And now the Nigerians are online high-fiving each other, talking about, see, we influential. We influenced those Akatas. See? We so influential, but they're so xenophobic, right? I mean, if you're an African born in the UK or an African born in Jamaica, oftentimes they look at you with disdain. They call you Yankees or some kind of like weird names, right? But when you got some success, now they want to cling to you. Just like how this African diaspora they talk about includes so many Africans from all across the world, but the only ones that they're trying to convince have some African lineage or need to quote unquote go back to Africa is us. Meanwhile, we've been saying for a long, long time now, we got indigenous roots.
My name's Major Wright. I just got done with my consultation with Mike. If you trying to trace your ancestry, Mike is a good first step to go through. He's going to break it down to you, all 3 steps to get you what you need. And if you want somebody to maybe do the research for you, you pay that price and Mike can help you too. But yes, he will fill you up with knowledge that you never knew and give you all the things like those unanswered questions in your head throughout time. Talk to Mike, man. He's a great dude. I believe in Mike.
Tell y'all something that I experienced a couple months ago when I went to Guyana. And some of y'all about to be like, didn't you just go to Guyana? I did indeed. I also went a couple months ago. Right? So I went to Guyana with my friend who is half Guyanese, right? And this other girl also went. She's a friend of my friend, right? Now, this other girl was also half Guyanese, okay? Now, this other girl, I'm thinking, no, she wasn't full Guyanese. She was only half Guyanese. She was half Black American. So her mama was from Louisiana. Her daddy was Guyanese, okay? So we in Guyana, right? And this girl says to them, she says, oh, my dad is Guyanese, right? And they're like, what, really? Where he from, right? And she says, oh, well, like he grew up in the UK, but, like both his parents Guyanese. And they was like, well, he not Guyanese then, because you're not Guyanese unless you're from Guyana, right? And I remember we disagreed on this because I was like, that don't make no sense at all. And that's something that never makes sense to me because my best friend is Caribbean American. And everybody who lives in the Caribbean be acting like she not Caribbean. And don't get me wrong. Of course, growing up in America is going to be different from growing up in the Caribbean. Like, first of all, I done been there. I'm going to tell you right now, America is different. For one thing, baby, the showers get hot, okay? I'm still not over there. I just got back from Guyana. Matter of fact, I'm finna cut the shower.
Damn, she roasting now. She roasted. She said, for one thing, we actually have warm water. She said our showers actually get hot. I got to run that back. That was wild. I didn't know that Africans are talking so much shit about Native Black Americans online, and they don't even have hot water heaters.
It's going to be different from growing up in the Caribbean. Like, first of all, I done been there. I'm going to tell you right now, America is different. For one thing, baby, the showers get hot, okay? I'm still not over there. I just got back from Guyana. Matter of fact, I'm finna cut the shower on right now because I got PTSD from them cold-ass showers, y'all. But that's not my point, right? My point is this. Of course, growing up in America is not going to be the same as growing up in Guyana. First of all, it's not the same environment, so it's not going to be the same culture. But then also, it's going to be different growing up around people who are from a different background as opposed to growing up within your community and people of the same background as you. Duh, right? Nobody is sitting here and saying somebody who grew up in America had the same experiences as somebody who grew up in Guyana, right? But realistically, that person's parents and grandparents and entire lineage for the past, however long it's been since slavery, right? All of those people are from Guyana, right? Really?
Come on, she's getting into the xenophobia. She's saying, hey, I got some friends who are half African. We went to Africa, and they was treating them strange because they were half African and not full African. But as xenophobic as they are, whenever one of them gets some success, now they want to act like it's a success for all of Africa. As soon as that skinny little girl that they call colored, right? She's part Indian, part white, part African. They don't even call her African. They refer to her as colored because it's so, xenophobic. But as soon as she gets some success in America, oh yeah, she's African. She's a queen of Africa. This is a win for Africa. Same thing with the Burna Boy dude. I think he's a Nigerian. The Igbos is beefing with the Yorubas, and these different tribes and clans is having these different conflicts and feuds. But as soon as one of them gets a little bit of success, hey, we're all Africans. And just because Kanye West chose to sample some African R&B singer who was born and raised in the UK, mind you, oh, that means that Africans can claim credit to our rich culture, huh? They've been so influential to us. If you look at things from our food to our dance to our activism, it has African roots, guys. Didn't you know? Didn't you know? Didn't you know that all these icons, all these folks were secretly Africans? Come on now. What are we talking about? And these Africans are real life trying to gas themselves up. I came across a motherfucking video the other day. It was like a compilation film. It looked like it was created in the 90s. So they've been using this propaganda for a long, long time. But guys, check out this propaganda film. These Africans share this film with one another to try to make themselves feel like they have a claim to Black American culture. Like they have a claim to coming over here and inserting themselves into what we built, what we do, what we created, guys. Look at this propaganda puff piece. Oh, hell no. Foul on the play. I know y'all are not claiming to be impactful in America because y'all got like one African restaurant per capita. For every one major U.S. city, there is one African restaurant there that only Africans go to eat at. Oh, my God. Didn't you guys know they're so influential over here and they had a hand in crafting our culture? Because, when you go to that one shady part of town, there's that one rundown building next to the Indian all-you-can-eat buffet that's next to the Chinese all-you-can-eat buffet, and it's like an Ethiopian spot.
Give me freedom, give me fire, give me reason, take me higher. See the champion, take the field there. Unify us, make us feel proud. In the streets, our heads are lifted as we lose our inhibition.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna keep it real. No malice. I've never heard of this festival. I know they're not saying that they are impactful in my country, in my homeland, because y'all had one festival one time in 2011. The African Experience Festival. And I had to have it over here in America, huh? Oh shit! No. Y'all don't want to have the African Experience Festival. I don't know, like maybe in Africa. Come on, y'all. They want to flee to America to have the African Experience Festival. They want to have their African experience in America, an African experience in America, African America. Oh, I get it, guys. I get it, guys. They want to replace us. They want to be the new African Americans. I get it now. I get it. It took me a minute, but I finally got it, guys. I'm a little slow today. I'm sorry. I apologize. Sincerely. You see, they want to try to convince us to go there while they flee over here. I mean, we don't even have to bring up the fact that African American is just a misnomer that was forced upon us. Most of us don't even have African roots. That's why if you go to my new website, nativeblackancestry.com, the first thing I share with you is a clear timeline of the racial reclassification of our ancestors. 1492, they start calling them Indian. 1682, they start calling them Negro. 1851, they start calling them colored. 1960s, they start calling them black. And they don't become African American until 1988. But you know what? We've had that title of African American for too long because now the Africans are coming for it, guys. The Africans are coming. I'm the new modern day Paul Revere. But instead of the British are coming, it's the Africans are coming through a hole in the U.S.-Mexico border fence near you.
Migrant encounters, they topped Bill 190,000 people
there's a
in
selfie
December.
on another selfie. You see the wall in the distance, right? Yeah. So at some point they came through, whether there was a hole there or a gap in the wall, who knows? But they'll be processed, and very soon you're going to see our drone cameras overhead showing you where they assemble next.
Can I tell you something about that selfie? So last week we saw the reporter from Mexico, a journalist in Mexico, saying that this is happening a lot, that this is how they're communicating with their families back home. They send a selfie that says, I got here, and because they look like they're in pretty good shape, they think it's encouraging the family members to follow.
Look at all them Africans coming in through Mexico, y'all. Look at all them Africans. No women, no children, military-age men.
More than 200 African migrants have scaled the border fence into the Spanish enclave of Melilla. It's the biggest assault on the border in more than 8 years. The new arrivals, many from Cameroon and Guinea, headed towards the migrant reception center, celebrating touching European soil. The latest incursion at Melilla brings the number of migrants who've successfully scaled the fence to almost 600 so far this year.
Yeah, that's some of my handiwork, y'all. I'm the one that put together that clip. You know, I had to put the 28 days later music behind it. Do a little handiwork. But guys, they're really patting themselves on the back for having a festival over here. I mean, this is wild. Oh shit, Africans created Black American culture because the Ethiopians played soccer in DC one day. Guys, this is wild. This is wild. Y'all motherfuckers came over here to DC to play some soccer, and now y'all think you got a claim to our culture, a claim to our lineage. Nah, we on to you. This ain't the 80s, son. This ain't the 90s, son. We realize you're not a colleague, you a fucking colonizer.
You're not a colleague, you a fucking colonizer. The family matter and the truth of the matter. Here was God's plan to show y'all the liar. They not like us. 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 They not like us.
Realistically, they grew up in a Guyanese household. Maybe they went to school with African Americans or whoever live in the UK, because them is Africans and Caribbeans too, right? But you know, maybe they went to school with people of a different background. But when they went home, it was a Guyanese household, right? But you're gonna sit here and tell them that they're not Guyanese because they're not from Guyana. Now, of course, it would be unfair of me to sit here and brush with too broad of a stroke. Oh, you know, this one experience in Guyana, so I'm gonna paint everybody like this. That's not fair, right? But this is something that I see all of the time. Okay, this story was just an example. This story was just an example, right? All of the time, I see you all denying that Africans and Caribbeans who grew up in the UK or America or whatever, you know, are African and Caribbean, right? And it's like, of course, you know, like I said, y'all ain't gonna be the exact same, but you could at least acknowledge them and say, oh, you're Caribbean American, or oh, you're, you know, you're Cameroonian American or whatever, right? No, y'all to sit there and straight up say, oh, no, they not from here, so they ain't got nothing to do with us. Nope, they just American. What? But then,
come on, peep game, y'all. Peep game, y'all. Peep game. I hope you're picking up what I'm putting down. You see, when Africans flee the continent of Africa to the west, the Africans that they left behind on the continent are jealous. So they say, fuck those other Africans. You're not African no more. But when it comes to us, who have zero African heritage, and the few of us that do have African heritage, you got to look 800 years in the past to find it. When it comes to us, they want to say, oh, no. You guys should come to the motherland. You should come be over here while we go over there. We like you. We want you to come here. Come. Why do they cherry pick us? Because we're the successful ones. We're the ones that have a impactful culture that spans the world. Everybody want to be like a Black American, y'all. Don't you know? Everybody. We are American culture. American culture is a global superpower. Everybody want to talk like us, be like us, act like us. We've known this for a long time, y'all. A long time. Whether it's Africans, Russians, Indians, Asians, damn. Don't you know? Everybody want to be a Black American, y'all. It's sad. It's truly sad.
I pay for therapy because my thoughts tear me. They keep on dragging me. I pay for tips, they scared me. I cannot barely sleep, but even I cannot hold on. Without you inside of me, I never knew this pain. Took the ones I love away from me. I wanna see cats bad, why can't someone call me? I gotta shoot out on my sleeve.
Now, I don't think y'all hear me, though. I don't think you hear me. I said everybody wants to be like a Black American.
I got a beam on the clock. Baby talking on the neck, you get shot.
Balenci shoes, Jimmy shoes, Chanel slides, Louis boots. I can choose. Fuck it, give me everything, everything.
Nah. Y'all still don't get it. You don't understand. I don't think you can. Is this mic on? Mic check. Do y'all get that everybody wants to be like a Black American?
But so sad to say, every night I get down and pray. The Lord Jesus bless us with better days. Crucified on the cross like the resurrection. I feel your pain, my tears fill my face. But it's time for me to stand up. Don't worry about me, I'm pain free. Please God help me get out of this place.
Where's this chick at? Moldova? Ukraine somewhere? I don't think y'all understand. Everybody wants to be like a Black American, y'all. Everybody. And I mean everybody.
Trying to work hard and get the fuck out, okay? Tired of looking at all these drugs, all these people acting like they the plugs. People out here want to be thugs till their ass get hit with a slug. Face on the ground, laying in blood.
Now he a snitch ratting on the plug. All I see is a fake ass flex. You gon' have nothing but a lot of regret.
Nah. Y'all don't understand what I'm saying, y'all. Everybody want to be like a Black American.
맘에 안 드는 놈 사라져 뒤처리게 가봐 알아서 하하하 나에게 엄마 그는 날 위해 올리지 멈추면 삼아 어떤 카페 비치 꺼져 배날 얘는 놀라 말해 네가 사진 적구나 깜짝이야 내까지 훔치게 달려시 전에 뛰어가자 햄스터 너가 내 줄 아는 갱사 곁에만 한 건데 벌써 가사를 전부 다 믿고 I feel like this river. I don't know.
Guys, I don't know what's going on. They might be trying to shut down my stream or something. I think we're having technical difficulties. I don't think y'all can hear the words that are coming out of my mouth. Everybody wants to be like us.
This year, I took a trip to Belize to get a souvenir. I'm whiter than some souvenirs. Everywhere I go, they're staring at my ass. Grown women still have my parents on my ass. Keep your boyfriend. I'm not caring about his ass. Never been a Karen. Only thing I'm caring about is cash. Writing bars while I'm blowing on exotic. That white girl dope is ironic. Mixing the tequila with the tonic. Red bottoms run into the money like Sonic. Sunrise, sunset, bitch, I'm doing yoga. Working till the sunset, gotta meet my quota. I'm from Michigan, we say pop, not soda. About to pull over, get top in the Rover. Flow harder than my dick if I had one. Would kill my competition if I had some.
I don't know, guys. Like, at a certain point, I'm going to feel like a broken record, but I hope that you can hear me when I say that everybody in the world wants to be like us, y'all. Everybody.
The pagan got a load of clip. I could tuck a ripping on some brody shit. I could tuck a bed is I've been knowing this. I'm fuck with guys, I ain't throwing nuts. Just ghetto bitch rapping country shit like bitches Sierra the rebel, Sierra the baddest. I already know. Sierra they beef for Kentucky, don't do no discussing. The brodies they saying on go. Sierra not playing, Sierra the realest. Sierra get money and move on the low. I'm finna pop it, Sierra go crazy, don't sleep on Sierra. Shield to the bone. Queen of Kentucky, bitch, it is Sierra the queen. Hand me my crown, we see from the country, been running.
Here, let's play a little game. Y'all know me as the king of receipts. So trust and believe me when I say I can do this all day. If y'all want me to stop this train wreck, somebody hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. Otherwise, I'm just going to beat the dead horse here, y'all. I got time. I will beat the dead horse today.
I'm too busy on the grind, making moves and got business on my mind. If it's up, then it's stuck. When I say I'm done, ain't no us. When I say I'm done, there's no trust. Bitch, I'm the one, ain't no fuss. Coke bottle shape, I got a gone on my silhouette. Hit the right spot, I got the flow and the silhouette. You probably wondering like, you ain't in your feelings yet? I can see I ain't the type you're used to dealing with. Bad bitch, never off the bench, I'm a starter. Savage, I just grind and go harder. Cash this, I don't own a payment, nothing borrowed. Spin it, cause I can make some more paper tomorrow. Offshore accounts filled up. You can hear the flow still tough. I'm still on this yacht, turned up. And you're still broken in the cut. Swag season, I'ma rock my leather with my fur.
Lord, somebody stop the pain. Somebody, anybody, slide something in the brown paper bag. Stop this madness, y'all. Don't you know the moral of the day is everybody wants to be like us.
Sleeping off them deals, we got a close shit, that's a quick kid. Like this, but they be rapping, views be up, his shit be slapping. I came home, got straight to it, bitch, I missed to make it happen. I made it charge cool, but I prefer the Chrysler or the Mag. Thought shit was sweet till we jumped out this bitch and body bag. I really do this shit for real, ain't trying to do no bragging. Stop blowing my phone up, bitch, I ain't trying to hurt a nag. They feeling so I'm solo, only ducking death and poke. On CTS, it's me and Mikey, look on Broadway, I'm a roll. Everybody riding legal, you can't catch me in no stolo. How you cut that bitch and you know she was flocking, she a hoe. They got a rhythm for the week, we slept 5 in the new ball, I switched it up, I'm in the CC.
Come on, y'all. Y'all don't understand. If you're new to the channel, they call me the king of receipts. And now do you see why? Will somebody end our suffering?
Senorita, I'm a leader. Where from him now I ain't just nothing. Fuck a feature, I'm a peeper. Don't just shit, baby, it's not capping. I believe in some honey. I got 2 girls, but the dogs get no it. Rebel mode coming Miley. Could up my right hand, let's get this poppin'. Tell boss man add more sauce. Benji girls back in the criminal force. I love Marilyn, darling, school. School just works with the baby and walk. I don't sit in a trap.
What did Becky just say? We got Becky in the UK rapping about how she loves melanin. I swear to God, she thought that was a bar. I swear if I put on captions right now, she just said something about I love melanin. Hold on. Why is it giving me Spanish subtitles? I want Spanish subtitles. Oh, damn, it's auto-generating. I can't give you subtitles, but I'm going to play it back, and I swear she just said, some, I love melanin.
I believe in some honey. I go clip M30 in a mic, call myself cut. This music team don't pay me enough, but I can't work a full-time job. So I might bang deep, but call my bros, do how to go get this pro. Been a year since COVID, I've come about still, now I ain't got no cup. Senorita, I'm a leader. Where from young, now I ain't just stopping. Fuck a feature, I'm a peeper. Don't just shit, baby, it's not capping. I believe in some honey. I got 2 girls, but the dogs get naughty. Rebel mode coming Miley. Could up my right hand, let's get this poppin'. Tell boss man, add more sauce. Benji girls back in the criminal force. I love melanin, darling schools.
Something. I'm back by force. I love melanin darlings. What?
Girls, but the dogs get naughty. Rebel mode coming Miley. Could up my right hand, let's get this poppin'. Tell boss man, add more sauce. Benji girls back in the criminal force. I love melanin, darling schools. School just one.
Damn, it's 2025 and we don't got GTA 6, but we got white British ladies in the UK rapping about how they love melanin with no shirt on, Supreme boxers showing, saggy pants, and some gang attire. Oh Lord, y'all. Who's gonna stop our suffering? Oh, hold on. Thank God. Thank God my Wi-Fi wasn't Wi-Fiing for a moment, y'all. No. It's working again. It's working again. No, stop. Oh, Lord. I said, can anybody hit the Cash App or the PayPal so we can stop this? You guys said, nah, Mike, I ain't got it like that. So now what we on to now? Yeah, now guess what we on to? Now we on to the fucking Jewish Hasidic rap cosplay grift. That was a mouthful. I'll say it again. The Jewish Hasidic cosplay rap grift. Y'all didn't want to throw 5 on it. Hey, anybody could have just threw 5 on it, y'all. Anybody could have just slid something in a brown paper bag. But y'all said no. You said no. So this is what you get. Hasidic Jew mumble rapper grifter cosplayer. You asked for it. You wanted it. Let's go.
I got bras in Atlanta. I got bras in the 80, think I'm a designer. Her body shaped like an hourglass. When I hit it, she put on the timer. We used to post at the diner. I had a blick in my hat at the club as a minor. The button right under the seat, I'ma lay on a jig, but it's not a recliner. They were saying my people was animalistic. All of these people with power they talking about ain't even real.
Or does somebody want to put $5 in the collection plate? I'm asking you seriously now. I'm asking you. Is anybody out there? I mean, you might have some change in between the couch cushion. I mean, is this what you really want? Is this what you really want? I told y'all I'm the king of receipts. You see why now, right? You see why that is?
It says that we can't be materialistic. I know about rap, I just sleep on the couch. The media talk about the richest. And I know I was never taught nothing malicious. If the animals suffer, my mom told me don't take a bite even though it's delicious. So it's crazy that Shiesty done gave me that name, the life of the dreidel of misfit. When I jumped off the porch, I was wearing the tallest, and the field was vicious. But none of this new to me. Since the jit, I've been trying to preach unity. They're not even Jewish, they speaking on Jews. They never been to the community. I'm not even from that community, but I won't let them speak on it loosely. And ish is a Hebrew word that means of them, and it never meant used to be. I got bras in Atlanta. I got bras in the 80, think I'm a designer.
Jewish man says, I got broads in Atlanta. All right. All right. Moral of the story is everybody wants to be a Black American. Y'all, on the King of Receipts, I have a whole playlist called Culture Vultures with 19 videos. I have a playlist called Culture Vultures with 19 videos, and we're only 10 videos in. I got 9 more videos if you want. I got 9 more. Is this what you want? I think it's what you want. Let's listen to our Jewish mumble rapper a little bit longer.
Her body shaped like an hourglass. When I hit it, she put on the timer. We used to post at the diner. I had a blick in my hat at the club as a minor. The button right under the seat, I'ma lay on the jit, but it's not a recliner. I don't even know about cars. I ain't buying no I8, just to show them that I ate. I'm downtown like take my tape. I threw the 2 shot in the lake. I did.
Oh, no. Tell me it's a dream. Tell me I'll wake up and it'll all just be a dream. Ah. You know what, fellas? We're holding the L right here, fellas. We're holding the L with this Jewish mumble rapper. So, ladies, we got to have you share in the holding up of the L's. Let me see if I can skip around the playlist. I think I got something special for the ladies. I think I got something real special for the ladies. Hold on. I got something real special. Oh, yes. Boy, oh, boy, do I have something special for the ladies.
I ain't talking phone numbers, but I'm talking this. Yeah. Money, okay. Real Dallas shit, real Texas shit. They ain't know I had to let them know. I do it bad, I do it worse. Ooh, I switch him like a purse. I know he mad, I make it hurt. Bitch, I'm hurt. Hurt. Bitch, I'm hurt. Hurt. I'm a small town bitch, big drink, big tips, white French tips, Indies, Louis V flip, take shots, no sips like a gun, I'm a switch, got them rubber bands popping in the strip, doing backflips to the VIP, only make hits, don't miss, I'll be back soon, don't trip, only fans, I got a fence, I'm on a purr, I'm not in turd, take the rim, I'm finna swerve, these bitches gon' do anything for a Birkin, I'm throwing dollars, I'm making them twerk, he say he love me, he finna get hurt, I'm getting money,
All right, guys. I am allergic to BBLs. I'm allergic to BBLs. So, ladies, you're still going to have to hold the L with us, but let's switch to one that doesn't have a BBL. You know what? Let's go to the Asian girl who got no buns at all. I'd rather have no buns at all than a BBL. I heard the BBL smell.
Are you ready?
I need to let you go. I'm hard to get older. I'll say one thing.
Ladies, I present to thee the Asian Erykah Badu. Oh, shit.
My requiem of a dream. To whatever, bitch. You got Bushwick.
Ladies, I present to thee the Asiatic SZA. We gonna call her, no, that'll be too racist. I'll get canceled. We not gonna call no names.
Crop and t-shirt show a midriff. Got black lipstick, eyebrow bleaching pussy. He can move, but making stone my memes and bump my music. I hope you're happy. I hope you're happy. Got you a mini me. That she means your mom. Bet y'all get a dog and name it after me. Hey.
Konnichiwa, konnichiwa, young wing pound, extra rice with that, da. Hurry up and buy now. Tang cow, bing bow, ling how.
In an alternate reality, I was a true thing, not your new thing. My requiem of a dream, my requiem of a dream. Oh God, I got me a real snotty nose from fucking with these real snotty hoes, and I've accepted.
Damn, Yao Ming got a real snotty nose from fucking with all these snotty hoes, y'all. Damn. Oh no, this is the worst though. Who knows about Georgina? Oh Lord.
Feels come out, I guess, so drum my mates with soft earth clear. Blow me a cool so I can drink here with you. I don't even drink, but I'm in my feelings. I hate my mind, overthink every picture. Stadium, real thoughts side through a penny. I keep snapping it out. Mind the blur, like my head's in the clouds. I want to be here, but I don't know how. They say I'll express my love, but if not try, just don't give up. You better bend my line like I'm coming back home.
Oh yeah, y'all. I'm gonna torture you with this one. I'm gonna torture y'all with Georgina. Georgina may be the worst of them all. Georgina may be the worst of them, or Georgiana. Is that what she calls herself? Georgiana? I got y'all, yeah. Georgiana, y'all. Georgiana, oh yeah.
Yes, sir, baby. And I.
Shit, I'm trying to tell them the same. Get to the guap. I'm trying to take the shit far, but never forget why I came. I want the richies, but I don't really care for fame. I want the trackies, little hoe aggy, as do my son need a daddy. I've been popping it, my old keep trying to stop me, my old friends turn wishy-washy. I love babies too. Alright. Put me on planes when I land, I still take flight. This little hoe cute for asking what he doing tonight. Bring the cup, but it tastes like Sprite. I love it so wrong, but it feels so right. It feels so right. They talk real big, but they sharing their pipes. Woo. They call me Caitlin, I'm born, get your paper. Whiteness knows that shit look like makeup. I love bad bitches too. I love babies too. I'm trying to get rich the fuck out of my face, trying to lay up.
Cultural appropriation, Oh yeah, we getting out the trailer park. She like BBC. She in the trailer park getting touched on by Uncle Tommy. She'll never see penitentiary. Her uncle is a police officer.
I love babies too. I love babies too.
Go. I like cultural appropriation too. Oh, Black friends, yeah, I got a few. Oh, thank God. I just checked my notifications. We have somebody that blessed the Cash App, that blessed the PayPal. Oh, thank you for ending our suffering. Oh, we got to drop some bombs. Don't y'all know that everybody want to be like us? And these Africans are trying to claim to have influence over our culture. Shout out to Latoya. Latoya, thank you for the contribution. I appreciate the Cash App. Thank you for the support. We had a PayPal come through from dun, 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 dun. Who could it be? Who could it be? Who could it be? All right. We've got a PayPal from Nicole. Nicole, thank you for the contribution. I appreciate your continuous support. Yeah, good Lord. Thank you for ending our suffering. Let's get back to the topic at hand. These Africans are trying to denounce our indigenous claims while claiming credit for our culture.
Round with that fake history you are giving. Stop it. You call yourself Native Americans, yet you don't even know your tribe. Where is your tribe? What is the name of your tribe? What language do you speak, your so-called Native Americans? What language do you guys speak? Because every single tribe or every single country in this world have their own language. So if you...
Ma'am, my tribe is the Muscogee Creek Nation. We speak Muscogee. Did I pass the test? Did I pass the test? She thinks we don't know our tribe and don't know the language of our tribe. Muscogee Creek Nation, nice to meet you. And our language is Muscogee. What else you got for me, Bush baby?
Indigenous, just as Red Indians, or sorry to say Native Americans, they have their own language. They have their own tribes. So, Madam so-called African, wanna be Native American, what is the name of your tribe? What is the name of your people? You coming up with some fake identity that is going to cause some crisis to our African identity.
Damn, you see how crazy they tether themselves to us? They think that us getting in touch with our Aboriginal roots somehow harms their African identity, when they're on the whole other side of the world. But we're harming their African identity by getting in touch with our heritage. Well, come on, y'all. Join me on this journey to harm their African identity. Let's all get together and research our roots and simultaneously harm their African identity. I think that sounds like a great idea.
My name's Major Wright. I just got done with my consultation with Mike. If you trying to trace your ancestry, Mike is a good first step to go through. He's going to break it down to you, all 3 steps to get you what you need. And if you want somebody to maybe do the research for you, you pay that price and Mike can help you too. But yes, he will fill you up with knowledge that you never knew and give you all the things like those unanswered questions in your head throughout time. Talk to Mike, man. He's a great dude. I believe in Mike.
So please stop it. Stop with the fake history you're creating. Please. It's serious, guys. You are really doing something that is wrong and is illegal.
The fuck are you talking about?
Deny Africa all you want. You are Africans. That is how you got to America. You can claim America because that's all you know, but the blood flows through your veins. That blood that flows through your veins. That blood that makes you sing good. That blood that makes you dance good. That blood that gives you that rhythm. That blood that gives you boldness and bravery. That blood that gave you beauty, intelligence. That blood is from Africa.
Huh? I wonder if he know that I know he's lying right now. Oh, you got the new Margellas? That's what's up. That's what's up. I see you. That's your BMW? That's nice. That's your girl? Golly. Okay, I see you. But I just want to know one thing. You ready? Why the fuck you lying?
Oh, yeah. Who hurt you, little baby? Who hurt you? Oh, we did. How did we hurt you? Oh, by researching our lineage and reversing years of propaganda and miseducation and realizing that, oh, wait, we're not from Africa. We don't have ancestors from Africa. I'm sorry that upsets you so much. Not really. I don't give a damn. But y'all see how they just can't get enough of us? They just can't get enough. Lord, oh, Lord, they just can't get enough. What are they going to do once TikTok is banned in America? They really going to lose their shit then, huh?
And you turn around and you see this dude who was born in the UK, right? And suddenly you claim him as a Nigerian man. Hold up. Wait. Because I'm going to need to make the math here because it's not quite adding up. If this man who made this song, right, that Kanye West ultimately sampled, had not made this song, if he had simply been born in the UK and lived a regular life, say he was a school teacher or whatever, do you think that Africans will be calling him African? Do you? Because I really doubt it. But because he made this song, now suddenly you're claiming him. Like, I don't know about y'all, but I'm gonna need all the Africans and the Caribbeans that were born and raised in America and, the UK and wherever to stand on big business about this. Because if I was y'all, I wouldn't let a bitch play in my face like that. Like, bitch, you telling me that if I'm just a regular person, then y'all sitting there talking about, oh, you're not Nigerian, oh, you're not Guyanese, oh, you're not so-and-so, you're not so, you're just British or UK-ish or what the fuck ever. You know what I'm saying? Y'all will sit there and say that to them until they come out with some jive ass song. Then suddenly, oh, yeah, that's a Nigerian man. Huh? Oh no. Like I said,
All right, guys, gather round. All my tethers, all my migrants, gather round. Today we're gonna learn English with Mike. So when that Black American woman said, play in my face, what that really translates to is I am not going to let you so obviously deceive me. Everybody say it with me once. Play in my face. Let's use it in a sentence. I'm not gonna let y'all play in my face. This special message was brought to you by English with Mike.
Speak on. This is part 2. The first phrase is what it do. What it do. That's how you would say it. The emotion of anger I'm going to give you a couple of phrases that conveys the emotion of anger. Sweet. That's all you is, boy. You sweet. You sweet, boy. What's good? Now in hood, the pronunciation would be, what's good? But then if I say, bro, you tripping, dog? My tone and my voice completely brings out a different kind of meaning for this specific phrase. Now you was tripping, dog. You tripping, dog. Yeah. Yeah, boy.
I pay for therapy because my thoughts tear me to keep on dragging me. I pay for tips, they scatter me. I cannot barely sleep, but even I cannot hold on without you.
Oh boy, not the Africans in the Mud Village rapping NBA Youngboy, guys. We got Africans in the Mud Village rapping NBA Youngboy before we get GTA 6. My oh my. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's see what else these Africans think they've done in America to be able to claim credit for our culture. Let's see what else was a part of this propaganda puff piece.
Freedom, just like a waving flag, and then it goes back, and then it goes back, and then it goes back.
Famous African singers? Guys, let's see if we recognize any of these people on this list. I don't know who any of y'all are. I had no idea. I was today's years old when I learned that Jay Holiday, famous for his hit single Bad. Ladies, y'all know about that song, okay? I'm gonna turn you over, love is war. I'm your soldier, kissing, and I guess our first time. Yeah, that is an African? What? I guess I kind of see it now. I guess when, I was born in 94, so when that song came out, I was an adolescent youth. I mean, now that I'm older and I'm wiser, I guess I'm looking at the phenotype, but y'all, I didn't know that Jay Holiday was African. I gotta Google this shit. I gotta fact check it because these Africans would start just cherry picking Black Americans and claiming that they have African lineage. We know they've been doing that for a long, long time. Hold on. Jay Holiday, ethnic background. Y'all gotta be lying. And yeah, it was because the forehead, y'all. I'm telling you, he always rocked the beanie. Oh Lord, I just looked it up, y'all. Jay Holiday is African American, as they say, and Eritrean. His mother is Eritrean, and we couldn't tell because he's over here in fucking America cosplaying us. Don't add Akon to the list. We are not counting a scamming ass African whose name literally is Akon. We're not counting him on the list. And guys, these motherfuckers come over here and cosplay so successfully. I was like an adult when I learned that Idris Elba wasn't a Black American. I mean, I always saw him as a kid on The Wire with a Black American accent, dealing drugs and shit, the Barksdale brothers and shit. I didn't know he was a fucking African by way of the UK. Okay, again, Nipsey Hussle, cool guy, impactful individual. We wouldn't know about him. He wouldn't have got shit accomplished if he wasn't over here in America. Wasn't Nipsey Hussle born and raised over here? Or at least raised in LA since he was like a child or some shit? Like, come on. Nipsey Hussle wasn't raised no fucking African.
If you fire, if you reason, take you higher. See the champion, take the field down. Unify us, make us feel proud. In the streets, our heads are lifting. As we lose our inhibition, celebration, it's around us. Every nation, all around us. Sing forever young. Singing songs underneath the sun. Let's rejoice in the beautiful game. And together at the end of the day, we all sing when I get.
I've never seen any of this African artwork. Sorry, Africans. I mean, I did have some family members that were Pan-African, so they had like giraffe statues and shit like that. But I mean, other than that.
I will
be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. And then it goes back, and then it goes back, and then it goes back, and then it goes. When I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. And then it goes back.
Okay. Foul on the play, foul on the play, foul on the play. That's cute, African girls. I mean, I ain't gonna knock your hairstyle, but I don't see our Native Black American women wearing their hair like this. I have never, ever, ever seen a Black American woman rock braids in any of these styles at all. At all. So what are y'all talking about?
And then it goes back, and then it goes back, and then it goes.
Now we're moving on to African books nobody's heard of. Okay, guys. Africans can claim credit for being influential within our culture because some of them wrote some books and made some paintings. And there's a few a few singers over here in America with African heritage who've hid it for all their lives. I mean, all right, guys. You know those Africans, they sure are impactful. You know what's really crazy, though? You know what's really crazy? It was earlier, for like damn near 10 minutes, I went through that compilation of all these different races and cultures of people cosplaying us, and we can't find the African equivalent. I cannot share with you a playlist of 19 videos back to back of Asians dressing like Africans, dancing like Africans, singing like Africans. I don't know of any Russians dancing like Africans, singing like Africans. Nobody wants to be an African. Africans don't even want to be an African. Everybody wants to be a Black American. But let's see what else this Native Black American sister had to say.
I wouldn't let a bitch play in my face like this. I'm gonna need y'all to get that together. Like, I'm gonna need y'all to slide about that. Cause bitch, you got a lot of motherfucking audacity thinking you can give me a conditional invite into my own motherfucking background. The fuck? And it's crazy. It's crazy. Because I make a lot of videos on YouTube talking about how Black people give biracials conditional invites into Blackness. Or if you do this thing and that thing and that thing, then you can be Black, right? And it's different with biracials because bitch, y'all not Black, but y'all get my motherfucking point. You can't give nobody no conditional acceptances and no shit. That's the point that I'm making. Either you would.
Hold on, wait a minute. We got to call a spade a spade. Not one of our sisters being a hypocrite on the internet. Not her saying that the Africans should accept their fellow African, even if that African is only half African. But now she's going to say biracials aren't really Black. Oh, yeah, guys. Hey, we're going to stick to the topic at hand. I'm just allergic to hypocrisy.
With a motherfucker or you're not, okay? Now, maybe this edible just hitting, because that could definitely be the case as well. Because, baby, this edible is giving, this bitch is kung fu fighting, okay? But I don't think that's what it is. What I think it is who do you bitches think you are? To sit there and tell somebody, oh, you can't sit with us. But then as soon as they have a glow up, then suddenly, are you sure you didn't want to sit at our lunch table? You damn skippy, I don't, bitch. The fuck, like I said, or the Africans, Caribbeans who grew up in America, the UK, y'all better check these bitches. You better check yourself or you wreck yourself, bitch, because who is you playing with like that? Like, what? But anyway, let's get into the next point. Listen to this song that this man made, okay? Because they in the comments up under this video talking about, oh, yeah, it's nice to see the Nigerian influence on Black American hip hop, whatever, so and so and so. Where's the Nigerian influence in this song? This nigga talking about, and I wonder if you know. I don't hear nothing Nigerian up in this shit. I didn't even hear a motherfucking drum. At least if I heard some boom, 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 something, you know what I'm saying? I'd be like, okay, like, I guess, you know, like, shit, I guess it got a little bit of something, a little twang to it. No, it ain't shit Nigerian about this motherfucking song. So, like, what? Matter of fact, I would go so far as to say, this is Black American music that he's making, buddy. So you're telling me the Nigerian man made some Black American music, and then a Black American man sampled said Black American music that was made by the Nigerian man, and somehow Nigerians influenced Black American music. Now, the fact that a Nigerian man was making Black American music, that don't show the influence of the Black Americans on the motherfucking diaspora, right? But you telling me that when Black Americans are like, oh, I like that sound because that's our shit, and we rightfully take our shit back. And then suddenly y'all like, yeah, you know, that's the Nigerian influence. Y'all be out your goddamn minds, because this is my thing. Okay, hold up now. I ain't mad at her.
Oh Lord, she is fighting that edible. Our sister is fighting that edible. Look at her eyes. I don't even rock with edibles like that. I mean, if I take an edible, I'm just going to sleep in 20 minutes. But Lord, she is fighting demons right now. Get it out, sister. Get it out.
The bitch talk her talk. You know, like, everybody should hype themselves the fuck up. Because, bitch, if you ask me, I'm the baddest bitch in this motherfucking world. If you ask me about my ethnicity, the Black Americans, the ADOS, the FBAs, the Freedmen, the who the fuck ever, bitch.
Okay, talk that shit. That's right. Talk that shit.
The what the fuck up. Because, bitch, if you ask me, I'm the baddest bitch in this motherfucking world. If you ask me about my ethnicity, the Black Americans, the ADOS, the FBAs, the Freedmen, the who the fuck ever, bitch, the what the fuck ever you call us, you know who the fuck I'm talking about, bitch. If you ask me about my ethnicity, I'm telling you, we the baddest of the bad, bitch. We really that motherfucking bitch, okay? So I'm not mad at nobody for hyping themselves up. I'm not mad at Nigeria.
Gather round, Tethers. Gather round, gather round, gather round, Tethers. Gather round now, gather round. When the Black American woman says, I'm really that bitch, that's actually a term of self-gratification and endearment. On the surface level, you would think she is using a derogatory slur towards her own self. But actually, when she says, I'm that bitch, she is saying, I am that one. I reign supreme. I am dominant. I am the alpha. I am the omega. I am the originator. This is your daily lesson. English with Mike.
Fulfilling that they the baddest bitches on the planet. I'm not mad at whoever fulfilling that they whatever, right? Because, bitch, I feel that shit about myself too, okay? But you at least gotta be realistic. Okay, you at least gotta be rooted in reality. You telling me that your claim of Black Americans being influenced by y'all is y'all making our music that we sampled back after y'all sampled our shit. Like, that don't even make no sense. I wouldn't even be so perturbed by this nonsense if the music that the man made was at least Nigerian music, or at least like you could have did some hybrid shit. Like, okay, let's be for real. Today's Afro beats, that's pretty much Black American music with a little accent and maybe a little drums or something, you know, like.
Oh, wait. We gonna make the Africans go crazy now. Sister, you giving them too much game. Don't let them know that we influence their Afro beats. It's going to short circuit the little IQ they've got. But guys, don't touch that dial. As soon as this broadcast ends, there's going to be a countdown on the screen, and the next stream is going to begin automatically. I'll see you in just a moment.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Creep on in.
Specific video, I'm actually going to teach you how to speak hood. This is part 2. The first phrase is, what it do. What it do. That's how you would say it. The emotion of anger. I'm going to give you a couple of phrases that conveys the emotion of anger. Sweet. That's all you is, boy. You sweet. You sweet, boy. What's good? Now in hood, the pronunciation would be good. But then if I say, bro, you tripping, dog? My tone and my voice completely brings out a different kind of meaning for this specific phrase. Now you was tripping, dog. You tripping, dog. Yeah. Yeah, boy.
I'm feeling happy for therapy because my thoughts tear me, they keep on dragging me. I pay for tips, they scatter me. I can barely sleep, but even I cannot hold on without you inside of me.
So they remove the D and the E from the word slide and they made it slide, through. So slide through. Now, what is the meaning of slide through? Slide through means come over or visit.
Go, shorty, it's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your birthday. We gon' sip and party like it's your birthday. And you know we don't.
Yeah, Africa ain't built no ship and came back over here and rescued one nigga since we left from Africa. Yeah, and Africans don't like us. Yeah, nigga, Africans don't fuck with us. They don't like us, and they stink. Yeah, they ain't some stinky people. Yeah, niggas, fuck Africa. Yeah, they ain't our people. We niggas, slaves, descendants of slaves. They would never call no nigga. The first group of Africans, only one generation. Now the first group came. They wasn't born into this shit. Me and your people was born into this, homie. They were born slaves. They birth certificates say nigga. They was born in Africa. They are not us. They know what tribe they come from. They had a language. Once they broke them from the language and we was born in these conditions. We ain't no African. We ain't no Hebrew. We nigga.
Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muscogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right. Welcome back to the channel. Today, we're tackling a topic that's been sparking a lot of debate lately. African content creators who are making YouTube videos centered around Black American culture. From reacting to hip hop music to discussing social issues in the US, and more African creators are diving into topics that are deeply tied to Black American experience. But here's the real question. Is it cultural appropriation for Africans to create content about Black American culture when they have no real experience or understanding of it? And why is it that many Africans online seem to show disdain for Black Americans even while making content about our culture? We're about to unpack all of this, why this trend is happening, what it means for both African and Black American communities, and whether this is a form of appropriation or just cultural curiosity. It's a conversation you don't want to miss. Before we jump into all that, make sure to hit the like button on the way in, subscribe if you're new to the channel, and let's get into it.
Get your lick back. Get your lick back means to seek revenge or to get even after being wronged. An example would be, they try to play me, but don't worry, I'll get my lick back soon. Gas you up. Gas you up. Now the meaning of gas you up is gang. Welcome back to another video of English with Collins. In today's video, I'm showing you a couple of slang phrases that you need to know in this year 2025. All right, if you're here in the USA or you're coming to the USA and you don't know these slang words, well, today's the day you need to understand these slang words and you need to know the meaning of these slang words. So that
these aren't just slang words. This isn't just US slang. This is specifically Black American slang, Black American vernacular, Ebonics, if you will. He comes over to our homeland, he's been here a few years, thinks he got his cosplay act down, and now he's monetizing our culture, trying to teach people how to talk like us phonetically, when he doesn't even understand a damn thing he's talking about.
if you find yourself in an environment where someone is actually saying any of these slang words, you will not be confused and you will understand the full entire meaning. So, without further ado, let's jump right in. Now, the first slang phrase is spin the block. Spin the block. Now, here's the meaning. It means to return to a place, often for a second look, or to handle unfinished business. So when somebody say, hey, yo, spin the block real quick, meaning go back and take another look around to make sure that everything is good.
Guys, this is disgusting. Is this distasteful? We all know how Africans love to talk cash money shit online about us. Africans are on podcasts, on TikTok, on IG, talking nothing but vitriol, xenophobia, and contempt for Native Black Americans. But now they want to get to the bag, teaching people how to act like us, how to talk like us. This is confusing. Imagine if we moved to Africa and start creating channels and stuff, teaching people African slang. I mean, that would be so ass backwards.
This usually happens. Let's say if you have unfinished business to do, or let's say you're in an environment where, you know, you're trying to tell your friend, hey, bro, can you take another look again? The phrase you can use, hey, yo, spin the block again. Or another phrase would be run it back. Run it back means, can you repeat it again? Or, you know, let's go over it one more time. Let's say we're having a conversation and you may say something to me. And maybe in that very moment, I don't understand exactly what you're saying. So I'll be like, hey, yo, run it back. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that, could you repeat what you just said again? So spin the block means to go back and check around. Run it back means, could you repeat what you said again? So spin the block, run it back. Now here's how it would be.
He's going to get you Africans in trouble. Trust and believe, he don't know what he's talking about. Our dialect, our ebonics, our slang. Good Lord. I just had a slip and I said slave because, oh my gosh, the next live stream that we got prepared right after this one is a really, really strange one. I mean, I don't mean to skip ahead. I like to stay in order typically, but the next live stream is so weird. We're going to be reacting to these Africans perpetuating their come back to the motherland scam, right? Those of us that do have African lineage who were made slaves by our fellow African and sold to the white man for trinkets, those same Africans that descend from those slave masters that sold your ancestors to the white man, they're now telling you, hey, come on back. Come spend some money with us, fam. Come spend some money with us. Yeah, you know, the white man stole y'all. We didn't sell you. It's not our fault you were slaves. I mean, oh, Lord. Back to the topic at hand, the cosplaying. Guys, would you be surprised to learn that he doesn't just have a YouTube channel with over 100,000 subscribers teaching foreigners from all across the world how to cosplay as us, but I believe he also has courses or something, flashcards, something. Oh yeah, here we go. American Hood Slang Vernacular flashcards. Let's go ahead and take a look. I'm telling you, these Africans are trying to get to a bag off of our culture, y'all. They're trying to monetize our lineage. Volume 1, American Hood Slang Flash. 5 terms and like you're from America. It should say speak like you're a Black American, but you know, they can't acknowledge us. That's too much you ask for. Oh, it's normally $75.99, but now it's $29.99. I see. All right. Yeah. Question. How do you say I'm angry in hood slang? Answer. You can say I'm hot or I'm heated. Or they want to be like us so bad, don't they? I thought they were proud Africans. I thought they had culture and history and tradition, but they over in Africa pretending to be like us. They over here in America trying to be like us. Why don't Africans just want to be African?
I pay for therapy because my thoughts tear me, they keep on dragging me. I pay for tips, they scatter me. I can barely sleep, but even I cannot hold on. Without you inside of me, I never knew this pain. Take me was a long way from me. I wanna see cats bad, why can't someone call me? I got this shit out on my sleeve.
Use in a sentence. Hey, yo, we ain't done yet. Let's spin the block one more time. Hey, yo, we ain't done yet. Let's spin the block one more time. Excellent. The second slang phrase is bagged up. Bagged up. Now, what is the meaning of bagged up? Bagged up means to be wealthy, rich, or have lots of money. All right. So to be wealthy or have lots and lots of money. So if a person,
as I'm telling you, this is not just a one-off. There's dozens and dozens and dozens of African YouTubers sprouting up every week, getting to the bag off of our culture. You know, the Shade Room is ran by immigrants, right? You know, most of these YouTube blog channels, these gossip type channels, being all messy with the culture. You know they're foreigners, right? Guys, this is not a one-off. Let's go ahead and check out another case study, shall we? Let's check out another one. This one should really make you guys laugh or cry, who knows? You might cry at his ignorance. Oh boy, oh boy. This is another African called Evans. Evans has a channel centered around Black American culture, and today he's going to react to Black Americans and critique Black Americans, and let's see again if the African boy knows what he's talking about. These Africans are all up in our mix, creating these channels with nothing but Black American in the title, Black American in the thumbnail. It's all about us. Everyone to be like, everybody wants to be like us, y'all. Do you realize? It's not just Africans. I mean, it's everybody. It's literally everybody.
I got a beam on the clock. If you talking on the neck, you get shot.
Balenci shoes, Jimmy shoes, Chanel size, Louis boots. I can choose. Fuck it, give me everything,
God damn. Who was it? Was it Paul Mooney who said everybody want to be a nigga, but don't nobody want to be a nigga? I'm just like, good God. And when we watch this video, you have to ask yourself, are these Africans qualified to make content centered on our culture? They're on a whole other side of the world. They clearly don't understand our culture, have no experience with it, but they're getting to the bag making content about it. All right. Let's go ahead and take a look at this video. This video is going to put on full display right on Front Street just how little these Africans know about our culture.
I'm a 35-year-old white man.
Harrison, born Antoine Smalls, has transracial identity, identifying as Harrison Booth, a 35-year-old white man from Colorado.
And when did you know that you were a 35-year-old white man? Well, I've always felt different. I go to the store, the movies, and just be thinking to myself, like, why am I not getting the respect I deserve? And then it just hit me. I'm white and 35.
That boy don't work. He go to school and that's it. One day he said, call me Harrison. I said, who's that? He said, me.
Do you believe that he is a white man?
I mean, he isn't.
Come on, guys. We're all familiar with this clip. Let's see what the Africans' reaction is going to be. And you know what really grinds my gears? These Africans are so lazy. Haven't you guys noticed that most of these African YouTubers, what they do is to get past fair use guidelines, they stream our content. It's Black American content, whether Black American YouTube videos, Black American TikToks, they just straight up rip off, stream our shit. But because they got their face to the side, it's technically fair use. They don't really add no commentary. We just got to look at they crusty, dusty, big forehead ass while they look at our content. And then at the end, they say some dumb shit about our content. I mean, guys, this is strange. This is a strange little grift these Africans got.
I'd love to wake up one day and say, hey, everybody, I'm Rihanna. But I ain't.
It's been pretty hard. My family just doesn't get it. You know, I try to get them to go out with me, go on walks, go to the farmer's market, chat with people, but yeah.
Family. Hey, instead of watching that scene from the groundbreaking FX TV show Atlanta, put together by Black American Donald Glover, well, instead, if you want to watch that scene with an African's face to the right of it, you can go to Evans Rayola. Like, what the fuck is this? Is this content? Now, let's hear what the Bush Baby has to say about that clip you just saw.
In the Bible, the scripture tells us that we are fearfully and wonderfully made in the image and likeness of God Almighty. But nowadays,
God damn, them Europeans did a number on them Africans, y'all. Oh Lord, them Europeans did a number on the psyche of these Africans. The first thing that comes out of his mouth is some biblical bullshit. He started quoting some scripture that is not his own. I don't think traditional Africans rock with that scripture or that religious dogma. I mean, I thought your colonizers put that up on you. All right. But is it any wonder that these Africans seem to have a spirit of coward and buck-brokenness when, you know, they've always had this weird sense of white adulation. I mean, these images go back so old. Them carrying Europeans. Look at this shit. This African got the white man on his back, The white man is resting his folded hands on this African man's head. Can I zoom in on this shit? Can I zoom in on this bigger? Oh, it ain't gonna let me zoom in, y'all. It ain't really letting me zoom in. I apologize. But this is just ridiculous. These Africans have been very subservient to white folks for a long, long time. Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Africans carrying a white woman through Africa on some kind of wagon contraption. All right. If you guys are ever wondering why Africans act like little mini white supremacists, because this is their nature. This is their culture. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This white man's living good. He got a little hammock with some shade for Africans carrying him like he's King Tut. Yeah. So I'm not surprised that the first thing that comes out of this Bush baby's mouth is some shit about biblical scripture. But let's see what he has to say, y'all. Let's see. We saw a clip from Atlanta, that TV show. It was clear trolling. It was clearly funny as hell. But let's see what the African thinks.
A lot has been happening. People do not want to identify with how they look. Look at our brother right here. I understand that in the US there could be racial discrimination. Black people may have to go through a lot of problems because of their skin color. But it shocks me when I hear a black man say that from today henceforth, he's no longer black. He's a white 35-year-old man.
He was clearly trolling. You clearly don't understand our sense of humor, which means you don't understand our culture, which means you guys aren't qualified to have all these fucking YouTube channels about our culture. Why don't you make some content about y'all?
Wow, that really shocked me. You know, I really do not understand the extent to which he's been put on for him to try and be somebody who he does not look like. He says that it's an offense for other black people, calling him their own. Like, I'm happy to see us. He says he's not one of us, you know. And I am really, really shocked and surprised that he even points.
I am shocked and surprised that you think that he was being literal, for one. For two, I am shocked and surprised that you would talk down to Black Americans and say anything about, oh, be proud of who you are, be proud of who you are, when y'all over there in Africa rubbing bleach all over your goddamn skin. You Africans are bleaching because you're insecure about your dark skin. And you got the nerve to talk down on us because you misinterpreted a comedic sketch?
Skin bleaching can have devastating consequences for the skin. Faced with the increasing popularity of whitening creams, the Cameroonian government was recently forced to ban the import of these cosmetic products due to the growing cases of skin damage. Some local craftswomen did not waste any time and rushed into the cosmetic sector for black skin mainly. There you have dart leaves that I use very often to make soap. I also use lemon leaves and I also use guava leaves.
Damn, wait a minute. Skin bleaching is so prevalent in Africa that this nation of Cameroon had to ban skin bleaching products. So these African women are going behind that government intervention to make their own natural skin bleaching remedies. You can't make this shit up.
Beyond that, I can use snail slime for certain cosmetic products because it is well known that snail slime is reputed to fight against stretch marks.
Cet entrepreneur fait partie.
This entrepreneur decided to take a structured approach to this problem in order to bring their fellow citizens of black complexion to love their skin.
D'inciter ou d'amener leurs concitoyens de teint noir.
Damn, gotta try to convince Africans to love themselves. But this African go misinterpret a comedic sketch and now talk down to us from his mud hut.
Another black person to a police and says, he's not one of us.
It's pretty awful. You know, you walk in the streets and black people, they see you, they're nodding to you like, hey, good to see us. And it's to the point where I've just given up. I've stopped trying to convince them that I'm not us.
Gotcha.
Excuse me, this is definitely the guy. He doesn't even live in the area. I've never seen him before.
I've never seen him before. He's trying to identify as white and is black. That's also weird. The weirdest point of it is him trying to act all white and being racial to a fellow black person by telling the police that he's never seen him in the neighborhood before. And the black guy tells him, no, I'm actually the one who called the police. You know, you're black and you're being...
Do you see how lost in the sauce these motherfuckers are? But they got YouTube channels teaching people how to be like us and talk like us. Like, what the fuck, y'all? What the fuck? You don't understand our culture, so stay away from our culture. And please, can you find a way to stop sneaking in through Mexico?
Racist to your fellow black brother because you feel like you do not associate with the black people anymore. Family, it's nice for us to be how do I put it? It's nice for us to be to just love ourselves how we are. We were created in the image and likeness of God. I'm a black guy for a reason. Some other white brothers are white because of a reason, you know, where just how you created in itself is magical, you know.
This is so pathetic, guys. He doesn't have the social intelligence. They haven't evolved socially enough to understand first world humor and sarcasm, etc., etc. This is sad. Does he react to more of that video? Please don't tell me. Oh shit, he's gonna react to more of it. Oh damn. All right, here we go.
Why he's white.
Harrison has been planning a full racial transition with the Dr. Samuel Vergara, who guarantees Harrison can visually transition through an experimental procedure that will allow Harrison to not only be a white man, but whatever race he chooses.
The procedure is absolutely 100% possible. He's gonna look weird though.
Wow. Our brother even wants to do a procedure that will make him fully white. I know this can be a risky procedure, and the doctor says it's possible, but the guy will look weird. Imagine wanting to remove this melanin for you to be white. We're actually in a weird world right now. The other day I saw a video online of also a white lady who wants to be black, and she actually did a procedure to turn from white to black. She says she's in love with melanin, and she just wants melanin. This is just weird for me.
Oh my God, these fucking leeches. Just stop it. Leave us alone. And it's funny that he's talking about love yourself when he ain't giving that advice to his fellow African. These African women got YouTube channels dedicated to bleaching their skin. Look at her. This is how she looks now after years of bleaching. And that's how she used to look. But he's going to reach across the transatlantic ocean to tell us to love ourselves. Meanwhile, you African women is going out sad, going out bad.
Hey guys, so today we are talking skincare, which I'm so excited. I do want to.
Oh, yeah, and the African skin bleachers, they call it skincare. You know, getting rid of the dark spots.
Start this by saying this is a skin lightening page. If you're not into that, then you're probably not going to want to watch this video. So just
yeah, but he's gonna tell us to love ourselves when y'all are bleaching y'all skins, got blue contacts on, weaving your hair. Oh yes, 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 yes.
FYI, I think I try to always say that at the beginning of my videos because I get people who get really upset when they start watching my videos. But anyways, for those of you that are just tuning in for the first time and never seen my skin tone previous to the skin tone, here's a picture of what my skin used.
Yeah, but he said we gotta love ourselves. Damn. Ooh, those who live in glass houses shall not throw stones, little baby. Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord. What is going on, y'all? They're so juvenile. They're so infantile. I mean, whew, this is pathetic. This is absolutely pathetic.
used to look like, and this is what my skin looks like now. As a lot of you know, this has taken a lot of work. My last video, I talked about how I had dark knuckles. I'm going to show you what those dark knuckles used.
Damn, she just couldn't live with those dark knuckles, y'all. The African woman, you know, it was so hard having those dark knuckles. You know, she bleached the rest of her skin, but her knuckles were still dark, and she had to get rid of them dark knuckles. I mean, Lord, oh Lord. Y'all ain't got running water over there, Wi-Fi, nor paved roads, but you can get your hand on a bottle of bleach, can't you?
Used to look like. Very embarrassing. I used to get made fun of all the time. So I'm glad that I took care of that. I'm going to talk about that.
Maybe you should have just not bleached in the first place, and then they wouldn't make fun of you having white skin and black knuckles. Food for thought.
Again, because I did add something to the regimen that I think has boosted the result quality. So I'm going to show you what that is. So I'm going to first start with that. Okay, so I talked about this in my other video.
You know what I'm saying? I even, you know what I mean, experienced this. I'm glad I experienced you from, you know what I mean, enlighten me from the internet to, you know what I mean, online, getting one-on-one in depth, giving me a lot of information that I can take back to my people as well. And hopefully we could both get everything meshing with everything with the lineage and everything with the genealogy. This is no scam. This is all real. This is a real homeboy that put it down. He mean what he say. He got receipts and he put it down. He stands on business. Straight up. One love.
This is the yellow peeling oil, okay? And so basically you can put this on every single day. You're gonna put it on and you're gonna wash it off, okay? Because it's really, really strong. And you're going to peel. It will.
Damn, they peeling their skin, y'all. They don't want to be black so bad. They peeling their skin, but they gonna tell us that we gotta love ourselves. Okay. What else does this one have for us?
Yeah, I think the world is just taking a crazy turn. There are crazy turn of events. People are becoming weird and weird as days goes by because of technology and being able to actually change the color. We also see black people who do how is it called? This procedure that makes them look white. And I wonder why people do not love themselves the way they are. Why money and technology is just trying to push humanity to a whole different level that is not good. I mean, we're all created in the image and likeness of God, just like him.
Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord. This is sad, y'all. This is sad. And it's gonna get worse and it ain't never gonna get better. Let's check out another case study. This is case study number 3. Oh yeah, let's take a look at case study number 3. We got some twins, y'all. We got some bald head bush baby twins. These chicks run a YouTube channel called Twins Hangout Kenya. And guess what? They deleted some of their content. Back in the day, a couple years ago, they made some content being real disrespectful to Black Americans. But guess why they deleted it? Because they decided, we could exploit Black American culture and get to a bag creating content about them. All of their videos, hundreds of thousands of views, damn near millions, all about us. Black versus white America. Black Americans react to Putin. He betrayed his race by exposing this to Black America. White women admit they're jealous of Black American women. White folks crying to Black folks. White pastor warns his people to repent to Black people in America. Look how they get down. Nothing but videos about Black Americans. Meanwhile, they hate us. They have disdain and vitriol and contempt for us, but they'll sure get to the bag real quick off of making a bunch of videos about us, huh? Now, y'all know me as the king of receipts, so you already know that I've got the exclusive footage they deleted where they was talking real greasy about us Native Black Americans. Let's get into it, y'all. Make sure to hit the like button on the way in. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. But without further ado, let's see what these bald head bush baby twins don't want us to know. They don't want us to see this. They thought, oh, we will delete this. None of these Akata niggas will ever see the footage. But nah, you never counted on me, huh? You never counted on Mike TV.
Guys, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
What's your name?
Maureen.
What's your name?
Maren.
Guys, you notice something similar. These are the same human being. They are twins.
Yeah.
So welcome to my channel. Today I was asking guys what they think about Black Americans as a Kenyan. Yeah.
Okay, so my opinion of Black Americans. Oh, actually, I've met one Black American. I was about to say I have.
She's met one. Her life experience with Black Americans is she's met one. Let's see how meeting one has significantly shaped her thoughts and views.
Damn. Wait a minute. I forgot that she's only met one of us, y'all. Isn't this so strange that they have a whole YouTube channel getting to the bag, making video on video, like 12 videos a week about nothing but Black Americans, but they ain't met but one Black American? Hey, we've got a new cultural vulture on the scene. The worst we've ever seen. Know why? Because some of them kind of look like you and me. Some of them, you know, if they put the do-rag on, we can't see the big forehead and the balding. You know, if the African girls put the weave on and lighten their skin just enough, they might blend in. I mean, guys, we got a new culture vulture out here. They trying to cosplay.
Never met any of them. Okay, the one I met, she was so good, very loud and very vibrant. She was energetic, and my general opinion about them comes comes from the movies we watch here in Kenya, and
Comes from the movies we watch here in Kenya. Comes from the movies they watch in Kenya. Damn. When we looking at you Africans with the bombastic side eye, it's not because we watch some movies in America. It's because of how y'all talk and act in these Twitter spaces and on these live streams. But I digress.
movies depict them as being very loud people who are addicted to alcohol and drugs. So I don't know if that is.
She just said we are very loud people that are addicted to alcohol and drugs, y'all. I have only met one Black American, but I get all my information from the movies, and the movies tell us you are addicted to drugs and alcohol, and you're very loud. Okay, y'all motherfuckers so loud, we can barely even hear the interview. Your whole city is filled with a whole bunch of loud mushmouth motherfuckers. Okay, all right.
True, they have a different view. They can correct us in the comment section. And also, what I think about Black Americans, they have good physique.
You mean their feet, they go to the gym?
Exactly.
Unlike Kenyan men.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an interesting one.
Yeah.
What do you think about Black Americans?
Well, I feel like, I'll just be honest, but it's coming from a good place of my heart. I have no hatred towards anybody. Okay, what they depict in the movie.
And you have to preface it with, it is coming from a good place in my heart. I have no vitriol. I have no contempt for nobody, but this is coming from the heart. Oh, yeah, she about to say some real greasy shit, y'all. She about to say some greasy ass shit. Y'all get ready. Y'all get ready. Are y'all ready for me to hit? Actually, hold on. I got to make sure the math is math. And she about to say something extremely greasy, extremely sensational. I can just feel it. So I'm going to milk this until we make sure that the math is math. And let me see what the likes are at. Hold on. We got 154 watching and only 59 likes. Oh, God damn it. I mean, I could just end the stream and go play some Call of Duty and smoke a joint. I mean, I don't necessarily got to be here right now. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to get on with the content, if you want to see what bombastic thing this broad is going to say, let's get the likes up to at least 80, 90 likes. I mean, can we at least get 80 and 90 likes, 150 watching? Let's go. Or somebody put 5 on the Cash App or the PayPal. Either way, we got to get the math in. Until we get the math in, what should I make you guys listen to? Let me see. Should we make you listen to Umar's Batty Boy talk on repeat?
You Batty Boy, you Batty Boy, Batty Boy, you Batty Boy. You Batty Boy, letting dudes play with your booty hole. Letting dudes play with your booty hole. You ain't hard, bitch. You ain't hard, bitch. You Batty Boy. You Batty Boy, Batty Boy. Letting dudes play with your booty hole. You ain't hard, bitch.
Oh, no. I know what'll do it. I know what'll do it. You guys will get the math in. If I terrorize you with that tether babble clip, that'll do it. The little midget babbling. All right, thank you guys for getting the likes up. Let's keep them up, y'all. Let's go.
Movies is that they're not united. You know, they like how we are here in Africa. Let's say, for example, if
I knew she was going to say something bombastic. We're not united, is what she said. We're not united. What else? Do tell more.
Kenyans, let's say we go abroad, we normally see how Kenyans really have that unity, you know. But when it comes to Black Americans, from what we see on media and social media, it kind of depicts them as not united, and their men, they don't necessarily support their.
Oh boy. Shout out to Ty Dash. Ty Dash says, oh my God, they said that about us? I listened to them. I thought they cared about our community. Now you see why I'm doing this video? These bald head bush baby broads with the crooked hairline, they were in a YouTube channel called Twins Hangout Kenya. And they get into the bag making nothing but Black American content this, Black American woman this, Black Americans versus white Americans that. And the whole time, this is how they feel about us. This is how they think. And they deleted this video. This video is 2 years old. But y'all call me the king of receipts for a reason. Let's watch and see why they deleted this.
And our men don't support our women. Y'all are out there doing fucking castration on your African woman. Don't even get me started. Y'all over there hitting bitches with bricks in real life. I ain't talking about no GoFundMe scam over in Africa. So you really gonna act like we don't treat our women? What?
Oh, I don't know if that's true. They should let us know. They should correct us. Another thing I know about Black Americans, but that applies to Americans in general, is that the movies depict that they love alcohol a lot and party life. So I don't know if.
And we love alcohol a lot in party life. The Africans that literally party till 10 at night, till 6 in the morning, they're gonna tell us that we love alcohol and party life. Oh, this boy-headed scallywag.
That is true. That is what we watch. Another thing, they're very vibrant people. As Maureen says, they're very physically fit. I like how their body structure. I love it. One thing I don't know for sure is that if they have.
We have no culture. We're alcoholics and we're loud and we don't treat our women well, but we have nice physiques, she says. She likes our physique. And yeah, those three look like they all triplets.
Their bodies are natural because we know in America there's a lot of BBL going on, and here in Africa we are very natural. So that is, I don't know if that plays a part into it. Yeah, but yeah, I think that is all I know about them.
Both of you have mentioned that they have a really nice physique. Would you marry a Black American man?
That's a bit tricky.
Why?
I don't think I would. To be friends with them, I would very much love to be friends with Black Americans. But to marry a Black American man, I wouldn't, because one thing, I feel like they have very high energy compared to, Africans who are laid
She doesn't want to be friends with us because we have such high energy. What?
back, but Americans are very forward and outgoing, so they have very high energy and they're very loud. For me, I don't think that matches the kind of person.
We're the loud ones, y'all. We're the loud ones. We're the loud ones. We're the loud ones.
Yeah. It's going to get worse and it ain't never going to get better, y'all. It's going to get worse and it ain't never going to get better. Oh, Lord, oh, Lord, oh, Lord. And now y'all understand why I do what I do, right? If it wasn't for me making this video, y'all would come across these backward ass, bald head, crooked hairline, bush baby broads they channel is Twins Hangout Kenya. I bet you they channel done came across your feed. You done watched the video because they trying to get all up in our algorithm, making nothing but videos about Black Americans. Black Americans versus white Americans and Black American women this and Black Americans that. And whole time y'all don't know this is how they feel about us. Wouldn't marry us, maybe would fuck us. They think we loud and dope fiends, but you know, they'll get to a bag, making a whole YouTube channel dedicated to talking about nothing but Black American culture. You see the weird phenomenon we're faced with, right? They hate us, but they can't get enough of us. They're like a virus, a leech of sorts. I mean, this is sickening. This is oh so distasteful. But it's gonna get worse, and it ain't never gonna get better. But
And then the aspect, the drinking alcohol part of it, I don't think I would want a guy who drinks as much as they do, you know. And then another thing, when you compare America and Africa in general, in marriage, they don't really stay in marriages, so they don't value that family unit the way we Africans.
All we do is drink alcohol and party, and we don't value the family unit. What the fuck are you talking about? Y'all the most promiscuous, distraught, decrepit ass people. All right, hey. I'm just going to let it lie. A shout out to Slim. I don't know what's going on with my notifications, Slim. I still haven't been notified of a new Cash App, but I believe you. Nonetheless, let me go ahead and drop a bomb for Slim. I appreciate you supporting the broadcast. Oh wait, hold on. I got the volume down on my bomb. I need this to be a loud bomb for my man Slim. There we go. And yeah, they drinking moonshine. They fucking with white zaddy. Hey, put a 1 in the chat if y'all saw my coverage of the African men that are shacking up with the old British grannies. I mean, but she's gonna tell me that they value family units and culture and marriage.
Do you know they get into marriages and break up, you know? So for those reasons, I don't think I would marry to date. I would date, but I don't think I would marry.
Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Girl, would you like to come back with Rob to America?
oh yeah, it took a minute, but I found it, y'all. I found it.
Your passport? Did you get your shots? Who wants to come back with Rob to America?
Yeah.
Okay, what about you?
Okay, first of all, I don't think I would date or marry a Black American. Being friends with them, I don't mind. But marrying them, I don't know why, but
Ma'am, we don't want to date you nor marry you. You look like him, and he looks like her, and her looks nah. And shout out to the FBA sisters that rock the natural, short-haired, even bald look successfully. God damn it, I would never. Oh Lord, find you a Zaddy, find you a Tyler, or a Jake, or a Christopher, or a James. Oh.
I feel like the highest number of, but please don't come for me, you can correct me in the comment section. I feel the highest number of sexually transmitted disease is with the Americans because they're very.
Damn, now y'all see why they deleted this fucking video, right? They was talking greasy about us. We dope fiends, we too loud, we party too much, we got a bunch of STDs now. But they created a whole channel about nothing but us. They probably got a VPN, getting US money over in Africa, running the numbers up, making content about Black Americans, but this is how they secretly fucking feel about us. Now y'all see why I do what I do.
Now this bitch says we promiscuous and we got all the STDs. Bitch, didn't AIDS literally come from Africa? Wasn't the official narrative that y'all was out there fucking monkeys in Africa or some shit? What is she talking about? She says we are promiscuous and have high STD rates. Ma'am, don't go there. Do not go there, ma'am. Don't make me look up some World Health Organization statistics. I know about the WHO, okay? I know about the WHO, and we will start Googling some statistics if you really want to go. Matter of fact, fuck this shit. I'm standing on lineage, okay? I'm standing on lineage. I'm standing on business. What country are they in? They in Kenya? They in Kenya, right? Let's go ahead and look up the Kenya STD rates. Let me see what's going on here. Let me see. Good Lord, good Lord. This bitch got the nerve to call us promiscuous, whoremonger, and STD-ridden akatas. Like, nah, bitch. Nah. We ain't going out like that. How common are STDs in Kenya? Prevalence among STIs was low, ranging from 0.9% for syphilis, 1.1% for gonorrhea, and 3.1% for chlamydia. The data suggests high prevalence of HIV. Oh, so y'all skipping the STIs and going straight to the HIV. Is that what it is? Oh Lord. Oh, this is in their adolescent. These stats are just in their adolescence. Hold on. I need some more average. Okay, STD rates by country. Okay. Let's go ahead and do it by country. Damn, I don't know where Kenya is on the map though. I ain't even gonna front. I don't know where Kenya is on the map. Let me see if I can just Zimbabwe, Botswana. Is Kenya? Okay, we found Kenya. Kenya is number 44. The United States is number 78. So what is this broad talking about? We are number 78. We've got a STD rate of 19,000 per 100K. Kenya has an STD rate of 25,000 per 100K. In America, our HIV rate is 0.5%. In Kenya, the HIV rate is 3.4%.
Consultation with Mike. A lot of information in a short period of time, but it was very valuable information. I'm definitely excited to get started searching on my genealogy. He's been an awesome resource, gave me a lot of information, a lot of things, a lot of pieces to the puzzle I didn't have. He was able to help me find them, and I 100% recommend Mike and his services to anyone who's looking to crack the code, so to speak, on their genealogy, because there's a lot of how we say fake news going around with this subject, and it's very important that people are able to put the pieces together, because if you don't know your history, you don't know your future. So 100% sign up.
Why is she talking some shit she don't know? And you know what the fucked up thing is too? These statistics of the US STD HIV rates, that includes all of us Americans, black, white, immigrant, everything in between. These Kenyan statistics, y'all the majority. Y'all the majority out there. So them statistics is you and y'all. Oh, you should not have compared. You should not have went there.
Yeah, and like here in Africa, of course, even in Africa, you'll find promiscuous people, but it's not like the statistics in America.
Yeah.
In America, you hear even of strange diseases like herpes. You wonder what is herpes. Because they're very
Actually, I do not know what herpes is.
herpes.
Yeah.
Okay, my research. I knew this. I knew this because there's an African lady who once dated a white man and she got herpes. It's a lifelong condition. It's just manageable. It's even worse than HIV in that you just manage it with drugs, but untreated, you tend to scratch yourself down there a lot and it stings, it removes pus, such like. So I don't like Black Americans.
They are so ill-informed. They think a bunch of Black Americans got herpes and pussy, foo-foos, and oh my God, this is so terrible. Look up the stats of your own country, ma'am. The STDs come from you. The HIV comes from you. For us to even travel to your country to vacation, we got to take a bunch of shots and shit in preparation. Oh no. Oh no.
In the sense of dating and marriage.
Myself, when I hear about Black Americans, the first thing that comes to my mind is the dollar,
Oh, yeah.
And compared to our Kenyan shilling, the dollar is really high. And I expect to hear Kenyan ladies would want to have a Black American man because of their dollar.
But I have an answer for that. Okay.
Hey, don't get fooled, passport bros, when you're dealing with these African chicks and they acting all sweet and feminine and cooperative. This is what they think of y'all. And shout out to Slim. For some reason, I just now got the notification of the Cash App, Slim. So thank you again for the contribution.
A lot of Africans who've dated Black Americans, but not just Black Americans, but I'll just talk about them. Americans in general, they're actually stingy. They don't just give. Okay, they don't have a reason to give out money, even if you're dating, which I totally understand. I also choose how I spend my money, but they don't really spend money on you unless they want to sleep with you. You understand? Yeah.
Damn, she said they don't spend money with you unless they want to sleep with you. Why else would we spend some money with some African women that look like that? Why would we be spending some shillings with some African woman that looks like that unless we was a down bad incel ass passport bro that needed to get some kitty cat? Oh Lord, why else would we?
So that is why dollar was not the first thing that came into mind.
Okay, that's a whole different perspective that I did not have.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thank you guys so much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Hi, what's your name?
My name is Robbie.
Come on, yo, let's talk about it. I mean, I don't mean to toot my own horn, but am I doing the Lord's work or am I doing the Lord's work? How many of you guys, let me get a one in the chat, if you guys watch these African sisters, these twins on YouTube, and had no idea that secretly this is the vitriol, the contempt, and the rhetoric that they promote online about us. Their channel is called Twins Hangout Kenya, 60,000 subscribers, and all they shit is about us. All they shit is about Black Americans. Matter of fact, let's do a quick audit. Let's do a quick audit of these girls' channel. Hold up. Let's do an audit, shall we? You know me as the king of receipts. Let's go to oldest. So they started 6 years ago. They ain't got no traction. Barely getting 100 views here, 50 views there, 300 views there. And what are they making content about? African shit. African shit. What Kenyans think of this? What do Kenyans think of Nigerians? Da-da-da-da-da. They making content about Africans, for Africans, and no one wants to watch it. Billions and billions of Africans, but no one wants to watch no content about no fucking Africans, right? Let's see when they really get their breakthrough. Let's see what video is their first real big grand slam viral sensation, knocking it out of the park. They barely getting few hundred views, couple thousand views here and there, 5,000 views here. But let's see, where does it really go up? What's the first one? Let's start at the beginning. I was moving a little fast. What's the first one? We had hundreds of views. Hundreds of views. We got 4,000 on this one. Shafi D / DJ Joe. I don't know what the fuck that is. Maybe that's some African shit, okay? They threw some African shit at the wall, and that one stuck a little bit. But let's see. When do they first really get a viral sensation? Now all of their views average hundreds of thousands of views. But where did this begin? I have a sneaking suspicion. I have a sneaking suspicion this begins with Native Black Americans or foundational Black Americans. I mean, I don't know, guys. I don't know. They're doing the African content and it's real hit or miss. I mean, ain't really getting no motion, ain't really getting no traffic. Few hundred views here, maybe a few thousand views there. But where do the hundreds of thousands of views come from? What was the turning point? Rwanda or Tanzania? Kenya React, Somali food. Nobody's really checking for this shit. Nobody. 11 months ago, nobody is still really checking for this shit. What is it? What is it? Nowadays, they're getting 200,000 views, 400,000 views, 300,000 views. Oh, shit. We found it. The first video to hit damn near 200,000 views, the first video to set them on this snowball of virality, as a video about Black Americans. They lied to us about Black people. White man got pissed off by his race and shut them down. And what are they doing? What are they doing? Hashtag like I said earlier, one of those videos where all they do is take a Black American content creator, play their video, whether it's from TikTok, whether it's from YouTube, all they doing is playing this Black American woman's content, and they standing there and looking. And because they bald-headed asses is in the frame, it qualifies as fair use. You see how they get around the system? But really, they taking this black woman's video from TikTok and getting 200,000 views just recycling a black American lady's TikTok video. And it's a viral hit. It's a viral hit, y'all. Let's see this. Does this start a trend? We seeing hundreds of views, maybe a few thousand views, but the first video to really hit it out the park, 190,000 plus views on a video, is about us. Does this begin a trend? Which is the next video that's over 100,000 views? I'm interested to know, y'all. I'm interested to know. What's the next one that we getting over 100,000 views? Oh, shit. 141,000 views. Racist white family assaults a black sister. Then this happened. Hashtag African American. Hashtag African diaspora. Hashtag US. And let's see if they're doing what I thought that they were doing. Just taking some black American content, reacting to it. Let me see. Oh, this time they're taking white American TikToks and reacting to it. Okay, so it's a white dude's video they're reacting to, and somehow they took a white man's video, titled it "Racist White Family Assaults a Black Sister, Then This Happens." I don't see no assault happening in this video, so for all we know, this is the purest form of clickbait, the lowest hanging fruit as far as content creation. And to get a bag, to get viral, to get traction, they got to make content about us. The whole time, lo and behold, they secretly don't like us. They think we dope fiends. We got STDs. We this and we that. I hope now you guys really have an understanding of why I do what I do. YouTube got me demonetized and shadow banned. And if you guys want to support the mission, you know what you can do? If you haven't traced your family's heritage yet, you can get with your boy Mike and book a genealogy consultation.
He's knowledgeable about his information, about the American Indians, and how we change our classification over time and the different types of mounds and different rules from the French, from the British. If you want viable information, you want to really find out who in your lineage and who are the people you come from, I suggest going with Mike TV. His prices are affordable. He's not like some of these other people out here. I urge, go with Mike TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, don't touch that dial. As soon as this broadcast ends, it's automatically going to push you into the next live stream. We're going to be taking a look at the Africans come back to the motherland scam. See you in just a moment.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and them British men. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right. So it's good that you guys are from Africa because I always meet like a lot of Africans and they always say Black Americans don't know where they come from, like all the time. And I'm like, yo, bro, why you like? Where does this come from? Where does this statement come from?
That's true. And at the moment, something interesting is happening in Ghana, where the president it's actually giving chance to people outside Ghana to come and have free citizenship. So it's a way to attract you people back to Ghana. So we wish that
that's our root, but we're not from Africa.
You're from Africa.
Why do you think we're from Africa?
Oh, you know the slave trade, huh? The white people brought you guys as a slave, and your ancestors, lived there.
That's not true.
What's the difference between you and me now?
Know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muscogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage.
If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right. Let me get some feathers in the chat if you can hear me loud, crisp, and clear. I'm going to go ahead and get this party started. We got Africans with good intentions still kind of sort of showing their ass and talking reckless. What did these Africans just say? The white man brought you to America as a slave. No, playboy. Most of us have Aboriginal roots, for one. For two, you know how the African is quick to talk reckless and disrespectful, talking about the white man brought us here as a slave, but they neglect to acknowledge their role in the transatlantic slave trade, right? It's called a trade, motherfucker. It wasn't a mass invasion. The white man never snuck into Africa and stole Africans. Africans freely captured their fellow African and sold them to Europeans as slaves for trinkets. Absolute trinkets, mirrors, gunpowder, the most frivolous of things. And they expect us to fall for their year of return, come back and get free citizenship scams. No, y'all just want our American dollars over there in your shithole third world country.
So it's a way to attract you people back to Ghana. So we wish that
that's our root, but we're not from Africa.
You're from Africa.
Why do you think we're from Africa?
Oh, you know the slave trade,
huh?
The white people brought you guys as a slave, and your ancestors, lived there.
That's not true.
What's the difference between you and me now?
The difference. What's the difference between me and you? Yeah. The difference is I'm mixed with a lot of different things. You're from Africa. You're strictly from Africa. Mm-hmm. I'm mixed with a lot of different things. I have a lot of different bloodlines, lineages inside of me. Yeah. So at the same time, also, I know my history when it comes down to documentation of where my lineage is. Yeah. You have it. A lot of you guys don't know how far can you go back in your lineage?
No, we can.
No, you can't. I'm gonna tell you why you can't. Because the census.
Yeah.
Like Africa never.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about the census. The United States created their first census in 1790. A lot of these Africans don't even have birth certificates that predate the 1960s. A lot of these Africans can't tell you who their great-great-great-great-grandparent is, but I presented official findings to a genealogy client earlier today, and we were able to trace her genealogy to the 1700s. Goddamn. Let's talk about it. These Africans are quick to tell us where we come from, but they ain't even got no paperwork on themselves. All of them running around saying their birthday is January 1st because they don't even know what day they were born. They keep no records.
Never documented the people that were in Africa. So a lot of no. So Ghana's first census was in 1891. Type in America's first census. It's good educational. USA's first census. So your first census, or when your government documented your parents' parents was in 1891. The first time they ever did it. Census. 1790. Yeah. So when we sit down and say, like, what makes you different? It's like, well, I got documentation that goes all the way back to 1790 about where my lineage has been. You guys stop at 1891.
But that is just like 100 years difference. Yeah, 100 years difference.
But that makes a lot.
Yeah, but looking at your population and all that, and looking at Ghana, we're just around 30 million. And looking at US, I guess you around 150 plus million and all that, So it means looking at the time we started, we have even done well because we are not that much. So if you...
No, you guys have not done well. We're not going to allow you to try to twist the numbers, twist the narrative. So this African is trying to say, well, the U.S. has a larger population than Ghana, so we're doing pretty good considering our population is so small. But they're not acknowledging that Ghana is one
out of dozens of African countries on a whole African continent. Y'all have a whole continent that's yours, that you have been on for thousands of years since the beginning of time. And you're going to try to say, well, but Ghana has 30 million and the US has 100 million. What are you talking about? You guys have billions of Africans on your whole African continent. Stop it. Stop the deflection. I don't want to hear it.
Want to do a raw estimation without conducting a proper census with that population in 1890. I think that was good. But look at the US, there are a lot of you.
Yeah.
A lot of you. So if the first one started in 1790 and you guys did not actually conduct any proper census till then, it means that, you know,
I mean, there are people who are passed who are not documented.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
And although the first United States Census was in 1790, they have been reclassifying Black Indians into African and Negro and other misnomers since 1682. Guys, Virginia passed 2 acts in 1682 that combined Native Americans and Africans into one category, Negroes. Wait a minute, hold up. If they're reclassifying Native Americans as Negroes in 1682, then that tells us a couple of things, doesn't it? I think that definitely tells us a couple of things. For one, if we're supposed to believe that the American Indians look like this, look like some Asiatic Mongols, right? Some Jackie Chan looking Mongols, right? If they look like Jet Li, then how do you reclassify Jet Li into a Negro and lump him into the same category of as an African? You can't do that. Their phenotype is vastly different. It's not going down. But if the American Indian looks like this, oh, I could see how you can reclassify this into an African. Yeah, I can see how you can reclassify her into an African. She got some melanin, phenotype a little similar with the wide nose or whatever. But you can't reclassify this into an African. You can't label this a Negro. So what does it tell us? One of two things. The American Indians were richly melanated, i.e. Black folks, for one. For two, if we're going to look throughout the historical text, you know, I'm not even going to get to that one. I'm going to save that one for a later day. I'm going to save that gem for the folks that schedule the one-on-one personalized genealogy consultations with me. But guys, this tells us one of two things. They're reclassifying Native Americans into Negroes in 1682. If you're going to do that, then the phenotype of the American Indian must have been a Black person. If you're going to lump them into the same group as an African, for one. For two, if the U.S. Census, the first one was 1790, and they're reclassifying us in 1682, that means they were reclassifying us for damn near 100 years before the first census even came out. Do the math, guys. They're reclassifying us with Negro misnomers in 1682. First U.S. Census is until 1790. So that tells us that even the first U.S. Census is erroneous. It's bullshit. 90 plus years of racial reclassification before they even start taking count. And that's why for any of you that have visited my new website, nativeblackancestry.com, the first thing I show you on the homepage is a timeline of the racial reclassification of Native Black Americans. 1492, they start calling us Indian. 1682, they start calling us Negro. 1851, they start calling us colored. 1960, they label us Black. 1988, we become African American. Oh yes, it gets deep. It gets deep.
Before the 1790, what was happening? People were living. Where did that people came from?
All right, first of all, let's just clarify something. So the statement that you say is, go back to your roots. You know, you're from Africa. So can we agree that they say everybody in the world is from Africa?
No, that's not true.
It's not.
Yeah.
So it's not.
It's not